Don't need no caption, no, we living lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
This that sauce you never could imagine.
Don't need no caption, no, we living lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
This that sauce you never could imagine.
Don't be acting trippy, 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 trippy. You know I run your city, 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 city. Don't make me grab that 50, 50, 50, 50 caliber. Better count your days like calendars. Just that type of Brita you ain't never seen. Cold, in my dog, man, me. Pull up with some MOUZ. Better have a bag if you tryna hit my phone. And if not, you can leave it at the...
Hello?
I can't keep wasting my time, that's for sure. You like Dollar Tree and I'm more like Five Below. No, I don't want you following me, you know? Like, you know? Don't need no caption, no, we living lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
This that sauce you never could imagine.
Don't need no caption, no, we living lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
This that sauce you never could imagine.
Keep it a G, you know these little stunners ain't messing with me. I'm whipping in cream, cooler than a quick rinse with some Listerine. Petty me, to go and taste spots like a petty thief. But a timid man was never in the sections where legends be. So I get the check, multiply, snapping next when I'm pulling by. Now they calling the crib, asking for Jay, and where's his alibi? I ain't got no time to talk right now. But it's funny, cause I seem to be what everybody be talking about.
Hello?
I can't keep wasting my time, that's for sure. You like Dollar Tree and I'm more like Five Below. No, I don't want you following me, you know? Like, you know? Don't need no caption, no, we living lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
This that sauce you never could imagine.
Don't need no caption, no, we living lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
This that sauce you never could imagine.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah. On the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah. On the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On the road, here we go, here we go. Ayy, 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 guacamole in my pockets. What a blessing. Got it on me, I got options. Real stepper. Check the shoes, get it poppin'. Eating good, feeling good. Where my hopping done at? Put it on a plate or some lemonade. That's the way we did it in the old days. Back then, mama said, get up, walk on play.
suddenly are destroying the main as Magic
He might even find him. Scopes him through the smoke. I'm losing my mind. And Dexter, he wants more. And he takes it from us to power. Valley. Magnificent stuff.
But he's not in a hurry, and he won't be able to stop this plant, you'd like to think. As long as Apex trusts his gut and commits to the stick, he will. Liege, oh, the audio can really let you down. They've completely misread it. No one tell them. Let's see how long Liquid take to realize as Apex has now cut off that point of rotation. Liquid have no idea. I thought G2 were in the semi-finals, not the quarters.
Oh dear, it still hasn't dawned on them yet. Hello? They still don't know. They're chasing ghosts. Anyone home? No plant, it's just been realized. They just noticed.
Oh dear.
They don't even fight Apex and he's risen to his feet. He's rubbing it in. Take a bow.
Easiest clutch of his damn life.
Shock smiles on from the sidelines.
I can definitely visualize the path to lifting the trophy with my team.
It's the goal, it's the dream coming through.
Writing our name on the stairs just before you enter the stage. It's the biggest of the biggest names in esports. It's just one legendary team after another, legendary players on the rosters.
I want to do everything in my power to lift this fucking trophy.
Of competition. Another team will want to etch their name into greatness. Oh yes, it's what we've been waiting for. The quarterfinals of Katowice, live from the Spodek, Na'Vi vs Outsiders. 7 seconds. Screaming for help. If he could just deny the ball. The round is done. NPL with a hero play. A triple for good measure. Chance, a good frag, but just playing the clock, it's Chiron to close. Spit, secure 7. That's a half they can work with. Oh, Chiron, he's going down 100-0 in the Molotov. His kick at only the 1, and down goes Fame. Not ready there for this, there's Electronic again with impact. Electronic, race to close. We're off to the semi-finals. Na'Vi condemn outsiders to a pack in their suitcase. This one's getting away from Liquid. A flawless round, a flawless scoreline.
Is there time for a resurgence?
Liquid are coming in confident. A lot faster, a lot more in your face than what we've seen so far. Magic is running away. Liquid have turned this game around. And this series, this map keeps getting ever closer. And now, with that swing, Liquid complete the comeback.
Liquid have no idea.
They're chasing ghosts. Anyone home? They don't even fight Apex and he's rubbing it in.
Easiest clutch of his damn life. tonight.
Time and time again, it has been Na'Vi to absolutely tear Heroic limb from limb. But this is a different Danish squad we are seeing today.
Yabi, draws blood, NPL back, we're from... Oh! Canadian cleans house! It might not. Cadian's got 10 HP. He's a dead man walking, and Simple confirms it. Full of life charge. Simple, he ends the round on his own. Shush, break back. It's a Simple no less. A nasty death. Oh, and Shush, destruction. Na'Vi, they don't go down. Na'Vi. Down in the semis, it's heroic. First team locked in for their very first Katowice Grand Final.
He splits quick. JKS doesn't need to rush. The bulk is coming from middle, but there's still two CTs here. They didn't know about a Liege, and he slams the hammer down. 4 kills in a second.
Molly under the coffins, Liege will still try and fight this, and that was the last bullet in the AK to find him. This was a 2v5 when it began.
Health is great, and the molly is wrong. Hunter bides his time. He waits to strike. Hunter swings out with 4. He's looking for the ace right now. This will be a 2-on-5 and an ace for Hunter. OC is dead! And Hunter shreds Liquid.
Nico Deagle down in pit, needs to offer some resistance here. Yekindar gone. The close, a rumble of thunder, and the flash of lightning. G2 are going to the grand final. And now 2 teams want their name on that trophy. One of these teams will make that journey to the center of the stage and be crowned Cato Champion World #1. It's all up for debate, and it starts on noon. The upgrade. And he's wow! Blink and you miss it! Shush meets his fate as well, and this could be the ace. As Hunter is arrived in Katowice. Oh, he meets Monacy. Heating up now, you can't get away. Monacy into the sight. Fast as lightning. Forced into Cadian. Hunter next! And it's Cadian now, one-on-one with Monacy. Monacy closes!
1 map away!
G2 looking to remain undefeated, undaunted. Oh, they're going to be so mad. Moves it, a passing glance. Cadian reveals himself, now the trade is... Hunter loses his head, and Cadian loves that one. And heroic, show life in this grand final. As you live from JKS, Supreme on the MP9, give it to him. He takes it by force.
But the fans to hear him.
Oh, what is that? The cousins in unison, clean up. Cadian and Yabi now. Try and extend play, it's only Cadian. The fate surely sealed. Katowice, they've done it!
audience. But Apex's flank does look like it's set for an ace. Yes, indeed, Apex. Shiro to come up clutch, and he's hitting everything as well. Shiro and Zywoo then, but 15 seconds of planting now. Zywoo closing the gap. Shiro plucks his head.
I just have my own cooking show now.
Those two.
Yeah.
I think in general CSGO is a really good game already, but obviously we'll add some small changes.
We need to bring back what we call the timeout talk between maps and matchmaking. So add some salt so everybody can be salty.
I think it shows the real side of people in the game, the toxicity.
So yeah, a little more salt. Yeah. After winning 10-0, you're getting a bazooka. So we're spicing it up in sauce too. Yeah, I'm kidding. What I just added was 128 tick. Let's have it, you know?
128 tick server.
The tick rate too. Do only one tick rate. I don't know why you have two. So yeah.
A better matchmaking.
I do think that matchmaking is something very fun to play if there's ranking systems that works, like leaderboards and just like a fully brand new ranking system.
Most importantly for me, I think it's like trying to bring in like community more, like community servers,
B-Hop servers, Casey servers,
Zombie Escape, Death Run.
Make it way more accessible and way more easier to find.
That's something I would really want for like younger people to experience.
I would want the game just to look better.
A lot of graphics, because I like graphics.
Not necessarily like Call of Duty style type game where it actually looks like super real or whatever.
Maps looking good, the skins look a little more spicy, you know?
I want it to look better while not change the mechanics of the game.
So, graphics. That.
I always enjoy having new maps. I think CS, whenever it has new maps, makes it more fun and more alive. Maybe bring Cash back, not this new one, but the old one.
So if I can put more sugar in it for Cash, I will.
Cobblestone, Cash, and maybe Tuscan.
Cash and Cobble were my favorite maps, so I wish they would come back. But obviously, not Train.
And for sure, the Train, my favorite map.
They should add new weapon, like Scar, for example.
Some new weapons for T side and maybe few also for CT side. And I will put also both M4, so you can pick up both at the same time.
Maybe bring back the old Eagle in Source 2, that would be amazing. I'm a huge fan of the old Eagle, I was abusing it.
I can make a lot of Oppa salty and say, nerf that shit for the fucking 10th time. It's so OP.
Like sometimes the AWP looks like a shotgun, close range.
The Valve guys need to work on it.
Like less and less rifles has less and less impact, and the Alper is too much overpowered.
I would wish that a lot of the bugs go away.
Because sometimes you get stuck in walls and that's not really fun.
We can finally do an update without many bugs appearing. And then we mix it, and then we get Source 2 engine.
I feel like the best cook in the world, actually.
It smells pretty fucking good though.
Yeah, this is really good.
I mean,
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
I diffuse the situation, it's lit in the Trebo Nation. No shit. This time I got back up and we gonna slay.
I need more from you. All this potential, man.
Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are ya? Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly.
Ah. You know what I smell? Controversy. That's what I smell. Cloud9 in a glass. Critics around the world agree that some of these grapes are way too good not to win awards. Hint of Shiro. The aftertaste of Exile, so much class, but where are the trophies? Where are the awards? The maestro in this vineyard, Nafani, under criticism, people asking for his head. And you can smell it in this glass now. They're here for redemption. They might just get it.
Making magic when they need it most. He can still sing. He can still. Oh no, MOUZ, they've done it. Absolutely rocked. Full-time steal.
You're just sleeping.
We're hungover from CS2.
What is going on?
Oh.
Boys,
Turn
we
it
have a
off,
show.
that's right.
Hello?
What the hell, man?
Turn the lights off, man.
What is going on with you lot? Why are you all asleep?
Hungover from Source 2, man. What do you want?
We were playing Counter-Strike all night, Jackie. What were you doing?
You ever played Dust 2 until your eyes bled?
No, I wish I could, Trace. I didn't get in, but I bet you lot did, didn't you?
Actually, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Can you get up? Can you go, mate?
God.
Yeah, I can.
Wow,
We're not
Hugo.
going to get paid.
We're not actually sleeping people.
What are you doing?
I actually could sleep. Oh, I've just unplugged my headset.
Me too,
There we
Chad,
go.
me
I'm
too.
back.
It's
I'm
all
back.
gone wrong. It's
Where's
all
Heku,
gone
come take
wrong.
a seat. Everyone come to. That was okay.
Slide on in,
Now
slide on in.
that was a gag. Just
Oh, it
so
was?
Yeah, that was it. But I actually could have
Wait,
slept.
really?
Make some room on the couch for
sorry, I
Heku.
was sliding
All
on.
right,
Guys, have some manners.
comfy.
Money needs to get off the couch. Give her.
No, it's actually comfy.
Heku, come sit on this side,
I've
please.
broken my IFB.
Please.
That's 2 now.
Yeah,
You've broken another one.
Mine's
IFBs.
actively
Well, I
broken
didn't
in
break
my
the
hands.
first one, but it did
so-
break, and
Wanna
it
go
was
lap?
mine. But it wasn't me, probably.
Give me a second now. I
He
gotta.
was just cuddling with Harry. Now he's going to sit on Heku's lap. Are you okay?
Yeah, just all the things broke. I just got.
Yeah,
What can I say?
sorry,
Broken
production. Everything's
everything.
broken.
All
And,
right.
from the most mobile skit we've ever done, we just lay on the floor.
It was a good gag.
I'm
It's
sorry.
like a half Heku, half.
You know,
Should we
we're
move on?
actually
Make sure
running
you
a little bit
But
there.
I think
Yeah,
like
yeah,
going to the gym, it's actually all fine. Like, I'm
Yeah, it's
strong.
fine. But
I know.
There's room here, Trace.
because we did play CS2 all
We
night.
did.
Yeah.
We did
Until
play
about
10
5 in the
mans.
morning.
It's not wrong. It's highly accurate.
Who didn't?
I left after the second game.
Good idea.
We played at least 2 or 3 more. afterwards.
Really?
I played a couple of games last night, I'll say that. Yeah, just a bit. You know, it was kind of cool. Why stop?
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. Yeah, but we've got the two of you gentlemen set up on the PCs over there. So you do want to go for a bit of a wander?
we go walk over?
Yeah, go for a bit of a wander.
Yeah.
We'll keep having a chit chat here. Now, not everybody got into the access. Jackie and Heku.
I mean, that's maybe the reason why we have the most energy. Like, we kind of look fresh because of that.
Yeah, well, and that's fair enough. You need to carry us today because it's going to be a rough one. I spent the better part of me sitting in the green room putting deep heat on my shoulders and neck because I'm in so much pain at the moment.
Oh, deep heat.
Deep heat.
Oh, okay.
What do you think I said?
Deep heat even. I don't know what you said. Like it was
I didn't spend any time in the green room doing that.
He was getting that last night because we were owning him in that spread.
I won both the games. I was on the winning team.
The first one was way closer. The second one.
Man, we had the God Squad game 2.
The balance in the second game wasn't very fair.
No, I didn't feel that. Yeah.
It wasn't fair at all. But it's Dust 2 only, man. Like, how long are we going to have to play only Dust 2?
Dude, imagine playing Dust 2
Yeah.
until, you know, like, something changed.
Bring me Nuke,
That's insanity.
man. Nuke
That's
looks
never going to
the
work.
nicest.
That's the thing. We got to play on a whole bunch of the other maps. We got Hugo and Harry over there. They cannot play on the other maps right now, but we got to when we were in the Valve HQ. Gentlemen, what do you want to show us? What are some of your highlights here? Because we can pull up either of your feeds and talk through all the action that's been going on. Maybe some people at home have been living under a rock and haven't witnessed all the good stuff. Oh, you're in the same server together.
Yeah, we figured it out. Thank you, J-Raz.
So smart.
I mean, obviously, a lot of people have already seen the nades, right? They've seen the interactions and combinations. But let's go over them, Harry. Let's do a little recap.
Yeah.
Should we go
Just
to the
throw
A
a
side?
smoke, dude. Like, don't do a smooth.
No,
You're
I'm
just
gonna
there for
run
15
around
minutes.
for 20 minutes.
So look at this, right? So this is one you're going to get a lot. What we're playing Dust is Hugo will be on the other side of this smoke, and I'll be sat right here. Hugo, go on the other side. And so what I might be tempted to do is underhand a little grenade. Boom, smoke clears, and then I get old.
No scope, sorry.
Hugo!
No scope. I had
Can
to
you
do
guys
it.
do something for me? I just want to test this. Can you both buy a smoke, and then Hugo, go drop your smoke to Harry, and then Harry throw it?
That's a great question,
Because
Chad.
I'm pretty sure when Harry throws your smoke as a CT, it'll be orange.
Let's show this firstly by come mid, and let's both drop
Are you guys
a smoke
playing
firstly.
music?
Yeah, that's...
Is
in
that
the
like
background? No, it's like their round start.
MVP music?
Okay.
Are you ready,
So
Harry? You
drop-
drop a smoke, and I'll drop a smoke, and let's drop them near each other.
Well, hang on then, wait.
Let's just drop a smoke. We have infinite ammo. We have infinite ammo,
Oh,
lads.
do we?
We have
Okay,
infinite ammo.
nice.
It's
Ah,
fine.
okay.
I've set this all up.
But then how are you going to pick it up a smoke?
We're going to do it after.
Oh, okay.
Here, so obviously CT smoke is bluer. CT smoke is more browny, dusty. So you can't tell who threw who. Now let's swap
But
smokes,
it changes.
Harry.
You see that the smokes change through their lifetime? Like
Yeah.
they're both
Drop me
merging
your
into a
smoke.
similar
Here's
color.
mine, Harry. Here's mine. There.
Mine's
Yours is down
here,
here.
mid.
So now I've got Harry. So I should be throwing. Well, let's see.
It should be brownie,
Wait.
but is it blue? It's
Oh,
blue!
it is blue. Wait, drop
I
yours.
knew it!
It ain't letting me pick this up. There you go. I got it now.
Throw it now. Mine is blue. So if you win a round and you pick up a smoke, oh, it is. It's who bought it. That's impressive, Chad. I didn't know that.
Because we've got in-game audio on as well, can you guys do this? Let's down one of your POVs. So everybody needs to shut up for when we do this. We need to drop the gun. Drop the gun on the ground. Everyone listen. Okay, now drop a pistol on the ground. Everyone listen. Different noise. Drop a nade on the ground.
Oh, the nade one's different. Yeah.
Drop the bomb.
You see that? The
You ready for this one?
identifiable of
Get ready.
sounds between all things.
One more.
It beeps, right? Listen, when I throw you the bomb, there's no more, I didn't know I had bomb, man. Because if I throw you the bomb and you it goes on your back, immediately you hear dee dee or whatever. You hear this beep. Listen. Beep, beep. And I'm going to walk over it. Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't work there, but if you throw it to someone, you do hear a noise.
Can you throw it again? And can we have it on Harry's perspective? Harry, do you hear the beep when it hits the ground?
Yeah, I hear the beep.
Okay. And you're on the opposite
So no more
team.
faking with pistols. It's very specific what you throw, right? So let's see if there's a difference between the weapons if I drop 2 pistols.
So pistols
not
sound
very,
the same.
Not very,
Yeah. Try a Molotov. Try dropping a Molotov.
Is it going to go ding?
Yeah.
Hey, smoke now.
Right.
That's cool.
And I want to see how that compares to the incendiary.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, completely different.
Like clunky, yeah.
Sounds like you dropped your phone there. What other fun stuff is there that was here? The smoke is the coolest
The
one.
zoom sound is weird for
Oh,
the
the
off,
zoom
man.
sound.
I
Yeah, if you
can't
haven't
get
heard
used
this,
to it.
ready?
Yeah.
And I don't like that you can't click and it just
Yeah,
continues to
Simple was
sound.
complaining about
Yeah.
that on stream last
It
night
sounds
as well.
like a
Chad.
camera.
Right?
Oh, do you have to manually? Is it a manual scope each time now, not a hold to?
Exactly.
Wow.
Which is a bit
okay.
frustrating.
Also,
I
here's
don't think that's
something.
intentional, though. I feel like they can.
But I mentioned it to them in the HQ.
Yeah, Chad, here's the discovery that I, potentially ruined the deagle for all of us with.
Oh yeah,
God,
there's like a tiny. You notice it more on 4x3 than Chad. Are you 16x9?
Yeah, I'm native.
Yeah, right. So you defo notice this more on 4x3, but similar to like the shadow daggers in Source 1, you get like a bit of like crosshair
It's like
lift for
reverb.
a
It's like a
moment.
sway almost.
Yeah,
A little bit of a sway.
You don't really see it on 16x9 as well.
No, but you were feeling it yesterday. It's the same with
yeah.
the spray on some of the guns. It feels like a bit violent. Like it doesn't feel, even though the spray pattern feels the same. What do you want to show us, Hugo?
I wanted to address a criticism a thing people were talking about yesterday. The idea of ninja diffuses, or whatever you want to call them, sticks in the smoke being gone, right? So let's say I'm diffusing, or Harry's diffusing the bomb. Harry, go diffuse the bomb in the smoke.
All right, plant the bomb for me.
Well, no, just get in the smoke. Just get in the smoke.
I got a method.
Can you just have God in console so I don't kill you?
No, it's Buddha now.
No, I mean...
It's Buddha now. It's not God anymore.
It's not God at all?
Remember, it's Buddha.
I mean,
Buddha will
both
get you down to
work.
1 HP. I don't think God works anymore, does it?
Let's find out.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, so God's over now?
Yeah, God's over. It's Buddha now.
All right.
They changed it to Buddha. Exactly.
You ready?
Hang on, I gotta type Buddha true.
Yeah, Buddha is.
Oh, there's no cheats on the server.
Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
Apparently there isn't.
Look at this. Come on, guys.
Well, I'll put the command in.
It's not as a giveaway as much of a giveaway as you think, right?
How do I spell Buddha?
But like,
I already did. B-U-D-D-H-A.
I'm pretty sure that was the command.
Buddha true. I put it in. Maybe I need to because I'm the host of the server.
We'll
We'll
see.
try Buddha 1.
Can we see something here with the two of you? Just imagine you're on the same team. Why don't you get an AWP? So let's go to yeah, mid doors is fine. So like Hugo, you scope up on the mid doors, smoke the mid doors, Harry. Like, and you're on the same team here. So you're gonna move the smoke for Hugo to take a peek here,
so
right?
say I'm holding what, top mid?
Yeah. So you're gonna
Holding
take a
this.
peek behind this. So doors are smoked, right? And you're like, yo,
I can't see them, man.
Harry, can you nade
Drop
the
a
mid door
nade, mate.
smoke,
Drop a
man?
nade. Boom. Teamwork option, and then boom, the smoke's back.
Yeah.
It's a nice teamwork option.
I think this is going to get the most pushback out of everything, for sure.
You think so?
100%.
With the way it dissipates
Well,
or
you
comes
better
back, or
learn.
what do you think?
I think that people are just going to be really resistant to it initially because it's not what they have. Whether or not I think it's better or worse, I don't know.
Check this though. This
think
is
it's a dynamic.
This wasn't in the game when we were at the offices. I got a Zeus out, right? But if I press inspect,
Imagine
Zeus skins.
Yeah.
Any Zeus skins? Any
Skins.
fans of the Zeus? I'm a big fan.
I just need one that says, don't tase me, bro. That's what I need.
Oh, Buddha's working.
Wow, look at that
And
visual
look
effect
at
as
the
well.
electricity effect. Show it from Hugo's. So this is what happens now when you get Zeused.
It's kind of like a Ghostbusters.
Yeah, it is. They crossed the street.
Like
I've
Christmas
covered you in
tree.
my ectoplasm, Harry. Like ghosts.
So that's
Whoa,
pretty
what's
sick.
this on my screen?
Whoa.
What is that?
Wait.
Hello?
What have you just
There
done?
are ghosts.
Wait.
Have I broken the game?
Everyone, what's happening? We've made contact with aliens.
What the hell?
What have we
is
done?
that?
Hugo, are you cheating? This is a Valve secure server.
Nobody look.
All right.
don't know
Well,
what
What if
that
that's
is.
like the actual crosshair
I
where
did
you
probably
would shoot
break the game
right
by
then?
shooting him 1,000 times, so that might have been it.
Well, at least identifying bugs.
Yeah,
Go Valve.
shoot your rifle while you've got that open.
Yeah.
I'm real curious. Like an import.
See what the AK
preferably.
is, because that
Also, I want to
sounds
show
changed
off.
a lot.
Okay, here's a cool thing. Skins, right? Harry, do you have a Doppler on there? Is this log?
I have a fade here, and then other side. If I change
Dopplers,
team,
like phase
I
one,
have a-
boring Dopplers are now incredible. They're now so nice, man. I can restart game.
Yeah,
I was
can
just going to
start
show
the
the
round.
AK.
I can
confirm.
Yeah. If you have it, Yanko has a lovely Doppler. Well, I don't even know if it's that lovely in the old Go, but
Oh,
it
thanks,
is.
man.
No, but I just mean
You're just jealous, Hugo.
Dopplers in general aren't amazing, but now even the most boring Dopplers are incredible, dude. They're incredible. Look at oh, I need to give myself.
Dude,
money.
like, look at this. This is so pretty.
Yeah, that is nice.
That's
wow.
so pretty.
Get it in the sun. There you go. Get the sun reflecting off of it.
Check the gold AK as well. This. Ooh.
It's pretty schmick. Show us the animation with the molly. Pull out the molly so we can see the liquid. You can see
well, that's Chad. I've heard that that's not real liquid in the bottle. What do you think,
that is
Yanko?
confirmed. It's not real liquid.
Is that real liquid, Yanko?
No, it's not. That's just a lighting effect. You know, it can't be real liquid, and it's not water either.
It's not water. That is
true. It's alcohol
true.
because alcohol is flammable, and that's filled way too high, so that would just blow up in your hand.
Yeah, it's probably gasoline and styrofoam.
Light
actually.
it. How come I can put it out? That's crazy. Where's the fire going?
Don't question the technology. It's not there yet, all right, Hugo.
Throw it in the sky. Let's see
Just throw it so people can see the beautiful purple fire.
Good job.
Yeah, I'll throw it. What, you want it on
Yeah,
the ground?
throw it on the ground. Throw it on the ground.
There you go. Geez.
Double molly.
Look how cool it is.
Double damage.
And look, you can see through it now, which is nice.
Is that radius bigger as well? That molly looks
I don't think the radius is bigger.
And you can test spread, right? This is already how the mollies work, but they spread in the direction you throw them. So if I throw it forward here, it's going to spread towards Harry. Let's have a look.
That's when it's in an open space.
This way.
Hey, speaking of that open space stuff, can you guys go to a site with a smoke, please?
Yes, I can.
You can fly right on
I wish
over
I could
there.
get rid of this big X on my screen.
No,
Any
it's
suggestions?
trending. It's stylish.
I don't know, man. We've made our bed. We're gonna have to lie in it now.
Feature not bug.
So go to the bomb box, and then you could actually just toss a smoke anywhere towards long. But if you go towards the bomb box and drop it in between, you'll see how it plumes up rather than completely out. So look to your right.
Oh, you mean in between? Okay,
yeah,
so
the
drop
double
a
box.
smoke in the slit of the double boxes.
Yeah, from there.
There you go.
And then back up and watch it. Usually goes.
Oh yeah, that's way
vertical
than
out.
Here's a good example of how that works, right? So, for example, if you throw a long smoke here, it's going to spread wide but not tall. So you see this? Oh, it's not that wide. I swear it was. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
when we were doing it, when we were playing it in their
But look how
offices, it
short
was
it
quite
is.
low, right?
how
I think
short
it's
it is.
I think it's a bit higher now, though, Hugo. Don't you think it's a
might
little
be.
bit?
It's definitely not as long. But if you throw it in a confined space like here, it's going to go taller. Right, so this is going to be you can't boost over that. It's really tall. They definitely have changed them a little bit.
Yeah,
What? Can you throw a smoke in behind the crack on this box as well for the double stack?
What, here?
Yeah, throw it up top.
Whereabouts? Just up there?
Just like, yeah, so it lands on the back end, basically.
Yeah, right. And they're not going to bleed through walls.
No, I wish we had nuke to show that's the best example, right, of like a bug smoke through a wall.
Yeah, for sure. Well, mid doors, if you go do the hinge smoke, you can see what happens with the hinge
I know the
smoke.
lineup, but is it the same? Does it work?
If you turn on the grenade trajectory feature,
Yeah.
so you should be able to turn that on, like SV_follow whatever grenade thing.
Yeah.
You can line it up with that.
Because it's here and then it's like here. I want to say.
Have you turned it on?
There you go.
There you go.
No, I
Bang.
just know the lineup. I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't work as
Ooh,
it.
hinge smoke
right?
broken.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's just the new smoke, right?
yeah,
so
good
that
landing
it will no longer do what it needs to do. But a mid doors smoke should be better now.
What's that, Hugo? Can you just launch some HEs just in general? I want to see how the HE looks when it's just on its own.
If you do this in a more open area, then if you throw the grenade stay to the right of the smoke, it'll just kind of be
wasn't it?
cut it out.
Does it still work, boys? If you
cross
want to
with the
use the
nade
nade
smoke.
to cross mid, for example, like, does that work?
Yeah.
Right,
It's going to make it harder to see for sure. Go, Hugo, do this. Go upper tunnels with the smoke and smoke upper dark, right, as a CT.
Ignore the X, by the way.
Yeah, no, we're
Just
ignoring it.
shooting
Don't you
them.
worry about it. So pretend you're like a CT and upper dark smoked here. Yeah. So go on the other side of it. Now throw your nade shallow into that smoke and show people that it doesn't clear the... Throw it shallower than that, all right?
so it's not in the smoke.
Yeah,
Like here.
you can just go and under... Oh, if you go to the front of the smoke and underarm it just into the front.
Here?
Yeah, here you go. Yeah, just throw that. You'll
Might
see
be
that
still
it
too
shouldn't
close.
clear all of it.
It's too close.
No, see, it doesn't clear all of it.
Yeah. You got to do it in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be pretty specific with where the nades go for sure.
So there's a whole bunch of different funky features like that. I saw Rush was giving the ESL social media a couple of different smoke lineups.
Yeah,
there was
I
one that
saw
was
his
like
long
to be
doors
doors.
one.
The Monacy bug molly no longer works when this smoke ends. I tried it last night.
Thank bloody Nora.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah?
well, this smoke is the longest smoke of all time, apparently.
I
Here
do
we go.
like the way
This
it
one,
fades.
right?
It
You
is
throw it
kinda
here, and you can fight through it, but I'm burning now. You typically... Oh, God, that really does spread. And the molly sound as well. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Let me Buddha. Oh, I do. Buddha true. I don't know.
Maybe every time the round restarts?
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
You'll go to 1 HP and you'll live. Yeah, there you go.
okay, sorry,
yeah.
yeah.
Buddha goes to 1 HP now. I don't know. I just learned that in the office. So That's
God,
the coolest
man.
thing I've learned.
I knew about the
Buddha? I didn't know
yeah.
about Buddha.
I do wish we had more maps. I hope Valve get to add a few more once, obviously they're sending out waves, more people are getting in, some people are not in. But eventually I hope they add more maps so we can show more stuff. I think Dust 2 is one where there's not a lot of things to show.
Yeah, DM Rush though if you guys want access.
Or
DM
Hugo.
Rush,
I think it's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Rushly 1,
6.
2, 3, 4, 5,
I have
6.
so many more keys, so yeah, just keep sending them.
Keep
I'll
sending
keep
them,
following
DM.
them out.
Retweet.
And that'll be good.
Yeah.
All right. Should we get on with the show?
Probably. I was thinking about that myself. Probably a good place to start. Maybe even some continuity of our play of the decade. Maybe we put them stack to stack.
Yeah, last plays on Source 1 is what we're going to be having for the next few events. Huh?
Hey, also, the really good point was raised that, yes, there will be some people that never won a major in this version of the game.
Damn. Wow.
A lot
Sucks
of people. For them. A lot of them.
More people than not, actually.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Storylines come to a conclusion there and then sort of reboot themselves almost, if you think about it. Nonetheless, let's look at our plays of the decade. We've kind of started this on day 1 of the playoffs now. We are whittling it down to the very end. So what do we got? Let's play it.
What did you guys pick from yesterday? Do you remember? Was
Source 2 came out, man.
Still is.
Everything's a blur. Fair enough, Trace. So Shocks is still winning.
I think so, yeah.
So is this this is the Fnatic Dennis pistol.
Is a good one.
This is a good one.
We have to. This one is now next up. It was just so sick. Dennis with the pistol round. Notorious.
Yeah, that's all we
being
spoke
a
about for
menace.
years. That's
Yeah.
all. This highlight meant that all we could say for years was Dennis is good with the pistol.
He's just a pistol player.
I think we got 3 or 4 years out of that, so that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, but ultimately, where's he now?
I don't know what he's doing.
Hunting.
Maybe. Or riding his motorcycle. Nonetheless, let's take a look. I think we have another play of the decade from yesterday, perhaps even...
So it's the Shocks clip?
I think...
Who else did we have?
It's King of the Hill style format here, right?
Let's bring up the next candidate.
I think Maniac was yesterday not really happy with some kind of result. So was it Shocks that ended up going through?
Does Maniac not like Shocks? Is that what you're saying, Heku?
No,
Yeah, what
the
happened
other
when
way
the team
around.
broke up.
I'm saying
It's
the
pretty
other
much
way around.
disdain for Shocks from Mania.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
And it all started from the Titan game on Mirage.
Yeah, which is crazy.
That's
it's
where
so
that's where the rift happened. Shocks was telling Maniac his shit he can't hold against Chad like as an anchor.
This is Nico. This isn't Shocks.
Oh, this is a sick one. This is actually really good. This is the connector one where he's fighting both guys on A and on Cat. Watch this.
Oh, I'm watching.
I don't know why it started here, but
I'm watching. Well, because didn't he just get
there's
killed?
some context, yeah, I guess.
And it kind of paints the 1v4 in a brighter light, just to show just how difficult this scenario is.
Watch this. Oh. Uh.
Very good management of angles here.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And you can see how they don't want to overextend, right? And he's just playing it perfectly, clutches it in the end.
He was dancing with them. That was a very well played round there. I think, yeah, I like that one. That one's got some legs to it, some grooving and some shaking. So we need to pick one out of the two?
I think so, but we also didn't see the clip from yesterday. So yes, which clip would you like to see?
The Nico one.
Oh, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does make sense. So we'll keep our eyes on that and obviously eyes on the tournament. You all tuned in to watch ESL Pro League Season 17 playoffs. Guess what? We have arrived at the station. And in doing so, perhaps we catch people up from... sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Reese. Okay, cool. So we can... It's like, yeah, I get it. So we can catch up.
Reese is the little voice that lives in Trace's head, everybody. If
Come
you
on,
didn't
Reese.
know,
Come on, Reese. No, but really, there is a whole playoff happening here. Source 2 comes out, ruins it all, but of course is a blessing in disguise. So let's talk a little about the playoffs that we have at hand, some of the teams that we have, some of the teams we don't have. Surely we can show the brackets as we do that as well, because yesterday did have a bunch of games. Not only did we drop or have Source dropped in the middle of a Mirage match featuring Navi Outsiders, but the Outsiders are there and eliminated.
Yeah, G2 as well, right? So I think the biggest upset so far has to be the G2 loss to ENCE. We had a discussion yesterday, Jackie, on the couch, whether we thought it was the Pain Liquid game or whether we thought it was the ENCE G2. And you astutely pointed out the fact that Liquid's loss to Rare Adam made them seem a little bit more susceptible. But we look at the other results here. MOUZ had to turn things around against Pain. FaZe taking care of business against Furia, and Na'Vi, well, same situation against Outsiders. They just seem to be a cut above when they get in the server against those guys, as they are affectionately known.
Yeah, I mean, the first map was significantly closer than the second over on Mirage, if I remember right. But also, again, all kind of shrouded at this point. So,
well, Shard's back in Counter-Strike. So
I did see that, yeah.
It's good that he can just come and go whenever he pleases. Says the game's trash when he's not playing it and then loves it when it's out. It's like he kind of just generates content.
Listen, Chad,
Yeah,
don't talk
who
to
would've
me or
thought?
my son ever again.
I'm sorry, man, but when he's sitting there saying Counter-Strike's trash on the stream like a year ago.
Well, now he needs the viewers, so now it's good again.
Listen, shout out Michael Zeshek wherever you find yourself, bud. I'm a friend and a fan. And also, my name is Trace. That's T-R-E-S.
And an ally.
Yes.
My PayPal is.
My PayPal is. No, we actually have a tournament that's taking place in front of us as the brackets start to unfold in the playoffs. You start thinking about some of the teams that may or may not have made it this far. Pain Gaming, for example, eliminating Liquid, and then you look at them up against MOUZ yesterday.
Close series. They won the first map. I think they were definitely impressed.
They could have won the second map.
They could have, yeah. But I'm looking forward to that game, MOUZ Cloud9. That's what I want to see what happens, because Cloud9, we said it, if Hobbit, Axel, and Shiro remain top 5 in the tournament, they're going to win the whole thing. That's probably not going to happen, but I just want to see them come out angry. I want to see them come out pissed off because of what happened in Rio, right? Like they lost to MOUZ being 1-0 up, winning their map pick. Everyone was, obviously after that was when they decided to make a roster change too, and I want to just see them play like angry.
Look how pissed off
really
Hobbit looks right now. He looks so pissed off. Look at him. He's
how's that even? I don't believe
that, Chad.
I bet right now he's talking shit about
he can't believe it.
Like Dexter, like what? JDC? JDC is not like.
Look at Shiro over there at the end. He's pissed off as well. He looks furious with that smile on his face, that big grin.
Yeah.
He looks like he's ready to murder the world.
Yeah, that'll be the way to do it.
Nicest guy on that team is Nafany.
Look, obviously they've got their own things going on over there.
We're joking, by the way, guys. These are some of the most lovable, cutesy players in the world. Look at them.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, Chad? I want him to come out with some
mean.
attitude, like smack them in the mouth, punch them in the face, right? Like take the game to MOUZ. Don't like play not to lose, play to win.
Smack them in the mouth.
They have the better players, play like it, right? Like I want to see some of that championship level atomic Counter-Strike from Cloud9, not any of that
Clown9 stuff.
Footing around.
Clown9. That's the one.
But in comparison to MOUZ, like they actually made a change recently. And if we are looking at Katowice, I mean, on Inferno, no one was really playing their spots. So it's like there's a lot of changes that happen, especially a lot of changes happen to Nafany. So maybe I think we know which analyst I'm referring to right now. He was really, really strict with Nafany, but he was just adapting to a lot of things. Oh yeah. But he was adapting to a lot of new things.
Snape.
I'm curious if it's a stylistic matchup that MOUZ are comfortable with, because they play pretty default-heavy Counter-Strike as well, and then it comes down to a lot more mid-rounding. And then when you look at the individuals, based off what Yanko's saying, Cloud9 should definitely be better overall than a MOUZ. But they have the confidence because they beat them in Rio, right? This is just a constant kind of jigsaw puzzle trying to jam this thing together.
That's why it's going to be a cool game.
Yeah, storylines.
And a quarterfinal, nonetheless.
Are we doing this quiz?
No, we're not. But luckily...
You can the quiz.
I'm sorry, man. There's just not enough time in this class session.
Matt, Harry and Hugo, you're the reason we're not doing the quiz. How do you feel about yourselves?
Oh, he doesn't have a mic. Say anything you want to about him right now in this moment.
Well.
What are you saying, man?
I mean, I didn't delay it, Chad. I didn't try and cancel the quiz.
All right, the quiz is going to be between the two of you sitting right there. Here we go. Question number one.
Now we're cooking.
Question number one.
You won't take a quiz away from Chad.
Hold up, it's not quiz, it's trivia.
Trace, you're on counting.
You're on counting. Can you get past 10?
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we'll pick up where we left off, Hugo. FaZe beat Spirit and Na'Vi on their way to the playoffs. Who did they beat on their way to the quarterfinal berth?
FaZe beat, repeat your question?
FaZe beat Spirit and Na'Vi on their way.
I know it.
What's the answer?
ENCE.
Correct. Who is the highest rated player for FaZe throughout the group stage?
Shalfie.
Incorrect.
Zorte.
Correct.
I should have.
Nerds was the newest addition to ENCE. Who was the newest addition to FaZe?
Result.
Yep. If he says buzz one more time, I'm never going to get one. Is it? Who's playing, Chad? Who's playing?
Everyone's playing.
It's me and Harry against you. And
the world.
No, Yanko is not playing.
Shiro and Axel were the second and third highest rated players during the group stage. Who was the fourth?
Hobbit.
Correct.
Really?
Nice, Harry. Let's go,
good,
man.
That's good. I wouldn't have got that.
Cloud9 only lost one map during the group stage. To whom?
There's some bees in here.
Outsiders.
Correct. Outsiders have played this matchup in Rio, Katowice, and now EPL Season 17.
Na'Vi.
Correct. That may also be correct, but this was meant to
Rio
be before the group
Katowice,
stage
Na'Vi.
Maybe also.
They didn't play in Rio.
Two more questions.
Rio qualifier.
All right. Name the AWPer for Fnatic.
Nikodos.
Correct. Nikodos and Roy used to play on Copenhagen Flames. Let me finish the question.
Mic off of him, Chad.
Nikodos and Roy used to play Copenhagen Flames with which 3 players?
Zyphon, Hoopsie, Jabby.
Correct. Heroic top Group B by defeating which team?
I got 60 seconds now, so let me think about this one. They beat one of the teams in ESL Pro League.
They beat MOUZ.
Correct.
No buzzer respect in this building.
All right. Can we go to a break?
Yeah,
Please.
I think we should actually.
Yeah.
There is a quarterfinal matchup. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about Cloud9 and MOUZ and all the things. Maybe even Source 2. Keep buzzing. I love it. Just like the little bugs that they are. Go to break.
Bye-bye.
I'm here with Frozen from MOUZ before their match now. Frozen, the coach just said the 3 maps that you spoke about. Does that mean the veto's done?
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't think we ever got surprised by veto, so yeah, it's what we expected. So it's going to be a banger match, I think.
You got surprised yesterday, though. What happened, mate? B-Stream game against Pain. We didn't get to focus on all the action. Do you want to give the people at home a bit of a synopsis on what went down?
Yeah, I mean, Nuke, we kind of started a little sloppy. Yeah, they just kept rolling. They found a lot of gaps. And yeah, they just took the map. And Inferno, I mean, Tisa, we started pretty all right, I would say. But then on CT, I think we just needed to get like one early round to actually get going. And I mean, we got the round when it was like 13-10 for them, which, I mean, you could argue it might be pretty late sometimes. But yeah, thank God we won the match. I think they also played pretty well. They're a decent team. Like, they have very good fundamentals of CS. And yeah, I mean, they just maybe caught us off guard in a way. But yeah, we just kept strong, and thankfully we brought it back.
Yeah, on Inferno, you guys were getting fired up. We could hear you over the fence, man, making an awful lot of noise. You're going to need a bit more of that today. You're going up against the Cloud9, but back at the major, you beat Cloud9. So you're feeling quite confident about today's matchup?
I think it's going to be a completely different match, to be honest. I mean, Buster is in, right? As you said, we played them at the major last time, so I think they're hungry for revenge. So yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a banger match, definitely. I mean, both of the teams want to go far here, and I'm just looking forward to it, to be honest.
All right, do you want to spoil the veto for us? Let us know what maps are being played.
I think it's Vertigo, Mirage, Inferno. Not in that order, but something like that, I think.
All right, perfect. Good luck in your match. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Making magic when they need it most.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Essential, that's the essentials, I'm influential. Yeah, straight fundamental, that's fundamental on instrumentals. Yeah, speed of the tempo. Yeah, we got potential. Shoot a movie like I'm Denzel. Running my route to the end zone. And they sticking to find me. Man, you know where to find me. I'm trying to get me a Grammy so I can dedicate it to my granny. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the move. Yeah, I just hit on my key for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Yeah, deal, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't stall when I'm fall, I just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. Yeah, I just turn my L's into W's. Yeah, I just told my sins, yeah, I'm no true. Yeah, stay in your lane, don't you pick and choose. I can't waste my time, I got a lot to lose. To the game that we all on, they was doubting us all along. Now we charting in Hong Kong, what competition they all gone. Bless, chest. Play the game like it's chess. We next, that's a check. Over stripes, yeah. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood?
I'm a walking lick, having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics, something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick, private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip, something you don't wanna miss. Diamonds dance like you got served. Think you the one, but you not the first. Crashed or raked, we swang and swerve. Her head is straight while I drive in reverse. Yeah, you know what I mean. Shrimp and lobster's what I eat. 3 bands on the feet. Rabbi should cut me a check, yeah, I need me a check. Cause they see all the chicken I'm getting. To flicker their wrist when I'm whipping the biscuits. You know it be instantly hitting them. Dip my shot like Pip, turning your miss to a mistress. I'ma be tipping her, stripping, she screaming and kissing. Got her in different position, she gon' be missing this. I'm a walking lick, having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics, something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick, private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip, something you don't wanna miss. Diamonds dance like a disco ball. Excuse my wrist, it like to show off. No condiments, too much sauce. This is regular, do this often. Doing 100 on the interstate. In the fold, doing figure eights. Fly to Paris for a dinner date. Buying cribs, no real estate. Louis Gucci, Fendi groupies. I'm in jacuzzis, making movies.
On Counter-Strike 1.6, you could run around and control the recoil, and you could you have a natural feel to it.
Fighters are a team that are playing in the Katowice playoffs.
Just in a few moments, we're gonna start the first series of the day between Cloud9 and MOUZ. And Shiro, we have not seen you here at EPL for almost a month. What are you up to?
Мы играли квалификации перед этим турниром. В принципе, чуть-чуть поддерживали форму, тренировались, конечно, потому что между группами очень большой период. Посмотрим, как тут будем дальше выступать. Но игра официальных игр у нас была, практика.
Yeah, he's saying that during this month they were playing like the qualifications, which means they actually had some officials, but also they kept on practicing. So like they just hope like they managed to keep themselves in shape. But Shiro, recently Nafani participated in a podcast, and he mentioned that like the real loss, kind of like the elimination hit him kind of hard because it kind of felt that you got the bracket that you really wanted. You didn't have like any favorites like on that side, right? But now considering that from your bracket we don't have Liquid anymore, and you will not have G2 in the grand final because they're also out. Do you feel that this is now your tournament again?
Ну, нет, я так не думаю. То есть нет такой уверенности, что вот это наш турнир. Там. Конечно, мы должны выигрывать, это очевидно, но тут сетка сбалансированная, все, в принципе, нормально. Фавориты там, фавориты тут. То есть тут нет такого, что одна группа легче, одна сетка легче, там верхняя, а вторая сложнее. Нет, такого нет. Тут, в принципе, все команды, которые в хорошей форме, они прошли дальше. Вот, поэтому вылетели G2. Да, там они сильный соперник, Liquid тоже сильный соперник, они тоже вылетели. Но мы никогда не забываем про MOUZ, который сейчас мы будем играть, также Vitality и ENCE. Они все хорошие команды, которые могут удивить, и, в принципе, все в хорошем тонусе сейчас находятся.
Yeah, he's saying that basically the bracket is pretty much balanced and like all the teams are in really good shape and everyone can be like a really, really hard opponent. But like you played MOUZ at the major, and can you recall like what exactly went wrong? Like why did they eliminate you?
Ну, тогда с MOUZ мы игру держали под контролем, просто где-то перенервничали, я не знаю, немножко не хватило, где-то перенервничали, может, поверили в победу и поэтому отдали игру. Я считаю, лично отдали, но было тогда тяжело, это был для нас важный турнир. Сейчас посмотрим, как будет. Надеюсь, мы победим.
Well, he says that that they feel like they kind of gave away the game. That like at some point like they got a bit nervous, and there was actually maybe a point like where they felt like they actually like won it, but they will just try to do their best today, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Shiro.
Thank you very much.
Allow me to introduce a very special guest by the name of Michał Slawinski. Everybody say hello, Mr. Michał.
Hello, Mr. Michał.
Now, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
God, everybody's clapping around the whole venue. Well, I mean, you do have the crown.
This guy is League Ops.
He is Mr. League Ops.
He wrote the rule book.
Why do they call you Mr. League Ops?
No idea.
That's the perfect response to anything Trace tries to throw your way. Now, Michał, we brought you here for one very special reason. And you're going to have to now tell everybody about the new saga of the next coaching. No.
Psych.
None of that. No, well, the game's going to be delayed, Michał. Why?
So yeah, all of the players that have been enrolled to new CS, essentially they need to update the SSD drives right now before we can roll back to the old CS, CSGO. And obviously the update is like 16 gigs, so we need to...
Lovely.
All of the, 10 players need to update, and then we can roll back, and then we can start the game.
So you're saying Counter-Strike 2 is the reason that today's matches are delayed?
Yes.
There you go. And that right there is the answer that everybody at home needed to hear.
So can we just put more coal in the machine so that the internet runs faster and get it over with?
Yeah, I think IT is working on it right now, yeah.
Okay, so...
How much fun do you think they're having right now in this match?
IT or the players?
IT.
A lot.
What about the players?
Well, I think they're complaining a bit, yeah.
Yeah, well...
Not happy
sounds
about
right.
Sounds like players.
I guess we blame Valve for this one, though, right? Like, what can we do about it? They
Yeah,
wanted
I mean,
to play.
For sure, we did lock CSGO to like a previous version, right? But it's just the feature is kind of broken right now with the new CS. So.
Okay.
So what's your take on it then, the new CS?
Well,
not with regards to the tournament.
I like it. I played it this morning.
There you go.
I like it. I think it's
Imagine getting
hopefully
access.
like most of the big issues will be fixed, like smokes, some other bugs. Yeah. Hopefully all of that stuff is fixed, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Now, another pressing question, Michał. If you had to predict how long we're going to have to juggle for, as the clowns we are, how long do you think that's going to be?
Well, I think around 20 more minutes.
20 minutes? Okay.
I don't believe that. I've heard 20 minutes is somewhere between that and an hour and a half.
Pleasantly
So let's be
surprised or
realistic.
angry. I couldn't nail the tone.
20 minutes, we can work with 20, but
That's
now...
fine, we've done way worse.
Yeah, and we've even heard, usually we don't even get the official reason as to why things aren't working, and we have that. So I feel like we're already one up here today. So we can't start because CS2 came out last night. The SSDs, which were locked to being on the previous version of Counter-Strike, have been fudged because of the new version of Counter-Strike, and now we have to go back and roll everything back and get everything sorted honky-dory to get in the server.
Is the word we're looking for, well, it's not necessarily foobar, but it's not looking good.
Well, it could be better.
Yeah.
We could not
But
have
we
a
know what the
technical
issue is, and it's being worked on, so it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of the bytes and the megabytes and the gigabytes.
And the kilobytes.
Yeah,
and the termites.
Being introduced into the machine, the lettuce, the potatoes, all the good stuff.
The clay. All right, Michał, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
If you want to, you can hang out or not. It's up to you.
For 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're here for all 20 minutes. No,
we need a fill segment from you, Michał.
He was slightly reluctant to join, but it's good that he did because it's better him explaining it than us explaining it because he has a jersey that says League Ops.
And he can walk away when he's done explaining
And you cannot buy those jerseys in like the shop or anything. You have to earn those.
I have a really bad headache.
Yeah?
I have ibuprofen for you later on. Don't worry about it.
I'm like...
He just stole the crown.
What?
Did he just take him at home
just
with
took
him?
Dinko's crown.
I
It's
gave
there.
him the
It's
crown.
there. It's all good. Dinko
right,
doesn't need to
okay.
panic. It's all good.
So what are we going to do for... Let's do this. Can we talk to Twitch chat?
We could. I'll pull it up right now.
Let's talk to Twitch chat.
Someone did
Do
steal
you
one of our
want to talk to
TVs for
Twitch
some
chat?
reason.
Yeah.
Let's
Why
preface
not?
it this way. Hello, Twitch chat. My name is Trace. I'm a representative of all the Martians here on planet Malta. Now, with that said, I will open your chat right this second, and I will look to see some of the things you're saying. The bile stuff will be ignored, and anything outside of
Only
that.
nice
And
things.
I'd just like to say, Trace, because this is an inclusive broadcast, that I will be keeping an eye out on YouTube. We don't differentiate
YouTube,
here
yeah,
by
as well.
gender,
Okay, all
you
right.
know,
Fair
or
enough,
anything.
fair enough.
People are requesting to start the game.
Of course.
Oh, no.
The one thing
Big
we already
surprise.
explained.
Well, that's a good thing we have YouTube, because you want to know why the game isn't going to start. You go back 2 minutes, and you will get the answer.
These idiots, what are you doing? And he immediately got shut down by a moderator. So shout out
Nice
to your
mods.
Twitch mods.
Nice.
Went straight in. Oh my God.
Nothing like good old censorship.
What else we got? Anything?
Sponge drunk, Keck W. Don't believe that.
He has a hangover, but not from drinking.
No.
Everybody's saying hi now. It's all starting to flow in. So
Okay.
now we have a basis for the delay itself.
All right. So what are you saying? About a minute?
There's just a bunch of hellos and highs because that's what it started out with. So it's like, hello, Trace, Trace, Trace. I want to be Tracer. Get out of my face. Sponge, too many shoeies last night. Maybe too many Dust 2 games. And this is a side effect of that. It's a byproduct. You play too many Dust 2 games, you do, in fact, lose a bit of a sense and rationale.
And sanity.
Yes.
I've lost a lot of that here. Like when I wake up because I've had limited sleep and my body is just tense. My shoulders are just tense. And then I get a tension headache up into my head. And then I have a headache and the lights are bright. And
you know who's getting away with murder right now?
Harry and Hugo.
Harry and Hugo.
We're here.
Guess
Is
what?
Chad hungover and tired from drinking and playing CS2 last night? I listened to the podcast. We know.
We know.
What do they know, Chad?
They know.
What do they know, Chad?
They know about the rager that we were having when we recorded the podcast.
Last night was probably the most tame talking counter podcast we've done as far as alcohol consumption
So there was
concerned.
Oh yeah, definitely when it comes to alcohol consumption.
Dizzy.
But there was this email chat.
Oh yeah, it all started with the email.
I was trying
walking
to get
through
them to get
CTG.
to the Valve office like at that part, and Harry's talking to me about how good premium economy is, and how airplane food is actually underrated, where he as a vegetarian had better options than a Michelin-star restaurant. And I'm
where I
like,
say no.
Harry, focus.
But it all started.
So we were on TeamSpeak, right? Like,
Someone said Trace looks like Lightning McQueen.
The car?
Yeah, that is a car.
Let's look it up.
How is the weather there? Asks Cash Sync. The weather is pretty nice in Malta. It's sunny outside.
17 or 18 degrees.
17, 18 degrees in the Celsius.
Am I doing it right?
Walk
It's a
around
car,
without
for
any
Christ's
jacket.
sake.
Really go for like a cheese.
It's a bit hotter on the inside.
That's pretty good. There you go.
Yeah.
People are asking for Chad to do push-ups.
Oh, go on, Chad.
I just said
Give the
that I have
people
a
what they
tension
want.
headache and that I'm really tired and people want me to do physical activity.
Drink some
might sort
water
you
and do
out.
some press-ups.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to get up. I'm going to get up.
Who had the best play last night?
Hugo was playing pretty well.
Hugo had a couple
I
of
really
good
had
ones.
fun, man.
Yo, is 5 working? I'm using 5. I'm on the move. I'm investigating what's going on over here.
Harry had a couple of rounds. He had a couple of... How'd you find the Deagle? I know the Shake, but...
Okay, I actually like the Deagle in Source 2. It feels like it hits, man. And that's good, because when we went and played, earlier in the year, I didn't like the Deagle that much.
Okay.
So it feels like they've done some trickery there. Don't know how they did
guys,
that.
I've got some good news. I
Yeah?
won't talk to the players, but they're all in Source 1. So that's good.
Wait, I thought we were playing the tournament on Source 2 now,
No,
Chad.
they're all in aimbots right now. So it's looking good. People are getting. Let me check the other side of the. I've just made the cameraman chase me. Now he's good. What are we looking at, Mihal? What's the update?
20 more minutes.
20 more minutes. Oh, everyone's favorite 20 minutes.
Has been added to the 20-minute timer.
Chad or Harry, I know you like this as well. Someone asked, was it hard to hide that you guys playtested Source 2?
Extremely.
Yeah, there was.
Was that like the hardest thing you ever did, Harry?
Yeah, so like every day, I wanted to tell everyone, so that you have to kind of deal with that, and it's like then. Whenever news about Source 2 comes out, like, we had pro players casting with us, they would be like, yeah, do you think it's real? And I'm sat there like, yeah, man, I don't know, it could be. Seems kind of legit this time around, don't you think? Like, it was a weird one, having to, pretend like we knew nothing.
And then we had Anders come up to us with a mic and be like, what do you want to see in Source 2? And I'm like, I don't want to say anything because I know everything.
Well, dude, one of the things that was the most wild was when we had Carrigan and Twists on the sofa.
Yeah.
And Carrigan was obviously doing the whole bit of I have been to Seattle, and then Twist said, it's not like you're going to look down and see your feet. And and that was when I looked at him across the table and I was like, huh. Because that is one of the things that you can do. And I was like, how does he know that? Maybe he did go. But it turns out they didn't. Don't know how he knew that. So.
Yanko and I are about to log into Source 2 on these PCs,
Do you want a 2v2?
Well, you guys have 60 hertz, so it sucks for you. We have to
but
download
that's
the
fine.
game.
I'm so confident 60 hertz is enough.
Okay.
I'll play Dig only too. You know what? Screw it.
Yeah, and that's never let you down before.
That's always gone well for you,
need to log
actually.
into my own Steam
Yeah, you need to log into your own Steam.
Should I get in? I've got to restart everything on MinGoTV and on the old patch.
And while we're doing that,
another
perhaps
20 minutes to kill.
Perhaps it's a good time for me to remind people why it is that we're watching. ourselves actually live on air. You're wondering, oh, where's the match? I start the game, talk, blah, blah, blah. Shut up. There was an update last night. You're going to put some respect on that name of Source 2 while we try to get something put together cool for you all. And I appreciate your patience. Moreover, thank you for your time.
This is like daycare, but for us.
Yeah.
We
Right?
do have a nanny.
Well, yeah. Well, of course. As all good daycare should. At least one, right? We're going to be looked after. We get fed, we get watered. All right, I've opened the game. How do we want to go about this, Hugo, Harry, and Yanko?
I mean,
very carefully.
I'm not sure how it's going to work.
Should we just create a lobby? Like, what do you want to do? Do we just want a deathmatch? Like, what? We're just going to kill time here, basically. May as well play some
We can run
video
around
games.
together. Let me just, I have to...
Yeah, I'm just
I have to roll
relaunching
it
in
back,
Source
yeah.
2. Well, like, roll it forward,
Roll it
if
forward, I
anything.
guess. I already rolled it back. Give me
Imagine if you
2
guys
minutes.
can't join the Go TV after all of this. I'm leaving. I'm
No,
going
no, I
out
can
here.
do it. I can
I'm
do
seeing
it.
how far I can walk. Right
It's
now,
downloading.
Chad's off.
does anyone need a drink?
I would love a drink.
What do you want?
Can I
Can
get
the mics
some
cut
water?
off? That's the question.
When you want a water? Yeah, cold one or room
cold,
temp?
cold water.
Yeah, because of
ideally,
that
if you
bender
could.
last night, Harry. Am I
Jackie,
right?
you want anything, mate?
I'll have a bottle of water as well, please,
Cold?
mate. Yeah, cold.
Heku?
Water, yes.
All right, Trace?
I only drink Sprite. Thanks.
All right,
though.
Hugo, you want anything?
Nah, I'm
Chad,
geared.
I do
Thank
have
you.
a question. Do you think like us downloading the game now will prolong the delay?
I think so.
Another 20 minutes.
Now,
20
look,
minutes.
man,
It's a trade-off.
I'm not an expert on many things, especially the internet. I'm going to say, let's do whatever the hell we want because we got to fill the dead air regardless. So let's just do it.
All right, I'm now
Okay,
in
okay.
Source 2.
Thanks,
How did we
Chad.
do it
Oh,
earlier?
dude, I just unboxed the Legion of Anubis, and it
Look
looks
at this.
sick
Gee,
in
look,
Source 2,
Oh,
man.
they just cut away.
Yeah, if they
All
want
right, here you go,
to...
mate.
Cheers, bro.
Here you go, Echo.
If you
Thank
want
you.
to... Should we show some? Should we show some skins?
Show some skins.
Yeah, show some skin. We like that.
Show
Hugo.
my
Come on.
screen. Show my screen,
Shine Moneshi.
please.
Shine Moneshi.
Shine Moneshi.
Everybody
I'm gonna go
asking.
over what could be.
Don't show this.
All right,
Show a different skin.
I have better skins.
Show a different
Jesus,
skin.
that was aggressive. I showed this
my
earlier. I'm going
God.
to do it again.
You have such nice skins. There
I
you
have
go.
a couple of
Right,
nice
hang on.
skins.
Explain the history
What do you have,
behind
makeup
this.
artist?
skin.
This one's cool. This one's cool. So everyone remembers that FaZe Spirit game on Dust 2 at the PGL Antwerp Major, our first major, and a very big game.
And we
Harry.
both have a little
And it was a nice
from
little
it.
memory. So I bought this. It's the #1 minimal wear float.
Yeah.
It is a flex. I'm sorry, I had to.
Oh, yeah.
It's eternal, and it's a great memory.
Number
And
one
it
minimal
look-
wear float.
It looks very pretty.
It's a sick AK, man.
all right.
And how
Very
much did that
pretty.
run, Hugo? Like, if you
Let's
just
not
had to
talk
guess.
about finances, but it wasn't.
Oh, it's
cheap.
fine. It's all a tax write-off anyway. For
I
this
didn't
guy,
write it off my
so-
taxes. Do not listen to him, HMRC.
Also, hang on.
I did not do that.
I'll show
I
you.
did not.
If we can bring on my screen,
Yeah,
I'll
let's
show
have a
you.
look.
I'll show you my one. So this was actually gifted to me by
Now, there we
Hugo
go.
Mind if you
Byron.
show me
Oh,
yours?
yes.
He actually got me this as a little present after that same
Yep.
game back at Antwerp. I affixed the Carrigan sticker to it, and dude, the stickers look so good in Source 2. Like, look at that.
though,
The
now,
reflection
right?
Look at
of
that,
the
like
gold.
the
Bigger,
little
haven't
shimmers
they?
on
Yeah.
it, and it's got the Carrigan on there. Long live the king.
Yeah,
That's
hold
mine.
on.
Show
Harry,
your knives,
just,
Harry. You've got some
hang on.
crazy knives. I mean, here's
So
my-
this is from like the follow-up major.
Oh, we're back on me.
Oh, you're back
I
on
was
you.
just, yeah.
Look,
Let's have a look.
here's some more
yeah.
lovely
The Rio
gold.
Major, yes.
This was the
Look
Rio
at-
major, that awesome Furia Navi game.
that multicam on the magazine.
Go load out. Go knives.
Okay,
I want to just go load out.
here's
yeah.
the knives. So this is the Gamma Doppler. This is how this be looking. That's
So
nice,
shiny.
right?
That's
I
it.
like the reflections on it. There's also, this is a pretty shiny knife, I think.
Yo, didn't they tell us
Can you
that
send
we,
it over, Harry,
we
so I can
didn't have
check it
to
out on
change
this
our,
PC?
Didn't they tell us we didn't have to change our configs from PC to PC? Wasn't that the whole point? So we didn't need configs anymore? Do you guys remember that when we were in the office?
Was that like server-side
Also, it follows
config?
your
like a
Steam.
cloud-based thing,
but
probably.
that, I haven't redo my settings here, so something's not quite right.
No, actually, it's kept my
It
my
has?
settings.
Some of them, for me, not all of them.
It's kept all of mine.
Okay. All right. Well, that's,
That's
cool.
sick,
Yeah. Well,
dude.
that's what they were saying. That
I
we wouldn't
don't
need
have
configs
to
anymore.
do a config anymore.
You know,
Oh.
Harry, you want to hear something really sad?
Go on then, why not?
Why the game didn't run for me as well as what I realized? So the first time we played, you guys kind of rushed me.
Oh,
So
no.
I
Oh,
didn't
you
put-
had 60 hertz
So
on.
not just that, no, it's not the 60 hertz. I didn't have my launch options in, and I put the internet settings in the launch options, like update rate, CMD rate, interp, like all of that for me is in the launch options. So I was just playing on shit internet settings. So that's why my game was lagging. I was playing on like God knows what rates and
someone's
got to
do it.
I hesitate to say this, but I will for all the viewers at home that want access to Source 2. I know what a scary sentence. No, I'm just going to say if you want Source 2 and you don't have it, there is a chance. We found a couple of us last night didn't have it, and then we validated our game files. Is it verify game files? Which you can do on Steam, and then we restarted and launched, and we had it.
So for people who don't know, you go to your library, Counter-Strike Global Offensive. It's right here. You can see it on the monitor. Properties. It goes to
this is educational,
local files. Verify integrity of game
files. It will take like 5-10 minutes.
I shouldn't have
you
done
shouldn't
this
have done
now.
that, Yanko. You've now delayed us.
I just noticed something actually about the skins, right? So on this, I was one of these people who did the scraping the sticker to remove the background. This sicko mode sticker that's on the front here used to not have this white patch, right? When you used to scratch certain stickers, it would get rid of the background. But I guess now on Source 2, more shows, because I can assure you I didn't have this big scratchy white patch around it. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
If you've
point,
scratched
Harry?
off, well, I'm just saying, people do this, Chad, who like skins, they scratch off stickers to give them a customized feel. And it's interesting that Source 2 has changed the way that stickers render. I feel like this could potentially affect some people's guns / skins.
But also, some stickers have hidden messages once you scratch them, right?
Yeah.
All right, I have some good news that Trace just shared with me. I don't know how accurate it is. Trace, how accurate are you about this news?
Here, I'll do it for you, Chad. We're looking at roughly 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less.
All right.
I did just kind of go talk to Mr. Mihao. You guys met Mr. Mihao? Remember Mr. Mihao?
We all remember Mr. Mihao. Good morning, Mr. Mihao.
Yes. Now, Mr. Mihao has said roughly 10 minutes or so, maybe less.
Okay.
But the good news is, while we have this time,
we had a
can't
bowling video.
Yeah, we've got all kind of videos. We also probably should look at the vetoes maybe at some point too, things like that.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because I think let's go back to the game at hand in the quarterfinals, guys.
Trace, you can join. We've just been walking around.
So here's the thing, right? There's a couple of things with Cloud9 that may help them to go back to those online days in winning form, right? One of them are the maps, Trace.
Okay.
So back then, if you go back, it's Overpass, it's Train, it's Vertigo that are really good for them. It's not the normie maps, Chad. It's teams usually aren't good at all three of those.
That's true.
Right? They veto one, and then they kind of suck you on the other and decent on the third. So I think for them to be back where they want, they have to be really good at those maps again. They have to incorporate. Vertigo seems to be pretty good for them again. Overpass, that has to be a mainstay. And then either Ancient or Anubis, right? And if they can do that, I feel if those are their strong maps, and then they're just decent on the other ones, that can give them an edge in vetoes against any other team out there. Look at G2 yesterday. They played Vertigo and Ancient. They could have had Nuke. They didn't want it. They didn't get Inferno, right? And it was a tough series against they lost to ENCE.
Look at Trace.
Well, I'm listening.
Vertigo.
But okay, yeah. So we have part of the vetoes up there. Inferno, Vertigo.
Good, man.
But also, yeah, no problem. You want to get a little closer? Or?
No, please
okay,
no.
just make
Do you know how to do that? Or,
yeah.
Have you been trained in this, Trace?
I'm doing it right now. What's good? Realities are this, though. I think the last map should probably be maybe a Mirage, maybe?
Well, we had the veto kind of spoiled for us by Frozen,
of course.
right? I asked him to do that. So let's see how close he was. Overpass removed from MOUZ.
And this is where if you're, I can understand Cloud9 for Mirage because that is actually out of the normie maps. That's one where they did have good success. Yes, they lost to IHC at the play-in, but we're not going to talk about that. So, yeah, I think all things considered in this particular matchup, I don't think the pool matters too much. Frozen said, I don't think anyone's surprised by the maps, right? It's more, does Cloud9 come to play with that killer instinct, or do we get the teddy bears that lost to IHC?
Yeah, I think the environment being different here, not being a stage and stuff, is where we should probably be expecting a little bit better out of Cloud9, but I would also make that same argument for MOUZ.
Yeah, but I think I was the one in Rio who was a lot of times saying, well, MOUZ is getting some games on the B stream, so they're not in front of the crowd. That's helping them, and so on. And then on the stage against Cloud9, they managed to come back being 1-0 down and, put the more experienced team away. So I don't think that's the case necessarily for them. It seems like the personalities of the players that are on that team thrive with the crowd and the big
crowd now.
Are they proud though, Chad?
They were loud.
What about our Air Force Aim High player of the match, Chad? What do you think?
I don't know. Heku, who do you think it's going to be?
I mean, it probably should be Shiro. He's been popping all during the whole tournament. I mean, their whole team they changed like so many positions like once they brought in Booster, because initially
I asked him.
exactly.
He said he doesn't mind.
He doesn't mind. All right. Okay, let's do Booster. Let's do Booster. Right? But in Katowice, where they played with him for the first time, he got all of his positions that he used to play in Outsiders. Now for EPL, they actually decided like to change a little bit. Like a few things.
You're not good enough to get those spots,
but
so
no, that's the thing. That's the thing. And during Katowice, they actually changed one thing. They started against ENCE when they were playing Vertigo. They started the first 5 rounds with Exile on the A ramp.
Yeah, that's a big change.
And like yesterday, like when Exile and Hobbit were standing here, so I came over to Exile and I was like, so Exile, like, were you actually trying to play A ramp? And she said, yes, we tried. We actually practiced. And I guess just during the tournament, they figured out like, okay, for like first 5 rounds, yeah, it includes like maybe like some pistol rounds, but they were also like full buys. It didn't really work out. They're like, okay, sorry, Booster, like you have to scooch like from the B side. Exile, who like at least used to be like the best B player, like he's gonna play there.
Yeah, it's just fair enough. I think when I look at Buster there on the T side, when he used to play for Outsiders, he had a bit more initiative on the defaulting type rounds, but I can understand why you want to put Axel there. It's just a position where he can aim and take a lot of those duels. I guess the same conversation could be had for A ramp, but it's a bit more grimy around the smokes and whatnot. But obviously there's a lot of Vertigo focus we have right now. We had some Vertigo highlights on the screen. Thank God YouTube, we're slightly delayed. We can see the action going down, some of these Shiro highlights as well. But yeah, I don't know. For me, if I was having to like look at how I was going to predict this game, there's a lot of... Look at this guy, man.
He's so stoic.
Right?
While he's doing it.
Look how focused he is.
He loves it.
I don't know. What are you... Because I think that Cloud9 should win, but I'm putting it like 60-40.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 is the favorite for me too, right? But I did say it. Until they prove it that they can go all the way and do it, I'm not falling for this again. You're not cheating on me again, Cloud9. Yeah, exactly, you know, so...
Stop playing with my head, so I'm sorry, everyone.
I really think this is going to be a bit
just falling off your head.
Wait, you think it's going to be MOUZ?
No. Like, weirdly, it's the one time I don't predict
You're not
like,
going to the underdog.
The massive upset.
You're not being a
underdog
hipster,
play.
you're like...
Yeah, I know, right? Like, this time I'm actually saying I think Cloud9 take it. I genuinely believe in terms of the form you're looking at for the rest of the tournament now, I think there's a fair chance Cloud9 could be trying to take the crown and could be in good stead for it.
And the other thing for Cloud9 was when they were rising to the top, they were playing all the tournaments.
Yeah.
Because at the time, they didn't even expect to play all the Tier 1 tournaments. They would qualify or be so high in the ranking that they get invited. So I think they benefit for playing more games, right? Even though you will show more things, but I think they're just maybe used to that way, you know, having more reps and more officials. And now they've had to play this qualifier for the Blast, qualifier for the qualifier for the Showdown, right? And they managed to get a couple of more games in, and they were all wins, even though they were close games. What?
You think that helps them here coming
yes.
into this? Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
I think it does, right? I think they just are a team that has to play a lot and then figure things out through officials rather than a team that would need, you know, or like 3 weeks off and they can rest and change things and come back refreshed.
Yeah, Cloud9 used to do the same thing that like Outsiders were doing, like and kind of still are doing, like, and the same thing that is Force, like the reason like why they are in such a good shape, because they're just playing everything that is possible. Because if we're looking like at the last year second half after Cologne, they played only EPL, the RMR, and the Major. Those were their only officials, and there's a big difference between officials and practice.
Yeah, and I think we just saw that graphic with 3 of the Cloud9 players. And listen, it's easy to criticize Nafany. I've done it too, and that's also because of their style. And he's not the only one who should be criticized. I mean, it's always the in-game leader, coach, sort of dynamic. But if you don't just look at their style and the fact that they probably need a little bit more variety, you look at these individuals, right? And who's the guy that's like, we're not used to seeing that much in the last year there, where it's Hobbit and, you know, him.
Uncle Hobnob.
Him rising up as the 3rd star again.
That's a hell of a name.
Uncle Hobnob.
It's a massive difference, right? Because Shiro and Axel, they put in the numbers and whatnot, but he was missing with his contributions that he had in 2021 during that online era in some of their wins, right? Just like we said, it's not Nico, it's like JKS playing really well in his role. That was sort of the catalyst and the difference maker for G2 to get to championship level form. That's basically what Hobbit playing on this high of a level is for Cloud9. They really need it. The game pretty much depends on it. And yeah, hopefully for them, he can keep up with that big numbers.
Can I interject here? I just want to apologize to all the cameramen for having to chase me around the room every time I stand up and walk around with the mic.
You're forgiven.
I'm running around the room and they're like, "Are you doing an interview?" No, I'm just checking what's going on. So I can see there's 7 people currently in the server. So that's good news.
Yeah, those
Three
numbers are going
more
up.
equals 10, and 10 is the magic number.
Yes, that is correct, 10. And again, in case you are living under a rock and you didn't know that Source 2 dropped last night, it did create for a little bit of a delay, they're calling
Kerfuffle.
it. A kerfuffle, or what was that?
I love how Trace...
Who is Uncle Hobnob? Can we just get to the bottom of that?
Uncle Hobnob. You know what a hobnob is, Jackie?
Yeah, the old chocolatey treats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's
Hobnobs
Uncle-
are good,
yeah.
like they're nice.
So he's Uncle Hobnob.
You never had a hobnob, Haku?
This doesn't sound like a real thing
I'm
now,
not
does it?
educated that much.
Hobnobs are real.
Describing a hobnob as a chocolatey treat is like the worst description
It's a
of
biscuit.
a hobnob.
Oh, it's a biscuit
It's
with a
more
chocolate
of an
layer on
OT
top.
Optional.
It's more of an OT biscuit, you know, than the chocolate isn't like it is optional.
But it's
you
a
know,
chocolate
The
hobnob.
default hobnob
But a
state
chocolate
does not have
hobnob
chocolate.
is a chocolate
Yes.
hobnob.
Do you know that
I
you
won't
can
argue
get
there, but
hobnob bars?
yeah, and also you can just
hobnob
buy
bars.
regular hobnobs,
Yeah.
and those are just OT as opposed to.
I've always wanted to
chocolatey.
do this.
So
is
you know,
insane.
Jackie,
Like a
I didn't mean
Twinkie.
to,
A
you know,
Twinkie?
character assassinate you
I never
like
had a
this.
Twinkie, by
Just assassinate you.
Yeah, just regularly assassinate.
I mean, I'm sorry, Chad, but you know, for where we come from,
You don't have hobnobs.
The Baltics, the Balkans, you know,
No,
there's
they-
no difference. We don't have that.
what we got
Yikes.
for the chocolate dessert like this was an apple. So
What?
Yeah, and they grew up in a barn. They had no
there's no spaghetti
central
in Italy.
heating.
That's
You're
the
laughing.
most
spaghetti in Italy.
Wait, you're laughing, but like I remember hearing stories from my mom, and she was like, "Oh, like we have like whenever we would have like bananas or oranges on Christmas, it's like, it's like a
good
good
day.
Christmas."
Damn.
Wow.
The big orange.
I wish I was alive in the 1800s.
Tangerines.
That would have been really
Hold on,
fun.
Chad. You don't mean that, right? Just want to be clear.
No,
If you
no,
would
like
have
a
been
pretty
here for
turbulent
Counter-Strike or
time.
No,
Source 2,
I don't
your
mean
life
that.
would have been miserable.
Yeah, that's true.
You would have been here for the game where you're touching the wires and like it makes
Yeah,
noise. Like,
and that would have been the e-sport.
Yeah.
Everyone would have been getting really excited about
like
that.
Source -4.5 or something. Nonetheless, guys, I think we're about ready to go to what we call a break and then start the game. As I'm under the
Are
impression.
you sure?
No. When was the last time you're sure about anything,
Yeah,
Chad?
fair enough.
I wasn't even sure Source 2 was going to happen while we were here.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, it did. And now we find ourselves at the cusp of MOUZ versus Cloud9, which does lead us into a break. Thank you very much for all your filling
Thank you,
and
Trace.
all of your contributions. My name is Trace.
I
and
can
we're going
feel
to break.
anytime.
Feel this.
We make a perfect team, if you ask me. We might need to get health and safety in here because it's getting pretty toxic in there, you know.
What have they done?
The stunningly beautiful butterfly crimson web with the float of Duro 06 is available for just €1,400. But that's not all. If you call in the next hour, you can get a free forest leaf.
We already lost to MOUZ at previous major. These teams will be really nice to see versus us, I will say.
The selection of teams, I think, is fairly balanced. I think we're in a good spot as a team to beat anyone. That's how I look at it. So it will be a good opportunity to see the progress we made, you know, see how everything developed. And overall, we are happy to play the teams, you know. This is what we're here for.
I don't think that MOUZ is better than us. I just think that at the major there was better in the current day. I just believe that we will do our best and beat them if we will face versus them. Usually we are in a team, don't make any predictions. I just believe that we will show our best CS and that's it.
Fair, I don't fear a lot in CS in general, especially. I don't mind opponents, I don't fear opponents. But I think Cloud9 has Shiro, who's been doing amazing lately. If you look at it, he's been an absolute beast. And I have huge respect for that guy. And yeah, I mean, Exile, one of the best rappers in the world, if not the best last year. So very strong team, but no fear.
Making magic when they need it most.
Welcome back. Big quarterfinal matchup here. It's Cloud9 taking on MOUZ, the Rio matchup, the Rio rematch as we get into it. And it's going to be a banger, boys. Starting with our aim high. Who's it going to be? Heku called Shiro. It could be anyone. Cloud9 favorites. MOUZ have been spicy, though they took down Pain yesterday. What are you guys expecting?
You know, I think it's kind of it's a bit of a coin toss matchup, really. Cloud9 have had incredible form throughout EPL, right? When they played back in the group, they really cemented themselves as the team to get excited about. That was with, Shiro looking really good. Axal up there as well alongside him. That's what you'd expect from two top 5 in the world players. And then, outside of that, if you wanted to kind of look at it, I think, as we mentioned, Hobbit has also been playing great. So you've had like this insane trifecta. Cloud9 have been the kind of top dogs in my eyes. They left the longest lasting impression, and now they go up against the MOUZ squad, who are hungry and as was talked about on the desk, have confidence from their win over Cloud9 back at the Rio Major.
Yeah. That is madness to think that the 2, 3, and 4th rated players of this event are Shiro, Axel, and Hobbit in that order, especially if you take into account the teams that Cloud9 had to play coming through. Sure, they faced EG in the opening round, but then they took down G2, 2-0, by the way, folks, and went on to defeat the Outsiders in 3 maps, which is always a barn burner of a game. So they didn't have an easy run by any means to the playoffs. Of course, it situated them here right into the quarterfinals. They did not play any more playoff matches. MOUZ have had to grind their way through from the round of 12, taking down Pain, and now bigger Titans to defeat Jackie. Do they have a shot?
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance, Hugo. I think it's more for MOUZ. They're definitely a team that feeds the hot hand, right? It's kind of like basketball. You never want a player to lose their confidence. You always want to build them up, get them into it. And the man on your screen right here, JDC, he's actually really good at that for me. He's one of those lads that's always screaming, always hyped, always energetic. He makes you feel good to be on the team with him.
Yeah, from having, because we've had a lot of the MOUZ guys on the show throughout, the Pro League. We've had Zershan come on the cast a few times. We've had Frozen up here. We've had Dexter over on the desk, right? So they've been pretty interactive with all of us. And one of the things you gather from hanging around with these guys is, it's not surprising that MOUZ are kind of a hard team to put away, I feel like, because they do have a few coping techniques to deal with, every game you play, there's a chance, and pretty high chance, that you're going to have a clutch go against you, for example, right? Especially when you play a team like Cloud9. Shiro, at some point, will just have a round where he kind of ruins your life, right? And it takes a lot to brush off rounds like that. But I think this MOUZ squad have a very good atmosphere within the team, right? And it's one of a mixture of like humor and cope, and it comes together very nicely to make them feel almost invincible to the tilt factor.
The takeaway is what you said, is atmosphere, right? It's the vibe of the team. We don't have a tilting MOUZ. We have 5 friends, and remember a core of which came through an academy league, which I think is even even awesome because they grinded together, right? They played the come up together, and that's always nice when you on the come up as a unit, and then you make it big, and they are making it big. This is one of the best teams in the world right now. And they're such young players. They're hungry. They don't have a jaded, older, experienced player that maybe would bring the mood down in a bad day. No, these guys are all hungry and willing to play. But hey, it goes both ways. Cloud9
that was a good
at one point, the youngsters, and it's on both teams, right? Both these teams have really good mindsets, and so I even like hearing Nafany talk, especially on Confirmed the other day, about how he doesn't really care what people think. He has his own style, and he doesn't expect to be the best in-game leader in the world. He's only 21 years old. What he's already accomplished with this roster is impressive, and there's more to do. And I think ultimately, for me, as impressive as MOUZ roster have been, Cloud9 have to win this game. It is a statement game. It is a matchup they must take if they want to not be the laughingstock, considering the players they have in this team.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I think it's a super interesting matchup because if MOUZ end up taking this, I really think that is where, this playoff bracket gets thrown into a very curious spot, right? Because the form that Cloud9 have shown throughout the event already has been super high, and I think they've probably look like the best team. So, very excited to see how MOUZ are going to stack up against this if they're able to give them a run for their money like they did back at Rio. So let's get into this. We've had a little bit of a delay, with the whole Source 2 shenanigans, slowing down the start of this game, but we're finally into it. So let's go. Cloud9 with the CT side start. Couple of pairs of dual Berettas, triple lean over towards B. MOUZ, they've got Util on Dexter and a smoke on Frozen. Enough Util to have a little set piece here. They're going to lob over. An early smoke over into the apartment side of things, and one landing down towards the Moto. Now they look to get out the apartments fast. Out the angle, Axal finds one with the dualies, but he's got to get the reload off. You're out of action for what feels like 30 years here. He finally gets the mags back in, and he's killing again. Look at him go. Axal with a second. And he's bought time for this rotate up through the short side. Cloud9 are clamping down on MOUZ.
Dude's Lara Croft down in the pit. He's just slamming mags back in his guns and finding more frags. It's all Julies in this round. Frozen's got a frag out, and he hits a couple of blinders, dropping both elites. But Cloud9 stand tall and close that clutch. Pistol round, and Axel looking good. It's all we ever wanted.
Oh, man. A little bit scary at first when they're flooding out the balcony and the shots are missing. You're like, oh no, it's all going wrong. But always recovers, doesn't he? Always good at the old recovery. Some of those shots, man. God, it just makes the dual Berettas look so damn fun to use. I always want them.
We just have Glocks now for MOUZ, so it's going to be a clean 2-0, not in the series, but in the map for Cloud9. And then the game will get really ready to go. Keeping it clean is the objective for Cloud9. Minimal casualties. No casualties, really.
Yeah, you know, on the situation report, that's what you want. Minimal casualties in the round. MOUZ with just the Glocks. And so really, you know, this is going to be a lot of build-up. And then a weak finish, it should be. But Lock comes in with a kill immediately. And Nafany's been wrapped onto. This is a full eco round. They find a clean opener. Nafany only goes 1 for 1. JDC's now armed and deadly. The Glocks are pulling up to this B site with a vengeance. And MOUZ sit in the 4v2. JDC is still aggressive, flashed off the angle. Might need a bit of a helping hand here, but not cleared, not checked. JDC with another. And, well, Axal in hot water now. There's one. The nade will get this. Oh, he misses the nade. Heartbreak Hotel. Late checkout for Axal. He's still trying to move in. But JDC does not forgive or forget. There's the revenge. That round is never meant to be MOUZ's. That round is meant to be clean.
Shiro had no helmet. Shiro had no helmet with an A1S. He wanted the rifle, boys. And look at what it cost him. I found it funny. He jumped. He like shot the wall. And he was playing that pixel gap. And Zershan just bups him in the head with a Glock over the top for MOUZ. And JDC never got cleared. Buster got baited by a Glock on the corner. Don't know if that's a miscom, but like he should be ready for that. That's so clearly a bait setup. They'd already seen the M4 push close. That is a round you cannot be forgiven for losing. Cloud9, the smoke did not keep MOUZ out. And now they're the ones broke. All right, boys, we got a series.
Oh, hell yeah, we do. It started off so much sooner than I expected it to, but I'm living for it. Cloud9. Surely they cannot do what has just done to them with just the Deagles and the Scout on Shiro. Already losing out Hobbit early on. Zershan just taking that brackets control as well. They've got the energy they need, but there is one man with a dirty Deagle. Let's see if he can find some fancy footwork.
Awkward fight for Buster. Was ready for an engagement in top mid, but domed immediately. Clean follow-up out of Zershan, and this is nice. MOUZ, this is them onto a second. They stick the landing on the conversion.
Just knowing the MOUZ guys, because it is so cool, as you said, Harry, how much we've had these guys on the show. Zershan was on yesterday.
Yeah,
man,
I literally, I feel like I've been a part of the team. I feel like I'm in the journey with them. Like, I really understand, you know.
I think just knowing them, winning that second round is going to give them such a boost of momentum, of power, I think. And they're all going to be cackling and laughing along while they run away with a clean second round. I think this could be a very strong T-side start. And at that point, how do Cloud9 stop the snowball?
Yeah, right. And I suppose another good point to look at as well is they didn't get too excited. They weren't screaming too much. You're not wasting that energy initially. Because obviously very early doors, right? First map in the series, you know this probably is going to be a lengthy one. If you bite back like that, then you lose the next round.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's flat faces, everything goes wrong.
And you can see that's a good point because a lot of teams will set off their opponents. Like if I'm playing Na'Vi, I'm never going to scream. No. I'm never going to make noise because I know players like Simple get activated by that. And if anyone who's been in that example, Jack, you've played LAN. If someone's screaming down your doors, you want to beat them. It's more motivation. So
it lights a fire under you because you're just like, you know what? No, screw this guy. Like, why?
Yeah. So MOUZ aren't going to get cocky after winning round 2, and do something that could harm their gameplay later. A lot of teams say, yeah, we only scream in response. If someone starts talking smack, we're going to throw it back. But MOUZ, humble in their victory, will go 3-1 up. They've about to be clearing the B bomb site, and it's empty. Cloud9 with a full pistol stack. No tomfoolery here.
Yeah, JDC might even get to farm some of these pistols up. He's in a great spot to do exactly that. Oh, they're going to come down mid. And guess what? JDC, he's about to kill 4. Check this out. Oh, dear. Uh-oh. Oh, dear.
He's killing 4 like MOUZ aren't winning the Glock round.
Dear. Yeah. I'm going to stop trying to call things ahead of time in this one. I feel like I'm influencing it. Frozen. He's going to kill 4 here, so this is fine.
That's true. I heard that, actually. Well, Dexter should go for the kills, not Frozen, because he has
right.
less to lose and more to gain.
Like that.
Look at the chickens! Look
so
how many
chickens!
Oh my God. Massacre!
Even Dexter was thinking the same thing. He goes down there, he's like, bruh.
That's a lot of...
Look at all these chickens!
Dude, Axel collected a collection, for lack of a better word.
Big collect.
Ooh. Damn. So, yeah, a bit of a bird massacre. But the mice have come to play as well. Ooh, the farmyard animals. 3-1. 2. How many?
There
How
was
many?
Like 5. Oh, wait, look at him run. No!
Oh,
Dude, they were trying to get out of there.
It's awful.
There's no escaping.
I want MOUZ to lose now, I know. Right, here's the buy back in for Cloud9. They've got all the rifles, lots of rifles, but not an AWP in sight. That's the one for the future.
Oh my God, they don't give a clock anymore, do they?
Hey, get it. But chicken-related jokes here. Torshi out through the mid-smoke. The madman Hobbit caught with nades out. But he will hold the line for 1. Quick trade out of Dexter's Mac 10.
Get the gun.
Mid now taken away. Cloud9 starting to scramble bodies over. They will have a lot of attention towards the A site, but you need these guys inside of it to trade evenly. It's a 1-for-1 out of Axal over in the apartments. Buster in the site. Keeps winning, gets that first one. Zershan's cut down the long wrap, but Buster knocks out his teammate. And now Zershan in a bit of a rough way. That is a lovely hold out of Buster.
Yeah, solid position, right? Getting more comfortable with the team. I think, we all had our doubts at Katowice when they came through. Buster definitely had problems in some of his positions. We were seeing him anchor B. He did not look good on Mirage, that is. Had a lot of lost rounds. They got eliminated. They lose to IHC. But they came into Pro League, they looked a lot better, and he seemed a lot more comfortable. So Cloud9 fitting him in nicely, swapping some positions, getting him back where he usually played in Outsiders. So nice shutdown on A. Important round for Cloud9 to stop the momentum from swelling on MOUZ. Now we have an AWP for Torshi, an AWP for Shiro. Big guns and a timeout for Cloud9 to get acclimatized. He blowed.
Oh, okay.
He's blowing the bottom of his mouse,
For a second, I thought he sniffed the mouse. I was like, what's he doing there?
Yeah, so there's no dust in the ball.
Smells clean. Smells like 4 headshots.
Oh, he got 3 that round. So how many more for old Buzzy mate? Booster. Oh, that's a jump. That's a curious jump. Thank you for the AK. Goodbye.
Yeah, you're really happy with that if you're Axal.
Don't know what. Did he mean to jump?
Sure. I don't know. JDC just wilded around that corner. And so now Zershan moving in through the apartments. The rest of MOUZ are all going up banana here, right? And the bomb is a part of that. But retake utils come in at the top of banana. That might force your hand here. You might feel like you've lost too much real estate because they're starting to take top banana back. MOUZ just kind of hold off right now. Yeah, it's weird. They kind of need to retake top banana here, right? Going back to A, not the ideal option. There's still time left, so gonna dedicate some of this util. They still have 3 full belts into reclaiming this banana control. You can't leave this taken by your opponent if you wanted to go back to A. Odds are Cloud9 could have a stack, and that's one swing out of Frozen. No one else tries to trade. They're now throwing this flash to set up Dexter for it. And he will find a way back into this round. Smoke's going down over towards B. 30 seconds left now. Zershan still in the apartments, and that bomb is starting to move back around. He's waiting with the moto smoke. Buster still in spawn. Util now coming out of the apartments means that Buster's going to move back over, but he is cut out of the site. So Zershan's got a 1v1 here that he doesn't know about yet. Axal tucked in. Very little time left, and they're not clearing for it. They run in, and Axal mows them down. Zershan next on the chopping block, and it's a lovely 4K round from Axal, the point man of Cloud9.
The key there is the position change, right? You're expecting Axal in the pit. That's why Zershan's so focused on getting that molly in, throwing deep flash. He's not even caring about sight. He's looking back, he's looking below, because that's where Axal should be in that position, the late A player. But he's on the boost box, isn't he? He's on the cold box. And MOUZ are never ready for it. They don't even look there. So great anchor for Axal. We've now had, well, 2 rounds out of Cloud9 from that same position. MOUZ won't fall for it again, but I like that change up anyway. Frozen, noteworthy there. He throws a molly close, not because they can be there, but because he knows it will upset the Molotov that Cloud9 are throwing down B. So now the molly, the smoke, that should be blocking the bottom of banana, is here. It's in the middle of logs, so that gives all this room for MOUZ to actually move up banana. That's a really cool little Molotov there for Frozen. And so MOUZ never lose sight of this position. They don't have to worry about any pushed up players. Cloud9, passive on the B site. Hobbit playing tandem. Can strap themselves to either defense, but Cloud9 call they're okay for now. They've got Shuro on the AWP. This is a position that should be getting one every time. And then it gives him the option to fall back very safely. It's kind of a hard angle to flash, to be honest. Most of them will land behind Shiro. Oh, that's a good flash. MOUZ know what they're up against.
Lobs that in. Hobbit flick back down into mid, finds Zershan and open up this round. Now there was just that B util, so Hobbit started to leave, started to run back up the speedway, but util's already come out from MOUZ, so he's immediately called back. And once again, it's this final, 15-second push for MOUZ. JDC out in the apartments, about to get swung, sees a man on default. The bomb gets away from MOUZ. These slow rounds getting punished by Cloud9 time and time again. Yeah. And this one is no exception. The ball never gets rolling for MOUZ.
That's a desperate hit, right? Like they get nothing. Oh my God. They get nothing at B, so they just have to go back into that A hit. They don't want to face the AWP. And man, Cloud9 have locked down A back-to-back rounds with 1 player. So they still have 3 in the bomb site in front of the moto smoke. Site, pit. So there's no way MOUZ are even going to trade out there. They don't get any kills. Cloud9 looking good, and MOUZ call a pause. They're in a bit of a predicament with the money as well, saving AWP into what should not be a buy.
Yeah, it's clear that right now with how these last few rounds have panned out, MOUZ want to try and manipulate the rotates a little, right? And you've seen that Cloud9 are very keen to move players around, right? Even in that round, Hobbit started to leave long once he got the opening pick, started to rotate towards B. But I think the problem that you're having here is that MOUZ in these last couple of rounds where they've been trying to manipulate the rotates, they've often been a man down. And so it's hard to get that reaction out of Cloud9, right? They can afford to be a little more responsive, a little kind of more blasé with how they're moving around the map, right? because they know that in the 5v4, the pressure's more on their opponent. You're kind of seeing...
I love these.
This push up through the top mid smoke again. It's nice, right? They come straight through it. That was the bomb tag that bottom banana. Dexter lucky to still be alive, really.
This looks like prep paying off. MOUZ seem to know when Cloud9 throw this like deep G2 smoke, MOUZ can just walk through it because there's no one playing it. And look at how much room they've realized. They lose the AWP. This is still a near impossible round.
It's just going from bad to worse. It's only Frozen that will burst with the AWP and shut down one. But in reality, I mean, you're stuck at middle. He's paranoid about the peak from the bottom, and here it comes. Nafany comes swinging round the corner, cleaves him with the Kalashnikov, and gets himself another round.
It's cool, though. You can already see the prep paying off for MOUZ a little bit. Right, like there's sometimes Cloud9 have switched it up and changed positions, but already the 2 times Cloud9 thrown G2 smoke, MOUZ have just walked through. So that's just preparation right there. That's knowing your opponent. And there is definitely going to be a level of familiarity in this matchup. And it's especially nicer on a pick like Inferno, on a MOUZ map pick, because they know they can force a certain map, but they can force an Inferno, so they can specifically prepare for this one. Whereas, you know, you don't necessarily always know what your opponent is going to pick. You know, that's especially when Cloud9 have had the last 3 weeks off because they played in Group A. They could have done so much, man. They could have changed everything. They could have an entirely new best map. So MOUZ, you know, is less guarantee after your own pick. Nice pick for Shiro, taking down Frozen in Banana. And now 4v5 again, with MOUZ still lacking everything. Torshi's going to go get that AK-47 at least. And MOUZ, they've had trouble in these 4v5s.
Yeah, they tried to take top mid away, but Cloud9 are actually fighting for it on this occasion. Right, Hobbit's still playing around this smoke over at long, and even though he's moved back a little bit, I don't know how long he's going to respect that. I think he might look to go for the info play. In the moment he knows it's not mid, he's going to start to shuffle around over towards B. Some utils already come out for MOUZ. It's 2 pumpings of utility. Here's the second go at it. Starts to rain in now. Nafany up close. That is a nice double from the man at the helm of Cloud9. Shiro, couple of misses, but Hobbit sneaks in and robs the round, pushing through the CT smoke. MOUZ expecting a little more respect there from Cloud9.
Yeah, that's amazing as well, because he just realizes they're both looking at Shiro. Shiro's buying time back sight. Maybe he even calls that push, but Hobbit makes a great move there while MOUZ is so focused on that CT player. And it's especially good because it's just dry. He doesn't run it. There's no footstep. There's no flash. And so MOUZ are never going to be watching that smoke. Cloud9, some impressive rounds right now. They've got that deeper smoke, but will they play it? Double long, Buster on short. He's got the Balk Molly. Good timing for it as well. He's going to get nice. Already, util damage is massive for Cloud9 in this round. It's a fairly easy round anyway, but they've just made that job one little bit more simple.
And the basics of the utility have looked clean the whole game, actually. They've been doing so much damage in these opening moments each and every time. And if you can play that, you're playing your Inferno CT side perfectly. It's going to make it so much more awkward for the Ts when they come a knock-in. Even just one less bullet to finish a frag will always pay dividends. Hobbit, though. Is this man got anything to say about the potential encroaching push towards his bomb site? They're going for it again. The flashes go over. Axar waiting for contact, but Buster will hit the head. There is at least a single trade as the Devil leaves one dead. Ooh, second on the tag, but it's all up to Frozen. Running out of ammo. It's getting awkward.
No way he gets out as well, and he can just play retake with his team. Can't believe he even takes the AWP, but hey, it should be an easy shutdown for Cloud9. Frozen would have to do something monumental. Sat behind the boxes, waiting for this swing. Hobbit will die, but Shiro, he's here to trade. That's what he's made for. Oh, he doesn't swing. He doesn't get that trade. Now he's waiting for Nafany on the flank. Frozen gets a chance to reposition, to pick a new angle, trying to isolate Jules. They've given him this one on a plate, and Frozen tucks in. Dinner is served. And Cloud9, that is a calamity.
Now that's delicious, Hugo.
Yeah, that's marvelous.
That is beautiful from Frozen. Man, You can see it coming together. You could see that one starting to take shape.
They were just not on the same page. This is fine, but Shiro's not swinging because Nafany's not there. So why did Hobbit even go in the first place? If you all want to go together, all go together. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, I think great awareness on Frozen, because he kills Hobbit, who's already faced him with the M4, and he realizes when he kills him, he's fighting him with a pistol with an AWP on his back. So that must mean that Shiro's nearby. That's why he seems so ready for the second man over at long.
That's beautiful.
But still, like, a super, even with, like, admittedly, like, the weirdness around the swing, I think Cloud9 was still trying to approach that safely in the 2v1, and Frozen was low on health. Like, that was super well played, really clean. Like, he had to hit the first bullet every time.
Oof. And now MOUZ, gumption. That's what they're made of. Running up long immediately. Shiro's on rotate with the AWP. And if they're on this line, he will find the kill. Possession slip the net. Oh, the barrel. Oh, he saw that. Absolutely did. Hobbit just took the angle, but the timing was super awkward for Cloud9. Now they're scared of a B split, and rightly so.
Oh, that's a weird smoke. Shiro, gotta watch two angles at once, man. They're everywhere. Back in CT, picks out the first man. Now getting pressured, low on health, boxed into a corner, tries his hand at the jump shot, but JDC chases him down. And with so much room taken, with CT not even owned by Cloud9, they can't justify even giving this one a look in. They're too far cut out, too far removed, and with too little map control. So they've just got to give MOUZ a fifth, who start to find a way back in here. What was once, starting to feel a little dominant the other way. Cloud9 going on a 5-round streak, just consistently shutting down some of the plays that MOUZ are attempting. That close, cold box inside of A, like constantly a source of kills for Cloud9. The B play is falling on deaf ears. Right, getting locked out at top banana, but not in this round. It's a fast CT split. Hobbit as well, who I think has been pretty flawless thus far. Having the kind of weirdness in the Frozen 1v3, now being one of the guys who falls over in this round. I think this is such a huge kill to find, because Hobbit's been doing a great job of holding down the arches, not giving up this long control for free. It feels like he's always putting up resistance. So the fact that they shut him down and immediately go on to win the round is a nice feeling for MOUZ.
They've been cancelling Shiro out really hard as well, which is cool. They're knowing the angles he's playing. They're using their flashes efficiently. And Shiro knew in that position he couldn't re-peek CT with 10 health because of the molly quad. And if he re-peeks, he dies. He had to do something just blasé. Only got one shot off in the orange box, but MOUZ now looking for a very good T-side. This round would make it so. That's a sick boost. So quickly assembled. Torshi cannot react. A 5v4 Cloud9 need. And immediately they leave Nafany alone at that B site. Scary because he has no util, so that is an option for MOUZ, but they just don't know. Why would they? But my fear is the only way this round can be lost is if Nafany stays solo B all round. Cloud9 search middle, good aggress, as now they know they have to send Hobbit back.
Minute on the clock. Hobbit finally arrives back on the scene. Smokes exchanged from either side to block off the lines of sight. Bomb debating whether or not it actually wants to go for the wrap back. It seems that they're communicating this one across. You've got the free players there, but the same could be said for the CT side setup. Shiro, he's hard scoped in. He's seen a bit of arm. He wants to break it off. Gets the shot onto the chest. His exertion, well, he's exerted himself out of the round.
When Shiro's going back in for more. Flashed off the angle, so they're out in mid now, but Buster boosted. Ooh, does give up the aim of the game. Luckily enough, Shiro there to lend a helping hand. And Cloud9 clamped down on the mid play.
When they get the 5v4, they seem pretty comfortable, right? They have the freedom to rotate a lot more. Shiro's being very mobile. Nice round out of that guy. But other than the one
Dude, I mean, like you were just saying coming into this how they've been doing a good job kind of nullifying the impact that Shiro has, but I feel like this is like what's changed over, like the last year or so. Is Shiro's gotten a lot better at kind of finding ways to force engagements, right?
There's a lot more moves. He's not he's not such a like static AWPer who doesn't develop or doesn't improve, like, and that's the difference with the younger generation of CS players. Like, they just keep learning. They're like robots. Their brain is absorbing all this information, and yeah, Shiro is someone who, despite being so good for a long time, is still getting better and better and better. And the same can be said for players like m0NESY as well.
I think it's cool as well, right? Because obviously it's kind of changed where you have a bigger support network now where people are going to hype you up, build you up, tell you that's bad, but explain why, and show you a better way to approach it. Not just go, this is awful, never do that again.
And that's the value of someone like Groove as well, like one of the best coaches in Counter-Strike. So you've definitely got, you know, the CIS region has very good tactical coaches, not just hype men. In fact, not really hype men at all. It is the tactical coaches that region produces. Very stoic players. Got to smoke down Molly. Xertion goes out long. Dangerous, but Hobbit has backed up into CT. Shiro, no AWP by design. He's anchoring B again. But MOUZ splitting this A site in two. This time we have Balk and Pit. MOUZ hasn't seen this setup all half. Hobbit does die at long. That opens up the option to be split. MOUZ will take it.
Wrapping their way in through CT. Can they make these CTs bleed? Flash bang into ruins. Nafany waiting on the back of the site. Has support from Shiro with the M4, but the train is arriving. 8 seconds on the clock again, though. It's seen this time and time again. MOUZ have been leaving it so late. The bomb going down, but it gets catched. It's taken out of the round. No time to plant. It doesn't matter, they're in.
That's amazing. And what a weird plant as well. They're trying to plant for CT spawn as well, so they could have more position in the post, but that allows Cloud9 to just shoot it from wide coffins. And not even an A1S either. All the traces in the world, that's enough. MOUZ couldn't stop him in time. That's really awkward, that bomb plant position. And you can see they got the kill right after, but it's too little, it's too late. And maybe part of the fear there for MOUZ is, oh, if we plant coffins, we're going to get naded. It's easy lineup. It's expected. It's what Cloud9 are lining up. But that's even more dangerous, isn't it? Oh, so many close rounds. Frozen eats this Molotov, but look at the risk versus the reward. It pays off. Finding Nafany at the top of B and escaping before the HE trades him out. So MOUZ, 5-on-4 this time. Torshi may extend it.
Oh, great kill as the smoke blooms. Busted, dead, Axel. I mean, this guy's had some multi-kill moments inside of this A site, but he's now solely responsible for the safeguarding of this side of the map, and he falls immediately. Torshi wrecks him in the head-to-head, and so MOUZ up onto a 6th, even though they give Shiro that one. It's not a round that Cloud9 are ever meant to attempt. I actually need these two guns to get out as well if they want to have a nice buy into round 15.
It's a very good save. And MOUZ, at this point, they should send one player because they can afford one player. They probably won't because of the likelihood that you just die and they're going to focus on their own money and maximizing it. They don't know exactly where Cloud9's at because of these last couple of weird rounds of MOUZ surviving after time when they didn't get the bomb with 4 players alive. So, they'll play it safe, but got to run from this bomb. It's pretty big, I hear. Cloud9 will have a 4 buy. Or rather not. No, it's way worse than I thought. They're 1 loss, my goodness, yeah. Very important save for Cloud9. They'll have 3 rifles. Plus they can get FAMAS or Nafany, but they'll probably focus on nades and SMGs. So it's not pretty, but it's enough for Cloud9. They've got Shiro on the AWP and Axel on an M4, so they should be comfortable. But an even matchup so far. This is a fast, long take, and there's no one here.
Oh my god, they're assembling a boost. Axel over the top of it, and Hobbit hunts them, pushing through the smoke. This was meant to be a fast MOUZ round. And they had all this room. It locked out. MOUZ thought they were running towards the golden ticket of a 7-8 half. In reality, they go into a triple short side setup. Some re-aggression from Cloud9. And they are locked out of this one dominantly. Just Torshi left, but being held by Shiro from all the way back at Moto. Should be dead on this first swing, and there it is. So at the end of it, Cloud9 go on to secure 9 on their CT side. Now they swap over to the T half. MOUZ left trailing behind as that last round just gets away from them.
Cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch, and I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous.
Making magic when they need it most.
And we're back with 9-6 at the half. Cloud9 lead the way. MOUZ with some spicy rounds and even a 1v3 from Frozen. But Cloud9's consistency does come in clutch, and they managed to win the half. It's MOUZ's pick in this series, but I must say, a must-win matchup for Cloud9, who have had a bit of a tumultuous time in the last 12 months, not reaching as far as maybe the sum of their parts should have. An open stage at Rio with a chance to make a run, a matchup potentially against the outsiders that we know they could have won, and MOUZ stopped them in their tracks. Cloud9 looking for revenge right now here in the quarterfinals. 4 weeks of play have led up to this, and this is the culmination.
JDC starting it off with the pistol. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, God. Has to try and back himself up. And he hits that one. Of course he does.
That was lovely.
Yeah, boy. This man does not miss.
1 health.
100, well, never mind. 73 HP between both the remaining players. And the backstab just had to hit 1 bullet. And of course, it's the headshot, always the way.
When I tell you they're dinked, Harry, you still 1-dig them.
Of course. Playing for the percentages. That's what they say.
They don't mean headshot percentage, but...
Wait, that isn't what that sentence means?
It all makes sense now. Bomb's loose, so Nafany going to go back. Will he check close? He might. He won't. He's dead.
Oh, you want to change your mind on that one?
Yeah, I take that back.
Still time to say, Nafany's got this.
Well,
big
there's
clutch.
no way he's winning this round, Harry.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
1v3.
1v3.
He's in top mid. He's sneaking up the short side. 1 man on the angle. Dexter,
no way.
Just the bait to the switch of Torshi up in the apartments. And he'll swing out. That's the pistol round found for MOUZ.
Shout out JDC 1 time. It looked good there. Very vocal player. We know from the Academy League, hearing a lot of team comms, hearing him keep his players calm. Of course, not the captain of this squad. That is the more experienced member of Dexter. Another Aussie over in Europe. And that's all the rage right now. Although G2 did get eliminated yesterday, which is rather a sad story. Somewhat overshadowed by the Source 2 release, but still a factor.
If you were ever going to lose on a day, you want it to be the day that Source 2 comes out, because no one cares all of a sudden. People found out today when they tuned in, they go, wait, G2 were eliminated? You know, right? So Cloud9, they force-bought up into this round. They've got some techs, some MAC-10s, a Deagle that's really low on health. These are all the pieces in their puzzle. Now we have to see if Cloud9 can slot them together, and that's certainly not a bad way to open up. You forced a lot more respect out of JDC with that dink there. I know that the MOUZ players see it as a round-ending thing. If you get dinked down at HP like this, and, well, it will be round-ending for JDC. Naded down in the pit. His teammates, though, are quick to make up for it. Full blind is Shiro over on the short side. There's the banana push. Xertion just heard Shiro, I think. Oh, no, sorry, Buster running away. And so he knows he's got them boxed in. The bomb's down over on short. MOUZ aren't jumping the gun in this 3-on-2.
Never want to get ahead of yourselves. But if we look at the facts for what they are, under 50 HP between the both of them combined, just a Deagle and an MP9 to play with. Still have to get the bomb as well, and they've got 20 seconds to work with. They do go wandering their way up quad, and actually, Shiro finds the first frag. The Famus gives them an opportunity to creep onto the site as well. Shiro, the MP9, gets the tag out, switches to the tech, but he can't drop him to the deck.
Yeah, MOUZ play that 2v1 a lot safer than Cloud9's clutches have gone. And they don't let that happen. Xertion with good cover for his low teammate in the site. Important round to win, as we learned in the first half. Not always the easiest. And let's see if Cloud9 know what setups they're going up against here for the MOUZ CT side. Man like Xertion, clean as ever. Dex is on a pistol. A USP, in fact. They're running up B. Shiro eats a grenade. Cloud9, they will not go through that smoke. More util damage. Can Dexter get any kills? Will he even try? He's playing rotation, so I guess not. A good trade to let Xertion farm some money at bottom B. Torshi's 1D Taxol down middle. MOUZ having fun. And that's all that matters. That and winning.
Dude, Source 1 chickens are having a break since Source 2 came out.
Yeah.
What's this? Oh, that's a good... That was a dink. There's one in the corner of this room right now with Buster.
Oh, you're dead.
Yeah. Oh, nice turnaround. He still has a minute to play with, so...
Get him.
You know, there was a chance for him to do a bit more damage. They broke, man. Source 2 done did break the chickens in Source 1.
They always been broken. This game, they've been crazy, man. Amassing down lower.
What are they planning? Source 1 chickens versus Source 2 chickens. It's like a blood feud almost between those families.
That's a leak. Oh, these are cool. You got the backdrop. That's nice. That's a leak, Harry. Didn't we see Source 2 chickens? Don't they look way more chickeny?
Chickeny?
Yeah. I
Is
don't
that
know
the
how
technical
to
term?
Like their giblets are way more animated. Their giblets?
Well,
like they're way more dangly.
They're pretty dangly in Source 1 ever since
pretty
the
sure
update.
they're better, right?
That's called a gizzard, right? That's what
Is
that
it?
is. It's a gizzard, yeah.
Is it a gizzard?
I think so.
Yeah,
Or
I
is
don't think it's giblets. That's...
Giblets.
Because giblets is like
no,
bits.
giblets refers to the little bundle of parts sometimes found inside the cavity of a bird.
Yeah. So someone gets gibbed, like if you shoot someone.
Gizzard is a muscular, thick-walled part of a bird's stomach. That's very different.
That's different. All right, both of them are wrong.
Torshi, he puts Axel through the gizzard, digested down under. And an opening kill comes from the CTA WP that will be making its merry way back to A. Smoked off at B, Cloud9. Call to a pause. Shiro with no armor. Where have we seen that before? He really wanted this T-side AWP, huh? Cloud9 better make it worth it. Nafany looking for a B pick. This could really work. Xertion's holding a nade right now, and Frozen doesn't know they're wide.
Yeah, the one saving grace is that Xertion isn't peeking, and if anything, that smoke now makes Xertion aware that they can be in. He lobs out a molly, but it's extinguished in the coffin smoke, and he falls, only bringing Nafany down to 2. Shiro, in the meantime, knocks Dexter out of the round, putting the bomb on the low HP player. Would normally be a bit of an issue, but with no nades from MOUZ, this plant can't be contested. And now the backstab from Buster, even if it removes one player, it wins the round here on numbers alone. Backstab, he's lining up the double, gets activated with the first, and now he knows he's trapped MOUZ in. Their best bet might be to try and fight forward. They turn around, they knock Buster out of the round here, and they've done it pretty speedily at that, so Shiro's got to be switched on. They bait the shot out. 1v1 now, JDC the man to beat. Shiro jiggling, brought down low. Tap on the bomb, and now they're both injured, both wounded. Shiro just calling the bluff, calling the bluff on the defuse, and then he swings out wide.
That's so well played for Shiro. He could not have done that better. He almost got a collateral there. We saw it. They lined up for a second, but MOUZ did everything in their power to win that very difficult retake. And Shiro with no armor, getting spammed down by JDC. Oh my god, he shot the chicken. He missed it, actually, but he went for it. They're so annoying, aren't they? And Shiro, he ends it. That's a very hard clutch with no armor with 30 health, but he makes it look easy. Damn. Cloud9, their first T-side route comes through. Hyper important. All right, just, line up on the 5th pentagon. Xertion. Well, the lineup won't save you now. Flash is too late. Hobbit's up B, and Cloud9 are going to hit.
All Frozen has to hold back the wave is just an MP9. Dashes the smoke, catches one on the cross across, drops the HE as well, and he's making it a little bit awkward. He's bought time for the rotation at least. He pushes back in towards the pool and downs Nafany. And this has actually caused them to back off on the hard commit they were going for. They're now grabbing the bomb and running back down mid.
Now seem wise to this. Yeah. They start to up and leave. Hang on, it's the double palm. Cloud9, bit of util out over towards A. Just that one moto smoke was enough to put the seed of doubt in the mind of MOUZ.
MOUZ know they're risking it, but they're going for the gamble together.
I like this. Mid. This is a really nice move from Dexter. The re-aggro in at this point, once he's peeking down mid, now you know it's not A. You know it can't be A anymore. And he might even catch this ramp player. Hobbit's just left and been spotted. Boxed in. MOUZ now know it's B, and they can find a way into the 4v3 right here at Banana. But Shiro watches on, tries to save Hobbit, but he can't hang around. He has the bomb. MOUZ have got a man boxed in. They're going to come through the smoke inside of the site, and that drops the plant. Cloud9 is so hung up on fighting for Banana that the bomb's been taken away from them. That plant's not guaranteed. Hobbit's now picked apart as well. They run in. Shiro dead. It's just Axel, but they've given him one. And the second. One man still to find. It's Torshi. 8 bullets. Now down to 4. Axel dead on the swing. And so MOUZ, they will recover that. They put a stop to Axel in his tracks, and in doing so, finally stopping one of these clutches, they've tied the game up.
That's unbelievable. I mean, the pop through CT, Axel didn't cover. I don't know where he was watching, maybe Coffin. He couldn't save his teammate on that plant, and he almost saves the round on his own. Look at this. They just send it with a flash. Maybe it caught him. What a mess as well with Hobbit running back and forth in Banana, stalling so long. And we actually had our first holler as well, Torshi with a bit of a scream at the end as he knows he's in Cloud9's head. They win one T-side round in the whole half, and then MOUZ come clamping down. This is so tight right now. And Cloud9 have been having their T-side troubles. They had the entire B site for free, Nyon for free. Shiro really wanted to hang out and help Hobbit, but he had the bomb. He had to cross. What a mess. And now, likely an eco for Cloud9. Could get a couple of guns, but save them for later.
This is intense Counter-Strike now, right? The smallest of nuances making the difference in these rounds. And it's bloody exciting to watch. Round 21, all tied up, 10-10 apiece here on the first map of Inferno. And Cloud9, they've just got Tech9s, a Galil, a singular Deagle to try and do anything going into this one.
Three up in apps and a bedroom man. JDC, that could be a meaty nade. Certainly not bad. He's going to hear the steps. Oh, Torshi just shot in the smoke. Don't know what he saw, but it doesn't matter. He'll take them away anyway. Two from him. Boiler covered. And Buster doesn't want to give up the bomb and the gun. So MOUZ, nice double app setup in the perfect round for it against pistols. Tear them apart. And Zershan, the second he spots us at B, he can go back.
He's going to spot it late because of the timings they've found. This is going to be a later spot than normal.
Yeah, they might swing together.
No, he's doing this. Here you go. He gets the spot now, but they are close. Right behind him, Axel looks to move in. Damage done through the smoke. He will just commit here and caught changing guns. Zershan dealt with. Now armed is Axel. Another go at one of these B players on the swing. There's the trade out of Buster. He's now grabbed himself the M4, looking for another fight into CT. Lots of damage done either which way, and now Torshi's here as well. They've got him boxed in, and there's Frozen with the close.
Good save from MOUZ, but yeah, Buster and was that Axel made that very interesting.
Yeah, you know, something I will say, like with how these first few rounds have gone, they've both been very expensive for MOUZ, right? The last one coming down to a 1v1. The feet, you could see the feet.
Could have been on purpose, right? That could be a smoke for that design. There's certainly a lot of one ways you can drop an apps. Although, you know, Hobbit walking into the smoke.
Yeah, look, right? These first few rounds have been super costly. Yeah. So Cloud9 might be behind, but if they win this, they're suddenly transported back into the lead, right? They've kind of teed themselves up for a bit of success later down the line. The MP9 and nades have done so much damage. 99 to two different players. And in the meantime, Shiro finds another. This is going to be one of these rounds where we're left saying, oh, if only they knew how low they were. Dexter flashed in, knocks one out of the round, but he himself only gets out on 5 HP.
Come on, chat. How often do you get to put one and one together? Oh, he even waits for the smoke walk. It's your best play when you're that low. Nafany dead. Axel's trading onto the
Dexter's
AWP.
Still fighting. He goes through the long smoke. That is going to give over a kill. But look at this. Frozen's already moving around down in the pit. You've got JDC set up. Frozen dead immediately. And JDC's got to do this one alone. The 1 HP player dead. It's Buster left to beat. Molly in the pit, but JDC swings and JDC wins it in the clutch. A 1v2 falls his way, and MOUZ, you know, in these last few rounds, we've had a number of clutch attempts just fail to stick the landing for Cloud9. MOUZ are hanging on. It's coming down to the wire, what feels like every time, but they are the ones edging it out.
I love how he chases that kill as well. He just knows he has, as soon as Buster throws a util, he knows he has him right where he wants him. He can just chase that kill, run him down, and make him very uncomfortable. And MOUZ look confident. You can see on their faces, the camera shots are screams, every clutch are getting louder and louder. And yeah, you can tell the mindset is there for MOUZ. And that goes a long way because Cloud9, after a winning half, they're falling apart.
It's so perfect as well that MOUZ, right? They kind of held off and they fed the beast for so long. They weren't screaming, they weren't wasting that energy. And now where it's key rounds that are really energizing them, they're letting it out. Everyone's starting to yell a bit. And for Cloud9, that knock-on effect is seeping in. It's making them slow down. Again, you don't really have the money you want either. So you're fighting with lesser weapons up against a MOUZ that's hitting their shots, that's looking to take the fight straight to you. And Apps has been a big area of contention. We've seen Torsey finding those opening picks. JDC's look good for it again as well. We'll see if he's tested here early on Banana. It's the utility just tearing up the shreds. Axile's dead.
Yeah, they say go through that, Molly, but we've got double nade at the half wall as soon as you do, and more dropped over as well by Dexter. He's even going to flash them back in. See, MOUZ are making plays in 5v4s, man. They are just all over the map. Proactive. And another grenade. Hobbit's out of Apps. Buster had to trade that kill, but he can't. It's not getting given. They're trying to back out. Buster pushes him forward with a kill. He saw that head. He knows there's an AWP here. Buster tries to stay below the scope. Moving, not a muscle. Shiro so far away. Might have to play a clutch late into B, and MOUZ reset and reposition together. Trying to flank this apartment's man. They know Shiro is late.
Shiro speeding his way over. Can he go from Shiro to hero here in the 23rd with the final 30 seconds on the clock that's slowly ticking by? They know the pressure's on. Dexter's watching the exit from Boiler. He's ready to hit them with a heavy-handed Famous Burst. Buster, he's now making the first move. Walks down the hay bales, drops the bomb onto his teammate's back so he can go for the hard commit on the plant. As soon as they hear the audio cue, they should react off the back of it. Smoke over as well. Dexter, he's walking up. Clearing on the tight left, the Galil focused towards library side. Smokes are down, somewhat isolating the fights, making it a little bit more iffy. Shiro walks into the smoke, playing on the close gap. He's looking for any inkling of where exactly they're coming from, but they've got the edge on him. Hits the first. Buster with a flick towards Mini Pit. Hits the head, pushes up, but he's dead.
Just compare the way that MOUZ play that 4v2 versus like how Cloud9 played the 3v1, right? It's so hyper-communicated. That long player never gives the kill. That's what Cloud9 was searching for. The smoke on site is super nice for Buster. It lets them, and then Cloud9, get another smoke thrown their way. It lets Shiro focus long. They really want to get that long kill, so they're given the room to play in the open. But MOUZ time it perfectly. Long player comes in last as the bulk walks up short, and Dexter just makes a hero play over the smoke. The way they play together is so crisp that there was no way Cloud9 could have won that round. We often say, oh, you only get clutches if your opponent makes a mistake. MOUZ made no mistakes. 13-10. And Cloud9 are feeling the heat now. Getting bullied at Banana, getting picked by Torshi, not converting post plants either. They've had a couple of bombs down in this half, not a lot, and not really in good positions either. But that's what they're doing in MOUZ. Cloud9. They know they're right on the edge of resetting MOUZ's money, right? These have been expensive. Apart from that previous one where 3 stayed alive, most of these rounds have been very costly for MOUZ. They've kept 3 players alive over the last 3 rounds, with the exception of the previous.
Oh, this round really could be squeaky bum time because they don't want to let this one slip on by. Frozen knows that and displays it with raw aggression on the first face towards Banana. Peels back the player. And this is damn good. You've slain Axile. You've left it on 4 Ts for Cloud9. Minute and 18 seconds on the clock as well. They are wasting no time at proving a point.
Yeah, and the early rotate for Dexter. He doesn't have any assisting utility. Frozen's got a molly left on B and a smoke for Zertian. But just having another man here will be powerful. If he stays CT, they can boost. Instead, he resets and goes all the way back to Coffins, able to fight with his teammate. And this one almost feels obvious, but Cloud9 need to have a very good execute here with the double mollies, with all the smoke, all the trimmings. They need to hit their shots. That smoke is a problem, though. Cloud9 at least baited out with a bit of util. Now they're shuffling bits and bobs over so they can get the most efficient execute. But, MOUZ is just so favored. They have everyone here.
This is going to be an absolute scrap. A war on the site for control of it. It all comes down to who hits their shots in this final 20 seconds. You've got no time to muck about. Nafany dropped with a headshot from Exertion as he pops off, and there's only 3 of them left. Last few seconds, they come barreling into the site. He loses out. Hobbit with the M press impresses us for the first, but you still got to do more. Dexter dissecting, trades back. Buster at least leaves them in a 2 versus 3 with a bomb down.
Yeah, Frozen still hanging around over in the ruins. He was waiting to see if he needed to react after Dexter's play. Ends up just holding off, waiting for his teammates to move in for the retake. They've got a top banana smoke. That'll go in now. So Buster having to play ahead of this. Ahead of the util. It's a last-second retake attempt for MOUZ. They find that first man, and Buster falls as well. They grab the kit. Oh, that extra second spent grabbing the kit. It's close, but they've just got it. 14 for MOUZ. Another round by the wayside. Cloud9, you know, they were once feeling like they were kind of hot hands in this match, right? They went on that 5-round streak to open up the first half. Things were looking good. They were sat 6-3 up, but since we've come into this second half of play, MOUZ, they've done more than just catch up. They've dominated this second half, all but 1 round falling their way.
Yeah, great bait for Frozen as well. He sets up Dexter to go 1-for-1 at the backside because Cloud9 didn't know it was a triple B. They never cleared dark. And yeah, he only gets 1 kill, but it just keeps MOUZ in the favor because Frozen was spamming through the smoke with that A1S. And then he waits, as you said, for the retake, groups up with his team, and MOUZ have played these advantage positions on CT very well. Isolate the 3-on-2, Frozen with a triple, and MOUZ on to 14, and Cloud9, it's going to be a game of what-ifs. What if they could just get 1 round and break MOUZ's money and get, you know, a bit more momentum in this matchup, because they've not been able to do so at all. 1 round of the entire T side, something must change, but Nafany has not got the answer. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's waiting. They are going to boost as well. They're asking for it. Ooh. Oh, he just left the angle. That hit. Shiro tagged to half. When Torshi only hits you down at 50 HP, you kind of know you've caught a lucky break. Lucky to still be alive is Shiro. And Cloud9 are looking for an exit strategy, something to win them this 4v5. They've got some control over in top mid. Buster's just made contact over in the apartments. Hobbit's been holding this for so long, and he never saw Xerxin go into the cubby. I don't think he checks this. And there, that's free. Xerxin swings it on a timing. A 5v3 extended. MOUZ still looking good. They're going to lose 1 man. Dexter will feed Buster in the apartments. The bomb still in top mid, starts to change its mind, and Frozen might be low on health, but he provides another. Torshi finds the B pick, and for Shiro, he was here earlier on. He was tagged up by that AWP. There just isn't a chance to win the round anymore. He's got to sit back while MOUZ tick on over to map point.
Wow, yeah, and last quarterfinals, like we said at Rio, at least the 1 map Cloud9 could get was Inferno, and it was off the back of a 7-round T-side close. They had a great half there. And, you know, we have different maps in this series. This is the only consistency, but it's MOUZ right now writing the book in another quarterfinal against Cloud9 after a heroic run, especially for Cloud9 inside of the group stage, beating G2, man. And now, all for nothing if MOUZ eliminate them in this series. Another what-if for Cloud9. Torshi getting rushed to B, but he realizes it. He pulls out quickly. Top molly smoked. Cloud9 get a quick boost. Shiro doesn't want to be left saving here. Has to be the linchpin for Cloud9. Force an opener. Save their souls. But again, MOUZ a triple B.
Oh, they're re-aggroing into top banana. They want to try and retake this. They decide against it after that spray comes in. And they really hope that this is going to force the reaction from Cloud9 into Torshi, but he might just beat them to the punch. He goes walking in, faces Hobbit, and now the molly even tags on Waxal. Sure, it's only a little bit of damage, but it's the info that comes with it. You know there's still a banana presence here for Cloud9. Torshi tries to turn from that flash.
So keen.
Cloud9 don't want to go.
now they got to know it's Triple B, right? Like, I mean, not that they can do anything about it. They don't even want to really play map control. They feel like their BX is their best option here. And even if they're right, it may not be enough. 4v5, 3v3 in the site, and Torshi's not missing a beat.
Yeah, playing ahead of the smoke. Flash goes in. Torshi will get knocked off the angle, but a double layered setup in the back of the site. They run at Zerstian. They find him. It's frozen this time, tucked in over at Dark. Similar play to Dexter, and he's also going to go unaccounted for. Wow. Lines them up. So much damage, and there's Torshi with the close. A dominant win for MOUZ. It might have been a close affair at the end of that first half, but the moment they swap over to CT, they don't miss a beat. They only lose one round in that entire second half. So now Cloud9 need to have answers on their map pick of Vertigo.
Hello and welcome to the first inaugural Malta Bowling Championship. I am joined by legendary bowling commentator Barry Trussell here. Barry, are you excited for today's matchup?
Oh, Chad, I'm very excited. We're going to have some great games. We've got some wonderful teams in today.
We'll be hearing a lot more from Barry, but his right-hand man, his sidekick, Rushley G, a legendary bowler. He has never been touched, never lost a game, retired undefeated, and will be bringing us all of his expert analysis here today. Rushley G, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. We got a big game coming up. I'm going to be focusing on the technique here.
This is what they're playing for. All right, this is the legendary Malta plates. Of course, it's been years in the making for many of these players, for many of these individuals. They've given everything to the game, and it's all for the coveted prize of these plates right here. It's all on the line, so let's get it on.
Nico, let's go bowling.
All right, the teams are arriving now. We're going to talk to the players for today's bowling extravaganza, the best bowlers in the world joining us today. Hobbit, I know that you're a man with a plan. You like the lighter bowling balls here. How are you feeling? How's the wrist feeling today?
I'm very excited.
I'm here with Nico. He's never won a bowling championship, especially not the Maltese Bowling Championship.
What do you mean?
You've been in a couple of grand finals, mate, but I've never seen you lift a trophy today. We've got the Maltese plates on offer.
This is what you're fighting for?
This is what you're fighting for today, the coveted Maltese plates.
They're fucking amazing, no?
Beautiful. They're beautiful, aren't they? I'll break the news to you. You will not be playing with G2. You'll be split. As you can see here, the teams have been split.
Nico, Hunter, Monesi, Hobbit, and Exile. If you played CS, they would fuck these guys over, though.
Oh dear, the gauntlet's been thrown down.
Don't talk to me.
I didn't spell the names, all right? Hodzi, Barry Trussell, Rushley G. They've been involved in bowling for a very long time, and they want to see the best you have to offer today, lads. So let's get this started. Nico, Hooksy.
First bowl of the day. Form looked good, straight down the center. Might be an ace out of the gate here, but it's two left standing. Looks good, the curve, straight in the gutter. We got Juzzy Bear and Mr. Hunter. Looks like the balls are about to go down. A lot of cheering for Hunt here. Straight in the gutter again, and JKS looks good down the middle. Straight, oh. They're not opting with the same balls again. It's a big strategy. Normally you want consistency with the balls. You want to know your balls and you want to get them in hard and fast, all right?
And once again, it's left him wanting, Rush. When we take a look at Justin, He's also just sailed that one right on by. That's not going to be enough.
This is a big stage. The pressure, I think it's getting to him. I'm seeing a little shakiness coming out. I mean, MOUZ, he's never been in this level tournament before, so I think he's getting a little bit nervous now. He looks relaxed, but I don't know if he is. They call him the flashing game. Let's see how quick that ball moves, and it's a quick one straight down the set. I would expect nothing less. Oh, not a bad shot, actually. Right now, it looks like Team Right is far ahead. I think the first ball's out the way. That's a key thing, right? Now that we can really go into the meat and potatoes of the game, and we've got a strike here from Huxi.
Now we're joined with Lord Huxi, as he's come to be known in the bowling lanes. Huxi, you were the first strike of the game, and that was after a disappointing 0-0 to open. How does that feel?
I called it. I said to my teammates, this is a warm-up round. I just have to feel out like the map. And yeah, you can see the results, so expected, I would say.
Rushley G, what do you made of the technique so far?
There's been a lot of good stuff coming in. These players are really feeling comfortable out there on the floor. I think they all know what they need to do right now.
Now that's some wise words from Rushley G there, mate. Now, we've seen a couple of technicalities out there on the lanes. This is house rules, this is Malta rules. There's no resets, there's no lift up to the pins. You like it raw, don't you, Barry?
I love it raw. I think that's how you've got to have it, right? There's literally no other way.
Some of the best bowling we have seen all year here at the Malta World Cup Invitational inaugural first round event. I'm going to leave the commentary back to you boys. Let us know.
We're about a third of the way into the game now, about a third of the way in. Is that a strike? That's from Nico.
Dude, if you show me those trophies and I'd have to play in front of all these people in this arena tonight, I don't think I could get one ball down the whatever the fuck you call this thing, let alone get one to hit the pin.
Oh, Huxi's come back in with the rare Appalachian Mountains technique, but it's not gone well for him. I want to talk to you about your performances in the lanes right now. You're currently doing all right, middle of the board. How are you feeling?
Okay, Nico is carrying us.
Nico's carrying. It's a familiar feeling, you know. He's been there before, but how are you feeling about Axel right now? He's having a bit of a rough go at it.
Look. Axel performing well.
Performing well? All right, I like that. You got full faith in your team? I like that, Hobbit. Good luck. Good luck today.
Right now we're down here, I'm gonna get in and have a close look at what these players are doing. I'm gonna analyze and see exactly what technique they're using here.
Right, Raj, talk to me. What did you notice?
The thing is, bowling, it's about that leg. Once you bowl, that leg needs to hook. If their leg isn't hooking, the ball is gonna go off center. Let's try and get a close up on the leg here, just so we can see exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, let's follow that leg in.
Watch this leg here.
First fucking miss though.
I'm here with tournament favorite right now, Shiro. He's been playing a fantastic game today. Shiro, what is the technique that's coming out?
Я не понимаю по-английски, вообще не понимаю.
That's incredible. I cannot believe that he has brought this form here today. Shiro, who's your inspiration in bowling?
Вообще не понимаю по-английски.
You've got some hot competition out there. Nico, he's been hitting a couple of strikes as well. What are you going to step up in these last couple of moments to get this #1 spot?
Я думаю, я не знаю, не понимаю, что сказать на английском, я не понимаю.
Thank you very much, Shiro. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Insightful words there from Shiro. Let's see if he's got what it takes. Now, you've been monitoring this situation here, Rushley G, for years. You've actually been a bit of a mentor to Nico. To see him hit his stride like this in a moment like this, how does it make you feel?
I mean, I'm proud of the boy. You know, he's taken everything that I've said, and he's like really running with it. I am getting a little worried, you know, he is topping the charts right now. I'm sensing a bit of toxicity coming out of him.
We need 2 strikes, guys. Let's go.
I did see him like push a couple of his teammates around a little bit, and it's not like what we'd like to see on the floor. We may have to get the admins involved, it keeps it up, but hopefully the team can all come together and bring that plate home.
Bowling's a rough sport, it's a rough game, and here at the Malta inaugural World Championship Intercontinental, things are getting hot. We're here standing by with tournament leader Nico. He's hot on the trails, even hotter on the lanes, and today could be his day. Eyeing up the coveted Maltese plates. Nico, no one can stop you.
Yeah, I mean, it's going good so far. Honestly, I didn't expect to do this good, but it looks like it's a good day for me.
You're going to be lifting this trophy with celebrations at the end of today?
I mean, there's 3 more rounds. I need to help my team, you know, grab a couple of more points. I think we still have a chance to come back.
Monacy, are we going to expect a resurgence from you here late, or is this it for you in the bowling career?
Something is not working, I don't know. I changed some settings.
What res are you using?
69.
All right, that could be the problem.
All right, Rush, we're into the closing moments right now. These are always the most tense, the most high-pressured, high-octane moments of any game of bowling.
Nico has just thrown his second to last ball, working on his last right now. There is 1 pin on the board, and he hits it. It's a spare as his last play of the game. Maybe that is the play that secures him the EVP. His scores are insane right now, 117 points.
It's a beautiful sight right now.
Justin Kangaroo Savage, he steps up when the team needs him.
Yes, over there, we rounded off at 3-7-2 for team left.
3-7-2. Well, I can tell you right now, unless Buster's boys get disqualified, it is in fact GG right now. We'll watch it out. We'll see what they have to offer. This is just, they can do some tricks right now. They can do some B-hops into the balls, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
He's doing it backwards. This is a backwards ball. What a technique. We've never seen this before in the bowling alley.
Oh!
It's into a strike.
That's actually insane. No one thought he was going to get that, not even Hooksy. Not even, we got to bring him over. Hooksy, come over here after that shot.
Talk us through what you've just done.
That was a backhand. That was an Alabama backhand that you just threw in there. What's that?
You know, we gave them mercy for a while, and now the game was already over because we were already ahead and we have another round, so I thought why not make some fun out of it.
I love to see it. Did you know you were going to hit that? Did you know you were going to hit the reverse one?
Yeah, of course. It's just like, it's not fun if I get strikes all the way, you know? Because then I can play 1v5, so yeah, I just decided like to show the world what I can do, but like not to ruin the fun, you know?
All right. Well, a historic day in bowling is why are you laughing, bro?
Crying, bro.
Oh shit. All right. Well, a historic day is upon us here, Rush. We're about to crown these champions. We've got last year's winner with us here, and he's going to be handing over the trophy. So if you'd like to go ahead and present that to these fine gentlemen. Here we go.
Here, an absolutely legendary play last year. Really knew what he was doing on the field. Handshaking award. It's an absolute honor here. The plate will be handed over. A little bit of discussion here. Who gets it? Hooksy's got it. Let's take some words.
Oh yes, here he is, man of the hour, the captain. Oh, Hooksy, how does it feel? You know, this is what, maybe the 3rd trophy you've now picked up in a row. You're just nailing them.
Yeah.
How's this feeling?
Expected.
Expected?
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Like, we were the better team on paper, so we were favorites, and they have 1 star player, we have a team. It was very obvious.
And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's a team game, right? You've come to pick up trophies with the boys. You know, and now that you get to take this home, what do you make of our trophy?
I think we will have to figure out if it goes to the Cloud9 office or the D2 office. I don't know. I guess, yeah, we will see who takes the trophy in EPL, and who doesn't will have this one.
Now, while it is a team game, it's also a solo game. Tonight, you know, we got something special. There was a 5-point difference in this EVP, in this solo award, but Nico ended up getting it, didn't he?
Yeah, 117. That's the number of Master Chief, and I really think he showed the Chief, the Master, and he actually did win it here. But we have the MVP trophy here, and we're going to give it to Mr. Nico right now, Clowny McClownison. You may give the trophy. Here we go. The MVP. It's an honorable. He didn't win, but don't get me wrong, he didn't win, but he did a good job here. Also gets the MVP crown here. I'll have some closing words. Nico, you topped the charts. You really made everyone else look foolish. How does it feel to really claim that EMVP for yourself?
Yeah, man, it's been a while since I got one of these, you know. It's been a lot of effort put inside of it, but yeah, happy it's finally paying off to, you know, just getting this back. It means a lot.
I'm glad to hear it. I mean, it's fitting with the jersey here, black and yellow as well. I'm sure it feels good. I know you're going to take the boys out for a nice little drink tonight just to celebrate. We've got some prize money coming as well, but I hope you had a great time. Any last words to the fans, the bowling fans at home?
Yeah, definitely lots of fun. Thank you everyone who came over here. Look how many people we have. Thank you everyone for coming. Appreciate you all. Until next time, boys.
That's the bowling competition. We'll see you next year.
He's still going to go for it. Making magic when they need it most.
Cloud9 with their backs up against the wall, but that's when the animal can become the most deadly. On the other side, we've got MOUZ, who really performed well on their map pick of Inferno. They had some clutch rounds, some really just nice advantage situations played on CT side. They lost one round in the second half. It was a statement win for MOUZ, but now the going gets tough because we head to Vertigo, a Cloud9 classic, a consistency, a map. They've taken over some of the best in the world, G2, Outsiders, Heroic, ENCE, all teams and more. For MOUZ, it's one they barely show up for. Played it against SOAR this year, otherwise empty results for the MOUZ squad. But have they been working on it in the couple of weeks they've had off since their group? We'll have to find out. We'll have to wait and see. Or Cloud9 will try and drag us to a third of Mirage, kicking and screaming all the way.
Yeah, you know, I think if you were MOUZ coming into this, knowing what bracket you're in, knowing that if you made it all the way to the quarterfinals, the team you would already be up against, right? I guess that gives you a little element of planning ahead of time. You know, they should have been aware that this would have cropped up in this series, right? So I have faith that they've put a bit of work in here. But I do think Cloud9, despite the results of that first map, are coming into Vertigo specifically as the favorites.
Absolutely. It should be a three-mapper. If it's not, this would not just be a nice upset for MOUZ, but one of monumental meaning, taking down such a good map for Cloud9. So they better start strong. Fast up the ramp for Cloud9 with the Glocks. They've got lots of util, enough for the double smoke. Exact. The molly is the question. Sandbags or boost? There should be nowhere else. Hobbit gets it right in early, playing it safe. No one home.
Yeah, standard smoke wall lobbed in. Cloud9 going to move up behind it. Frozen up on this boost. That is a clean tap. He had like a second of vision on Hobbit, not even. And just domes him at the first opportunity. So Cloud9 are now a man down. MOUZ are about to come through these smokes. Hello, they pop themselves in and they reap the reward. Backstab up through ramp as well. Xerxan moving in, up the short side. Dispatches of Axel. Shiro gonna have eyes in the back of his head. And he's run down by the dual Berettas. Pistol round found for MOUZ.
Oh, indeed, indeed.
Spicy start, and the vibes just continue to look clean as well.
I'm a little disappointed, honestly, because
go on.
You know, Xerxan, whenever we've had him on the cast, he's been telling us how much he loves it. He's been saying how much he's enjoyed it. He came back a second time, so I was believing him. But if he liked it that much, he would do the honorable thing and get eliminated today, and then cast all the way to the grand finals.
That's a good point. He'll consider it, I'm sure. But you know what? Pro League trophy. That sounds pretty good to me. I understand the grind, man. That's what they're here for. Young, hungry players on either side.
Look, man, I'm just saying, if he's serious about his career as a caster, he would have taken the L. Right, here we are.
Don't think he is.
Up through ramp, Frozen. Tucked in at the sandbags. Ooh, tries to swing out, but Axar will get the better of him. Xerxan pushing up through middle. Equalizes this back out into a 4v4, and now he applies a bit of pressure to Cloud9. Even just the presence of mind that he wins this mid fight and that he could be flanking is going to be enough to slow Cloud9's roll here, make them go back. You can see they're starting to clear out the flank now, and I like the routing that Xerxan's chosen on this. They're coming all the way back, and I think, you know, you hit a certain point where you start to believe, yeah, he's not flanked, he called it off, and that couldn't be further from the truth. There's a couple more there, so one more is all Xerxan gets. And that kill's a bit weird for MOUZ. It's not like it reveals a lot. It's not a big tell, right? You don't know where that bomb's going. All you've found from this is a 3-on-3, and that actually favors Cloud9. Gonna prompt a bit of re-aggression. Dexter trying to figure out what's happening. With Dexter now out of the round, MOUZ, a man down, and more aggression coming through the pipeline.
It's kept them so mobile because they left B because of Xerxan. Luckily, JDC's just gotten here in time, and if he gets this kill before the mid component attacks, he's going to have so much freedom, and not just that, the info that they're likely splitting his site, but his patience will be tested. Hobbit hiding out, low health, and JDC can make it look easy. Now they know B is corrupted, going to have to be a safe plot, not for the stairs. We've got nades coming over, JDC trying to light them up. Second player of MOUZ is also flanking though. There's no kit right now in play. This is still not an easy round for MOUZ.
It's not easy, but it's definitely one they want to try and grab. Torzi now with a tall task to try and pick up the pieces, looking for the first head, debating whether or not he can actually hard commit to this. I mean, he batters Nafany down to just 9 HP, finally finishes the frag as well, and it's all on Shiro, tucked in behind the AC. Can he be ice cold here? Oh, he's low, he's scared, he's dead, and Torzi gets it, but no time to defuse. The round will tick on by to Cloud9.
What a big force to steal away. I think the key kill there is Dexter still pushing in the 3-on-3. Like you said, Harry, it's the kills that Xerxan gets isn't, you know, it's not so much info, but he sees two players come back through T-spawn, and that maybe gives Dexter the feeling he has room, but it's exactly what Hobbit was waiting for. Cloud9 punish, and this is a map where you're going to be very sneaky, right? Where you know your footsteps on top or bottom site are going to be heard by your opponents, so you have to walk a lot of the time. You have to sneak, you have to reset. The T's going to be doing a lot of defaulting and waiting for this aggro, and so MOUZ jumped the gun just that little bit too much in the second round. Cloud9 needed that force up, and now favored for a second.
Yeah, so we got the hero M4. Torshi, where is he taking it? He's, also the boost employed over on A. That M4 just in rotation between either which side of the map. Started off leaning B, now come back over towards A. Cloud9 taking ramp over in mid. Cloud9 have got a boost of their own. They spot JDC up on construction. Bit of util exchanged, but Cloud9 don't look to take middle. They're holding for this boost. Nafany just checked it, and he will deal with Frozen. That Famus at least retrieved by Dexter, but it's the re-aggro that knocks him out of the round. 1 HP for Nafany as Torshi's spam will connect. Also brings Shiro down low. He's done so much damage with the M4. He's asking for the boost right now. Gonna get thrown up. Gives him a nice angle to fight from. But normally you want the wall of smokes here if you're going to employ this boost. There's still ways you can finagle these fights, but it's not as clean, it's not as nice, and Torshi's got to drop on down. That one kill from JDC, and a bit more chip damage downrange on a Hobbit now sees 3 of these players super low on health. 1 shot away from death for Shiro, Nafany, and Hobbit. It's only Axar with HP. The flash in, nets another kill, and there's Xerxan doubling up. It's just Hobbit, low on health, in at the sandbags, and a 1v2, but they could line up right now. They would line up. Hobbit, they're right there. They're creeping into him, and they're asking to get double killed. Hobbit locks that one in. Holds his own in the 1v2. and converts that round for Cloud9.
They didn't know, Harry. They did not know. They didn't even consider it. Great post-plant position. That's just coming off the back of someone saying lost ramp. And you've got to believe it, right? You're both low. You're on the clock. No nades. They couldn't clear it. And Hobbit just gets enough info to swing out and close. Big round out of Cloud9. Saved. If that flash comes any earlier, the pistol rushing down the planter, my God, that round could have been MOUZ's. Now they stack on A with pistols. Again, as said, important to walk in these positions. Cloud9 will hit every step you take, every move you make. Shiro's watching you. 2 and then some change. Oh, nice double ding. And Hobbit will be here to make sure no more casualties are allowed. Cloud9 3-1. Their map pick starting as it should be, despite the pistol falling the other way. They've landed on their 2 feet.
Yeah, they're not going to have an AWP to go up against in this first round either, so that gives Shiro a little more room with his AWP, especially in regards to some of these ramp fights.
The question is, does he get the fights? Because they don't have an AWP, they're just running. Forget the AWP, it's up to the MAC-10s.
First man gets out, but this Molly's going to force an engagement. Hello. It's a double Molotov onto Dexter. He extinguishes that, nades rain in, and he actually swings out after the fact. Could have been a kill. There could have been a chance to catch the man on the sandbags. Dexter flashed in and he crosses out. That is a big move for MOUZ because Dexter represented something very tasty to Cloud9. The idea that they had a man boxed in. Now that opportunity has gotten away from them. And the mid-round boost pulled out for MOUZ. This is nice. You've just been fighting for ramp control. You've kind of gotten used to a certain level of security here. And now that boost compromises all of it. Cloud9, this is awkward. The game plan from the start was to just brawl for the ramp control. Now they've kind of got it, but they think they have it more than they do. This boost, as I say, shouldn't be known about, and I think Frozen will get one, then just drops on down. And this now leaves MOUZ in a really good way. 5v3, Flash is great. Lines up that first for Buster, but the end of the line after one. And so now it's just Shiro and Axal in the 2v4.
But Shiro, there's low targets, and he will take them down one by one. 28 seconds, bomb retrieved. Short player still to worry about. And Axile, I think he's already leaning into the save with that AWP. So Shiro, he can go for it if he wants, but he will have no support until the post plant. That may not be a position we see him in. Is he really going for 10 seconds? Now he's swinging. They're going to be able to stop him. They just don't fight. They wait. Oh, 5 seconds. Oh, he's dead. Man, there's a window there. There's a world. There's a way. But MOUZ don't allow, and Axel must save that AWP. You wonder if Axel was with him. Jeez, that could have been a bomb plant. Maybe for the best. MOUZ.
Nah, but you know, I like the idea, right? Because you imagine, like, if Shiro does plant, then Axel has more of a reason to try and play for it. And on top of that, it's like this idea of, like, Axel, while saving, still having impact, holding the flanks, so they know that they're not getting wrapped up through ramp, and then could have played into it if the situation arose. I liked that. I thought it was a smart way to play the save.
Oof. What Shiro's waiting for. A1S is going to be frequent on this map. Probably the best map, I'd say, right now for A1S because of this fight down ramp.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even the B ramp's good for it, man. Like, that one way gets dropped in, but you have an A1S. It's like, one way for whom? Shiro just getting naded on repeat. Nafany's caught one as well.
Strays.
Ramp is not feeling nice. Cloud9, they spread out to open up this round. Just a bit of a default, right? Taking away the ramp control over at B, exerting a little bit of pressure over in mid, and willing to challenge ramp. But they didn't get given fights anywhere other than on the ramp side, and even then it was more so just jiggles and nades raining in. So now they will have to group and decide to hit one of these bomb sites. Nafany over on A is trying to sell the fake, trying to keep bodies here while the rest of Cloud9 commit to the B play.
Final 30. JDC. Will he be able to do something dirty? He's got the M4. Magazine fully loaded, ready to clack when it matters most. There's the connection onto the first. The headshot as Buster will burst off the backup from Torzi, and it's only 3 of them that remain. Time rapidly ticking away. Ooh, hello, the spray. That'll shut him down, and Hobbit, he knows that his days are numbered. Trapped in a corner, smooth moves to get away. All right, fair enough.
He realized
JDC deserves a medal for getting out with a second kill there, man, and like living till the end of the round. Trapped at Tetris, like that tiny little angle, especially when they've taken the top of ramp and they have the you know, like the cubby on the right-hand side. The fact that he survives was already crazy enough. The fact that he actually got a second kill onto someone aggroing up ramp in a position that's so pre-fireable, that's, you know, so easy to box in and deal with is massive. He does a great job of staying alive, and that's brought MOUZ onto a third.
Because not only is he like 1 shot from death, I mean, he was getting wallbanged. I think 1 more shot would have done it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he went down from like 6 to 4 at one point.
But there was also Shiro on the sandbag here, and he swings and he just kills the orb like it's nothing. Like, he's boxed between 2 players. He should not be living, let alone fragging, but he does both. And Hobbit has to realize at the end, like, he's waiting for the pick. They're both, there's 2 players he knows that are close, and he realizes they're going to swing off to the clock, so I better run. He does. He'll save his gun, but MOUZ are fine with that. It puts Cloud9's money in the washing machine again. Tumbled and now dried. It's just this AK into pistols. So it should be nice and easy for MOUZ to dispel. They've got flashes primed on the A ramp, taking some control. Cloud9 throwing 1 bait smoke, implying they're taking short, but MOUZ know that's not the case. As the smoke fades, they start to move up. This timing is good for Cloud9. You can see MOUZ are not exactly cognizant, and that AK is put to work, taking Torshi out, giving an orb to Shiro now. This round can get out of control very quickly.
Yeah, this is where you're breathing a bit of a sigh of relief that they find a handful of kills. That re-aggro from Frozen does actually give over another gun. Dexter's looking like he wants to get flashed in here. But he's the man with the flashbang, so that ain't happening. Instead, it's just this close crane angle. Util in, the nade's nice, and Dexter goes pushing with it, leaving Axel in the 1v2. Bomb on the other side of the Xbox, having a cross out wide to grab it, and that leaves him in the firing line of Xerxan. MOUZ clamp down upon top ramp.
Xerxan's looking very comfortable CT right now. Lots of re-aggros on ramp. He keeps doing it on his own as well. Like, sometimes you'll see like flash setups or 2 players walk pushing it. We've had rounds, that round where, like, for example, Dexter gets flashed out of sandbags. Like, Xerxan just walks back in and gets a kill.
Yeah.
He's playing, you know, sometimes on his own, but he keeps catching Cloud9 off guard at top ramp.
I mean, you know, he's been doing it as well, like over in mid, which is where he starts a lot of these rounds. He's just been coming in with the relentless mid-round aggression there.
Cloud9, you know, it's early days, it's fine, but I'm going to say it again, they have to win this map at least, because really they should win the match. And if they lose on Vertigo, a home map, against MOUZ, a team that don't play it, really, like, that's just... Like, that just builds into the storyline of Cloud9 crumbling under pressure in playoffs, and there's not even a crowd here, there's not even that excuse. You know? They did great in Dallas, but then what? Bridesmaids always, never the bride. An open stage at Rio with the favorites knocked out, with Na'Vi down on the other side of the bracket, with so many of the Tier 1 teams not even making it to playoffs. That was a major that Cloud9 could have won, to be perfectly honest. But here we are in the quarterfinals yet again, and I'm feeling nervous. Can they reignite some faith with this rifle round? Top ramp ready. And an AWP on short.
Torzi teasing it on the peak. Here comes the swing, and it is an easy right hook to send Anthony out of the server and leave it down to 4 of them with 30 seconds again, keeping it close on time. It's got to be Sublime. They can't afford the dilly-dally. And they're still being scoped at as well. Torz is just waiting for the push to come towards him. He's got the close angle covered. Once they swing on the ramp, he'll run rampant with the orb. Hits the shot, bomb drop, cold on the ground, 13 seconds. You gotta go swiftly. Dexter gets domed. Here we go. Hat trick of frags. Now you've got the opportunity to bomb. But they didn't. No! Frozen! Oh, he denies it all. There is ice in his veins.
How do MOUZ win these rounds? Like, the swings there where Cloud9 get 3 kills. That's not even really a mistake for MOUZ. They just expect that there is so much panic with the bomb down with 10 seconds that Cloud9 are actually focusing on the package. They're not. They wait for the kills. They get delivered everything, and then they don't clear short. They can't cover, and Frozen just ends it. Poor Cloud9.
They even were aware of that possibility. They had Buster on the angle, like trying to cover it, but yeah,
Shiro fighting.
Such a sick way for that one to have panned out for MOUZ. They're going to feel good that Frozen is just handcrafted around himself from the short side. Because that one would have hurt to lose, right? Yeah. That one would have really hurt to lose. As you say, you don't really misstep even in the 5v3 when you swing together with 10 seconds left. That's not like a huge misplay. It was Cloud9 landing some incredible shots. Frozen gonna need to get bailed out. Torshi can't lend much of a helping hand here as the smokes rain in. He finds the 4v4, sure, but Dexter will deliver these kills that tip the scales back in favor of MOUZ. Xerxion's already up ramp. Here's this mid-aggression that we were talking about just a few rounds ago. And this is really nice. This CT side is really nice. I think it's kind of perfect because, you know, MOUZ, they're very keen to fight for this ramp control. They've got a lot of ideas as to how they want to go about doing that. We've seen rounds where it's more, you know, more about facing and challenging at ramp. We've seen rounds where it's more about the boosting or manipulating, you know, angles around the sandbags. And then you have like this constant threat of mid-aggression from Xerxion. And the thing that's making it so good from him, for my money, is that this isn't happening at the start of every round. It's not a guaranteed fight here.
No way.
This one, he gets by super quick, and they think they've been holding mid. Xerxion, there's a double on his plate right now. Makes it down the ladder. He won't commit to the middle hold, so they've got room, but this is calmed across. Dexter's already gone back to watch mid, and Xerxion collects a freebie down at ramp. I know it's crazy.
How did he even get there?
I know it's crazy that he's there, but honestly, that's not a good 1-for-1. This isn't a good kill to have got. You needed more out of that flank, and it leaves extra pressure on these site players, but JDC and Torshi answer the call. And Frozen, he heard them coming back. He must have heard a step. Yeah, triggers the rotate from Torshi. Already moving around with the AWP. JDC's doing the same. MOUZ willing to call the bluff on this.
I cannot believe MOUZ are going for the plays that they are. And with the AWP starting B as well, just even keeping it fresh, Cloud9 have been destroyed on ramp rushes, so they didn't want to do it. That's a nice way to check sandbags. And they're going to run boost as well. Oh, he started running too early.
Failing the run boost actually sucks, though. Like, now you've given the sound cue that you're both there.
Double nade.
Gonna rain in.
Nice.
Good bit of damage on a Frozen. With 2 players still here now, they've got an even odds fight, and around that smoke, Torshi's knocked out Axal. It's left to Shiro, 1v2. Everyone's here for MOUZ now, with that bomb falling just in front of the site. Shiro's moving in like he wants to try this. Tap on the bomb. Hates that first swing out of Frozen. But they don't need to give him much more of a reaction here. He taps it again. This time they call his bluff. Oh, a third tap. Up and over. Time's running out. Shiro, one more tap on the bomb.
No way.
But Torshi calls it. 2 seconds and Shiro, 2 out of 3 in the clutch. But Torshi wins it to time.
That's painful, man. He had to make the decision. It's a 50-50. It's a roll of the dice. And he was feeling belief in his aim, but Torshi with an AWP did not want to run down a plant of 5 seconds. And Shiro left lacking around 2 out of 3. Very nice attempt. And you always kick yourself when you make that wrong decision, but how are you supposed to know in the moment? Oh, Cloud9. It's sad to see. MOUZ are kicking dust in their face as they run away with this map, and we've not really had bomb plants either, have we? The first 2 rounds, Cloud9 found bomb plants. Never since. And yeah, okay, it wasn't a great 1-for-1, but it's the fact that he's willing to do that, and the fact that he gets away with it. I don't know if Cloud9 were throwing late util, and so they arrived just a second too late, but he just seems so ready. As soon as he got ladder, like, I have the world. I can take anything now. I can full flank.
And he's just conditioning them again and again and again, though.
Yeah,
they're now going to have to think he's going to push again.
They're so paranoid about it, and this is why I say, like, he's not been doing it every round. I know the round I said that, he did immediately push mid and run it, but that's just the caster's curse. You expect that, right? On top of that, you know, it's this idea of you could hold mid for a minute in some of these rounds, and you won't get that fight every time. So even the threat of the mid flank, now that it's been so pronounced, is going to cause Cloud9 to dedicate resources and time to clearing out middle.
Nafany found a gap here, and they don't know.
It's a big gap,
They have no idea. But unfortunately, I feel like this is a gap where the Tech9 is really letting you down, because it's not easy to get a quick double tap on the head to get a kill. Now, this is nice. But which side is Dexter watching? He looks like he's got
because they don't have the yellow walk up from this boost, he will actually be holding short in case someone has crept in. And so Nafany dead. He at least gets the info on his boost, so his teammates don't have to be the ones to learn about that, right? Could have been a worse way to learn about that.
Oh.
Missed flash. Not ideal. Shiro still took the peak anyway.
Got to, man. You need those kills. 30 seconds. Cloud9 with 2 smokes. Throw out that second one, Hobbit. And, oh, he's in mid, so only actually 1 smoke on the bomb site. Hobbit's lurk could be interesting. We haven't seen mid control for Cloud9 late. It's just been the A-ramp simulator. Dex has a one-way over that, though. He takes the kill. He gets out. They're going to go for the plant. Hobbit now activating as the fake comes in.
They didn't throw the nade right away.
Oh, dear. He gets run through. With 10 seconds, MOUZ have the numbers to chase. It's a good shot, but it means nothing.
No, that's a save if they let you. And Xerxon won't. 8-3. The CT side is spiraling out of control. And dude, I mean, MOUZ,
clinical.
They've really impressed me here. It feels like, you know, they've done their research. Even the fact that round there, they have 1 nade for the bomb, right? And they don't throw it in right away. And this is where, you know, they know that Cloud9 are cognizant of stuff like that. The nade stacks onto the planting player. They waited for that first tap. They gave it a few more seconds, and then they lobbed the nade, and that wrecked the planter's day. Cloud9 must be sounding the alarm bells now, because this one is really getting away from them. The time to turn this map around, the series around, is running out.
Yeah.
This is a quarterfinal after a blistering run through the groups for Cloud9, besting the likes of G2 in a dominant fashion, having, you know, 3 players in the top 5 of the Pro League. Top-rated team, like, you know, this was meant to be the kind of homecoming for Cloud9, and it is a far cry from that. MOUZ destroying them on the CT side of Vertigo.
Yeah, and they're switching it up as well. Like, they have a lot of different ramp setups. They've done re-aggros a lot. They've sometimes chased bomb plants. They've sometimes respected them. And Cloud9 have, you know, just been faking plants on A almost every round. Again, he's ladder. Hobbit finds out. Shiro gets a pick. But Xerxon, again, took this space. He just got spotted this time. Okay, here we go. 5v4 for Cloud9. This has to be the money shot. This has to be the 4th. They haven't even shown much towards B. And JDC, last time we saw him here, what happened? He was a Tetris, and he got away with 2 kills and lived longer than any man should. Cloud9, do they have a double nade for Tetris? This is the round to pull it out. They look like they want to boost. Get that wood molly in to make sure they can get up close. Axel sending his captain over the top.
I think this will telegraph the boost, if I'm honest. I think it could. You know, last time they came B and they employed a similar look of boosting up, they mollied this position. And MOUZ have clearly done their homework. You've also not really heard much over at B. They've seen the man back on quad. They know he's there. Util raining in. They lob it all in tandem to knock out JDC. Miss nade from Xerxon. Throwing through a bit of a loop here. Would have loved that damage. Instead, meets them on the swing, but caught by the late players up the ramp. And now Dexter with this AWP holds the cross, but is caught by Axel. And for Frozen, a 1v4. You know, this isn't a round that's really worth him paying much mind to.
That's just nice angle management for Cloud9. They're not rushing the B site. They're taking area after area and stopping every time to make sure they're double facing the next angle. And then they take Tetris, they take double box, they wait. And MOUZ are feeling the pressure to fight there. They don't want to give all the site away and play retake. They want to actually stop Cloud9 from crossing in. And so MOUZ are able to, Cloud9 are able to trade out really nicely. That's a good round. Getting the spot on JDC as well. Big boost from Nafany, allows him to double nade him, and there may not even be a save here. Frozen will fight for it, and he will survive. So, 4 rounds. It's the bare minimum, I'd say. But Cloud9 need to springboard off of it. However, again, it was similar to Inferno, but it just never happened, right? They always had MOUZ on the edge of reset with expensive gun rounds. Now they've finally broken the money. We're going to have MOUZ force in this position. But if they lose it, suddenly the 8-7 half is very viable. That was an important round. Rifles, a Tech 9 for JDC, just enough util. But if Cloud9 win it, 8-7 is on the horizon.
JDC's Tech might actually get an opportunity to punish quite early on. Luckily enough, he reshuffles, backs off from where the Molotovs come in, so he's not going to get burned to a crisp. Can he still be crisp with the gun, though? Nafany on the boost, reeling slightly further back. He's walking up on this. He's trying to play on the angle, favor the pistol up close and personal, nade over the top. They keep it awkward.
Double.
Now they know about one of these boosted players. Zershan able to respond, but Nafany makes it over. Flushes out the rifle. JDC's been naded as well. Rotates for MOUZ, start to move around. But if they don't get kills to intrigue them, this will just be the save for the MOUZ squad. Torshi trying to play over the lip of this smoke. Full flashed, and so one man makes it in. A second now joins him on the back of that second flashbang.
Oh no.
Torshi could have a chance here. Could have something on the smoke fade. They've just crept up close to the generator, and so the trade is found for Buster. Frozen in another clutch, this time a 1v3, and another round where he wants to try and save. But if you look, Hobbit's going on an unexpected journey here, all the way up the mid ladder. This was actually really nice routing for him. He's not going to find Frozen saving, or at least he shouldn't. But I like the pathing for Hobbit, right? This idea of even, worst case scenario, if the site starts to fall, you had Hobbit on a very unexpected mid lurk as that kind of safety net in the round.
Yeah, he already got a kill there. He pushed mid when they were going for the B hit, got a kill, and then he just backed off completely and didn't show anything. And consider Frozen, last round, saved in ladder. So Hobbit just goes back for it, goes back to what he knows. Not again, though. Nafany, ironically, has been the one guy making this game work. He's won both these rounds for Cloud9 off of his boost on B. They found the weakness finally. They had a game plan on the A attack. MOUZ's re-aggression was perfect, and Cloud9 never got an A plant.
I really like the fact that they're doing both boosts simultaneously, and the guy who gets up towards like the spam spot never peaks till they do the right side boost over towards ramp. It's very cool because I think the biggest threat to doing that boost is that guy boosted ends up being alone in a way, right? And it's very, very hard to assist him from ramp. What sometimes happens is, the boosted player will fall and then the ramp guys struggle to really get involved. Axel farms a bit. And this should just be a save now with the 2 AKs, if Hobbit lets them again.
Yeah, good luck saving.
But yeah, that boost, the second guy getting boosted just is able to cover the player who actually takes space, right? Who actually jumps into the site, and you're able to cover it from a kind of safer and less expected, less anticipated angle. Yeah, I also think it pulls the attention off of the original boosted player, right? So it's a cool way to go about taking that space, and I do like it.
Yeah, there's some cool ideas here for Cloud9. It's just the A site, which is the site on Vertigo, hasn't been good at all. MOUZ have had a stellar defense there. So this is now 3 rounds in a row for Cloud9, off of essentially winning B, right? They plant A, but Axel gets a triple kill on that push. And JDC is not going to save this gun, you'd think. Last second, they find him. Cloud9 important exit kills to take us into the last round of the half. And we said it, if Cloud9 broke the money, that 8-7 is doable. Suddenly, this T side looks good.
It needed to happen. It was a terrifying prospect of the scoreline we were looking at, especially for the series overall as well. Cloud9 looking like they should be a heavy favorite for the tournament. MOUZ were just absolutely grinding them to a pulp. At least now, it's more of a manageable scoreline. You can get back into the groove of the game. There's a lot more to be said about the second half, especially with the score being a lot tighter.
Yeah, it really is a wide open playoff bracket right now for the ESL Pro League, right? Obviously, outsiders, major winners eliminated. Forza v FaZe, I think, is such a spicy matchup considering Forza's form right now and FaZe's recent playoff problems. And then, of course, no Liquid, Vitality v ENCE. Well, right now we know Vitality are in no guarantee with ENCE having just come off the back of eliminating G2. It's very open right now, and that's why the winner of this matchup is in a very good position to go on a bit of a Hail Mary here. I'd say right now there's probably, and I didn't even mention Heroic, by the way, against Na'Vi, there's probably, I think any team left up in the playoff already can win this tournament. Nice play for Nafany, again, being the opener for Cloud9 on this A side for a change, finds that gap. Hobbit opens up in middle. They had a trade ready if they needed. MOUZ have been picked apart in the final round of the half, and it may be a decent T side after all. Cloud9, a fresh breath of air. And now it's MOUZ getting suffocated. Cloud9 just need to group. Leave Hobbit again to make sure Xerxon doesn't flank, which is exactly what he's doing, but also come in late on a mid-lurk. Hobbit should have this kill, even though he's low. Xerxon's not ready. Grimy position to do that at 40 seconds left, and now Cloud9 just have to trade out on A.
Yeah, Torshi is the one man to beat here. He finds that first, and with no one else to swing from short, he's given free rein, but he's gone pushing in.
Nice.
Shiro will trade that out, and so the 7-8 half will come through for Cloud9. Quite the path to recovery, considering the scoreline that MOUZ once held. And so this game evens up with Cloud9 now swapping over. They're going to do everything in their power to take us to that third map.
I'm a walking lick. Having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics. Something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick. Private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip. Something you don't wanna miss. Diamonds dance like you got served. Think you the one, but you not the first. Trash the rake, we swing and swerve. Her head is straight while I drive in reverse. Yeah, you know what I mean. Shrimp and lobster's what I eat. 3 bands on the feed. Rabbi should cut me a check, yeah, I need me a check. Cause they see all the chicken I'm getting. To flicker the wrist when I'm whipping the biscuits. You know it be instantly hitting them. Shoot my shot like Pip, turning your miss to a mistress. I'ma be tipping her, stripping, she screaming and kissing. Got her in different position, she gon' be missing this. I'm a walking lick. Having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics. Something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick. Private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip. Something you don't wanna miss. Diamonds dance like a disco ball. Excuse my wrist, it like to show off. No condiments, too much sauce. This is regular, do this often. doing 100 on the interstate. In the fold, doing figure eights. Fly to Paris for a dinner date. Buying cribs, no real estate. Louis Gucci, Fendi groupies. I'm in jacuzzis, making movies. This new Benz, my old hoopty. That's your girl, why she choose me? I don't blame her, I won't name her. She was friendly for a stranger. They gon' pay me for these favors. No small moves, it's all major. I'm a walking lick. Having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics. Something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick. Private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip. Something you don't wanna miss.
All right, we're back. MOUZ still up in the lead, but a far cry from what could have been as Cloud9 find the last couple of rounds, thanks to finally breaking that MOUZ economy. We're in this spot now where MOUZ swap over to the T side of things. They've had a couple of cool ideas in some of these pistol rounds gone by. I want to see what Dexter and the boys have cooked up. For the side of Cloud9, we've got dual Berettas in play, as we've come to expect over on the CT side of things. And I'll open up. Bit of mid-aggro coming out from MOUZ. 3 strong here. So maybe, just maybe, we've got something kind of splitty on our hands here.
Everyone here for Cloud9 is good for them, though. They've got Flash ready. They've got dual Berettas on 2. Do MOUZ not like what they see? They're going to go set up util. Torshi drops down ladder, leaving Zershan in mid. The mid man on CT side. How late will he play? And will Cloud9 want to clear him before the patience right now to hold this setup?
Oh, Shiro. Jumping for the contact, backs off so he doesn't get gatted out of the round. Zershan, though, always muddling up the situations at middle, but Axar with the double pistols will punish him when we slip into a 4-on-4 as it kicks off. They're busting in through the doors. They want to scrap for control of the A site. Bomb down, headshots connecting. Shiro keeps on rolling, and it's all on Dexter with the money Glock. Can this man farm up the cream? Hits the first. Protect your next. He's battling back, but he's only good for 2 more.
Good shooting from Dexter, but Shiro just better, right? Hits 3 headies, 2 in the pre, 1 in the post, and saves Cloud9 from a clutch. That would have been massive. Nice patience in middle as well. They trade out onto Zershan. You'll take that with the game he's been having. 2.0 KD at 18 kills. Look at this for Shiro. Just swift. And now MOUZ force up. They get a bomb plant. That's temptation enough right now. Current meta, you're always trying to buy a second round. Especially with bomb plants. I'm listening to the comms. Frozen being very vocal. Hyper important round here to set the pace for this entire half. Nafany is going to get this nade off and then go back to the bomb site. He sees 4 out of 5. That's enough. Shiro spams Dexter and even does Frozen in down to 10.
The nade back. Is meaty.
Yeah, everyone's getting bullied.
Shiro is even still fighting. Drops that smoke. Just going to hold it now. MOUZ, they've kind of revealed their hand here, right? Cloud9 know that everyone was coming up the ramp. That was the spot that Nafany got them. That's the info that's come down the line. They've got 4 strong on this side of the map, leaving middle open. Frozen still low on health, right? He's messed up, waiting at the bottom of ramp. Gonna have to be someone else to crack this site open. There's one. Busted dead as well. Good openings for JDC. Hobbit throws himself into the fire. One man still in at ramp. Nafany is in the crane smoke right now. 9 HP. He comes through. Doesn't just stop the plant. He doubles up, and Frozen was holding the ramp. Axel then springs to life over the top of the boost, and a big play from Nafany, who is low on health, only armed with the MP9. He ends up saving the round at 9 HP.
There's so many layers of peaks there over double box that MOUZ just think there's no way there's another man in the smoke in the crane, right? They get double faced. JDC, this kill here, I want to see this back. That was bloody good. And then it's immediately repeat. But again, boys, Nafany, the captain of C9, has been maybe the most impactful. It's him or Shiro for Cloud9. He's made a lot of good calls towards the end of the T side, a lot of openers on B as well. Now he's winning that crucial round that MOUZ are favored in, and he's keeping this one clean. Cloud9 swiftly swipe MOUZ off the mouse pad.
Yeah, they are just getting mopped up like a spilt drink. Absorbed in one sheet. Nothing really to be done. Torshi just with the P250. Taking his first steps in, but probably walking into his grave. And it was the blade from Nafany from behind. He's bagged the Ramsey.
Oh, dear. Maui Snake in shambles right now. Of course, not done. I won't get ahead of myself, but yeah, he's having a... He's got the AWP, boys. He's taking the AWP for a spawn. He'll give it back, but he wants to take his opening kill. And Shiro trusts in him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the key to this play is when you're facing with the AWP, good chance you get shot at, right? And then once you're tagged, you get to keep the AWP.
That is a good strategy, Harry. I like that one. Oh, sorry, buddy, I'm low. Surprise, surprise, knifing. I mean, he bought the AWP. He earns it, right? He deserved it. Knife kill actually did go a long way. Now into our first gun round here. MOUZ were leading 8-3. This is 7 rounds in a row for Cloud9, and this one will really set a precedent. Let's see what Nafany's got.
It's going to feel good because, you know, MOUZ also went on a 7-round streak in there.
Legged.
Tag for Nafany.
No, sorry, man. I'm 50.
He's half health, but he's going to swap it back over.
He made it work with 10 health the other round. And considering it's 4 an SMG, it's actually the right trade. And obviously, you got bloody Shiro on your team. Come on. Good round opener for Cloud9. They re-aggro on short. And MOUZ. Now the pressure's on the captain on this T side. What can he put together? Nafany drops a bit. He made noise, so he realized he had to go back.
Yeah, they're grouping for the B hit now. Frozen spotted over towards ramp. And for the time being, there's still 3 players for Cloud9 over on A, but the moment they see this util, and with only 1 player facing on the ramp side, they start to bring everyone round. Axel, lovely double up, repositions onto the Tetris with the bomb away from MOUZ here. It's a recovery mission. They try to go grab it. Torshi will get 1 kill to help send them into the site, but missing that jump, and that's a death sentence for Xerxen. No trade potential. They're boxed in at ramp, even getting pushed down the ramp side from Nafany, who once again is on for the backstab, this time being held. As MOUZ try to leave, save these guns, look to run it back in the next, but this first buy round falls on deaf ears.
Very good hold for Cloud9. Axel doing what he does best, anchoring B. And very swift kills send MOUZ out of the round. Okay, we've got a game here, boys. Finally, Cloud9 look to take us all the way to that 3rd map. This is 8 rounds straight for Cloud9, a completely different looking team to who we had at the start of the map when they couldn't even get up A ramp without Xerxen flanking them, or MOUZ re-aggressing and robbing them of rounds. Tech9's behind the guns. Shiro gets run boosted. That's a fling. audacious peek.
Nade dropped down onto JDC as well, keeping him at bay. And back towards middle, it's Buster that's on the elevated angle. Not for long, though. Desertion flicks up, hits the head, leaves him dead. Now you can weave your way in through the back of CT. And this does give you a little bit of breathing room to work with. I mean, Hobbit's there. He's not ready for the fight, though. Torsey again hits another sickening shot, and this actually gives them a big advantage to work with. Dexter just waiting in the smoke, says hello, as Nafany will get right in his face.
Okay, so Xerxen should be the guy that safeguards this round from getting too weird. With that B kill, they will come rotating through. Xerxen. Oh dear! Flicked upon by Nafany.
I love that. I love that he tried it. He knew the round was over. Trying to get the AWP out of there. And he got full info, right? So they know that Cloud9 are saving. Very risky fight for Torsey with the bomb in CT. He had no one there to trade him, but MOUZ, they get so much space. And that's awkward for Buster. He just checked below him, but then as the smoke fades, he peels back on that box, and Xerxen just walks right underneath him. It was perfect. It could not have been better. Aims up, gets that shot, and just takes so much space in middle. MOUZ, they win the eco.
Yeah, that's like it's a big kind of like point break round for them to have picked up in this fashion, right? You get out with a couple of guns, you win a round that you weren't supposed to after saving the 2 AKs forward from the round prior. It's a nice way to try and bring you back into form, right? And it's going to allow a couple of creature comforts to come out like that AWP. Buster also donning one for the side of Cloud9 alongside Shiro. So moving into the double AWP setup now at Cloud9.
That is spicy. With Buster beginning middle and Shiro going for the A ramp. Won't be forcing this kill. JDC getting destroyed by nades on B. Buster has a mid angle and Shiro still has a safe A ramp position. Really up to Buster's AWP though. That's the one that's going to get challenged first. 2 players here. Skewer. Oh, he killed Frozen! Man. He just fired off the flash and killed him through the wall in ladder room.
In ladder room, not even fighting, not even involved in that engagement, just a stray bullet.
You could see that. I was scared it was going to be a collat, but oh, that hurts. Frozen. Dead first, and now MOUZ just grouping for a B execute. They had a nice execute the other round, but Axel was able to put such a nice stop to it. Again, he's anchoring in the back, ready and raring to go.
Buster's already made his move over. Playing from the back of the site, scoped in, waiting for Delight, sees the peek up, misses the initial shot, has to reposition, playing around his team, but he's sick with it, he's swift with it. He bites back onto JDC, leaves him lifeless. Hobbit chimes in. Axal's another piece of the puzzle, and it's all down to Xerxen. 30 seconds, AK in his palms, knees weak, looking awkward as he tries to hit the head. He's dead.
Clean round for Cloud9 as well. No deaths on a double AWP. That's so big for the money. And MOUZ, a rather slow T side right now, seeing pretty lifeless. They get kind of screwed over there. That's so calm, man. How do you only react like that?
I mean, I know what he would have said after that. He's cheating.
He's cheating.
That's what Frozen would have said. 100%. He's cheating.
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny.
Someone
gift that, please.
It's made so much better by how much we got to know Frozen over the course of their group. How much he got to come on and hang out with us on the cast.
We do need that as like a permanent gift from now on. That has to be like when you get destroyed in CS. That is the bona fide reaction. Poor guy. 12-9.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 in control of this game, well and truly. How's this ramp control going to look?
Talking of bona fide reactions, it's now MOUZ who are going to have to go hard if they want to come through on this one. Cloud9 up in the lead, building upon it, starting to look more and more comfortable as time goes on. The double AWPs. even a feature now, a whole new problem to solve for MOUZ. Util coming out in this ramp fight. Shiro lobbing supportive flashes, trying to lend a helping hand, but it's Dexter to open up. Had the nade out ready to go further, but Nafany holds on. Won't let them in, won't let them up the ramp. Heads to find, but damage done. Hobbit will respond, will reply, and opens up the 3-on-3. Xertion creeping around in smoke, has a freebie given over. One more man out the elevator, and Xertion's followed up. New heights reached. But the elevator man dealt with. Now Axar left up in the clutch. The molly nade combo is nice. Gonna burn out Xertion and kickstart the 1v3 clutch attempt.
Oh, but is it? Is he gonna go for this one? Because the smoke's come down and that might signal the end of it. Axar throws in the towel and MOUZ are allowed double digits despite that nade kill. Fantastic work for Xertion as well. We had Cloud9 just doing what MOUZ did so efficiently, which is re-aggroing ramp and still trying to fight those dangerous headshot angles. And Nafany got away with one, but MOUZ trade up very nicely. And this is risky, but it's worth it. Why not? Oh, will he go for the AWP, though? That would be surely a step too far. That's insanity. He hit that shot. He lost 80 health to the bomb, I think, right? That wasn't Torshi firing back, I don't think. But he put him down to 5.
Oh, man. That was really scary.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
This was nice Xertion.
Yeah,
as well.
I can't get over how the first few kills in that round went down. It was just like the most instantaneous trades you could have asked for. And those can be awkward to deal with, especially as a CT. You never really get a feeling for where you're at in the round, right? You're just peeking to trade someone. You're just kind of going through the motions, and suddenly a bunch of kills start happening either which way. Feels kind of better for the Ts who are grouped in that moment. You know, you're burning through like a finite supply of players in the site with each and every trade you attempted, whereas MOUZ, they always had more to offer.
This boost is new. I don't see that every day. In front of the one-way as well. The only issue with that is because of the one-way.
Because of the one-way, no one's peeking.
Yeah, you're not going to peek. It's good. Maybe if they go double and they hide from the one-way, you might get caught like an arm or something. But, well, that's an angle for Shiro. Looking for James, is he? Takes a shot. Won't find anything. And maybe give it another go. They're jumping it. Even Shiro's not that quick. Torshi's going to walk up ramp. And at that same time, Cloud9 concede.
Yeah, you know, little tiny micro detail, but I even loved it before Shiro peeked that. He dropped the incendiary over to Nafany. That was brilliant because Nafany could have mollied after Shiro's shot, and it also meant that, worst case, if Shiro died, they still have the Molotov. Otherwise, it would have been lost. They don't end up needing it, though. They made quick work of the first 2 players in. MOUZ left in the 3v5, and they're only just getting up the ramp now with everyone. With only 20 seconds left, they're just going to write it off. They're going to run this back in the next round, as these guns are the only guns that will be making an appearance for the MOUZ squad up against 13.
Good shutdown for Cloud9 again. Ramp has been so difficult to win for T-side in this map. We've seen a lot of different attempts of executes. Mostly, it's the re-aggro and the late util that has been working. It worked so well for MOUZ, even more so for Cloud9. The late molly that forces Torshi to reroute short. You don't want to run through it in case it's followed with a flash. And it really is a game of familiarity between these teams, right? Both knowing what the other one wants to do on the A ramp, and everyone just resorting to winning B hits. Those are the only T rounds that have really come through in this game. B hits. Oh, this could be different though. Dexter kills the AWP. He eats a shot, but he lives to tell the tale. Double T side AWP now, and because you have that, Dexter feels the freedom to go ape. Just fighting on ramp, firing blind shots as his team group B. Cloud9 make a gamble. It's the wrong one. But that is probably the round off a position. Unless MOUZ throw away kills here.
That's really what you're hinging on if you're Cloud9 in this spot. You're basically saying, like, look, either they give us a reason to go for it or we save. And the reason had to come very quickly. You know, like, you needed someone overextending, pushing CT. When that doesn't happen, it's an easy call for Cloud9. You know, they're not feeling the pressure yet. I think if it was a little tighter in terms of the score, you might have seen them more interested in this, but they still feel, you know, like they have a good bit of breathing room with a 2-round gap between them and MOUZ at the end of this one. And with full faith in the CT side, they can just write this one off to the kind of result of that first pick.
Yeah, it's not like you're getting much loss bonus, but you're guaranteeing 4 alive. And that's enough of a reason to just keep your guns here for Cloud9. It's the safer play. It's the right play. 13-11, and MOUZ now up to 3 rounds, but they're not concurrent, you know, they're just trading rounds right now. And that's going to favor the T side in the long haul, even though they are currently down, because eventually Cloud9 will run out of money. So let's see if MOUZ can keep this going.
Yeah, but you know,
get two together.
That's why, like, the 4-man save is the perfect call, right? Because it helps you with that longevity. And at the end of the day, Cloud9 will take trading rounds. They can trade rounds back and forth all the way to the dub. Bit of util out towards ramp.
Yeah, that was 1 HE that put both players on 58. Like, crazy.
Flashing through. They actually want to try and take a bit of room here. One-way smoke dropped in over towards the top of ramp, giving you that angle to peek over the top of the crane, but no one's taking it yet. There's a trade. And I like this from MOUZ. You're quite happy with a 1-for-1 over in this ramp fight. It's more so the pressure that is applied on that one kill. The fact that Cloud9 don't have vision of ramp anymore, that's what you were looking for. It's not so much about the space, it's just cutting off that flow of the info in this moment. Now they pick up the pace into a B play. Cloud9 taking a bit of a gamble almost as they bring everyone round all through middle, all barreling into the site. This is where Frozen could have a big role to play, but he falls to Shiro, and so someone else has to be the hero. Torshi, 1v3 and dead crossing. Cloud9, they bring everyone around to that B site, and they look all the better for it. MOUZ, it's once again these rounds trading back and forth. And even though they won their kind of cobbled together bye, and they won it cleanly, it's still facing problems in the money department in this round. You could buy on 3 out of 5 players, but I don't know if that's going to entice them in. Zershan throwing some money into the round. Looks like we might just have 4 sport. Round 26 coming through the pipeline.
This is desperate for MOUZ. I mean, it's a sign of the times, right? Not being able to win a ramp on either halves. Mid lurkers haven't really been a factor in this T side as much as Hobbit was. He got a lot more impact off of it. Zershan's been with the pack more often. Now he's getting shut down.
I think that's a bit of a problem. It kind of feels like Zershan needs to be with the pack, right? He's been someone who's created a lot of opportunities for him. This is a faster round for MOUZ.
Oh, no.
They find the man at top ramp. They don't clear the sandbags with a molly. This is giving way too much room to Hobbit. He swings out with a kill, giving Shiro a bit of time to back off into the site. With this AWP, he's got Axel supporting from the spawn. So as they come up the ramp, the nade timed with the swing. Axel slices through them, and that's going to hurt if you're MOUZ. This round, they did try to leave Zershan lurking, and look what's happened.
Yeah, he threw all the nades at the start to actually give MOUZ the room to go up quick ramp, right? He did gap smoke, he did a high double flash that's meant to catch like Shiro if he's AWPing at the back rail. And while it got MOUZ up ramp, it's Hobbit's position, it's Axel's re-swing that works wonders, and Axel, he's come alive on CT half as well. It's been the stopping player at B. Zershan's got a plant. They're going to allow it, but he wants more. Will he take this stick? Now that he has it. Oh, there's the step. And Axel just ends it, man. That's a confident peek there. That's ballsy. But you know, if you hear that jump, you know it's a mistake. And so you know that Zershan's aim isn't where it needs to be. And Axel decisively ends that round. 3 kills from the anchor. Nafany's had a great game. Shiro's not been missing much. And this is Cloud9 doing what they had to and taking us to a third.
Yeah, it's been very, very clean since getting onto the CT side, and it's the three players, you know, all in order, kind of stepping up in this one, with Shiro and Axel topping the charts, Hobbit in just behind them. These have been Cloud9's best three, the three top dogs at this event. Then you factor in alongside them, Nafany having some of these big rounds. He was the guy keeping that first half alive with some of the B entries he was able to provide, getting boosted over. You know, when you factor him in as the fourth man, this feels like it should be a Cloud9 victory. You have a whole extra player performing at the same level as the guys who have been chart toppers throughout the group. One kill found over in mid. Axile wrestling with the AK. Wow. Quick work of the B play, and Frozen's knocked out as well. Cloud9, they long this out. They're taking us to a third. They pick up Vertigo. And now we get ready to head to Mirage, the third and final map of this quarterfinal.
I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bomb. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bomb. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns.
Making magic when they need it most.
A bounce back
from Cloud9 and when they need it most, because that first map of Inferno, Alex, we didn't really get to dissect it, but the second half, that T side, that's something that Cloud9 will want to be forgetting, and it's great that they get to do that coming onto Vertigo.
Yeah, no, I think that's for sure. I think Cloud9 are constantly a team that we can never feel like we can rely upon to close. I think that's just still something that is not necessarily clicked for them. I can see them second guessing themselves. You know, maybe I'm putting that into my ear. You know, that's something I'm kind of confirmation biasing into existence. But it does sometimes feel they'll get close to the mark and then get in their own heads. This second half on Vertigo, we actually avoided that quite consistently.
You want to have a hard-hitting analysis? You were talking about Inferno. I was watching the T side of Cloud9 in my hotel room, and I fell asleep.
That's how bad it was.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke.
That's the truth.
I actually fell asleep.
You're like, right,
I fell asleep.
Time to check out the...
And I had this panic moment where you're like, oh, I'm late. Oh, no, okay, never mind. It's just the end of the first map. So good to see Cloud9 come alive and play Counter-Strike.
And you didn't fall asleep in that second
No,
map. So
I was
well done
animated.
to you as well, Nachu.
Thank you, Stamp.
There was that slight moment, you know, when Dexter killed Shiro on the short peak, give a Tech 9 round, they buy it, but then they go for that 4-man save. Like, if that was when it could have spiraled. They go for an awkward retake, money gets screwed, and it could have spiraled, but it didn't. They just quickly cleaned up their act, tied it up in the next round, and it was hard for MOUZ to get back in.
I think that Inferno first map for Nafoni, and then going to Nafoni in the second one. Got him. Mouse Maker's crying at home. Yeah, I mean, he made some impact on that second map, which was great to see because, yeah, first map was not cute for him.
Yeah, he did, and I think it's obvious that Cloud9 is much more comfortable on Vertigo, right? It felt like even though they were losing a little bit in the first half, they were falling behind. It felt that they had faith, you know, they will get a couple of more rounds and that they can do it on the CT side, which I agree, you know, it's tougher than maybe on Inferno, considering they won last time against MOUZ, so MOUZ is really honing in on that map. I think Vertigo was where they had the advantage, and now Mirage, I think that's a pretty good, you know, decider for these two teams to square off on.
In terms of your thoughts, Heku, what are you taking away from that one?
I kind of feel like, I guess, in their series against Outsiders, they kind of, since both the teams banned Nuke, they kind of showed like which is the map they would prefer not to play, and that's when they banned Inferno. Maybe MOUZ was like, okay, we're not going to go for Ancient that we usually pick, which is our comfort pick. We'll go for Inferno. Yes, they end up getting the map. Then right now, like, Cloud9 got Vertigo, but in the end, we are now going to Mirage, which is really confusing, because MOUZ was actually banning it. For some reason, like, MOUZ decided to ban Overpass, which they were kind of like banning throughout the tournament, and end up like on Mirage. It was really, really confusing.
So question marks all round then for MOUZ on this one?
I think a little bit. I understand why they don't want to play Overpass against Cloud9. And I think you go back, I think I remember last season of Pro League where MOUZ was like, you know, doing well. They made the playoffs there, but through the groups, they lost a game in the groups. And that's because they picked, like they were picking Mirage and they were doing good on Mirage. And then they mind-gamed themselves into picking Inferno against the team because their Inferno is really weak. And I just said, go back to picking Mirage. And they did the next series and they kept, and then they were back to winning and they were 4-1 in the group. So the point of the story is
that
I vividly remember them being good on Mirage, right? And they had success on the map. That was the map where they booked a playoff spot against ENCE at the Rio Major. You know, that's a map where Dexter has had some massive performances for them too, individually, some good calling. So it's good for both teams. And Cloud9 during that weird phase where they stepped away from, you know, your overpasses, verticals, and started picking Mirage a little bit, they've had some success on the map as well.
Yeah, I love that you bring up Dexter popping off back in Rio, because that wasn't something that we expected to see. But I think what impressed me about MOUZ when we go back to that first map, it was actually quite equal across the board in terms of that kill distribution, right?
Which is always a really good sign with MOUZ. I mean,
Mm.
Dexter does, he is in that same category as like a Snappy, where like one every 4 or 5 series, he just has an insane pop-off and just has like 35 at the top of the scoreboard.
And they don't even need it.
Yeah,
That's
it's an unnecessary one. Carrigan has those, you know, moments too, where it just seems like he's got such a feel for the game. He's seeing through walls and everything comes really easily to them. But yeah, to do that now against this Cloud9, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm confused as to why have MOUZ got so few maps played in the last 3 months? Are they just
they haven't played,
in the
I
lab?
mean, you look at the numbers, they haven't played a ton of maps in 2023.
In total?
Yeah.
In general, like the sample size
they're not a
is
blast partner team,
no, exactly.
so that's already...
And they dropped out of K, that was pretty quick.
Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly make the point about Cloud9. Sure, this was a much better version of that we've seen. CT side looked very mastered. They know what they were doing. But I think Axile dug them out of a very bad spot on the T side. And that's now back-to-back, very uninspired T side. They're struggling. And I don't know if they are mistaking simplicity for arrogance, but in some situations, they're just going in very slowly, looking for peaks. And dude, you're losing 7-2, 8-2. The CT that's in front of you, when he's leading 8-2, he's going to destroy you. Like, you can't slow peek a CT like that. You have to have a little bit of creativity, a little bit of utility, what MOUZ were doing. And if it weren't for Axile's multi-kill, I mean, we might just be doing like a funny segment, or maybe I'm playing hockey or something, because we have a whole lot of time.
We can still do that.
We can still do that, maybe.
Well, we do only have a couple of minutes to to go to break. So, gentlemen, I'm going to pose a question, and ladies. Who do you think is going to be taking this one? Considering we are in single elimination here at the playoffs, the winner of this does go through. Loser goes home. Who's it going to be, Yanko?
I'm going with MOUZ. You know, I'm going against Cloud9. Until Cloud9 prove me wrong, I'm going against them all the time.
Fair.
Until the victory of the event.
Yeah.
Winning the event, that's the stuff.
I mean, this would be a first step, right? But this wouldn't be convincing either. So
no.
It's a start. It's
Fair
a start. The
That's
relationship needs to be rebuilt, Maniac.
Any Cloud9 pickers over on the other sofa? Yeah?
Yeah,
Cloud9?
I'll join you.
Okay.
I'll join you. I think Axile's doing enough for me to believe, because Shiro eventually is going to pop off. He's reached that point where we trust in Shiro's ability. Axile's showing up. I think it's a decider.
Yeah, right. I mean, they were some of the highest rated statistics in the entire Pro League.
The entire year of 22 as
well.
well.
Yeah, that too. You know, like that just happens. The individuals bang. We all know that. But Yanko, I think I'm in the same category as him. Is I'd like to see evidence before I start backing Cloud9.
Show me the proof.
Yes. Well, and also I had 2 Cloud9 and 2 MOUZ in my fantasy.
Right, so no bias.
Sorry, not Cloud9. Sorry, G2. G2 have gone already. Yep. So I need MOUZ to have a chance.
Unbiased opinion.
True.
Yeah, unbiased.
Very, very true. Well, we're going to see how exactly it goes down, because we are going the full distance to the third and final decider map, and it does come down to Mirage. Winner will be advancing on through the bracket. Loser, unfortunately, going home. We're going to find out how it goes down after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Making big deals, doing big things, making big moves. I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows. That's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich.
Yeah, look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit up Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Yeah, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, I just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. I'm a visionist, yeah, you can't picture this, yeah. Ain't no way you cannot work me, boy, I live for this. Yeah, sipping essential, that's the essentials, I'm influential. Yeah, straight fundamental, that's fundamental, on instrumentals. Yeah, speed of the tempo, yeah, we got potential. Shoot a movie like I'm Denzel, running my route to the end zone. And they still can't find me. Man, you know where to find me. I'm tryna get me a Grammy so I can dedicate it to my granny. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit up Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Deal, be my source, Christian like Dior, yeah. I can't start when I'm far, I just get back up, yeah. I've been quiet all along on my TP toes, yeah. I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go, yeah. I just turn my L's into W's, yeah. I just told my sins, yeah, I'm done with you, yeah. Stay in your lane, don't you pick and choose. I can't waste my time, I got a lot to lose. To the game that we all on, they was doubting us all along. Now we charting in Hong Kong, what competition, they all gone. Bless, stress, play the game like it's chess. We next, that's a check, over stripes, yeah, yeah. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood?
Making magic when they need it most.
And we're back with a third map. It's a little bit of Mirage to close out this quarterfinal on Cloud9, able to turn it around on Vertigo. With a clean second half under their belt, they break away from MOUZ there, and now the score is settled here on Mirage. I'm Harry, and with me, I have Hugo. He's been here the whole time. And now we have a new addition, Yanko, on the casting desk with us.
Hi, guys.
This has
Hi,
been...
Yanko.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. We have that chemistry, I think that's obvious already. So,
Yanko, who's winning this series?
MOUZ.
Ooh, I like that. Bit of heat on it. All right. All right. How have you been feeling about Cloud9 on the day? Because, dude, they blistered through groups. I was kind of coming into this feeling hopeful for Cloud9 in these playoffs.
Cloud9 is like that ex you're ignoring until you see on social media that they're making changes and you're being jealous, and now you want to believe again that they can really fulfill their potential. So that's where I'm at now. I'm at ignoring stage, right? Until they prove me wrong.
A hostage to Cloud9.
I'm going for the other team.
That's maybe for the best. We'll see if Cloud9 can impress, though, at the end of this series with a T-side. T-sides have been difficult, let's say, in this series for both squads. So Cloud9, a pistol, would go a hell of a long way. Little B-pop. JDC stays on the balcony, but maybe not for the best. Hobbit knocks him out of the round. Torshi on the cross shots, connects one, but he couldn't drop the bomb with all those nades. Buster will make it in.
Yeah, 4v4 retake in at the B site here. MOUZ. Bulk of their forces coming from the market side. You do have Xertion committed to a flank through lower. But if you end up waiting for him, it's all going to end up hinging on this fight versus Nafany, who's holding for it right now. And he's going to win that. The rest of the gang get out through market, but they don't last long. Reduced to dust by Cloud9. It's just Torshi left. Started the round with a kill on this USP. But now trying to find a way in this clutch, it's asking too much. And so Cloud9 collect the pistol round with a little B-pop.
And I agree, very important round for them to win, because T-side rounds have been hard to come by for both teams. Mirage a little bit more open, a little bit easier maybe to have a strong T-side. Yeah, JDC may be a little bit overzealous. He doesn't want to give up too much territory in case they're just faking presence, and he wants to have that information. But when you die so quickly, you're not in a position to buy any time for your teammates for the rotate to come in. This is a fast B split. The MOUZ opened with 3 guys towards B.
Ooh, they spot it, but it's too late. The nades are out, and at least it's a warning signal. Nafany eats a grenade with a scout tag as well. He falls, and yeah, they have to make a new mind up. Shiro swapped spots, but he did comment along. Hobbit was ready, and Shiro went back inside the smoke, so he couldn't even catch the man throwing the flash. Where's he gone?
I like that he's gone so quick here. He recognizes they had no idea he was in that smoke, and so he uses that to just throw all the timings through a bit of a loop. And I mean, now you've got control of A. Cloud9 might have gone down a man to open up the round with that nade scout combo onto Nafany at short, but they'll hold it together. They don't lose a single man past that. And so it's a nice recovery in this round, in part thanks to Shiro hitting that very clean timing through the con smoke.
It's true, but it was a good call from Cloud9 to abort the B split, right? Like, sometimes it's difficult to make that call because you invested a lot of utility. You made the call from freeze, spawn, like in freeze time, but that scout would have been, very difficult to get rid of. There's no smokes really obstructing his vision. He can keep tagging you. There's a third player there, which obviously they probably didn't know about. But could have been a sticky situation they get themselves out of. And Groove is standing, so he's hyped.
Yeah, he's been standing most of the series, actually. So an ode to the importance of this matchup, another quarterfinal. These two teams meet each other in. Cloud9 trying to change the script this time around. Spawn smokes into mid. Lobbing them all in. MOUZ lose their info. Scout and Galil are going to boost Sershin up, get inside of the ladder. Quick with a deagle, but Nafany might skirt on by. That's a smooth kill. Nafany has looked good this series individually, Yanko. Found a lot of gaps on T side, back on Vertigo. And what a time to come alive, especially considering we have this trio of Shiro, Axel, and Hobbit, all as top performers of the Pro League so far.
Yeah, that used to be his bread and butter, you know, ramp on both sides being very difficult to deal with. I like some of the bits he said, you know, in that in the interview, right, saying, well, I'm only 21 years old. Yeah. I don't know who was the best in-game leader at 21, which is a fair point. As Frozen's doing some work here.
Yeah, this has gotten a little weird very, very quickly. Frozen with this saved Galil. He is getting wrapped. Axel going to shoot him in the back. And so the odds of doing much in this round go out the window with that kill there. They mop up Dexter over on short. Cloud9 regain control again.
That's an interesting conversation because we mentioned it earlier in the cast. Who is or was the best and youngest in-game leader relatively? Of course, like what's the highest height a young in-game leader has reached? In my brain, I think like Navi's 21 run with Boomich. How was he? He was.
I think if you look at the age, then probably you go to Boomich. If you look at the teams who were #1, but again, that's a weird one because of, you know, that Blade is really involved there. But this is the same case here, right? Like, I mean, I imagine Groove is super involved. They're going for another faster round, Cloud9. They're just going to go out, hey, slowly creep out.
Yeah. Dexter, this barrel may give him away on the A1S. Hobbit finds him walking out of ramp, so a free opening kill and a lot of space here for Cloud9. Zershin's in a box right now. He's caged in Con. We'll go for that peek as the smoke comes in. They didn't see him. Frozen, they have no idea right now. They are not aware of this possibility, but Nafany checks it late. Why would he check that after looking so far into Spawn? Every kill comes in for Cloud9 as they've really let themselves off the leash in this T side.
I like that you said that because that's what I wanted to see from them. I want them to play unleashed in this series, right? Especially because of what happened in Rio. And this round is a great example of just the little things. Like rounds like this is all they need to add to their game, right? So that they're not super one-dimensional, so that they're more unpredictable. You could see like MOUZ was completely almost caught off guard by that call. They're doing so much default that you throw the same smokes and then the players are, you know, like they're a little bit relaxed in their seats. They don't expect anything to happen for another 20, 30 seconds. And all of a sudden they already crept out and found an entry kill on Dexter who was completely unsuspecting. So that's all you need. That's all you need so that when someone watches your game, they come out and they say, well, actually, you know, they throw these mid smokes. They have this round where they just creep out ramp or maybe they creep out A-app. So yeah, maybe they're just defaulting, but they could also be faking a default and exploding A. So that keeps your, you know, that makes your opponents be on their toes. That makes the A anchor, you know, maybe can't save his utility as much as he'd like. That makes your opponents be sometimes a little bit more active, which you can again use to your advantage. You can play a more defensive default and punish some of their aggression. Like it gives you a lot more options. It was the same thing we were saying about Navi 2 years ago, about Outsiders last year. You know, all these teams have been making these upgrades, adding these things that makes them more dangerous to play against.
Half up for MOUZ around this saved M4. They wanted to fight for middle, but Molly's will beckon them back to the bomb site. And it's very spread for Cloud9, waiting to punish.
Yeah, the only thing that's a bit of a shame is that hero gun being on JDC. Obviously, he's the B anchor, apartments man. So this gun's pretty locked in over here. If this ends up, culminating in an A play, it's all going to come down to how well the pistols fare as to whether or not you get to see this M4 even involved in the round. There is a shot at a 1v1 versus Axal in the apartments, but I don't imagine he goes much further than this. He's kind of just here patrolling, making sure that they don't take space away in the B apartments. Idutil goes out now as well, one in the window, one over towards the top of connector. And we might even have Nafany try to make a move up behind this smoke. Not uncommon to see players come through it. Makes his presence known. Dexter dead back in the spawn. There's the opener. Hobbit has secured it. One more man inside of the A site, and his time's limited on that smoke fade. Xertion is a dead man. And so Cloud9 have already won the round. Now it's just a matter of can you knock out the big ticket item of this M4.
And sure, MOUZ will try to save the M4, save the armor on the remaining players. They're going to run into Exile here, who is in a good spot.
The jump is great, and he couldn't even hit the flying Frozen either. So JDC's perfectly set up for that kill.
This is a small win for MOUZ. The problem is also the money on Cloud9 is becoming ridiculous soon enough. There's going to be a couple of players who have over 10K. Gives them, again, more options. They can take more risks in terms of calling and just opening plays and whatever it is that the players want to do. Shiro again doing a lot of the talking.
A lot of that for Cloud9.
That was really cool when, I talked to Groove and Hobbit, I think it was Cologne last year, and, was talking about Shiro and saying, how much does he contribute? Because we can't know, he doesn't really speak English, he doesn't participate in many interviews. Like, he talks a lot. He talks the most in the mid-round, helps a lot in the, theory crafting stage too, so it was really cool to get that. Up until that time, we thought, this guy's just fragging. He's just out there.
It gives even more credit as well, especially when, we often talk about like AWPing in-game leaders, like how difficult that is, even though he's not in-game leading necessarily, like how difficult it is for someone like Cadian to deal with micro, and that is a team that inhibits a lot of micro and heroic, while he's also staring down his scope and his crosshair so much of the time. That's a blinder of an opener for Shiro ahead of the smoke, and they fall into ramp. That flash did nothing to Hobbit, tucked in on the left side, and Cloud9 right now, even with a B pick, they're walking up con. They've got jungle, boys. They are everywhere and nowhere at once. MOUZ don't have a clue.
Yeah, no audio jungle either. Full silent on the walk up. Axal with the backstab. Torchy spammed out a triple. And so this is a done deal. Frozen, he's like moving around to tease us with the idea that he's going to look at the bomb site, but I doubt he even gets close enough, especially not with Axal crept into this corner. This is...
I think he's more worried about someone being super close to hunt him than, he's not considering the round. He just knows even saving in this situation will be difficult.
Doesn't want to give them everything. I'm scared that they're going to walk in last second. But his off angle's pretty tasty. There's a flash, and he just dies. Gotta stay calm here for MOUZ, because Cloud9 right now are writing this script.
And here you can see, right? So they're 5-0 up. You're on the CT side. You feel a little bit pressured. What are you going to do first? Here, again, okay, you don't expect an op to be there, but maybe it's not common for Cloud9, but he's there, and then that's it. You're just in a 4v5 situation. Then, regardless of that kill, they were trying to get some information on ramp. So what Cloud9 is doing is just a defensive default, trying to punish any sort of plays from MOUZ. MOUZ goes for the plays. They punish them. Easy gun round, right? You didn't really have to do much, and you're 6-0 up.
Shiro went for fist bumps, and he lifted both of his fists, like one on left, one on right. But he sits on the end.
Yeah, he's not. He was where Buster is, right? Like he was in the middle.
Is he not used to that? Like,
I don't think
oh wait,
so.
no, one hand. So natural.
That's when the coach comes in clutch and goes to the other side.
Sneaks round, or the cameraman maybe. Torchy's up, out and about. Shiro, every round a different opening attempt, trying to keep MOUZ guessing. Torshi's coming late on Cat. He scoped early, so he has to walk his way there as to not give the B players the information. It's very important. That's even something that's become more and more common over the last couple of years, like scoping very early before you get into positions. And I guess it's more like map dependent, like a map like Vertigo as well, with the scope getting heard from everywhere. You know, you're scoping CT sometimes and walk to A, or scope in middle, vice versa. Mid control taken. The MOUZ lose vision.
This is where it gets tricky for MOUZ, okay? So we got punished for some aggression. Now we're playing more passive. Torji picked a good spot on Cat, finds a kill. Cloud9 is just defaulting. So this is where, you know, if you're MOUZ, you need to stay disciplined, keep piecing the puzzle together, right? Still have some utility saved. 45 seconds on the clock. Not too much time for Cloud9 to operate here.
Yeah, they're cognizant about the gap in mid, though, right? And the knowledge that Cloud9 had it, so they're still paying it mind, which is big. Hobbit now giving up the aim of the game. They know that there's a man up connector. Torshi starts to spring his attention this way with the AWP. Knocks out Axel. Still a con man in play, but Hobbit's being accounted for. And so this round starts to take shape for MOUZ. That one's free. They give Shiro the first, but they go hunting. And Frozen swings out with the trade. So it takes MOUZ a little while, but they finally piece it together. As you pointed out, it was a nice angle from Torshi in the mid-hold. It was a far more passive look from MOUZ, where they weren't going seeking for those early fights. And I think a lot of that, yeah, is just kind of the residue of how the last round panned out, right? This idea of, you know, we kind of went on like 2 info scouting missions on either side of the map, and we failed both of them. And that just gives Cloud9 such a blanket to fall into. So they know that there's been some of these defensive default-looking rounds from the Cloud9 squad, and they respond to it by being fairly passive themselves. This round, it's a bit of mid-aggression. So MOUZ are back on at aggro BS.
Yeah, I like this setup as well, Zershan. Very hard angle to clear, obviously. Dangerous if Torshi loses his vision or loses a fight, and suddenly Zershan can just get swung from under and over at the same time. And have that mid-util come in. Cloud9 trying to take middle back now. Nafany and Hobbit on the move. There is an underplayer. He's taking his time to get in position, though. Axel walking up. Oh, the unscope? What? And full blind desertion. He still gets away with a kill. You'll take it. Torshi kind of hung him out to dry there. Don't know what that timing was. Or maybe a misclick. A 3-on-3 now. Torshi, if he swung there, he would have died. Shiro was on it. Torshi calling for a flash, perhaps. Frozen could throw one over from behind, but Shiro's abandoned the position, and Hobbit tucked in on chair. X is not clearing it. Easy kill. 3-on-2. Cloud9 going to group on A.
It's a bit brutal, that decision to peek out wide at mid. Oh, Torshi. He's had a couple of opportunities in this round. This is going to hurt. If this is why it all falls apart, and it is.
Oof.
Frozen's left saving. I kind of feel for Frozen in this one, man. So many rounds have just ended like this with him.
Vertigo.
Impossible clutch. Can't even justify giving it a look in while he's getting hunted the whole time.
Timing's good for him, though, I think. He'll probably check stairs. Oh, I said it. Yeah, there it is. Phew. But, yeah, it's not always obvious where the problems arose, but that round, they were pretty clear.
Yeah, rough one for Torji. I mean, they were set up for that, basically, you know, like that's where you're strong. We're strong on mid, they're coming mid, you fumble around maybe a little bit. Maybe it's the fat fingers, you know, like it happens to all of us.
Yeah, we've all pressed the wrong button.
The wrong button, the grenade sticks sometimes, right? It's just unfortunate that it's in such a crucial point in the game, and it probably ends up costing them the round.
I mean, it's Counter-Strike timing. How long do you think he was holding that angle? Over 30 seconds without moving, and then the second they come is when he unscopes.
You know, now that you look at it, I think Cloud9 was, to an extent, expecting perhaps even that exact setup because it's common, right? You could see there was 4 guys there for them fighting for mid control. So
they had good flashes. I mean, Zershan was, I'm surprised he took one with him. He was in the middle of mid, and they bounced a flash right in front of the boxes. So it was a good take for Cloud9, looking very comfortable on this third map. And as we've said already, this is a very different veto to the one back in Rio. Nice shot for Nafany. Did miss the jump, but maybe to his benefit as he finds Dexter up in the window. Now it's MOUZ against the wall. Sweating indeed in a 3-on-5.
Some freebies there for Nafany.
Yeah, just farms them up, just collects them from middle.
Oh, nice spot.
MOUZ have paid their debts. And with 2 players over here towards B. Oh dear, Axel will get traded. But now the real nature of this round is unveiled, right? Axel was nothing more than a bit of a ruse, bit of a fake over towards B. Torshi once again in a position where he could have a bit of influence here. But after that first shot misses, and now you know that Cloud9 own that angle looking into CT, he doesn't want to risk re-swinging. And so it's going to be another save here for MOUZ. Locked out of the round. You know, you can kind of feel the desperation setting in. There's a lot of forced fights where MOUZ players are feeling like, okay, we just need to win one of these. I have to kind of try and deliver in this moment. And it's making engagements come through that you might not get otherwise. And, you know, you see the ramifications when Nafany gets that kill running amok down through middle. Just what it does to MOUZ, how it starts to shuffle other players around the map. It forces peaks elsewhere because you don't want to feel like you've gone 4v5 for nothing. And Cloud9 are just so ready for these reactions.
Oh, no.
Torshi, he's missing a lot right now.
And this is the criticism for Torshi, because this is what people have been saying, right? Oh, if MOUZ want to get that next level, they need a new AWP, they need a consistent piece. And Torshi has had a couple of games, important matches on stages where he's gone cold, but like, right, he's not had a bad series at all. Right now, in crunch time, in one of the best maps for a CT AWP, and he's had a lot of shots, hasn't he, Yanko? He has not hit any.
Well, he's had some misses for sure that have been rough.
I saw that. It's not the time to go cold for MOUZ.
At this point, MOUZ is aware, you know, like they're not winning this half. They're just trying to salvage it. If they can, you know, 4 rounds at this point is a win with how things are going, right? Just give yourself a chance, give yourself some minimal room for mistakes in the second half, right? Because if it's 11-4 and you win the pistol convert, you win the first gun round, well, all of a sudden it's 11-9.
Yeah, you're like
this
right
is so
there
terrible,
again.
and you could be in the situation that Cloud9 is in, right? Have a lot of money in the bank, even if you lose a round, but kill 4 players, 3 players, they're in reset territory, you win that round, all of a sudden it's 12-11. And the pressure is on them because they had the big lead. Like, that's what Counter-Strike is, like a momentum-based game. So MOUZ don't have any at the moment, but you're not going to find it by just trying to go for these individual fights, right? Like taking these duels that present themselves to you, but you know, you don't need to take that fight. You can just keep playing on the round. Try to get more information. Maybe there's a play to be made as a team or with your teammates.
Yeah, I think at this point you almost have to acknowledge that, like, the Cloud9 you're up against are like just exuding confidence because, you know, like, no shit, they're 10-1 up, right? They're like running away with the game. So you're like facing off against an opponent who, in their mind, like every fight you're going to give them, they're going to win. Yeah. And so I think, yeah, there just needs to be a little bit more maybe like nuance to some of these engagements that they're trying to force, right? Whether that's like teeing someone up with like a sick bit of util, you know, trying to just come together a little bit more with how they play some of these really important fights.
Take a gamble, you know, play 4A, try to send an AWP on his own towards B to take like the deeper angle. Right, like try something like that. Maybe go more aggressive on mid with players, not instantly, but you know, flash plays over mid. It's a double molly as well in ramp, you know.
Communication is falling apart.
You just need to try to do those things, even though Cloud9 might expect them. You know, you're 9-1 down. You have to try something.
Oh, just full commits to the spray.
Can't even blame him.
Hobbit down to 4.
Yeah. It's the new A1S in action, but also, yeah, some missed shots. And Zershan, he was a tank, man. He was destroying on Vertigo. So one player MOUZ could rely on. And now, very different game, a very different vein here for MOUZ. Cloud9 have cut the artery. Frozen's on top. This is a good position. Could catch Nafany, go for a con fight, but even then he throws his util. He backs up short. Torshi, front of the Molotov. Frozen. It should be 1. He'll take it. It's wide. Buster ready to trade. Torshi with a missed shot, trying to escape through the smoke. And Frozen saves the day. Finally for MOUZ, a hero arrives. But is there time to win this one? Bomb is in B.
Yeah, when you get aided like that over on short from the B site, you know that it's been lost. You know that it's been taken. So they start to scramble around. Everyone through the murder hole into the market. Hobbit has pushed in close to the window, trying to play this crossfire with Axel. No. Hope they don't shoot each other. Hobbit's got 4 HP, but yeah, this double close peek is not what you're going to be expecting.
Wow.
And Axel and Hobbit destroy MOUZ in the 2v3 post plant.
That is a beautiful way to play a 2v3, and to think that they read MOUZ's reposition, because that's such a dangerous spot, because if you get retake from short, you lose. But they just read that Frozen would completely reset. In that 2-on-3, they send a nade up, and Frozen, of course, groups with his team, as he should. And that's just so nice. That's so nice.
That spray down wasn't pretty from Hobbit, but it was better than what Exertion had.
Sure.
And yeah, this is just an example of everything's going Cloud9's way at this point. You know, they can do no wrong. That setup could have been punished, but they all come from Kitchen. Winning all the duels, all the 50-50 fights, so...
You know, I mean, I think it makes sense that Frozen's like the one guy with a bit of form to his name right now. The young veteran for a reason, even takes one out there. Like, that is such a cooked scenario. He does so well to even go 1-for-1, but the problem is I see him fall and I'm like, well, the round's probably lost now. Everyone else is looking a bit lost in the sauce.
2.
Hey. Hobbit low on health again, but it's never been a problem for this guy. He's just squeaking through every round with like 3 HP left.
Shiro has some of the coolest flashes in the game as well. Keeps lobbing that one from ramp, some nice lineups. And they're able to swing with it, take one more kill.
Dude, like he's already hunting. It's a 2v3, and he has an AWP, and he's already hunting, and he's been hunting for a while. He just up and left.
Hello.
Oh, hey, JDC. That's sad, isn't it? Why is he there? That's all you're saying.
Why is the AWPer there? Already going for the chase.
Well, Torshi will save at least. That's all MOUZ are allowed in an 11-1 game. Yankee, you said they were desperately fighting for 4. Well, that's now the maximum available, and I have nothing in me saying that MOUZ is going to find that. These have all been bomb explosions as well for Cloud9. They've forced so many saves. MOUZ have had the gun rounds, they've had the chances, and the washing feeling of just disappointment for MOUZ, I imagine, after a very hard-fought series, an incredible Inferno. Their CT side was a lockout, and right now they can't even really find kills. Double AWP on the T side, sign of the times.
I think this is a situation where it's like for MOUZ, Frozen, he's been giving me faith because he's like,
oh dude,
well,
dude, no,
that's so sad. Just tries to jump peek for the info and gets nailed.
It's not an easy shot either.
No, it's not.
Not an AWPer, but you wouldn't know.
Dude, yeah, you know, like Frozen
That's one of those games, Hugo.
Frozen's been like one of the guys who just hasn't been given over like opening fights a hell of a lot. He was like the dude left in a lot of the 1v3s, 1v4s, saving. And so that to me is like screaming that he's not feeling like that desperate right now. He's able to like keep doing his own thing, keep it pretty safe. But everyone else is still like feeling this pressure to get involved. And with this round, with him being over towards B, if the A-hole doesn't come through, if they don't trade, it's going to be another save where Frozen is just left staring at a lost bomb site, holding onto his gun.
The setup is nice, but if Hobbit drops, he can shred it. If he has a silent drop, even better. He won't. He'll just go loud. Torshi hits his head as a result, and Zershan trying to cover the Palace push as Torshi finally has a round, 2 to the good, and he gets out back to default. It's up to Axel to milk this for all it's worth. Try and get a quick flank and window. This could be something if he made that jump. Now Zershan's in position to hear it. Shiro around the world and back again.
I know there's 2A. The temptation might just be there to try and barrel into B, right? You're probably assuming maybe a bit of an over-rotate from MOUZ on it. So at worst, you know there's one guy here.
Still on the box.
Yeah, just sat on the box, playing and deny the plant. They will never check for this. And so that's the round right there. MOUZ in with their second. It takes them a long old time. And it's Torshi to do a lot of the heavy lifting in that moment, right? And I do think he's a pretty confidence-based AWPer. I think his confidence was called into question a lot throughout this match with the 11-1 scoreline that Cloud9 built up. But that round felt good. And maybe that can give him a bit of a push for the last 2 rounds. And then that 4-11 scoreline is still a possibility, Yanko.
It is, Harry. And while there's a chance, you have to keep fighting. You have to keep believing, right? Now a faster mid-control round from Cloud9. Whoa, okay.
Okay, that's pretty sick.
I had no idea they were that close.
That was a really fast flick down to Nafany. He just got deleted.
And Nafany's been finding a lot of picks in middle. Oh dear, look at this though, Axel. With the smoke, good check for Xerxen. This is the chance to find these 4 rounds right at the end for MOUZ. But again, like every Cloud9 player is deeper than you would expect. Hobbit's up on Tetris, they don't know. Dexter.
Oh, he's seen him. He's seen him.
Nice clear. Now, if Cloud9 win this one, that's when we've got a problem. But
yeah, but they can't. They shouldn't. They won't.
Yeah, will it into existence, Harry? Go on.
It just can't happen here.
MOUZ
are too well set up, all right?
This is a MOUZ round.
This is a MOUZ round, and I'm fully prepared to call it ahead of time because you've got the AWP set up on top of Ticket.
Oh,
Shiro
yeah?
shouldn't be ready for this.
Oh, yeah?
Should not ever be ready for this. And he'll get tagged. Sure, not quite finished off.
Oh, yeah?
Buster's going to get one more kill, but the trades are coming through.
Check this.
MOUZ have just got too many bodies here for anything to come up for Cloud9. Buster onto another, but the bomb drop behind him at ramp, and there's the double swing. So MOUZ sealed the deal on that round. 3 now. 3 now for MOUZ.
Is 4 enough?
It's the most they can get, Hugo. That's all that matters, right? I would say no, it's not enough considering how well Cloud9 has been playing, or rather, you know, I think for MOUZ is their first line of defense has been failing them the whole half, right? Like JDC dies on B, Exertion dies in con or in mid, Dexter dies in mid or in A, and you're always playing from behind. Either you're losing map control or you're down a man or 2 man. It's like really difficult to climb out of that, and here's a storming round from Cloud9.
Oh, flex round now for Cloud9 as they run out ramp and Palace. At the same time, the bombers B. Axel's trying to find his little window of opportunity, but JDC has an impossible angle to clear right now. Let's see where Axel's looking. Not at this box. He did check it, but it doesn't matter. This is going to be MOUZ finding 4 at the end of the half. They get the bare minimum, but is it going to be enough? This is the quarterfinal. This is the culmination, and it's all coming up after the break. Who goes forward to face one more matchup? Is it Cloud9 or is it MOUZ? Stay tuned in to find out.
This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it. Yeah. You know I'm built for it. You ain't gotta ask twice. You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life. Big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life. Just know 100 duffels is the bag price. You ain't by that fast life. 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4. It's a fast life.
Je suis à la mer, je suis au boulot. Check. Je vais mettre les choses au clair. Rafale de rime, y'a tout le monde à terre. Comme je charbonne jusqu'à pas d'heure, je me déplace plus si c'est pas pour un gros salaire. Je suis à la mer, je suis au boulot. Remballe ton verre, je bois au goulot. Le chemin est tracé, je roule. J'avance, mais le passé est lourd. La vie n'est qu'ironie, l'amour est tyrannique. Je suis peut-être né anonyme, mais je mourrai iconique. L'industrie est hypocrite, l'adversaire est pathétique. Purée, je suis trop affamé. Si je me dépasse, c'est que pour la famille. Je suis venu que pour remporter la finale et pour mon...
Making magic when they need it most.
Of the first 12 rounds played, Cloud9 picked up 11 of them to put up this 11-4 scoreline. MOUZ able to course correct right near the end and find 4. It's not a lot to go off of, but it does give them the tiniest of margins in this second half. Not impossible, but it does somewhat need to start with a pistol. That would be a huge shove in the right direction. In that first half, it was kind of the dream scenario you painted for MOUZ was if they win the pistol here, maybe they win that first gun round as well, suddenly they can start to equalize this game out.
Well, maybe not a dream scenario, but least nightmarish.
Least nightmarish.
So we'll see. Almost the same pistol round. We'll see how Cloud9 handles it, Hugo.
Hoppity hippity into the site. JDC gets his head popped though. Axel tucked in tight. And Zersham will trade. They've got to get in. Buster, back of the boxes here. He will find 2 more with the bomb loose as well. That smoke gave him a little bit of room as MOUZ were forced to run through the grave. Buster will get sniped from behind. It's now even odds. 2v2. Nothing up here, Frozen. They're not going to go for the plant. They need these kills, and they know Cloud9 have surrounded them. Waiting for the time to strike. Hobbit might creep through the window, and Frozen denies it. Very important kill. Frozen's been the saving grace in this game for MOUZ at times. Now it's him and Torshi in a 2v1. As long as they 3-2-1 it, Shiro can't win this round. Don't let him isolate.
Dude, Shiro is keen with the pistols. No, don't give him the chance. The comeback was going to start with anyone. It had to start with Frozen, and he will hold on.
Oh my God.
Wins that 1v1. Stops Shiro in his tracks. And keeps the dream alive for MOUZ. A big pistol from the young veteran. As he finds 5. Maybe there can be that second wind for MOUZ in this map yet.
You get scared there for a second.
Yeah, especially when because it was Dexter with Exertion, I think, who were double peeking the guy behind side, but it didn't seem like he swung wide enough, so that player got 2 1v1s.
Yeah, the smoke helped.
Definitely, so we'll see. This is, again, crucial for MOUZ to convert. It's even worse if they lose this round after winning pistol. Little block there from Nafani to try to create this gap so he gets information. MOUZ should pre-fire this. Yeah,
I saw him. Oh dear, helped Zersham more than it helped Nafani, to be honest. Deagle on short, nice connection. He sees one more, he knows they're coming. Axel on a dive, spinning, and JDC will drop in. Buster kind of baiting here, but he needs a multi-kill to make it worthwhile, and it won't work. He hid in the van, they thought they cleared it. 3-on-1, the plant comes in, and Hobbit, hey, he can send it. Why not? Give it a go.
Oh, trying to get out. That is such awkward timing on that, man. He was, hoping that someone would come and face him, and maybe he gets out with a gun. Then you saw like the change of his mind midway through. He's like, I'll just save the CZ, and tries to leave. And that's right as he gets swung. All right, so MOUZ found the conversion, and there were moments where that was kind of on a knife's edge. I was worried. Axile just looked like he had the clean movement about him over towards short. They did well to shut him down, and they also stopped Buster from milking that bad Molotov in at the van.
That was the dangerous one, right? Because you're thinking it's clear, and he could get a multi-kill there, but fast trade for MOUZ was crucial.
Dexter gets to farm a bit of money here.
Yeah, he needs it. He needs some confidence, Harry, right? Like, he didn't have a good first half at all. He's had some great deciders for MOUZ, great Mirage performances. We talked about the ENCE one in Rio that got them into the playoffs of the major. And he's going to need to deliver some really good calls. It's going to be incredibly difficult to come back from the T side, right? Cloud9 knows exactly how many rounds they need. They can go into those saves, the infamous saves. So you really need to be on point if you're Dexter.
Oh, Cloud9 with a confident rifle round. They've sent 3 into window. A quick jump for Naf, and he's going to have to dodge a flash, but he will catch the AWP. Poor Torshi. What can he do about that one? Dexter will use this mid-smoke to trade the kill out, but it still sits in the favor of Cloud9. The molly should decide it. Axel just bounces out in time, and because Dexter was throwing the molly, he couldn't shoot the smoke. That's very fortunate for Axel. MOUZ still have this mid-control, and they want to pinch B together. Dexter trying to sneak behind the smoke on short. Cloud9. Oh, they get caught boosting up. Now they know Buster, he's going to get dropped on. 2v2 now. The bomb is late.
Yeah, the bomb is super late, so this is a bit of a solo mission, a bit of a single-player game for JDC.
Hello.
If he wins this fight, that might seal the deal on numbers alone. Yeah. Hobbit also moving in. Trying to take up arms in the market, spots JDC, but can't get that kill. Molly reins in, Hobbit's already ahead of it, forces him out onto that swing.
He's looking for the kit. It went out the market, though, as we can see.
No, he's not going to find you a kill. He'll just grab that AWP and look to get out of there. And that's why it's so nice that JDC doesn't commit to that fight. Also, look at where the kit went.
Well, there's one here.
That's a little brutal. But yeah, I like the JDC gets that one, and then he knows, like in the 2v1, as long as I don't offer up the chance to trade, as long as I don't, oh my God.
No, it doesn't
How
exist.
have they been this screwed by the kids?
Ghost.
One fell and clipped behind the boost box, and the other is under the map.
Is it under the map, or does it just didn't look like it was under the map? It looked like, I don't even know.
That was a really important 3v4 for MOUZ to convert, right? They need that momentum. We talked about it in the first half. Harry, some of the win conditions for MOUZ. And I like the play from Hobbit, too, to save the op, right? You give it to Shiro. He's been amazing. 4 guys just buy upgraded pistols. There's something to be done for Cloud9. And just that fact is going to make MOUZ play a little bit more timid, perhaps. It completely changes this round now for them and how they're going to approach it. Nafani with the UMP. We'll see what they have in store for us.
A real buy, but one that Shiro can always win for Cloud9. Outram through the smoke. Dexter leading the fray.
Yeah, I think Shiro makes a lot more plays nowadays than, he did even like a year ago. But I think these rounds always are especially exciting because, he's kind of forced to be a bit of a playmaker, right? He's got the hero AWP.
Nice.
Now, will he get to get involved? Because right now, he's just alone in the window room and the A site's already fallen. It wouldn't be a bad idea to hold on to that AWP. And so he should already look to get out of there.
MOUZ's ability to reset is looking really good. Like, these rounds are just super clean. They haven't been upset by the first half. They look very focused right now, knowing this one is within reach. Now, numerically, it is just on the edge. 9 rounds, 2 behind that of Cloud9. The AWP will be saved. Anthony forces that, but even he knows he can't go get the AK because they're everywhere.
Feels like they're getting in the zone slowly, right? And the first round, it was just a default mid-control. Trades happen, situational Counter-Strike, they win the 3v4. Ooh. Well, that's a big one for Nafni. Can save the AK now, too. Oh. Right, so I don't know if that smoke combination that MOUZ uses is something they've done before, right? Or I can't remember last time they played Mirage, or if they added it since their group, right? It's just different. It's not window and top mid, it's top mid and mid slope, right? Like it creates a more
It gives you like
angles,
vertical
right?
one-ways. It lets you like fight on the ramp or fight behind the boxes and get good angles to the short player.
Exactly, right?
It's
And
one that Nip used a lot last year.
yeah. And the CTs, you want to maybe play behind the smoke. That's like your first instinct, perhaps sometimes. But they spam it a lot, and they deny that play for you.
Oh, what a read as well! That's such a typical AWP opener run up cat. I'm coughing over here.
That was smooth.
The run up cat.
Hugo was caught.
But Shiro, instead of being in con, he was even further back, so he's more favored for the fight. He's ready. He's in CT holding. Short side. So good opening round for Shiro. It's passive, but it's also allowing Cloud9 to take the opening pick. They will find a trade.
What does Cloud9 do now? Again, they've given up some control. This is heard by Exertion 100%, and by Dexter probably. So Nafani seems like he was maybe faking it. Now he's coming back. We'll see how MOUZ, do they get the same read? But Cloud9 is playing super passive, in this 4v4. Not having a lot of information, maybe going to just rely on a stack towards the end.
They're making it look like a B hit with that smoke. They want to trade Con, and Hobbit's been caught. Now it's up to Shiro. Oh, missed shot. Rarity here. Will he find more? He couldn't really commit to that one. Nafani gets burnt out. He should not be winning that fight. Shiro has to flick back up to the Palace. They're coming through with a split. 30 seconds. Shiro, pick your targets wisely, and he will. But Frozen over the top shaves him off. Buster swings out for a 1v1, and that's where we find ourselves. Him v the captain with a bomb at his feet. He goes forcing for the fight, and Dexter dies. What an insane play for Buster to make.
Stop pulling out nades in 1v1s, please. He pulled that HE. Bro, is HE really going to make a difference there?
Maybe. You never know, Yanko. I mean, that's crazy. He has a bomb. He goes swinging.
Even if it was the best HE that you could have thrown, it's not going to do enough damage to kill Buster. He didn't even really know where he was in CT, so it didn't feel worth it. And I think it's a couple of times now in this map that Dexter has been caught doing exactly that, right?
I feel bad for Kassad, because if he's watching this, the little hair he has left, he's pulling it out seeing this round. He is one of his pet peeves when we played was just don't pull out your nades in when it's like the time is getting low. There's a specific scenario in which you absolutely don't do it, right? Like just have your gun out and leave it to the fight, leave it to the duel. I mean, use it. If you haven't remembered to use whatever utility you have by that point, it's too late now, right? Just focus on playing with your teammate or whatever. So
considering he would have actually won that round, because Buster didn't run out, he walked out CT. So it's like,
that would have been.
He had no idea Dexter was towards the left.
I think that's only going to make it more frustrating. Like if you're Dexter, you saw how winnable that was. You just lacked the faculties to deal with it.
But let's forget about my pet peeves. A massive round for MOUZ. If they can get the reset here, it's still worth it, right? They still get a 2-for-1. And they already have a man advantage. Again, winning the mid fight, getting Nafani this time.
That's Cloud9's first round and a half. So build off of it or pay the price. And not just double digits, but control over the economy for MOUZ. That's what they're playing for. B-split's looking good. We do have 2 players still here on a 4v5, but MOUZ have the numbers to trade out. And the best part is, they maybe can slow down at some point, because Xerxen can jump window and go on a flank. It's being held. They need to draw Axel out of position. Shiro missed that one. They saw him.
They don't
He's
know.
so blind towards the back of the site. How is he alive? Dexter hasn't found this kill, but JDC will. Axel patiently waits for the flank. It pays off, but is it enough to go for the clutch?
Hell no. That's a save, Hugo. I mean, what's CS Counter-Strike?
It was more just I was building up
the
pickup so you can shut it down and go, no, there's no no, they can't do it. But I could have called that if I really wanted to.
All right, man. I believe you.
Pretty knowledgeable.
I've played this game before. I've watched a couple of games, only a couple.
Dude, this is I think it's so big that unlike in that first half where they were just kind of getting steamrolled, and then the one round they put up originally wasn't enough to actually start to bring them back into the fold, it's a good sign of the times that you lose a 1v1 clutch that is a little triggering, because you have that hindsight of man, this was so winnable. I did have a bit of a misstep and you could have beaten yourself up about that, but They right their wrongs so quickly here, and it's Xerxan and JDC who played a pretty keen role in the whole thing. These were two guys who were struggling in that first half. Xerxan had so many rounds where he would do like 94 damage to someone in some really ugly like 20-round spray. This isn't what you normally associate with this guy, right? So it's nice to see him, you know, still having that form factor to come back into the follow-up round, nail the opening down through mid. JDC opened up the B site somewhere he was getting bullied in that first half. So, you know, it's nice that MOUZ had that ability to immediately respond, and now they have a chance to sweeten the deal even more, right? Cloud9 are going to be reinvesting again. That's a given, but they're all in this round. And so you imagine MOUZ win this one, you're on to an eco in the next. Suddenly, this is a tie game from what was, at one point, 11-1 to Cloud9.
Shiro round incoming, maybe? Maybe.
It might have to be, honestly. And that's not how you wanted it to start. He's already brought down half health. Flashed off the mid angle. And MOUZ are looking to fight for this space in mid.
Axel just
sends his big brother back. Hey, they're bullying me.
Yeah.
Well, they find him regardless. Now they can just speed up.
Oh, that's not a pretty position to spray from. He's shooting into the wall. One step too far, literally. JDC go out behind the van. Do they know?
Buster heard it, yeah.
Yeah. It's not like they've got nades to flush him out. Axel just commits to his position. You're on your own, buddy. And Buster's going to clear him from above? No, he tucks in jail. They must.
Yeah, no, they know, but I think, you know, you don't have util to force him out.
You know, they can. Are they just this willing to be this passive?
This is crazy. But hey, what an off angle for Nafany, and he can even uncrouch to watch apps as well. The shadow coming, he gets his kill. Beautiful patience for Cloud9. I feel like JDC must be thinking like, they can't know because I have all this time in this position. Ready to uncrouch at a moment's notice. Buster at the car. Early spray for Axel will cost him. He gets a lot of damage though. He set up Cloud9 for the round.
Frozen converts that spray, but it's Buster in at the van again that could just rob around away. They don't know about him here, and so he stops the plant. 25 seconds left. Torshi moving in, but he's got two players to find, and he's sandwiched, trying to get the bomb down. He's wrapped out through the market, and he's a dead man to Hobbit. Cloud9 up onto 13, and I actually really liked how they responded to JDC getting to the van. You know, it's like if your enemy makes a mistake, you don't need to tell them about it, right? Like you kind of had the edge there. The longer JDC was thinking, oh, they don't know I'm van. Like, you know, they had a nade available, but they never threw it in, and I like that. It wouldn't have been enough to get the kill. You kind of just wait for JDC to sneak into your crosshair, and the knowledge of him being there means the bomb is probably going to try and join him as well, because it's like a power position if he wasn't known about.
It was a trap they sprung.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize Axel was still in ladder room, right? So they didn't have any threat from short.
Who wins this?
Hobbit, probably. Sadly, look at this. I think, yeah, just spams it right on the edge of the smoke. It's too tempting. How could he not?
Now back to the drawing board for MOUZ. They have all of mid, but this is allowed by Cloud9. Shiro's again taking passive angles. He's not really been all too involved in this whole half. But we know, deep down, eventually, his round will come. Holding the window flank with Nafany by his side, reinforced. That's a good flash. Catches Nafany. Now Shiro needs to turn around, but they're coming out of Palace, spilling out ramp. At the same time, miss smoke. Huge problem, huge gap, and Xerxan can't cross.
Yeah, he's boxed in now. Someone else might need to try and help him here. He can hold over towards the con if everyone else gets into the site just fine, but the fact that they haven't cleared out Axel doesn't give me a lot of faith here. Xerxan dead, and Axel playing the trigger discipline. Now he springs to life to find the 3-on-3. JDC is waiting outside of the connector. Torshi tagged from that previous skirmish versus Hobbit over at ramp has flashed off the angle. And Frozen's looking for a way in out of the palace. Catches Axel moving up. Shiro will trade. They tap the bomb, but it hasn't baited the peek out yet. Torshi will not give them this fight. And with JDC still down in the bottom of connector, firing off a bullet, gives it away, and JDC falls. They're on the bomb now, and Torshi is not fighting them. He calls their bluff, and that's a decision he's going to come to regret as Cloud9 move up onto 14.
Just so much tension in these rounds. You can see the last one, this one, there's so much on the line, and it feels like MOUZ, they broke down in the clutch towards the very end, right? This missed smoke, you guys pointed it out, you know, didn't help Exertion. He was already in a good position, and then no one checks for Exile. He's the Joker player. He's the short player, right? So you don't expect his name to pop up. Still in a 3v3 and just... Cloud9 players a bit more poised.
They got on that bomb so late, and that's the panic for MOUZ, because JDC gives away his position by spraying through the con smoke because he thinks they're on it, and Torshi can't swing because he's low and he's on ramp. Of course they're watching him, and you know, Cloud9, I thought they were going to lose it to the clock there, but they find JDC after the smoke fades, and Torshi, I mean, he can't, like, it looks silly him not peeking, but he can't win that. He knows he can't win that. 10 health, if he swings, there's going to be cover. You're almost hoping that Shiro's the one fighting you, because then maybe the AWP misses the one bullet. But Shiro, he didn't miss that round. 3 kills. When Cloud9 needed him, he dug deep. 14-10. And MOUZ's money in the bin. Screams a faster round. Might not be their choice. Tech9 and Mac 10.
We'll see. Still a chance for MOUZ. A couple of tough rounds to lose, right? Stemming from the Dexter 1v1 to kick it all off. But the money for Cloud9 still isn't great, and their loss bonus is going down more with winning these rounds, right? So it's going to be a harder reset for MOUZ if they manage to do it. But again, obviously their economy is pretty much in shambles. So if they lose this round, that probably means GG.
Oh, how late is Dexter going to go? They're popping out the Axel's back turn, but the cover from Nafany saves Axel's life. He finds 3 kills with 3 points of health, and Torshi's in an impossible 1v5. Cloud9, welcome to those semis. You are seconds away. This is 15.
Done deal on that one, and that was all in for MOUZ. That was everything they had thrown at the problem, and it ends up being a flawless round for Cloud9 to find 15. Statement way of getting there. Huge save from Nafany here, and then it facilitates this massive mow-down round from Axel. 15-10, and Cloud9 were looking for these handful of rounds to start to break away from a scoreline that had really closed up from the 11-1 lead they once held, and that round is the round that's done it. They start to take 3 in a row, looking for 4 in a row to close, and it feels so likely with what MOUZ are going to be bringing with them into this round.
Nafany has had an excellent individual performance in this series, past the first map especially, right? He was a huge piece of the puzzle on T-side Vertigo, got them those last 3 or 4 rounds at the end of the half to actually have a good T-side, and then kept it up in the second as well. And even when Shiro hasn't been going crazy on CT Mirage, Axel has been solid. So this is a reassuring look for Cloud9 in a matchup they lost last time they played. And a barn burner 3 mapper. This one's the same. Nafany not punished. Oh, he turns back. Almost sprays out 2, but Axel again is here. This 1-2 punch between this pair has been so potent.
Oh, that's a great name.
Yeah, the bounce. Bit of trigonometry goes a long way. And a 4-on-2.
Oh, is he going to ace to close? Or no, 4 rather. So no. Knocked out by Frozen. And 3 more still to find. The Deagle left in the 1v3. No control of the bomb. Surely no chance for Frozen. Cloud9 can feel it. This is the last guy they've got to finish off. And with that frag, they've locked in a semi-finals appearance, powering their way through the series. It starts slow on Inferno, but by the time we get round to Vertigo, they close that out. They get to Mirage. They dominate to Open. It gets drawn back out into a longish affair. But once they started to put a couple of rounds up on the board, there was no stopping them from recapturing that form from earlier in this third map.
Yeah, a series where T-sides were having a lot of trouble until we entered map 3, and Cloud9 just destroyed T-side Mirage. CIS success here at ESL Pro League yet again. They go on, of course, to play Vitality or ENCE, the winner of which we'll have to find out later. That's our next matchup of the day. But first, let's take it back to the couch with the gang.
Yeah, certainly a hot start for Cloud9 at the first beginning of that map. MOUZ almost making the comeback dream work, but unfortunately close but no cigar. Alex, to echo your sentiment earlier, great to see that Cloud9 actually managed to close something out. Semi-final spot is theirs.
Yeah, brilliant, actually. I mean, for Cloud9 and for all of their fans, it's going to be a good feeling. Having Axel in that kind of form, always a very good sign. And I think it must be nice for Shiro to not have to have like a Zywoo level performance in order to have a big win in a playoff game. You know, like he was definitely there and definitely doing what Shiro should, but there was the full, 5 fingers of the fist and Axel just that very pointy fingernail.
Yeah, he got a little hairy for a while, but there's two very good things for Cloud9 on that. For that third map, rather, it's a good T side, something that we had been asking to see, and now they deliver. And it's the fact that they didn't kind of shiver and tumbled when that comeback was happening from MOUZ. Because Yanko was at the cast, we were watching in the green room thinking, holy shit, it's happening. It's happening, they're crumbling, they're going to let it go, and they actually turn things around, which is, I think, a very important point.
Yeah, the fact that it was 11-1 to be starting off for Cloud9, we saw MOUZ getting a little bit of a resurgence. I think you actually said, Torzy, he's a confidence player, then he managed to get a few rounds to kind of end out that first half, but just wasn't enough to kind of turn it around for MOUZ.
Yeah, it wasn't, unfortunately. It feels like in the first half, they just gave Cloud9 too many gifts. Like any round, Nafani finds an entry or 2 entries on mid, Shiro gets a kill on B, right? And the rounds are much easier to play for Cloud9. And they were playing really well too. The teamwork was on point and everything. So, yeah, it was always going to be extremely difficult for MOUZ to mount that comeback.
Speaking of devils, they may appear.
See, now you feel bad.
Thank you, Nafani.
Hey, mate. Hello.
True gentleman.
We are live.
Congratulations.
We are absolutely live. Yes, indeed. This is us.
Yeah, there you go. Beautiful faces up on the screen. Congrats, gentlemen. It was, a turnaround coming off of that first map of Inferno. Any kind of mental reset that you had to have coming off that first map?
I think mostly. We had the mental reset at Vertigo, and we must say thanks for Hobbit, I will say. He helped us a lot in this case. And yeah, that's it.
Can you tell us what he said a little bit? You said thanks, Hobbit.
Yeah.
Let us know. What were the words? What's the magic?
So he just said, don't scare guys, so just let's more aiming with them. So let's just shoot in, just don't think about distracting things, because to be honest, especially at Inferno, we didn't play our tactics. So it was like we just was frozen or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, and at Vertigo, we just start playing more comfortable, more just like, it was more freedom, something like that. And
more loose, more relaxed.
Interesting.
That's cool. How sweet does it feel to get revenge on MOUZ?
It's always fine when you get a revenge versus a team which throw you out on major. So it's always nice.
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to ask a little bit about, turning your mind off, as Hobbit was saying, like just don't focus on the distractions, focus on the game. That's like the secret sauce, right? Any player that can consistently just focus on the game, focus on the round, focus on your crosshair, and can do that is going to have an advantage in Counter-Strike. Have you got any, have you got any closer to having that skill? Can you actually, turn your extra brain off and just focus on the game? Are there any tricks to that? Meditation, or what's the secret?
So, I mean, for everyone, it's obviously different because some players have let's say bad days when they distracted because of like family or something happened. Life. Maybe you get just sick or something.
Yeah.
So shit happens and everyone understands it.
Yeah, for real.
And when someone in your team have such thing, all what you can and what you should do is just try to a bit help him in this case. Maybe if he not making his frags, you just must frag instead of him. And that's how it works usually.
That's cool. Yeah, so when they can't frag, just frag harder. That's actually a sick advice. I'm writing that one down.
That's how usually it works with Shiro.
Yeah, it is.
Nafani, we're talking about mental reset. We have the round distribution here on the HLTV page. Can you talk to me about this sort of comeback that MOUZ was doing against you when you lost like 8 or 9 rounds in a row? Like, how was it feeling? How did you turn things around?
Okay, I think it's because of the score. When you have 11 rounds at T side, when it the game just coming so easily at the beginning. Usually after that, these guys just start to play for nothing almost. They just don't have a pressure. They almost lost. And you already won this match. And it's the problem. Because you think, okay, we're in the next stage or something like that. We're in the semifinals because it's 11 rounds. And it's more tough score, especially when you lost the pistol round. After that, in every round we lost the pistol round, the first gun round. We lost like 2-on-2, 1-on-1. It was a really close situation, but anyway, we lost it. After that, for them, it's just the second breath.
Yes.
So they're just coming back, and we just started a little bit scary. Oh my God, maybe it will be 11-11, something like that. And in this situation, they have an advantage. So I think it's because of this score. If we will play, for example, the first side as CT, and we won 11 rounds, it's okay. But as a terrorist, 11 rounds, it's too much.
It's too many rounds. It's too many rounds.
Yeah, it's too many, and you already, in your mind, you already won
jumped
this game.
ahead.
11-4, the most dangerous.
It's true.
Sonic, baby.
Words of wisdom.
It's true.
Nafany, can I just pick your brains about that T-side on Mirage in particular? Matthew was just talking about it, the fact that on, Inferno, T-side wasn't looking too great, got a bit better on that Vertigo. What was it like for you calling that T-side on Mirage? Where did you kind of find that momentum?
We was just better individually. We win every duel, and even if we have bad situation, for example, when Hobbit and Exile was 2v3 at B-side, it was like perfect decision from Exile to go closer, and that's it. It's how it works usually. It's how it must work when you on better team on the paper, let's say.
Makes sense.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
Makes a
Well,
lot of
speaking of individuals, let's bring up our DHL MVP because you guys can get involved in the action at home. Make sure you're using your Twitch channel points to get your votes in for the 5 potential candidates that we will be seeing coming up as options. So, if we could bring those up and maybe pick the brains of the Cloud9 members we have on the sofa. There we go. So we've got 5 options. We've got Frozen, obviously not a member of your team, so I presume
like this
the
guy
vote
should
isn't
be
going
MVP.
towards him.
No, probably not.
Unfortunately.
I mean, Frozen did have some moments, but sadly, that Mirage, I feel like MOUZ were just kind of lost in that one. Torzi as well as an option. That's kind of surprising.
We're
to
just
me.
waiting for the Cloud9 candidates to talk about him,
Clips. There we go. Let's get through the...
Let's get him rolling, get him going.
Let's get through. There we go.
Yeah.
Shiro. Would
Shiro.
you... How would you rate Shiro's performance, like, out of 10 on that series?
0 10.
I think...
He's going to be watching.
I would say 6 actually, because Mirage was not like really perfect from him. He could do better. I just knew it.
And Hobbit, he saved you a little bit.
My own MVP actually, it's Hobbit.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I like that.
Nice.
Exile was good at Mirage, but at Vertigo, Hobbit did a lot of work. And for me, it's obviously Hobbit.
Those pearls of wisdom that Hobbit gave you, it was the emotional game that you were talking about for him. Well, chat, you heard it here first. That is Nafany's confirmed pick for the DHL MVP.
Actually, Hobbit also have good numbers.
Yeah. It's pretty
There we
good.
go. 96
It will
ADR,
be
that's
pretty fair
sick.
if he will get MVP from this match, right?
That works for me.
I think this is also...
We know this side.
Oh, yeah, no. It's Twitch chat. So the more
the
you
Twitch chat, but-
gas up
that's what I'm
Hobbit,
saying.
the more likely he is
You
to
must
get the
vote
MVP.
for Hobbit.
Perfect. So any Cloud9 fans in the chat, make sure you get your
It'll be
votes
fair,
in
at
for
least.
Hobbit. You do have 4
Stats
other
look
options,
interesting,
just in
though.
case,
The stats are
but,
interesting.
Yeah. I mean, moving on to your next opponent, we don't know who it's going to be, Vitality or ENCE. I know everybody hates this question, but who would you rather be playing?
Actually, I want to play versus Vitality because we played versus ENCE already, and we kind of. I don't really want to play versus team which we played before.
And you beat them.
I don't. Yeah, we beat them, but as far as I remember, we didn't play versus Vitality for a long time. Yeah. So it will be cool to face versus good opponent in this stage, and yeah, that's it.
What were you going to say, Groove? You had something on the tip of your
Vitality as
tongue.
well. Yeah, because the same reason. Usually, sometimes the seeding looks like every single round, for example, every group stage or every first round in playoffs usually have the same opponent. I don't think it's really interesting. For us, I think for last 12 months, we played Vitality maybe once.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the stats, and you guys haven't played Vitality like at all. I mean, under the Cloud9 banner, not
yeah,
at all.
After we joined Cloud9,
yeah,
maybe.
I'm just trying to look back and see.
Yeah, I
when
think
it
we
last
played
was.
versus
That's
them.
crazy.
I think we played versus them at DreamHack.
Well, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
DreamHack,
Yeah,
that's
bring
a
that up.
whole
That's
thing.
already like at
And
least a
it was
year.
like
yeah.
maybe 2 years ago.
So,
DreamHack.
Damn, that's crazy.
I
Well,
do love
fingers
that.
crossed.
I love that Counter-Strike. I mean, I don't love that you haven't played them, but I like it that when we get to see these matchups that are like a surprise that we haven't seen how your teams interact. You know, Vitality's calling and their T-sides versus your CT setups. I'm interested to see how that works. You know, what does Apex get away with against your CT
First
side?
of all, they have to win.
Absolutely.
That is correct.
And you know what?
Maybe
that is correct.
G2 thought the same. Okay, it's ENCE. They just showed that they, after changes in the lineup, they start to coming back. So
And we need to understand that in our days, every team can actually beat every team if they're not in the best shape in current day. So it's very important to be focused on your next game.
It was a conversation that started, I remember when Na'Vi had acquired Bit and we started talking about needing three. You need three, like the firepower of a team, like just the individuals need to have at least three that can hang with the big boys. And, you know, as you take a look at like all of the way Counter-Strike teams are changing, you guys bringing in Buster, it does seem like, you know, you're all chasing that dream of having three players that can be online at the same time. You feel like you're getting closer now as well with Yoshiro, Axel +1?
I think, let's say when it was online, it was obviously Shiro, Exile, and usually Hobbit. Yeah. But sometimes if like Exile or Hobbit didn't get their numbers, I was stepping. But for now, it's harder than before because a lot of really strong teams. Also, we must understand that when it was online, Groove was having us a lot, and it's their reason as well, and it's a big reason actually. So obviously that it's harder to play now for every one of us, but we try to do our best and that's it.
Yeah,
all right.
It works well.
So Counter-Strike 2 coming out, Groove, you're making a comeback. Now you're sitting back playing.
I'm already 40 years
the new
old.
smokes.
Yeah, it's my dream, especially for one match. For one match, it will be the oldest professional CS:GO player.
Yeah,
40 years old.
I think you can do it.
CS:GO too. It doesn't.
And you can leave. You can get your HLTV rating, get like a 1.4,
just for the
and then just
ranking.
leave. Just leave.
Peace out.
Maybe for the stickers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you want a sticker as well?
Yeah.
He's got it going on.
You do look good in blue.
I have
it's his color.
at Steam, I have an account. It's 20 years old.
Yep.
That's a
one
flex.
Of
That's a
the
flex.
oldest in CIS region account. So maybe not in CIS. So 20 years old, it's...
Okay, a 20-year-old account. Did you get an invite? Did you get the invite to Sources? No?
Didn't.
No.
What?
Same
What?
here,
They didn't
man,
even
same
get
here.
a court.
What?
God, what do they have to do? Come on, Valve.
Come on,
Hook them
Valve.
up.
We'll
Hook
get
the
on the
boys up.
horn.
Yeah, get on the
we'll
blower.
we'll give him
Actually,
a
he
ring.
playing matchmaking a lot
Sometimes,
recently.
Yeah.
Yeah?
He's getting ready. He's getting ready for the next step.
When you're watching so much, I spend a lot of times when I'm watching the demos, when I'm watching the practice. So when we just watching other matches before our match, and after that, all I want just to play by myself.
It's like us.
We do the same.
Yeah.
We want to play after that.
Well, gentlemen, we'll let you get off because I know we do have ENCE Vitality on the card, so you can go watch that. Thank you so much for joining us. It was great to
Thank you
get
for
to
inviting us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much love. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, you can just leave the microphones there if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Peace out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff. Obviously, we're going to be finding out their next opponents, which will be between Vitality and ENCE. But Alex, you were really excited to get to see Cloud9 actually return because we hadn't seen them since all the way back from Group A. Were you satisfied with what they delivered today?
Consider me satisfied, Freya. Yeah, definitely. I think that especially because we got the moment where we were like, this is where it happens again. This is like where we get that horrible Groundhog Day of seeing Cloud9 like staring at the floor at the end of the game and like disbelief after having a lead. You know, we've all seen that, and it's actually it's always going to be refreshing to see them shake it off. Like I am one of their biggest cheerleaders in the sense that like we saw the peak. You know, we saw that Gambit youngsters blow into Gambit, into world's best team. And as we actually learned just there from Nafany, that was under different circumstances. That was with an extra voice in the team. And, you know, they were initially like an academy-style roster. You know, I know maybe I'm getting in my time machine. I know, I'm getting in my time machine. But you also have to understand that, like, it's a process to go from being that to having your hand held a little bit and being well dominating to doing it now as the scene is settled, all the best teams are equipped and ready, and anyone can be anyone on a given Sunday. You got to get your mental in check and you got to get your individuals on form.
But I do want to know, like, Janko, you said, like, yeah, like, you would pick MOUZ because, like, Cloud9, they need to prove you. They need to prove you wrong.
Yeah.
Did they really manage to do this with this win?
Not completely, no, just a little bit. I had this analogy at the start of the cast saying it's like, you know, when you break up with a girlfriend, right? And you're like thinking it through, but there's just not something that's there. So now it's that position where they're posting, like, you know, they started going to the gym, they've lost some weight, they're posting some pictures.
Okay, I see where
that's
we're
like
going.
starting to tease you. You're thinking, well, maybe I made a mistake, you know, maybe we are meant for each other. But now it's like about the next level to figure out, is it all just surface level stuff, right? Like, did they make improvements as a person? Are they going to reach
Is
that potential? Is the potential in the room now with us?
You're independent. You're alone. You're fine.
So one more series, then you're thinking, wait, they're actually becoming maybe the person I thought they could be. You know, maybe there's real change happening.
So
for now, there's just surface level. Now it's starting to creep up in your head. Yeah. The next game, it's like.
And then the next time you're gonna wonder what you did wrong, trying to think about yourself. You know, like what did I do wrong?
Am I too harsh as an analyst? Like, do I know how to do this job? Am I just
biased?
Like, yeah.
Well, we will find out if Janko is rekindling with, I guess, your ex-girlfriend after that. When we find out who Cloud9 will be facing, that will be between Vitality and ENCE. That's coming up next. But first, before we do that, let's catch up with I had the chance to catch up with the EPL commissioner earlier on, alongside Dupree, to tell us a little bit more about the ESL Pro League Players Council.
Let's go to Freya.
I'm joined here by Alex, Commissioner of ESL Pro League, and of course Dupree, player from Team Vitality. And we're going to get a little bit more insight to the ESL Pro League Player Council. So first of all, Alex, for maybe the viewers at home who aren't familiar with the council, can you give us a TLDR of what exactly you're up to over there?
Yeah, we set it up a few years ago, and it's really just an opportunity for us to sit down with some of the players and the coaches from the teams and really understand what it is that they care about, what they're concerned about, what is important to them, and try and see if we can push as many of those things through for them as possible.
So, Dupree, how long ago did you join, and what was kind of the motivation for you to be joining this council?
When I was contacted by Alex in the beginning, I was told what we were going to work towards and what we could achieve together. And obviously that was very encouraging for me because I've been part of this scene and part of the game for as long as I can remember. So I also have a lot of experience in the terms of how was it back in the days, how are we looking at things nowadays, and what has to improve for us players. So whenever I joined, I wanted to represent the players in the best possible way and in the terms that we could reach new heights and create a more balanced, a more healthy way to approach the game, not only for the players, but also in relationship together with the tournament organizers. So I think we've come a long way, and I'm really happy to be here.
Can you give us some tangible examples then of what exactly you have managed to change? What have you had an impact in since you joined the Player Council?
There's been multiple things, but one of the things that I think has been really important is that we tried to shorten down some of the tournaments. And one of the issues that we've seen as players is that we've had a really strict schedule because we have ESL tournaments to participate in, that we have Blast, and we have back in the days we had more tournaments to go to. So sometimes you would end up having a really packed schedule if you wanted to participate in everything. So that's like one thing we worked on, that we have wanted to shorten down the tournament days and limit also the fact that let's say you go to a tournament and you already qualify for the semifinal, you don't have to wait maybe 6-7 days before you can play again, but maybe it's only 4 or 5 for them to finish up. So that is like one thing. Another thing is also working towards getting a more healthy environment in terms of having healthier snacks and being able to work out and have the good facilities for the players to come to, because we've tried, at least back in the days, to go to places that has not been that efficient for the players. So that's also another thing. But overall, just working towards having a more healthier environment to work in.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen that with the likes of, IM events recently, obviously EPL schedule kind of changing too. In terms of what you think is the most unique aspects about this council, what is kind of most important to you, Alex, to be bringing forward for the players?
I think there's a few things. First of all, we really want to be accountable to the guys. They've been involved in these kind of forums before, and they give up a lot of time for the game, and we wanted them to give up time to help us. But to really make that worth their while, they need to know that we're keeping a track of what they care about, that we're trying to push these things forward, or at least explaining why we can't. So that accountability is something that we've been really working hard with Peter and the likes of the guys on the council. They're kind of in-house, so we've got like a direct line to ESL. ESL joins some of the meetings or portions of the meetings. Obviously, they're not always there because we need to be able to talk freely, but they give the guys a lot of updates and they get that direct communication so that what matters to Dupree is translated immediately to the ESL management. Another thing is we gave access. We've opened a communication line with Valve, so we gave Dupree and Carrigan opportunities to speak direct to Valve about some of the things that mattered to them, which I think was a good bonus to this what we've built, because I think that's really difficult to open that channel. And so I think between all of those things, I think as that accountability, as Peter said, we've really had some successes. So we actually started recruiting new players and coaches to join who think now, actually, this is having effect. I want to be part of this. This discussion isn't just a waste of time. It's actually making a change. So I want my voice to be part of that negotiation. So I think that's what I think some of the features that have made it successful, at least up till now.
Well, gentlemen, great to get a bit of insight on what the ESL Player Council is doing. Thank you so much for your time.
Look at it, he does it so well. Everybody? With everyone. Look, again. Again? The fuck? He's so good. It's so good.
Vanquish the negative.
Unfortunately, this is where the journey ends for MOUZ, but by my side I have Saikon. He maybe can explain us what exactly maybe happened like in the second map, because it was Mirage, and in the first half it was going really, really tough for you guys. Why do you think like you kind of struggled?
To be honest, I think they caught us a little bit off guard with the speed at the start, and we ended up losing a lot of interfrags, which was also the case on Inferno actually. And yeah, it's tough when you're down 4v5 and you have to make some kind of play. And I think especially against Sinan, it's tough to play a man down because they'll just sit around and wait for you for a long time. So pushing and doing anything actively is tough. So sometimes you have to kind of play in the dark, and we just never managed to convert one of those rounds.
When I saw the video, I was kind of surprised. I was expecting like either an Ancient or Inferno from your team, and you decided to go for Inferno, which was not the big surprise. But then, like when it came like to the second bans, you guys decided to actually ban Overpass, a map that we saw like Cloud9 ban, and then we were left with the Mirage, a map that you banned, I think, against Heroic and against Pain, if I recall correctly. What did you decide to leave Mirage?
I mean, at this point, we have a pretty deep map pool, right? And we feel quite confident on a lot of maps, and we don't really play that many officials, but we do practice a lot, and also Surgeon's been on the lineup for some time now. We feel like Mirage is in a really good spot, and yeah, we were hoping to make it more of an individual brawl this game, and for that reason we really wanted to take it to Mirage.
And what's going to be the focus before the RMR?
As always, taking away the good positives from this event, but also being honest about where do we have some missteps, where can we still adjust and improve. And I mean, the last few RMRs for us have been really tough. At PGL we didn't make it. At the very last one we had a super tight game against Sangal in the end. So yeah, the focus just to make sure that we've improved since those last two times and hopefully have a cleaner way this time.
All right, then. Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know it's like always...
Making magic when they need it most.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Pressure's gonna drive you crazy, 'cause you rise to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
Yeah. Look, since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, 'cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, 'cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, 'cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy, 'cause you rise to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
I'm a walking lick. Having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics. Something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick. Private jet for the trip. Private dance 'cause the whip. Something you don't wanna miss. Diamonds dance like you got served. Think you the one, but you not the first. Crash the rate, we swang.
Making magic when they need it most.
One of my favorites. Vitality. A risk, a brave risk taken by this vineyard, trying to marry two very different grapes to create a blend that is yet to reveal itself. Of course, there is the rich French tradition, very ancestral when it comes to wine, and you can smell the hint of Zaiwu and its brilliance, but also the Danish experience. If you look closely, you can almost see Dupree in the wine. Now, fans around the world have hoped that this vintage is the one that brings the awards, because they've been left wanting for more, hoping for more, and this might just be it.
I think it's fine. I think every bracket is hard nowadays. Every team is playing good CS in general, so it depends more on ourselves. If we are in good shape, we can just show good CS, and I think it's going to be hard matches for everyone anyway. I don't think they are like at the best form right now. I think they have the individuals to play really good CS, but I am not afraid of playing against anyone, so for me it's fine, whoever comes.
So obviously it's a tough bracket for us, but that's how it is. When you are going to the playoff, you don't expect to have an easy bracket or whatever. You don't pray to have an easy bracket. It's just about beating everyone. So, well, I think since we added Spinks, we played ENCE once. It was in RM Rio, and they beat us. So I will be okay to play them again and to beat them just for Spinks, just to have a little bit of revenge, because I think we played really bad back then in Rio. But otherwise, yeah, they just changed the player for Nerds, so I think they need a bit more time. I watched them and they didn't play bad, but they didn't play good either yet. So I think it's gonna be a good addition, but they will need a bit more time.
Well, I think we are also a team that hits really hard, so we are like a structured team, but we like to play a bit fast in general. But it is how it works. We also hit like really hard shots, so we are a really strong team also.
Well, look who we have here. If it isn't the defending champions from ESL Pro League Season 16, ready to make their playoffs debut, heading up against a team that I don't think any of us really expected to be making it this far, considering Hugo, ENCE had to face G2 to make it to this very spot, and they beat them in 2 maps.
2 maps, yeah, that was crazy. I mean, we didn't catch that one. It was right during the Source 2
Nobody
hype.
did.
So,
yeah, that went under the radar.
That's why I feel like ENCE might be, they might be sneaking through. We might be undervaluing them here. I think that they have a really good shot right now. Like, as we just heard from Apex, last time they played, ENCE won. It was in that 1-2 game in the Challenger stage, or in the Legend stage of Rio, rather, and it was one that ENCE just edged out in 3 maps. I'm a little worried for Vitality, given that today is the taste test. Dupree back in the server. Jax was incredible in the group stage. Obviously, it makes sense getting your main roster player back in, but how much time has Dupree been putting into the game as of late? I don't know. We've got to find out. Jax on the screen, he played fantastic.
3rd best rated player in that group, which, Harry, I don't think any of us were expecting to see.
Yeah, I mean, like Jax was phenomenal. I think for a lot of people, it was like, oh wow, like holy shit, is this what Vitality needed? But I think it makes a lot of sense to bring Dupree back into the fold. He's obviously the guy they're going to be taking with them to the major. So you want to get as much officials in as you can before you reach that point, and that's why we got Dupree back. You could have ridden this out with Jax, I have no doubt about it, but I think you just need all the practice as a team that you can get at this point.
Yeah, it makes sense for the long-term vision of Vitality, obviously, Maniac, to bring, your staple name brand player back into the fold.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Paris is the light at the end of the tunnel, as we have.
What do we have here?
I think it's a history
designed camera.
This is
that from EPL?
Yeah.
When they won.
Yeah.
That
When
was
they
the
actually
winner's
won.
plate, which, if I do remember correctly, they didn't really understand what they had to do, and they thought
That's
they were actually
beautiful.
signing the camera. But no, it's just a plate. It's all an illusion in front of the lens.
Yeah. The memorabilia.
It's beautiful. And keep in mind, guys, as well, we have ENCE who, they were in the final of Pro League 2 seasons ago, right?
Yeah.
They were the ones taking on FaZe in that grand final where FaZe got a notch on towards their grand slam, which they're still fighting for. We'll see them play Force tomorrow. But obviously, this is kind of a grudge match, not just because ENCE knocked them out of Rio at the major, a major that Vitality kind of needed to do well, but also it's Spinks up against his old team. That's a cool story.
Yeah, well, dude, I think it gets even. I think from a storyline, this is actually a really sick game because so you have Rio, and for me, like one of the big head-to-heads in that was Sampaius versus ZywOo, and
he wrecked him.
Sampaius like flat just styled on Vitality. So that's like that's a super cool head-to-head because obviously this was like Sampaius coming off the back of like all the Movistar hype, right?
Yeah.
How like he kind of helped bring that team up through the rankings in the first place. Then he goes over to ENCE, has this incredible series versus Vitality at Rio to keep ENCE alive, to keep them at 2-2, and to eliminate Vitality. And then on top of that, you have the fact that ENCE's new pickup, Nerds, I think he's done a lot for the team in terms of rejuvenating them. But, the last time there was, an Israeli player in this team that was this good, Vitality picked him up, right? Like,
So what you're saying is
got
Nerds is
taken.
next?
So, yeah, like either that's what's going to happen. But I think it's going to be cool to like have that head-to-head, right? Of 2 players from like a region, from a country that is getting more representation, but was kind of glossed over for a while. They now have to show their stuff in the server, and Spinks has got to show that, he is that man.
And Nerds was so damn good in that game versus G2. We saw some of the numbers, and yeah, they speak for themselves.
Yeah, we have a very little sample size of Nerds and ENCE, but that series versus G2 was already a reference. And not only has he had good numbers, which is already a great sign, but these weren't like stat padding numbers. The T sides and the amount of impactful multi-kills he's had literally decided the game. You rewatch that VOD, not now, you stay on the broadcast. Later on, you rewatch the VOD, and you see how he did Hunter dirty a couple of times on that very map of Ancient, and he did the same on the second map as well. That was reference from Nerds, and I hope for Vitality that this is not what we showed today.
Apparently he's bringing a lot to the table as well in terms of, the mentality. He's a singer. He is
sings.
a TikTok singer, nonetheless. Yeah, he sings
Really?
TikTok songs.
I lost all
yeah.
my respect.
And that's
Beautiful.
where I stopped the conversation because I don't know any songs.
We're
from TikTok.
approaching. We should have that on the screen right now. We should be pulling them up and putting them on the broadcast. That's amazing. And I think a lot of credit has to go to ENCE as an organization, an org that's been sticking it out and buying out a lot of good players. And constantly it has felt like for the longest time being 1 or 2 player changes away from actually being a title contender team. And I actually, from what I've seen from ENCE in this tournament, feel like this could be the roster. This could be the way back in. Nertz is a 1-for-1 upgrade on Valde, and he's been playing like it.
Any thoughts, Yanko? Any
No.
thoughts with this comparison?
No, I'm not going to talk this time. No, I'm kidding. It's a bit unfair to Nerds to compare him to Zaibu, especially Zaibu at this tournament. But I like the comparison or what Harry brought up about their last game at Rio, because that was one of the games where if you sit down, and what we talked about vitality in groups, and do you think Zaibu, they want him to have a little bit more of an attitude sometimes and, command a little bit more authority perhaps within the squad? Is, that game, you're 1-2, you're about to be out of the major and, he just has nothing special, right? Like you hate to see that. Like you want him to have a good game to sort of, you feel like that game was one where he can will his team to a win, right? That's an opponent that maybe he can beat almost on his own, right? So I think also for Vitality as a whole and Zaibu especially, he wants, he's really looking forward to this rematch and putting his stamp on this matchup.
I just want to get confirmation from production. Did I hear correctly that we do have a little bit of extra time? Is that do you want to give us a nod on the camera if that's true?
Let us talk.
That is correct.
Let us
So
cook.
let's fill out a little
Secret
fun
notes.
game.
She was waiting for that.
If this is the answer, what is the question? Any Mock the Week fans
Whose
will...
PC did you break, Freya, just so you can play this game?
Just so you get some extra time. We will love that today. Yeah, you guys are going to guess the question to the answer. We're just going to completely switch everything around, turn everything topsy-turvy on its head. The first answer is 2.21%.
What is Apex headshots percentage?
You're already starting me. You're meant to love Vitality, Matthew.
I love him.
Love to hate him.
How much
I love
percentage?
Apex. 221?
Yeah, 2.21.
What
That's more.
percent of people want to play Dust 2 over and over again in Source 2?
Probably a lot of people.
What percent of people are allowed to?
1%
actually
of
go?
people.
Yeah, exactly. How
Not
many
me,
people
I'm not part of
got
that
Source
2.21%.
What percent of people got Source 2?
Yeah, that's true.
That's
Yeah,
probably
not me.
close to true.
Very close. I
You're
like
going
that
to make me
question.
cry on the desk, Yanko. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
what? It's, you didn't get it?
No, Harry, where's the
Harry
hookup,
can-
man?
Harry can
What the
switch
hell?
up.
Yeah, Harry's got loads of
sent-
keys.
I've
You
sent-
should
I
DM
sent-
Harry on Twitter for keys. No, I'm kidding,
is
guys. There are no
absolutely
keys. Keys don't exist. There are no keys. It's not a thing. Wait.
Any other
Yeah.
attempt?
Anyway, I'll get you those keys later, Freya.
Thanks, man. Only you were the real Harry all along.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
2.21%.
It's very small.
Go next.
What a smaller than
The
3.
chance of Fours winning this tournament.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Harsh,
That's
but
a good
I
one.
think they have better odds than
Oh,
that.
that's
to be
good.
honest.
You'd give them better odds than 2%?
2%.
To win the entire event?
Yeah, I mean, they're already in the top 8. Right?
That's not how it works. It's not, because there's 8 teams, you know. You just,
Maniac is like fuming inside. It's like,
Like,
yeah,
wait a minute.
your logic is flawed. Like, that's
I'm
not
sorry.
it's,
statistically, I have to object. This is
and
how
he
it
has a
works.
golf club, so Hugo,
Very
be
careful.
careful.
Yeah, watch
comment.
out, man. Watch out.
Let's just wait.
Do you want the real answer?
I think it's
Yeah,
time to
yeah,
hit us
go
with
on.
the
the
question.
percentage of FAMAS usage, EPL season 17.
FAMAS usage.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Great weapon.
Okay.
No.
Psych. P90 is better.
Make the FAMAS great
Yes.
again. Make Burst Fire great
Yes.
again.
Yes, the burst.
True.
I missed the burst.
Second answer is 31 times.
How many times did James relieve stress
Why?
before they won the major in Rio?
Why? It's always the same. with you, Harry.
Why do we always go back to that?
Hey, a lot went into getting that win, Hugo. All
Oh, I
right, you
bet.
might not
I bet.
appreciate it.
Some real
but
action. Some real.
How many
Got a lot of
times is
elbow
Harry
grease.
going to make a sexual reference during a map of casting?
There you go. That's a good one.
Bang on. And you're correct, Yanko.
I think I know the actual answer if you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Is it the win streak for Nip on Nuke? I know it sounds like a
No,
Nuke win
but
streak. Is it
that's a nice
Astralis
one.
then? Because I swear Astralis got 30, but I swear Nip got more.
I mean, you could be right. These
I
are
could
all to
be.
do with EPL season 17, which
Oh,
I
okay.
should
Kind of
have
a-
said
it's
earlier, and I
topical,
didn't.
it's
How many
Yeah,
Nuke
thank
maps
you.
have been played at EPL?
Hang on.
Yeah, because
Well
it was
done,
like
Hugo.
29 a couple
I
of days
feel like
ago.
when I showed you this card, you
How
probably
did
just
you
saw
know this?
Nuke
Huh?
and...
How do you know it was 29 a couple of days ago?
Because we did
Oh,
the,
he
we did the
actually
quiz
has.
where I beat
He's
you.
been telling me, like, just in case he's on another quiz, he does
Yanko,
check
he's like
the,
doing
the
research
stat page every
doing after
day
his
to
work,
like
like,
learn all
if you
the.
don't remember, Yanko, it must have been a humiliating defeat when I 1v2'd
No, I would
you.
remember that. I only,
yeah.
I only forget about my wins.
So true. Spoken like a true hero.
Oh, I've got the real answer. How many trophies did Yanko take with FaZe and MIBR? No?
But and 13 times the answer?
No,
31.
31
You
times.
forgot the number?
I thought it was 13.
I was hyping him up. But
Oh,
something
I
was
thought you
also
were trying to be
this.
mean, and I was like,
31.
wait,
I thought it was being mean. I'm like,
yeah.
why? That's a compliment.
You had 5 trophies from MIBR, right?
No, MIBR, I was there for 3 months. We did win Zotac, which was like first place was 200K.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that was nice.
That's a lot of money.
Couple of finals lost to Astralis.
Who hasn't?
Yeah,
Who
right.
hasn't?
Yeah. a lot of teams on that list. So
Speaking of Astralis, none of these players are from Astralis. It's Art, Bit, and Simple.
Art.
What is the question?
Bit and
Art,
simple.
Bit,
Players
Simple.
with the highest opening kill percentage.
Yes. Okay. We're just
Nailed
gonna-
it.
Nailed
Now
it.
it's just a
Real
regular
funny
quiz.
one, man. Real
I
funny
mean,
one.
if
We're not
I
making
saw
fun
the
anymore,
list, that's
you
the only thing it can be, right?
I know.
Okay, number 4, 75%.
75%.
It's a bigger percentage than we had earlier.
See, now we're being serious.
Yeah, true.
So that's
No,
what happened.
no, flip back.
Flip back. Change.
But that's actually
75%. That's the chance that Maniac with each day is taking more and more sips out of that wine glass. I think like for Vitality, there was actually, he needed 2 glasses, like the camera broke.
I just
so
wanted
they
to make
needed,
sure, you know.
So they needed multiple takes. He
We had
really
to
needed to
shoot it a couple times.
that
to
first
taste.
one, that bottle was corked, wasn't it, Matthew? Like, you had to go for a new one.
I
yeah?
said to the producer, we have to make sure the wine is refilled every time, otherwise there's going to be a Reddit detective to come in and say, listen, I see the wine is going down every time.
You're lying
You have
to me.
You must be drunk, Matthew. We enforce it.
See, that's
I've
my
got
secret. I'm always drunk.
75%. What percent of Freya is Skittles? No, Smarties.
Yeah, yeah.
Smarties, I meant.
All right.
Soon.
Soon.
It'll all be revealed
TM.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah, very excited.
Alright.
I am made up of
Announcement of
Smarties.
an announcement of an announcement.
Yeah, TM. It's coming soon. Any serious takers?
Percentage of rounds won on Anubis T side.
No.
That was a good one.
But it could be true. Maybe I'll check. Maybe I won't.
It's in the 60s for sure.
Yeah.
Probably not
I mean, yeah, I don't
My
know.
favorite group.
Let's,
hit us.
I can look if you want me to.
What's
but
the
it's not what I'm
answer?
looking
What's
for.
the answer?
Oh, the answer
Percentage of
is
series that went 3 maps? I don't know. I'm just
probably
guessing.
that's probably pretty high.
There's a lot of probabilities.
You
There's a
believe
lot of
this
This
definite-
is
No, I mean,
Vitality's
it's been a
pistol
good-
win percentage.
Oh,
Vitality's
Ooh,
pistol
quite
win
good.
percentage.
Yeah, they're high up there. They are the highest.
How
Will
so
they
how's
continue
that?
versus
I
us?
I
actually
was an
did
actual
check
god.
this today as well because of the threat of a quiz, similarly to you guys.
yeah.
I
Threat
should've-
of a quiz.
I
Threat of a
should have
quiz really
known.
gaslights
You
into-
woke up early to
Yeah,
study for
I
a
wouldn't go
quiz.
that
yeah. To
Can
study.
we
I
know
was
what is
doing it
early?
all-
When you say you woke up early, when did you wake up?
No comment.
Yeah, earlier, you know,
Yeah,
earlier.
earlier.
It was a late night. I had something going on.
Matthew
you know?
wakes up at 6 a.m., so he's like, how early did you
I was like,
wake
how
up?
early did you wake up?
Harry
Yeah,
was
you're
still
on
playing
like
Souls
real
too,
normie
then.
hours, and I don't like
Hey,
it.
can you please not normie shame me, right?
Yeah,
I
actually,
can wake up whenever
Yeah,
I
I've
want.
got a dog and
if
he
you're
turned
going to be
normal.
getting up at 6 a.m., we probably could get some Source 2 in the
That's what I've
morning.
been trying to
before
say.
I
We
go
should
to bed.
catch up.
Like,
We should catch up around 5 or 6, get a couple
Yeah.
games in, you go to bed, I start my day, and then we all meet up
That's
at 7
good.
here.
The dream
Yeah.
24-hour shift.
Mamba mentality.
Exactly. Just never stopping.
I do hear that we have a
Special
special
delivery.
delivery.
Special
Courtesy of
delivery.
Oh, what's
Jabs
this?
von
what's-
Birchill.
oh, we have
No way.
Colex
Thank
cards.
you.
Oh, let's
No
All
way.
right.
Yeah.
I actually have.
Centurion
Good, sir.
edition.
I've had pretty good luck with these
Yeah, you
in the
have.
past. I got a
Oh, thank you, Chad.
we get a
rare
close-up? Can we
Stewart
get a-
2K.
Can I get a close up of the?
Can I get
I always
a...
wondered what were the players to watch. Let's find out.
All right, I'm going to open mine.
Is there a specific way I have to open that without destroying everything, or not really?
I don't know. I'm just
What do
trying to
you
do
mean
it while still
destroying
holding
Give
my
it to me.
mic.
I'll do it for you, Matthew. I'll keep it. Oh, thanks for the cards.
You know
Ooh,
what?
such a
Let's just
little
make sure.
rat.
I just don't want to destroy everything, you know?
Watch as 5 people try and fail to open.
I
a
know.
pack of cards.
I'm actually going to.
I got it.
Have you ever seen this player before?
I do not know who that is.
I know the logo, but I actually.
You know, I'm going to tell you something interesting.
Yeah.
This is the name of a lake in Switzerland.
Le Mans.
Ah,
I have Le Mans. Le Mans.
What's
That's
the
how they
music
say man in French. Le
Le
Mans.
Mans.
Le
Yeah,
Mans.
I've
can you
never
help
heard
me
of it. He's
open
from
mine,
AGO.
buddy?
I got
I
slapped.
don't have. I don't
Christ,
have
Harry.
hands.
No longer
I have
member
him
of
too.
Sprout.
I have him too. I have Le Mans as well. Wait, I don't have him.
Ooh. I have.
Ooh.
He's in.
I have a nice little vintage find.
Switch,
I have a
What do we
little bit
get?
of a
One?
Stewie
You got
2K
Ralph.
Oh,
coming up.
Oh, I got the big Rowls, Paul. All right.
Alexi B.
I've got
Alexi B.
crims. I've got a gold
So,
crim.
Snap.
No, gold crims. Gold is
Gold
good.
crims.
Is that
Another
good?
Ralph.
I have a memorable moment.
Oh, the double
A
Hunter-
memorable moment.
Yeah, I have a card
Super
called
clutch
Memorable
carry.
Moments. It's
Okay,
Hunter
that's
in
kinda
Katowice.
sick.
That is pretty memorable.
That
is that from
looks
this
pretty
year or is
cool.
that from last year?
It says
that really heightens the
versus
value.
FaZe Cato Grand Final.
So no, it would have been last year.
Yeah,
so it
like,
would
I
have
had
been
to think
more
for a
memorable
second,
if
huh?
it was this year, but still pretty memorable.
I got the
Which guy from
super
2022 or?
clutches
I'm just
Carrigan
Ooh.
1v3 at EPL season 15. So
There we go.
topical as well.
And by the
Very
way,
on brand.
Maniac, these are NFTs.
But these are
So they're all-
physical, non-fungible tokens.
You can also have them on the blockchain, on the Web3.
Let me just
So
make sure I
maybe
connect my
you have a
ETH
good
I
wallet.
don't have any.
right?
What do I have? I have MOUZ. They
You,
just
you have a
lost.
shiny hunter.
Shiny.
I do have like a holo hunter.
That's nice.
Show it to the camera. Show the hollowness. That one there.
I will say,
There.
I've seen it through
Other
a few
one,
seasons
other
of
one. Yeah.
these cards, and these are really clean, really
They are
shiny.
really clean. I've
They're
got a
getting
UK
better every
representative
time.
in Alex.
Hey.
Let's go, lads.
Alex.
Let's go, lads.
There we go.
I've got an Astralis,
Cozy.
I
Astralis
also have
card.
Beamas, dead now, of course. Nitro. I have PGL to host Antwerp
not.
Major. This is just
He's
Chad
not.
did
He's not there.
this. Chad did this to spite
Yeah,
me.
I have that one as well, Yanko. Don't worry. A little Antwerp major.
Yeah, love
Yeah.
that. My favorite
Don't worry, I'll
major
take
that
it
I
for
watched
you.
from home.
I've got a semi-shiny NIP.
Semi-shiny.
You can
Well,
max that.
NIP, I have Hampus.
Ah.
staying
I've got
in
a
the same
problem.
vibe.
Maybe
Oh my
we can
God.
build a
Should
roster.
we try
We can
and make
build a
You
team,
had an
yeah.
ICB, didn't you? We can
Yes.
almost make the team.
No,
We can
Or,
Can we make an NIP team? Well, I have Fuzi. Hold on a second. We have it.
Oh, we got
Oh,
a
There we go.
The next big
I
Swedish
have
shopper.
Rouse, if
Him
anyone
and
wants to
Jacquino.
get in on trades, maybe. I have two of them. I'll trade
What's
two.
Rouse's number?
Yeah, I'll trade you this chicken for it.
Oh, sick. All right, let's
What's
go.
Yanko, that's
Rouse's
not
number
yours to
that
give away,
Yanko-
man.
Ah, man, it's not who. You don't know that, Freya.
Do you want one final answer, or do you want to actually talk about Counter-Strike?
Yes, I
Go
want
on,
a final
one
answer.
more.
I mean, we can. I do have one more.
Final
and we do have
answer.
10 minutes, so we can either be serious.
Give us the
or we
answer.
do
Hey, I feel
not
like
be
time is so
serious.
relative. Like we go from 20 seconds to 20
These-
minutes. Now we got
right,
10
these
minutes.
guys
Like a
haven't been
wormhole.
updating their
I swear it's a
SSDs.
wormhole. Like
Time-
things dilate.
Time is a made-up construct just to
It
make us
absolutely is.
fathom the world
I'm
a
gonna
little
give
bit
you a
better.
random fact. If you have two watches, right, two very, very precise watches that you put at
Swiss
the bottom of a
watches.
tower and at the very top of, let's say, like a 500-meter high tower, I guarantee you scientifically that these two don't move at the same time. The second down there is going to be quicker than the second up there.
Why?
It is a fact.
Why?
Because time is affected by gravity, and gravity is stronger at the
Stop
bottom.
it.
I swear to God.
I have another fact for you. So you know,
That's
you
not
know,
real.
That's just an insult to
know-
watches.
That's not real.
Colleagues, I love you
That's not
guys.
real.
It is
That's
real.
just, that's
It's
just
a
watch
fact.
technology.
have you
not
watched
being as good.
Interstellar?
It's a fact.
Obviously,
Yes, I
gravity
love
is time.
Interstellar.
Yeah, it's so good. You have to watch
Time
it.
is
that one
unlimited.
time I loved
Yeah,
Yanko.
I
get
didn't
what's
get it,
going
and then
on
I
this
did it again and
time,
again
right?
and again, and then
But
I got it.
You know Einstein's theory of relativity?
E equals MC square?
Maybe, but
That
the point is, like some guy didn't understand it quite at the time, so he's going up to Einstein. He's like, Professor, I don't really understand this. What does this mean? Like relativity, what is this? So Einstein says, well, imagine a guy pulls his pants down.
Okay.
You put your nose in his ass. Both of you have a nose in an ass, but he's in a relatively better position than you are. That's relativity.
The build-up of the joke is the best. I'm trying to visualize. I'm like, where's this going?
That's the best joke Yanko's
I
ever
don't
told
even
me.
need I don't even need the punchline. It's just
For the 5th time, the centipede going to the pub. That one was way better. The jokes have got better, Yanko.
The
Well done.
centipede, yeah.
oh my God. Anyhow.
I mean, do you want it?
Yeah,
do you
go
not want
on.
it?
Go on.
Just throw it
Yeah,
away.
How many times do I have to say, give me the answer. I'm addicted to this now. I want to beat these guys who are studying for quizzes. Meanwhile, Harry's on his phone during a game, like checking stats for a quiz.
Yeah, man.
Yes, of course he is.
I'm there having to do play-by-play. I bring out
You were pretty
I
good
bring
at
out
that.
the formula, the gravity, the
nose in the
periodic
arse.
table of
The nose-
elements,
the
the
nose in the arse.
tomatoes, everything's
The
out.
tomatoes. They're driving on the highway, Yanko.
We're going fast.
There's no
Hugo.
break.
Speaking
There's
of
no
tomatoes, 10
Yep.
to 4.
The
That's
most
answer.
dangerous
10 to 4.
scoreline in CSGO.
No.
What, 10 to 4?
10
Why
to
10
4.
to 4?
10-4. Might not be 10 to 4. 10
that-
4.
What's half an hour
10-4.
before the best time of the day?
That's a good one, Harry. That's a good one.
There you go.
10 to 4.
That's quick. That's quick
Yeah,
thing.
right.
Yeah.
That took him. He
had
was
that
at the
one
top
on
of the
the-
mountains.
Yeah,
so
he's
he
at
took
the
a
top
little
of the
longer.
Yeah.
He took a little longer.
He was working on that
No, I'm
last
just
night. He
impressed.
was
I'm impressed,
prepping.
like how quick that was. Like, oh my God.
Nice.
He's
Oh,
fast.
damn. You win, Harry.
Yeah, you win.
Well done.
Yeah.
So we already know
And was that
answer.
the right answer?
Of course it was. Yes, you
Actually,
told
in
me.
fact, it is.
Yeah,
I don't know who
nice.
wrote these, but Harry, was it you? I mean, anybody want Want to hazard a real guess?
I don't know. You talked about pistol, like some teams' pistol record, say
You're
Heroic, for
close.
example.
Ah, well done, Matthew. It's like you can read my handwriting.
Maybe.
Honestly, you win just for reading this handwriting because this is disgusting. This is awful.
Well, you want to tell us,
Let's
those
get
who
rid of
can't read?
It's not that bad.
It should have been a doctor.
Who's pistol?
Heroic.
Heroic,
You got it right.
sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't hear
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Are you not
No,
watching the
true.
games?
Man shows up for the
Yeah.
last week and asks me, I'm flipping casting the games, maniac. All of the games,
Of course
actually.
he's not watching.
This guy's just drinking wine at 11 a.m. and telling me I'm not watching
my
the
choice.
games.
That's
It's my
afternoon
job.
for him.
Yeah,
so.
true, actually. He's been awake 12 hours.
I've been awake for a while, okay?
Yeah,
11
fair
a.m. for
enough.
him is like 8
It's
p.m.
been a
for
long day
him,
already.
so-
Dude, I show up to work here at 7 p.m. I've been awake for 13 hours.
You couldn't
like,
have done the pre-playoff grind, maniac. We were finishing at 1 in the morning, bro. You know.
Whenever I
That's
know
when
I
you're
have to
getting
work an
up.
event like that, I actually try to adjust my staying awake time at home.
How's that
I try
go
to
for
work
you?
on it. It's not that great because the dog wants to go out early anyway, so
bring
I
your
have
dog
to
to the
wake up.
event?
Yeah.
He's at home. He's
Why-
at home.
Well, it's not your problem.
I'm not going to be
right?
selfish. I'm not going to bring my dog in the plane for a
That's
week
what
Yeah,
I'm
of
Harry had to
event.
deal with that one at the last event.
Oh, actually, yeah, on the plane, maybe not so good. I mean, I just
No
drive
bueno.
here, man. How far
Of course,
is
let me
Switzerland
drive
away
to
from
Malta. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
And then on the ferry, it's like, see you in 36 hours.
Anyway, Matt Vito's. We should probably.
Oh, yeah,
go
right.
over
We
this.
have a
Actually
game.
Okay, this
paying
one
for
is
this.
interesting. I want to see what this is. I think
Yeah.
we're guaranteed a nuke in this game,
Okay.
but I think it's interesting because, like, the map that the ENCE haven't been picking into, but have been doing really well is Ancient, but that's Vitality's Instagram,
It's
right?
it's gone.
And on the flip side, the map
Yes.
that Vitality love in Vertigo, ENCE also have really good results.
We could actually see a Vertigo.
Yeah.
It's actually
We have to have a
really
nuke. That's all I
probable.
want.
Yeah.
But a nuke could be like a decider. I'd be surprised to see a team actually go.
Ooh.
They go for
Do
it.
you
They go
Do you
for
think
nuke.
we get an Anubis at all?
We could do,
I
but
like
ENCE's
that.
track
Oh,
record
no.
has been
Oh,
really,
no, Freya,
really
it's
bad.
happened again. They picked overpass
Remember
again.
what happened
I think ENCE
last time?
second
Not last
ban-
time. A year ago.
Yeah, I think
God, like
ENCE have to
NIT,
second ban
16-3.
Anubis.
It's
to
like
be
I
honest.
feel like
Yeah.
I'm so biased. You know how like human beings we struggle to change our opinions. I feel like ever since I've seen Vitality on the T
Mirage?
side of overpass, I just can't move. I can't move on. That's it.
It's spicy. It's spicy. The overpass doesn't fill you with joy, though,
No,
Matthew.
it's like I have a problem with their T side. I know on the CT side they can do well, but I've seen them completely break their teeth a couple of times on the T side when they picked overpass, which is what's happened here. So that's what's left me a little bit worried.
2-0 for ENCE. What do you think?
Easy for ENCE.
They do have a song.
Well, I think the problem
think-
here is Vitality is a team that will always pick to punish, right? Like they just like to pick whatever is weak for their opponents, and I think that would be overpass for ENCE. I mean, that's what you go for. It sticks out, and still goes with nuke, right? They left it as a decider yesterday versus G2, so they were willing to play it against them.
Yep.
They had a couple of good maps, and Vertigo was a map on which, well, Vertigo and nuke were two of the maps that ENCE beat them on in Rio. So I'm sure they're feeling good with playing, and also Vertigo beat G2 yesterday.
Do you think this is just a case of Vitality still trying to kind of find a home comfort ground? Because that Dust 2 removal, like that really did screw them. And I feel like
we gotta
Vertigo
move
was
on.
looking better.
We have to move
but-
on, you know. Dust 2 is gone.
Yeah.
It's never coming
but
back.
that's the
Or
thing.
maybe
Why
on Source
haven't
2.
they moved on yet?
They've tried. I think they've tried. I think they've had a couple of issues. But Overpass for a while was their pick. Now, Yanko is right. They do like to punish, so this could be why we see the curveball here. They tried on Overpass. I don't really know where Anubis stands right now. I think it's more like a middle of the pack kind of, we're going to float it.
Well, ENCE have been a team that have immediately picked Anubis at the start of Kata. They played like 7 times. They've only won it once, though. They've really had a bad track record, but they've had some cool ideas, some cool nades, and you can see why they're picking it, but the results aren't there. On the flip side for Vitality, they've not played it much, but man, they had that 14-1 comeback against FaZe. And in terms of replacing Dust 2, they all seem keen to play it. We had Spinks on the cast the other day, casting ENCE actually playing Anubis, and he said he really liked the map and it was going well in the team.
And also Madden said here that they changed all their spots on Anubis. Like everyone is playing something different than when they first started picking Anubis, except for maybe Snappy. So, ENCE is still trying to figure out that map, how it suits them best, their players, who should play what. And so on.
So surely you think Vitality would maybe take advantage of that? I don't know. I'm a bit more confused now.
second banned Anubis, though, and that's probably because we've seen the results have been abysmal. You don't want to risk that for a third map when you have a Vertigo, a map that ends like.
Yeah.
A little birdie just told me we have a tweet from Dupree. To take a look
Same
at.
birdies in my ear as well. I don't know what the tweet is, but hopefully it's good. I can't read that.
I saw that one.
Great
Anyone with
interaction
eyes?
farming. My baby boy was a fake. I actually just went to play CS2. But I think he's being a little bit disingenuous. I think he has had a kid.
Do believe that's
Maybe.
a lie.
I hadn't seen it in person.
Let's hope his
so
child doesn't grow up to see this, like
frame that tweet.
I mean,
his
doesn't
baby
ever
is
see the
named
tweet.
CS2.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I was just kidding.
Daddy was just kidding. That's just a joke.
Predictions
just
time.
just naming Gabe.
I want to hear what Maniac says.
Yeah, Matt Vito changed your mind, Matthew.
Actually, my prediction had absolutely nothing to do with the map pool. I do not care at all about the map. I just think that because Vitality have the odds stacked against them with the Dupree situation coming in now, with people being in areas thinking Jack should have said, I think this is where Vitality shine. I think the most likely Vitality is to win a series, the most likely it is to fuck it up. And I don't think that's going to be the case here.
Okay, that's some kind of weird
Red
twisted
card.
logic.
Yeah, I really thought he was going the other way.
Yeah,
there for a
I'm kind of
second.
confused. So maybe we can check in with some of the players to perhaps give us some answers to Matthew's complicated question.
Vitality against ENCE, and obviously all of our eyes will be on these two, not only because they are fellow countrymen, but also because this guy is going to play against his ex-teammates, and this guy was just recently added to the team. Nerds, I heard that you were a little bit nervous and stressed out when you had to face G2, but I heard that when it comes to Vitality, you're feeling way more chill. Is that true?
I mean, I think I wasn't nervous. I was just excited to play against G2. I feel like excitement brings you more performance into the game. When I meant I have more confidence, I have mentality because G2 is better as a team than Vitality. So.
I see. Well, Spinks, your team recently kind of went through a little change, but now you brought it back because now Dupree is back on the server. How much time did you actually get to practice with him now that he's back?
We had a week, kinda, because we finished early the first APL, and also we had some days in here in Malta. So yeah, we had a week of practice.
I see. As I already mentioned, you guys are both from Israel. Are you actually friends in IRL in any way?
Yes, in real life, outside the game, we are friends. Yes.
So does it mean this is gonna be a friendly matchup, or more of as a fight for the title of the best Israeli player?
For me, at least, it's the fight of the best Israeli player. For me, it's important for me to win. And after the game, we know we are friends, and that's all, Yeah.
All right, guys. Then good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Making magic when they need it most.
Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof. Shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof. Shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the feta, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Now give me that, come up off that, cause I want that. You can see that, I'ma need that. Show me where the cheese at, where you keep that. I ain't looking for no feedback. Just the G's, man. You should know that I'm a glutton for money, cash. Though if you got it, pass that over to me, cause if I want it fast. I'm clocking them dollars. You know what I'm about, plus I be popping them collars. We in and we out. I got confessions and obsessions for getting the bag. Here's a lesson, just stay flexible when getting the stag. I want the
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second best of 3. This is a big one, as they all have been here in the playoffs. We get to see Vitality versus ENCE. The desk has already broken it all down. Dupree's just making sure he's got enough desk, and we're getting ourselves equipped. I say we. I want to introduce our special guest. We've returned. We've stolen HooXi once more. The rest of G2 already on the plane, but we get to steal HooXi for one more game. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, and thanks for having me.
Yeah,
he said he's brought the anti-strap book today. He's gonna dish the dirt. So look, a little bit begrudging coming into this matchup right here, HooXi. ENCE, you know what they're all about, don't you?
Well, I thought I did.
Nice.
Apparently I didn't, so yeah. I can give away all my secrets now, right?
But they have definitely upgraded with Nerds and upgrading with a lot of utility for a T-side pistol on Nuke. Plenty of options for them. Smoke, Molotov, even a cheeky HG, but nothing towards the door immediately.
Just a late top pop here. Julie's still on top of the hut. Smoke
that looks
looking
like
at the ready.
So much more than 2 utility sets for some reason. Why? It's because they spread it out, I guess.
Yeah.
A little bit for everybody.
Door. Main smoke. Dupree, he's going to have to do a lot with these dual Berettas. The second flash, he's turned it nicely. Third, no problem, but still doesn't get his crosshair back in time. It's Son Pius that lays down the law, and just like that, a late top pop, the recipe for success.
What's the nade left over for? Is this residual all they're up heaven? I'm just going to HE if I get the chance. Yep, there it is. Okay. Well, they had all their bases covered and then ENCE. And I love the late top hut molly, because sure, if you go fast top and you run up the ladder and you throw the top hut molly, it doesn't spread. That guy gets down in the slither, kills a couple with the Julies. Here it forces him off completely. It's more of an awkward angle, and they get the timing. He can't be back on top by the time they're hitting into that site. So nice stuff there from ENCE. And this was going to be the third map in your series yesterday, mate. I'm sure some people are curious as to why, after they banned Inferno, you guys didn't pick Nuke.
Yeah, like obviously I'm not going to say, but I don't know, the boring answer is just I thought they had some weakness on Ancient, and we feel good on the map, so why not see like how strong we actually were on it before, you know, RMR and hopefully the major for us. So yeah, didn't work out the way we wanted to, but also their nuke is really strong. And
sure,
nuke is
exactly.
Like, we were actually thinking if they maybe would have picked it because they are so strong on it as well.
I know, Chad, you've always enjoyed watching Snappy's nukes, just from the way some of the T-side
the evolution
changes
over the years. Like in more recent times, like this time last year when they were in the Pro League Grand Finals, the thing that ENCE were really good at was just like constantly berating top with really fast plays, right? They were, but then like Snappy was
like this.
Yeah, exactly like
kind of like this actually, and just like that, Madden has opened up the site. Both of the bodies drop, and the rest of Vitality are given the awkward option. What do we want to do? Probably it's going to be that 4-letter word.
HooXi's favorite 4-letter word.
Really?
You guys don't like saving over there at G2, do you? You guys like going for retakes.
But we like saying it, and then we win the round anyway.
Oh, really? Yeah, the guys save,
the...
and then you still win the round.
That happened against
starts holding W.
Against Heroic on Nuke in the Katowice final. I think we said it 3 rounds in a row and won all 3.
Oh,
God. We were just like, every time we say it, it works.
It's like a caster curse.
Yeah, just reverse, I guess.
So yeah, does it happen the other way? If you say, right guys, let's go for this, everyone starts running to spawn to save, or?
No, I don't know. But it didn't happen against ENCE, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's over for us. Who knows?
It's over. That's it. G2's reign. Yeah. They're all packing it up.
It was a good era.
They saw Counter-Strike 2 come out. They said, we're never going to reach these heights again. And that's it. That's it.
Yep.
I just want to point out, Snappy's rookied it here for someone who is a vet. Maybe it's not him who did it, but he's left his shift tab bound. And that, if that had to change SSDs, fair enough. Right? I'll remind this. This is my PSA. It's my favorite PSA for everybody playing at home. When you first get on the PC, do your TeamSpeak, and then second, do your Steam tab, right? Yeah. Your Steam friends while you're in-game, the overlay. Either completely unbind that thing, or make sure it's not on shift tab. Because we all know as Counter-Strike players, you're walking around with shift, you hit tab because you want to see how many people are alive, or some cash, or some key information, which in-game leaders do a lot. And well, guess what? You're in your bloody overlay and you're dead.
Yeah. Also, you have to change it every single time you set up your SSD
right?
at ESL. So, yeah. Maybe he just forgot. Who knows?
I wonder if we could get them to put it on like the image, that they like put it to a bind that isn't shift tab, so then the image is the same every time.
That's probably doable.
That's a decent conversation. Michał Slavinsky, if you're listening.
We'll let him know. Now they've done 2 successful top pops, pistol and second. I guess it's the world's their oyster for this one. They're actually going to be very diligent. We're going to get a wall of smokes against the, well, essentially some saved pistols.
They still have 3 nades left over here.
And back to it now.
They have 3 well, they had 3 HEs. They've only got 2 now. I thought they might use them to like stack somewhere and see if you could flush someone out.
Yeah, like, but as you said, ENCE, they have like 8 different ways of hitting it up. And it's...
Sorry, what?
They have 8 different ways, I think. Maybe 10, I'm not sure.
That's not a number he's plucked out of thin air, is it?
8 or 10 different ways of taking the upper bomb site.
Yes.
Are we talking of ranges of pace, or is this all just fast?
Pace, some small changes like mollying side instead of, I don't know, Mustang or whatever you call it, this thing, like this railing thing. And just like flashes differently. And yeah, I don't know how many they have with nerds yet, if they went through them all, but at least with the... yeah, I would say it in a very Danish way, but with Velde, they had a lot of different ways, so yeah.
But it's a bit classic for Danes, though, right? Like, we know this with most Danish teams. Are there any Danish teams that don't play Nuke?
Not that I know of.
Right? Like, I'd imagine it's banned in Denmark to ban Nuke. You're not allowed to. You have to play it.
What's the classic Danish veto, though?
Ooh. Definitely out with Mirage.
Out with
Mirage is not our favorite map. I think, you know, nobody could copy Astralis on Mirage because they banned it. So it's not a thing in Denmark anymore, right?
Actually, very good point.
I guess Heroic is trying to bring it back. Yeah, never really... I think it's just Nuke and maybe a bit of Inferno. That's what we like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense to our map pool.
Very util-heavy maps, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, speaking of util, Spinks did get dunked down to 50 on that. Whoa! Speaking of dunks, that's a dink. And an aid, just a little shy.
But Apex is going to have to find damage like this, playing such an important role as Yard. We know on Mirage, like, he's moved towards B now as opposed to playing Connector, right? But if he's going to play this position as the Yard rifler, I would say it is the most important rifling position on the map. So he will have to find some impact here.
Wait. Apex is playing Yard again. He was playing Ramp for a long time. Right?
Oh dear. Okay.
He was.
Well, or is that just to do with Zywa
It could just be the setup
I remember
here.
sending Hunter to bully him. So for sure he was playing Ramp at some point.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on this because I have seen a lot of Apex in Warehouse over the years.
See what they do with it. This is Spinks forward on Hut. Dupree will be the first contact. They're hoping this is like 1-2 punch will catch him, but they're actually looking like it's going to be Squeak. Nerds is just the only MP7 going to slink out of the Hut at a later date. Good flash. No one swings on it, though. And there's contact. Spinks covered. Dupree delivers. Still ENCE, though, with a good shot at this one, and it's that
nice
frag
shot.
right there from Dupree. Looks to confirm Vitality's first.
Production, if we can get an inner hit counter in the corner, that would be great.
Okay.
Right now it's 4, I think.
4 from 4.
4 out of 4.
That's easy for them as well, right? We'll just get that one added to the screen.
Yeah. Every ENCE nuke will have
Hooksy's top hit counter.
Yeah.
It's a new addition on the show.
Yeah, also for everybody at home, remember to enjoy the smokes walls out Yard because you will not see them
Being
after Source 2 or CS2.
Oh,
You see what he's done there?
I see what he's
Actually,
done there.
Not only does he call out production for a new feature, he then immediately says and changes the perfect subject to Source 2.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's a seasoned veteran.
Segue and a half,
I've been
right?
here
there.
before, right?
Yeah.
Learning from the best.
Bit of an expert, I think.
No, that's interesting, right? Like Source 2 or Counter-Strike 2 or whatever the hell we're going to call it. I guess we'll call it just Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's going to have some meta changes, I imagine. Quite drastic ones.
I can't wait to dig our teeth into that conversation, Hooksy. And while we've got your presence, I think it would be foolish not to hear your thoughts. But let's wait until the pistols are back out.
We like ecos around here.
Yeah.
Oh, Dupree. Oh, hang on a second. Production. There's another inner hit. As we do see 2 this time. Sent straight to an early grave. And Spinks has got the individual prowess to claw another out of that Hut engagement. Snappy just wants the bomb, but what else is he supposed to get other than wallbang and flanked? Okay, that feels good, and there's a lot of intensity in the area. Zonic is definitely trying to get the troops in that playoff mindset.
Yeah, we saw that with FaZe. They were definitely very hyped with Twist and Carrigan and Raban. They were definitely yelling as loud as they possibly could round after round. And we even touched on that with them about that intensity and needing to keep that up and help realize that every round is important, especially after the collapse. They had the 14-1 loss to Vitality on Anubis. It's curious that the last 2 rounds for Vitality, they've only had 1 death, only 1 casualty. So this is really good for their CT side. A bit of a bank being built here, and ENCE already down to a couple of pistols on a Force and a Galil.
It's super important for the money to have no deaths in the last round, and that was 2 inner hits that was not successful for ENCE. So it's going to be good to see when weapons comes out again, and if they're going to be stubborn or if they're going to change to something else.
Yeah, Apex is going to have a look on that flash and chip damage and confirmation of presence. He knows a large amount of the squad from ENCE are across towards Warehouse. And secret and ahead of the smokes was some Pious. Nice catch from ZywOo. And they looked like it was supposed to do a lot of damage. Didn't quite catch him.
Well, the bomb's across, but I don't think they can really make their way down. Maybe now. Good shot from Diha. ZywOo in the dirt. He can scurry across here. Actually, this activates Snappy. He's going to pick up the AK.
They should definitely take the space that they're taking right now after killing the AWP of the team, right? So you know there's no AWP, and you also know that it's probably the guy who's holding yard, since you already saw Apex at Secret, right? You should know that you have the space. Ooh, this is an important fight.
Yeah, Nerds.
Nice.
Doesn't quite get away from... I can't outrun the gun.
This is a super good call from Snappy here in the mid-round to just rush down. Like, this is kind of a gamble because they didn't actually know that Apex went up, but still they took the chance. And they have the smoke as well. This is perfect. I think they got the round.
Ooh. Yeah, Apex has got caught. Snappy, a messy spray from Aegis leaves us into a 1v2. Dupree's nade finishes off Diha after he got that bomb down. But still, a rifle into Madden's hands, and the man is sharp. Bombs planted for him on Decon Door. We don't have a smoke, so this is just going to come down to a duel. And now spotted out. One flanking.
Oh, this is
Can he isolate this duel? Does so. Is he ready for it? No. Apex should have enough time with a 10-second defuse. And Vitality. We do see a bit of a change in the gameplay there. We're not seeing the top side. We get to see the second letter of the alphabet this
and
time.
outside for a period of
And
time
some
as well.
outside.
So a little bit of something. I just was on Coach Watch there. Fortunately, we can see where the teams are, where the players are. I just sit there watching Saw looking at Madden, right? And his, I didn't even watch the round. I just wanted to see kind of his.
What did you learn?
Nothing. Saw didn't blink. He fist bumped him after he lost, and that was the end of that. So no grimaces, nothing along those lines. And unfortunately for ENCE, what was likely to now have to be a bit of a half-buy scenario. We got about 3.3 across the board. The high end of Diha and Madden, 3.8 and 4.1 respectively. I feel like I'm doing a
now the importance of the economy comes into play, right? Because now Vitality has a lot of money, and ENCE knows this. If they didn't win those rounds so cleanly before, ENCE would probably... they're actually full buying again into this. I don't understand why you would do that.
But this is ENCE.
This is ENCE.
This is ENCE, and they are going to hit it again, and
they probably will.
It will probably work.
Oh dear. Yeah, this is the thing. Like ENCE, like the European. I was going to say the European Fury. I don't know if I want to.
That's a bit far to go.
Yeah. So, but that's why I stopped myself.
Yeah.
But they have a bit of flair of stubbornness in terms of the faster calling. But they can make it work.
They kept 3 players on a conservative number, and Nerds already down the vents, albeit with a nade.
He's got support.
Down his pocket, and yeah, some Pious has been caught, but the bomb made its way down, and Snappy actually going off a drop-off main roof. He wants to catch that vent rotate from main.
Another plant's good here.
Yeah, Incendiary's not going to achieve much. The spray does. Nerds is alive and kicking, though. Could be an awkward retake, especially with Snappy farming up ahead and getting away. Oh, the distraction.
No.
It's falling apart, and ENCE are doing it. Could be tough.
Ooh, this is a free one for people at home. If the bomb is planted like this and you smoke the door, you give the T's an invitation to actually spam, right?
Right.
Because if you smoke the bomb, the T is still vulnerable to people swinging on them. But if there's a smoke in front of them, it's actually kind of easy.
Do that.
You see now it's awkward for Vitality, right?
Yeah.
And if you had the smoke on the bomb, you would still pressure them, right? So I feel like that's I don't want to be rude, but that's kind of a rookie mistake in my book, because that's
Yeah,
you saw how dangerous this was.
There's certain scenarios where that's the better option, right? Is to smoke the bomb as opposed to the door, or where to smoke the door instead of smoking that blade. And that one is a great little thing to point out, especially with the scavenge silence Dem 4. I couldn't go better for him right there, could it?
Oh.
So an absolute freebie.
Sick round, and this distraction, like I don't deliberate or otherwise, it's just it worked out so well.
Right? That's the beautiful thing about Counter-Strike. Like whether or not they knew that was going to unfold that way, it's nice when it works.
And you know, typically you see when you're doing something down lower, this was event drop, you hold someone squeak, but he actually managed to do the main roof hold. I think it caught them off guard. They weren't expecting that angle, and now aggression thrown into the mix. Apex straight up forward position on yard.
Hey, hold up, Zywoo flashing for his teammates, but that's not how
he's doing that
works.
a lot these days.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
And also an Apex classic as well. He loves to go on the first box and do those aggressive stuff like that. So,
because then if it works, he can sit there and give his team a beautiful advantage. Now they've given ramp room up,
but that's with the information again, right? Zywoo with the assisted flash on Apex, he knows that he has to be towards yard. So the rotating player was not close to ramp to help, so they've punished. They've taken the space and they're walking in. Just that is a brilliant shot. But look at the flank coming in quite fast here from Apex.
Bloody hell.
Zywoo. Silent, nope, not anymore. Drop down, bomb loose, another kill. Apex mauling, out of bullets, needs some help. But Zywoo with a very, very well-played bait. You love to see that. Send the in-game leader down the river, but you get the round. Great stuff with the money on the edge there for Vitality. Really nice one to bounce back for 4-4.
Oh, God, they are really roaring. I'm getting a little bit of goosebumps. I mean, you don't always get to hear it, especially when we're in those stadiums. There's just no way to hear how passionate the teams are. But this is playoffs, baby. A lot of money on the line, a lot of pride. And, of course, everyone desperate to be in good form ahead of the Blast Paris Major. I say that especially for Apex. You know, they've been on this up and up, the peaks, the troughs. But every team is chomping at the bit to be in form for that major.
I have a question for you, Hooksy. Now that we know this will be the last Source 1 major, does that put even more importance for teams, especially of your caliber, who are the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, to win? Right? You obviously want to win now, but you know that it's going to be in a new version of Counter-Strike in the future. So does that make it even more intense?
Yeah, of course. Like I like to write history, so that would be nice.
The last Source 1 major of all time. That will be in the history books.
It's definitely going to be talked about for years to come.
Yeah, like I don't know. We're still not at the major yet, so I don't want to talk about winning it. But of course, it means a lot, and it would, no matter if CS2 was out or not, it would mean a ton for us. And also, I think now is the time for us. Like, right, we're in good form besides this event.
You got a good team.
Oh, you lost one match, did you, mate? This is the thing.
2, we lost Cloud9.
But like that's where FaZe are at the moment, right? Like they're playing good Counter-Strike, but they're still losing games.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. It's real competitive era of Counter-Strike, I think.
Yeah, for sure it is.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah, that is probably because that's the trajectory, whatever, of the smoke that comes from if you're playing the rafters. So maybe he tried to fake that they're actually playing on the rafters.
Oh, come on now.
I'm pretty sure that's why.
Really?
Why
Are you guys mind gaming that far? No, I believe you, but I'm just like, come on, guys. Where are we going to draw the line on this,
I cannot see a different reason as to why you would do that.
Okay.
But,
Interesting. This is always interesting as well.
Wait, is that on purpose? Or was that a fail spot?
I think that was a foul.
Like it's through the wall to give them cover. I don't know if that's a fail or not, but now I'm going full foil hat.
Well, mate, if they're throwing the smoke from this for a trajectory of that, then maybe it is meant to be halfway through the wall.
Maybe it's not so crazy after all. Who knows?
We've definitely gone the other way before and given teams too much credit.
Yeah.
Wow! A deliberate gap in their wall of smokes and double from Spinks. Tidied up nicely by Dupree, but damn, he is definitely in that Spinks form we know and love. 9 frags, and actually, interestingly enough, it's Apex that's keeping up with him.
This is where you ask yourself, do ENCE eco?
Chad, I've asked myself that question one too many times.
I'm going to say yes.
This time...
$1 million question.
I'm going to say yes.
Look how quick. I mean, that might be imperfect spacing, but Spinks just makes them look silly. Double headshot, Apex loud and indeed happy.
Can I dig, Alex? I'd like to get my shovel out.
Go on, mate. Go on.
I haven't used it in years, Hooksy. You're saying, okay, so there's mind games with the trajectory of a smoke and that level. Do you have an example that you can give us of something like this that you've done in recent times without spoiling too much about the way that you want to approach the game? Is there any example of a mind game that you know you've played against someone that's panned out?
Oh, I'll think about it and I'll come back to you.
All right,
I don't have one
you're
right
on the
in my head
spot,
right now,
yeah.
but I think that one is a pretty obvious one because I'm thinking about it when I'm playing that spot myself. That okay, I would rather drop the smoke to Hunter and he can smoke the door than show the tease that I'm playing up there and give away both the sound and also like where the smoke is coming from. So I'm thinking about it for sure, but no, I'll try and try and think if I have one where it could work. Oh, I have one. I have a small thing that I did against ENCE yesterday. So we were T and we had to smoke window on Ancient. And then I had a guy throwing it from the back and the rest of us was running as the smoke was in the air to kind of catch them off guard. And I feel like that's a little bit one like that, where you kind of mind game and kind of catch them off guard to create a timing that maybe the CCs are not ready for, and it almost worked. So
sure. Playing ahead of the utility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's small things you do to try and level out the playing field when you are, you know, down in weapons or equipment in general, so...
Very aggressive.
You didn't.
Very aggressive. Magus just walks through the initial smoke.
It does look like that if Vitality have changed their outside hold from what Hooks is saying, right? If he's been sending Hunter over ramp to bully...
Oh.
Three kills.
Yeah.
Simultaneously.
Round over?
No, Zywoo's still alive. Yep.
It's true. God, the slate looks good. I might have to start doing it. I'm starting to get into the skin market now.
The skin game. A little bit late, mate. Prices are surging, and so is up the ladder, but that's actually bought a massive gap for Zywoo.
They will.
No one's looking. No one's looking.
Oh no, that's the bomb and door. Go back.
He doesn't know. He's still...
Oh. Now he does. And that's the bomb.
Uh-oh.
Now it's Dupree low. It's T-Roof. This was a 4v2.
Uh-oh.
What do you do? Nerds can't walk through. Oh, chips away even more damage. Now they've got a smoke down. Yeah, what Diha is really just wondering what he's supposed to contribute.
Guys, I'm on 3 HP and I'm on T-Roof. Can we not lose this round, please?
I can't really help. I'd like to, but I can't.
As I was playing ahead of this, the worst thing that happens right now is they get the bomb and go down the vent, and then he is removed from the play. That would be a well-placed Ollie on the bomb here, but Dupree's opted for Hut. Oh my
this is a smart
God.
He did the silent drop. They don't even know. Oh, I say that. No, it's just kind of... Ready for it. Nice headshot. Okay, Zywoo in the server.
Bullets.
And no, not enough bullets to close with 13 seconds. He's got to go. He's got to go now. Dupree.
Didn't hear.
Wrong place, wrong time. Bomb's going to get planted for free here. That smoke will give it away. Now he's understood the scenario, but the bomb will go down and Madden can go anywhere.
Yeah, he's actually already pre-aiming for the ramp fight. Dupree. Can he save Vitality? Oh! It's a big headshot. Dane is back in business.
That's going to mean a lot for Dupree, right? We know coming into this final that there's a lot of conversation about, oh, why isn't Jax playing? Jax played so good. We all knew that Dupree was coming back. He was having the birth of his child, right? He was out for that. And everyone's questioning, why isn't Jax in the server? Well, no, Dupree was coming back. But with Jax playing so well, it's put pressure on Dupree to perform. So winning out a 1v1 in that environment right here to put them up to a 7-4 lead, the fact that he's fragging pretty well early. He's 7-5 as far as the kills and deaths go. He's not slouching. He's not lacking behind. And it all was made possible. And, well, by the man on your screen right here, Zywoo, who probably should have had the third if he had a couple more bullets here, but couldn't pull out the pistol in time.
Nice. Yeah. Definitely going to have a lot of meaning to that one. You can see just a slight sigh of relief and a lot of celebration, a cheeky smile.
But you're going to jazz him up, right?
Oh, you gotta.
You're going to jazz him up in a big way. Hooksy's good at that. You run out of verbiage, mate, to jazz up Monacy.
Yeah, it's hard to come up with new stuff all the time. But no, I was just sitting and thinking about, like, if I had to watch that round again in, like, when you had to go through the game and you're ENCE after the game, this is maybe a round where you tell yourself, okay, maybe we played a bit too safe. Right?
Yeah.
Because they slowed it down so much. After getting 3 kills, surely somebody has space, right? To take it and actually make the round easier. But here they kind of waited and created a gap themselves.
I mean, there is definitely, there's always like a right time to freeze and a wrong time, but working out what that is and when that is.
That's a fine balance.
Yeah, right.
But it's so crazy with the timing that was manufactured by Dupree spamming Diha and him getting away, which opened the gap. Because
What's this? What was the smoke?
Yeah, was it extinguished like a deliberate? Oh, it's a
one-way. What a nerd.
Nerds.
Well,
not going to see any action. Yeah, write that one down in your Google Doc.
I already know the lineup now. I don't forget lineup.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Photographic memory.
That's the only place where I have a photographic memory, that's for sure.
Okay. So you're not so good with birthdays, but smoke lineups?
I'm not good with names, birthdays, not anything actually besides years.
Well, you're in the right job then.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, mate, you can get away with a long career with only knowing one thing.
Yeah, that's for real.
Yeah, it really works.
Yeah, it's not bad.
How long does Snappy have this standoff with Apex? We'll keep checking in with them as they are surging through. And I mean, you've got so much control. If you're Snappy and you're hearing 2 decon, 1 fully up window. Like,
just a quick question. Do you think ZywOo's position of Dark here is power position for them when they take B? It's hard to clear unless they molly it.
Yeah, it is hard. It's just like, I don't know, if they believe that they have 500 IQ and they just got it for free, then...
Yep.
And also, if you're ZywOo, you just... Sometimes it feels like he's immortal. I don't know.
Not this time.
Yeah, not immune to Madden's bullets. 2 alive. Nerds. Nope, 1 alive. Just Nerds. Yeah, that same name. Still mentioned. 1 on 4. This would be the clutch.
Oh. Nerds versus Spinks. That's a good duel.
Nerds is really good.
Well, he could win this.
He's very good. Watch this.
Oh.
Ouch. Quick peek out of Magisk solves the problem. And Vitality, I mean, they are really putting up a strong CT haul already. Winning out the half, 8-4. And more rounds to play as well. Taking a quick look at the scores on the doors. It's Snappy absent for ENCE and Pius as well. Admittedly, you're on T-side. Nuke doesn't get to do a lot of his usual work. He's more on the rifle.
Damn. Apex and ZywOo in the opening exchanges here. ZywOo is 4-0 and Apex is 3-0. That's pretty damn good here, right? And we spoke about Apex's position in Yard and how that's going to be vital. We've seen him go aggressive. We've seen him get dinks through smokes. Apex has come in some fighting form today.
And that's 7 openings with 8 rounds under the belt. So these guys are converting a lot of these openings.
And we've gone away from the top pops, right? It's not these faster top hits anymore. And maybe ENCE should have stuck to their guns. And like, you eventually broken through because it's haven't been looking great in the last spread.
Ooh, Snappy. Yeah, Crater down to 58.
Broken both legs. But yeah, this is also scary when they switch sides because as you see, like, Snappy doesn't really feel it individually, and also, like, no matter what an IGL says, it does impact your calling a little bit, at least that your confidence is lower or higher, right? And Apex is feeling it. Like, he's 10-7, he's up, what, 3-0 you said in opening duels, so he's just like, good to go.
Nice little setup from the CTs, but actually it's Diha that disrupts a double and swinging open the doors, and Pius manages the spray. Leaves only Apex and Dupree on the way back in.
Surely they can't win this one. It must be a save call for Apex now. Snappy finding something. That one is going to feel good. If you're Apex, you're looking for a bit of damage here. Min-loss bonus coming into the next round. Not often I say min-loss bonus. If Apex saves, they will be fine for the buy in the next round. But it looks like it's going to be a hard save considering where Sampaius already is. Does he find him?
No.
No?
If it was someone else than Sampaius, maybe. But I don't think... I think he's a safe kind of player. You know, he's an AWPer. He's used to holding onto his gun. So I think he will stay where he is.
Okay.
Also, they... Like, right now, ENCE has to think more about their own money than Vitality's money, because they have enough to scrape together a buy, right? But if ENCE starts losing more like they do now, then it's rough.
Yeah, okay. You can see here that you've got 3.5 on Madden, 3.8 on Snappy, 3.6 on Nerd. Sampaius can drop one, Diha can buy, but that means someone's going to be short something here. We're talking Galil's, Mac 10s instead. So maybe they do return to the top hits with where the cash is at.
No, also, if I'm ZywOo now, I'm pretty sure that ENCE doesn't have an AWP, right? So I can go full crazy if I want to. Like, surely they don't buy a scout, right? And also, even if they did, it's still a good duel for you with an AWP, right? So he can go out yard and he can just hold everything for free if he wants to. Apex can drop the AWP, so...
Is it safe to assume that this Vitality timeout was just to make sure they got their stuff in order? Zonic just spent the whole time very deliberate talking, and like, after your team has just essentially lost 1 round in the last 6, it can't be like an emergency meeting. It's probably just to tighten up the edges for the close.
If I'm Sonic right now, what I'm saying is, guys, their money is not the best. It hasn't worked for them since the inner stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe be ready for that again.
That's interesting, especially considering, you know, once you've heard that and then you see the same kind of nades, you are going to be a little quicker to the draw. Smoke from Nerd, we've seen this before. He goes for the push, and that's the spray from Spinks. Doesn't finish him off. Okay, it's Nerd's in. 1 back, Dupree a double. And now from Heaven, that molly will do an awful lot. Buy time for this advantage to grow. Where's the plant? Smoke, it's up. Nice little one way for ZywOo to play around. It's Sampaius bomb down. Coming in from main is Apex. Got to clear that CT vent. Not an easy clear without ZywOo's help. Held at bay by the threat. Now they start to push in. It's going to be Mages flying up for the first. Madden doesn't win his duel. It puts it all onto Diha, and he can't hold on either. Zonic is happy with that one. Vitality surge forward, extend their lead to a 9th, and that was by no means an easy one.
Well, they didn't let ENCE settle into their post-plant positions there. You can see they were constantly just like jostling.
Like,
we know where you are. Exactly,
could.
right? So they couldn't settle into like a tidy post-plant. And that's really quite difficult to hold on to, considering they were already down in the weapon department. The fact they get in, Nerds gets away with robbery here. Spinks just lost in the smokes. That head-to-head yet again. But this was well done. Yeah.
There was a good retake for sure. It looked good, well coordinated as well. Apex flashing for the guys under heaven, and then they swing, and he waits for them to get the contact, and then he comes into play in the end. So, not bad.
Things looking good in the Vitality camp.
Third timeout for ENCE here, right? So I think both of these teams understand just how important this first half is. Vitality taking it to kind of set everything in the right direction, see if they can get themselves up to 10. ENCE calling this to make sure they can see if they can get themselves with that 9-6 of the half. But
But isn't this where we are as well on Nuke right now? I feel like 9-6.
Par for the course.
You're pretty happy as T, right? 10-5.
Really?
Like it doesn't feel that good.
That much of just that one round.
It doesn't feel as good. I don't
Sure.
know.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. That's the thing. Like it's really hard to gauge. This could be a fun little game we could play. Like what do you think? So you think 9-6 is standard Nuke half?
I think like you are happy as T if you get 6, and you are happy as CT if you get 10. So
okay,
it's like
all right.
That's where the scale is tipping, right? So
what about something like Ancient?
Ooh, Ancient is tough right now, right? Because it's with the new change, it's still hard to figure out.
Oh, it's clever because it gives you a one-way and it extinguishes the hurt molly.
Kind of nice.
Wow, real nice. Spinks not feeling too good after that one. Does go down, but it's ZywOo at the back of this site. So comfortable with the AWP there. He gets 3 in this round. And now believes it all onto Deha, and Nade already rolls towards his toes, chips him away, and a headshot is all he needs to finish the job. Apex unable to provide, but it's ZywOo with 4 in the final round of that first half. Nuke just getting started, as is this series. The quarterfinals will continue, and we'll be bringing you the second half of Nuke after the break.
Play the game like it's chess. We next, that's a check. Over stripes, yeah. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the moves? Tell me what's the vibes, what's the moves?
Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion. This that sauce you never could imagine. Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion. This that sauce you never could imagine. Don't be acting trippy, 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 trippy. You know I run your city, 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 city. Don't make me grab that 50, 50, 50, 50 caliber. Better count your days like calendars. Just that type of Brita you ain't never seen. Cold in my dark, man. Pull up with some MOUZ. Better have a bag if you're trying to hit my phone. And if not, you can leave it at the. I can't keep wasting my time, that's for sure. You like Dollar Tree and I'm more like 5 below. No, I don't want you following me, you know? Like, you know? Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion. This that sauce you never could imagine. Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion. This that sauce you never
it a G. You know these little stunners ain't messing with me. I'm whipping and cream, cooler than a quick rinse of some Listerine. Petty me, to go and take spots like a petty thief. But a timid man was never in the sections where legends be. So I get the check, multiply, snapping next when I'm pulling by. Now they calling the crib, asking for Jay, and where's his alibi? I ain't got no time to talk right now. But it's funny, cause I seem to be what everybody be talking about. I can't keep wasting my time, that's for sure. You like Dollar Tree and I'm more like Five Below. No, I don't want you following me, you know? Like, you know? Don't need no caption.
Making magic when they need it most. Vitality looking very comfortable. A 10-round first half, 5 going towards ENCE as it's the first map. This one the pick of ENCE, and we have Hooksy joining us. And we just finished our discussion about how 10-5 feels extra special, extra nice. Vitality going to have a little bit of a better vibe in the head-to-head. And you can see they're having a lot of fun as Dan is having an impassioned speech towards ZywOo's close. I think it's because he did just get a quad kill to close for that 10th. Very happy bunnies.
Oh, a half with 14 kills, 120 ADR for Apex. He is in that mood, you know?
yeah, certainly doesn't feel too bad when you're keeping up with ZywOo as we go into, as well, a P250 yard search. These are always fun. I enjoy it when teams allow a player like ZywOo. We see Nico, Simple sometimes equipped with a P250 on these rounds just to go and do crazy. Oh! Yes, please! Like that. Oh, yes.
Give me some more of that.
Well, that feels great. He's only fired 1 bullet.
He sees this every day with Nico in the server, mate. For him, it's just another
just
frag.
normal, yeah.
Normally I just say nice.
No, you did your job. I gave you a P250. You were meant to get that frag.
Double off angle they're going for here. Look, he's not ready for that, but now also Pius. Oh, should have been.
Ooh.
Yeah, doesn't get anything done with that one. So Vitality looks like they can just kind of put this one in.
So now Duha is not happy because he dropped the dualies and they got no kills. So they didn't do that job.
They've got no armor and no head.
This guy. He's so good.
Oh, they've got premium vibes right now. Like I've got my vibometer and it's high. It's bouncing. The needle is pushing the limits.
If they win, they play Cloud9.
Ooh.
That could be a really fun game.
You know, we talked to Cloud9. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
It's just because they were saying they don't think they've ever played as Cloud9 versus Vitality. Like they genuinely have. We've never seen that head-to-head since they joined the organization.
Interesting. Okay.
Wow.
That's a curious one right there. I'll be excited to see how that match goes down because Shiro wasn't in God tier form today and they went 3 maps.
He looked human, for sure.
So it'll be exciting to see what that matchup entails. We've got more quarterfinals coming tomorrow. Phase 4s. Na'Vi Heroic.
Crazy.
Oh, get the inner hit counter out again.
Oh, we lost track.
Like.
What do you think we had in the first half? 6 or 7?
Oh, 6 at least, because it was the first 4 rounds, right? And then 2 in the last 2, so...
Dupree handles it. On 2D here.
It's still dicey here. Yeah, I don't love this.
Very messy. That 5-7 looks very good in Nertz's hands. Just cleans up the start. And now it gets awkward. Very awkward. It's to put ZywOo into a 1v2 clutch that he will close. I say with absolute certainty. And there you have it. Just a pedestrian clutch. Happy to count on ZywOo when that actually really did get dicey.
So I have a question for you, Hooks. We got Overpass next. What's the... I know you guys don't play this map. What's the path for the course on this map? Because for me, it feels like 11-4.
Well, on Overpass, for sure, Vitality has the advantage.
Yeah.
And I think that's not even going to be close, so ENCE really has to step it up right now because...
Right here, right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So likely to be a swift 2-0 if this does not turn back into some form of a comeback.
Well, you know, it's CS, so it's... Exactly. It can go every possible way. Like, it's like saying the ball is round or whatever in football, right? But yeah, it doesn't look good, I would say.
I will say, I don't think we've seen a single Sunpius orb.
Is Magis playing with a Glock only?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Because he knows they're an eco.
Yeah, but take a Mac 10, farm some money, have some fun. It's not fun to have a Glock, right?
That's true.
But it might feel fun when you get 4 kills with a Glock, you know?
He's doing his best flasher impression right now.
Yeah, that's true.
And how demoralizing is it when you lose like a straight pistol duel or not? As that one went Sunpius' way.
Well, that's an extra $300 for Sunpius here.
Yeah.
So the AWP should be more than possible for him, Alex.
So before they get to 16, is what I'm
he'll
saying.
get it.
We're going to see one.
At least one.
And that could be, you know, somewhat of a opportunity for ENCE to get back in if Sunpius starts doing what Sunpius has been known to do.
Hooksy, look at this. Who wins? The whole thing.
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Alrighty, so that is going to be... I will predict the final first.
Okay.
So it will be Cloud9 winning against Vitality, so they're in the final. And then it will be... Heroic will beat Na'Vi again.
Okay.
FaZe will...
Oh.
Damn, I don't know.
No,
FaZe will win against Force, I think.
I've heard, like I was speaking to like a liege, he reckons there's an upset potential chance there for Force. I know that there's a few of us here who think there's an upset potential chance here for Force.
Is that more about Force than it is about FaZe? Like, did you
It is. They're kind of like CIS Fury in my head. Like just
there
in a
we
way
go.
of, like, they put so much pressure on you the whole time, everywhere, and it just feels so chaotic to play. And I don't know how it is because we only practiced against them, and in practice, obviously, you don't prepare against your opponent because we don't go that far.
Sure.
But
Yet.
But yeah, I don't know. I think that would be weird. A weird matchup. But we'll come back to that because now we have a weapon round.
Ooh, you put some jam on that one. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's nice. Some biases brought the AWP out as well, so I'm happy, but no one heading yard, and Snappy might have to leave ramp right here, right now. Evacuate.
He's in so much trouble.
Yeah.
They don't know he's...
Spinks is behind him as well, and he only gets the one. They've lost the entire bottom site.
No,
yeah.
save. Guys, please save.
Unless a messy one from Spinks doesn't quite track Madden.
That's a jinx and a half for me. I'm sorry.
A jinx on Spinks.
Yeah, nice.
Sorry?
Do that again.
Excuse me? They're doing it. Yeah.
It works in his matches and in other teams' matches. Because he called set.
Hold on. Yeah. Because he called... Magus? Oh, everyone's looking bloody sharp.
That should have been a Vitality round if they didn't miss the 2 duels with Saivu and also Spinks. But yeah, unlucky. They have a lot of rounds to play with, so it's okay.
They do. And
Did they even know Spinks was down there?
I think Snappy would have rotated down and not taken the duel on ramp if they didn't know.
Exactly, right?
And also, it looked like Madden was pretty determined that he had to go and get that space instantly for them to have a chance. So I think they knew. Or at least they knew there was a possibility of it. So
yeah, I mean, he definitely didn't mask his. He didn't hit.
No,
ladder,
he was
did
very noisy about it.
Yeah, but sometimes even that is hard to hear. Like with nades going off, and it's on
Shouting,
land,
communication.
Yeah, can be tough. Nerds with an MP7.
Yeah,
I almost forgot the name of the gun.
He seems to like this one. This isn't the first time we've seen him buy this.
Statistically, it is the best SMG. But it's also the most more expensive one. And Diha will get 2 on the rush. Madden to try and keep that hut contained. Ends with the man advantage, and it's extended as well by Madden, who just wins the duel M4 versus Spinks. Madden racks up nice double. And he doesn't seem happy with that. He'd like a third as Zywoo denies. A dink lands.
Good dink. That should be enough.
Mission accomplished.
If he didn't dink...
don't say it.
No, but if he didn't dink Zywoo, I'd say Zywoo can win. But now that Zywoo's on 9 points of health, actually...
Do you remember a round against Fnatic that this guy had?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Yeah.
That was a 1v4, right? Where he flipped to Roy pushing radio.
That was a 6-shot, but Roy got some shots in, so he was pretty low HP. And now he only has to deal with 2, not 3, so...
There's evidence.
I see what you're saying
Scientifically.
It's factual evidence.
Yeah.
And he's versing an AWP. So
And he's got so much time.
Well,
like, he's
the
not in a
AWP
rush.
knows, like, he's having his USP out. So he's against a USP and an M4 for sure. But, yeah.
Picking up the bomb's the hard part. But let's see. Does Zywoo go straight, or is he going to clear out main?
If he picks up the bomb, he will also get a molly and a smoke, I'm pretty sure. Oh, he already has
a smoke right
so
now.
he will get a molly. He could smoke it off, and he will... Down the vents he goes. No?
Oh, surprise.
Oh, this is a good play. Nice.
What a nice play.
Yeah.
I mean, especially
That's ballsy.
Especially considering your opponent and the fact you had that AWP on your back. Does throw it all through the smoke and does convert.
It's good to see that he has the confidence to go for plays like that,
trust.
even with a game that is not statistically going that well for him so far. So important round for ENCE for sure if they want to make the comeback.
And that low HP on Zywoo was a product of Madden, who just, you saw his earlier kills, landed that dink that is converted, and he's happy with that. And you can see, there's a lot of passion and kind of ferocity in the eyes of the ENCE players. Yeah, they've got a whole...
Still having a good time.
A whole map ahead of them, Chad.
Well, let's see if Nerds can farm up here with another rebuy into the MP7.
So where were we on the whole thing about winning? So I think in the end FaZe will win because you have to give the borrowing answer, right? Then there is Na'Vi and Heroic. I already said Heroic. So it's basically up to FaZe Heroic, and that should be... I didn't watch much FaZe, so I don't really know what form they're in, but I would say Heroic again.
FaZe were looking really intense. They were looking really intense. They were playing some Anubis. They had some tidy executes. They were against Furia, and I know that you think something hot about Furia on Anubis. So they bodied them, I would say, right? I don't know. We haven't seen Heroic play yet. Nice shot.
But Heroic doesn't really play Anubis, right? So
no,
that's really a thing. What's going on?
They have an AWP.
And an advantage.
A big advantage.
It could get worse. Nerds, if he pushes around that corner, okay, it's fine. He actually just equalizes and gets away.
I was just scared because of a Saibu.
Imagine if Spinks got the AWP back to Zywoo, then we could have really had a round on our hands here. We gotta get some Spinks AWPing. Oh, the timing, Diha. He's gonna look back and catch the second, but the first is already up the ladder. He does not know about Apex.
Yeah, now they do. Apex reveals himself, and considering he was looking for Diha, assumed he'd reposition towards main, but didn't give it the time of day.
Yeah, it would have had to have been the Flash to have repositioned.
Yeah, or he had like a portal key.
Yeah, that
with added
too.
items.
Yeah,
it's also a heads-up play for Diha to just stay put and be patient about Apex not just running downside for the plant. Right, he could have made that mistake. So. Well played.
That round could have got much worse. So the fact they only end up with 3 casualties, considering how that opened, is not too shabby here. But we're starting to get close. Just a 5-round game now. Sampai's back with another AWP. Not one to be 7 for Vitality here. They're still operating with plenty of AK-47s. And it looks like they're setting up stack nades towards the site here. Nobody home for this right now.
Where are we on the whole silencer versus not silencer M4 right now?
It's actually very balanced, I think.
Yeah?
I mean...
It feels like at this event I've seen more silencer.
Me too.
But
we've also seen a lot of nuke.
That's true. And on Vertigo as well, you get a lot of silencer. I think the fact that people are making decisions based off positions they play is exactly where we need to be.
Yeah.
I think that's good as well.
Like, no one's arguing about the M4 feels like it does more damage, the big boy gun.
That's a cool cam, considering like all the action that's going on there, and just like right under his nose.
Little does he know.
Imagine if he like peered out at that time.
Would have been a rude shock to the system. Sampai's fires off the AWP, so now they know there's no AWP in yard. Apex goes walkabout.
I do respect the fact that he stayed aggressive after the first AWP kill from Radio. Like, he wasn't on the same angle. Apex is dead here. Dead like a doorknob.
I don't know. I mean, he knows the angle. He plays it off, and it's not unlikely that he gives it a good clear. Yeah.
It's a hard fight.
It is.
Also, us IGLs, we don't tend to clear the angles that well. Like,
you got too many plates spinning.
Yeah, it's just...
If Snappy wide swung, he probably would have won.
Yeah. You see, Snappy clear angles better. No, but... damn, I think... Is it really going to be a tight game all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Feel like it might be.
Why not? Let's have one of those. We haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, I mean... was a 10-5 half, but when you do take the first 3 as well, it certainly looks like a very promising scoreline at the start of things, but it's Counter-Strike, as Hooksy once said.
Well, the fact that you've got the pistol and the conversions here as Vitality is great, right? That set you up to the bed to close. So right now you can see that it's closing time. You understand how to get there.
The sheets are on the bed. You still have to make it.
But the bigger issue now is the fact that it's 4 consecutive rounds here, and they've, in the last round, not taken too many casualties. That's the biggest problem, because at this point, if ENCE can keep building into this, if they get this round here against 1 AK and a couple of upgraded pistols, ENCE are going to be quite happy.
If they're making money this round as well, it's a good buffer, right? So, also I just want to go back to one thing you said in the last round with Sunpayus staying aggressive on ramp. That's a huge mind game nowadays with Opus, right? Because it's such a common thing nowadays for Opus to change their position after taking a shot. But he decided to stay and kind of mind game it that way, and you could see the rifle still peeked into the angle, so he had a chance for the second kill. So, yeah, that is getting more and more fun every day. I feel like that mind game of like being an AWP. Must be fun.
Yeah, it must be. But there's an interesting conversation to be had about having one rifle in your low buy / eco rounds. You know, you got your Kevlar vest, your partial buys, as it were. Didn't finish the job. A missed shot. Sampai's has lost ramp. There's something to this round now, and Snappy, yeah, he's just going in for the kill, and Madden will clean.
Madden just was legging it, right? Like, he had a hot date to attend right there. I was just watching him charging through up behind that. The communication must be good. For a player to make that type of a play and just like leg it like that, that to me tells that the comms are good. People are not just saying, oh, you know, some ramp, they're saying 4 ramp, right? Yeah. If you get that clear comm from your teammate, that's what you want.
Definitely.
Calling numbers, right? That even back in my day, in the rocking chair, I say, it's really important to call those numbers, right? And if Hooksy, what do you do if a teammate that isn't you ever says, I think?
Oh, I actually encourage it. I know you hate it. Thinking. I know you hate it, but I think, like, imagine you are on the opposite side of the map.
Sure.
And you have this...
I forget your teammates are good.
But you have this...
I completely forgot about that one.
Damn,
you like their perception is valid.
Let's say I'm BM Inferno, and I have this feeling that there's actually nobody out car or banana. Like, from what's happening in the round, I'm kind of... It's not a feeling.
Intuition.
It's not a feeling like it hurts in your toe or something. It's a feeling based on... Yes, exactly. And if my teammate on A also has an educated guess that there are people on A, well, put 2 and 2 together and maybe banana is clear.
Yeah.
So that risk all of a sudden goes from being a huge risk to not that big of a deal compared to the reward.
And I suppose at this level of Counter-Strike, when everyone is studying the opponents, they're watching the demos, they all have information that they are independently...
Which is educating that guess.
Precisely.
Also just knowing the meta as well, and what people like to do is also a huge thing. So
and even half of that stuff is that, you know, it's not consciously processed. It's just stuff you've picked up as you've continued to play the repetition.
Yeah. Also just talking about the game. Like, I love talking about the game. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
So I love being a nerd. So just stuff like this kind of builds on.
They're very close and undetected.
Yeah, I think D was kind of doing a half clear. He wasn't getting that info. So
someone
now,
just yelled heaven.
Yep.
Yeah, Apex has revealed himself. D sticks to his guns, but Dupree is right behind. They don't know. They're not looking.
Why?
They're not looking.
He just yelled heaven. Even I heard it.
That came too easy. Way too easy, but the round's still on, especially with the bomb now in Diha's grasp. He's actually smoked himself off, and yeah, hunted down. Nice finish. Zonic expecting this one to be converted. He's already celebrating, but it's only Nerds using that smoke to perhaps evade capture immediately, slinking through. The bomb's going down now. Zywoo gets it in.
Yeah, Snappy definitely yelled heaven then, right?
I wonder if it was because Apex then started making steps down hell.
I think so. Maybe he yelled under heaven, and he saw on the death cam that he continued ramp, but maybe we couldn't hear that. So they didn't expect him to another guy to be heaven. Because that's the only explanation I can come up with, because that felt so weird.
Especially with that take as well, it was somewhat telling, right? Because they did the main smoke, they did the unbreakable box. I don't know what you call the single box here. We call that unbreakable.
I don't even know what we call it these days. I can't even remember.
Box.
Config, I think. I'm not even
config.
sure.
So yeah, there was the main smoke. There was the smoke towards the single box, and I think there was a warehouse smoke as well, and the credit card molly. And Dupree scaled behind the credit card molly, and then used that fading to have his pathing right there. So if they were wider on the red pole line, they still wouldn't have even seen that pathing because they were so tight towards the heaven jump.
This is what we're talking about. This is the angle he was holding.
Yeah.
And you can see Diha just had a blind spot. So Apex gets a kill now.
Yeah, and that's the call from Snappy.
Yeah, he's saying, oh, he was under hell.
Okay.
Under heaven,
yeah,
rather.
of course. And then it's Dupree who comes out heaven.
Yeah.
And okay.
But it's also the fact that, okay, these guys on floor, they are probably thinking, okay, we know you're there, so it would be crazy for you to run out heaven when we know you're there.
True.
Right? Maybe that's it as well. I'm just guessing at this point, but yeah.
But as we discussed, that's an educated guess.
It is. I'd be like those.
Ooh, piggy.
No, that means you're having a good time, Alex.
It does. I'm having fun.
Well, this is the last timeout from ENCE here on their map choice. 14-10 is the score, round number 25, and it's the last ditch buy from the international squad. They're both international, so you guys take your pick.
Spoiler, Nerds bought the MP7 again.
And he had 900 residual, so he could have definitely bought something else.
Yeah, but nobody wants a famous, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That is true. I once lost a 1v1 to Azza, who used the UMP against me while I used the famous.
That was back in the day when the UMP was really good, yeah?
Yeah. He was trying to prove a point. He was telling me to stop buying the famous, basically.
Yep.
Prove it?
I don't remember.
No, I DM with MP9 these days. Why buy a famous?
Oh, really?
Yep.
When it goes like scout, you'll go MP9, you're that guy.
Yeah. Nico hates me for it. He's just scout and then deagle always.
It's more stylish.
Yeah.
Only for the headshots.
Yeah.
No, I would only be playing Deagle as well if I was
Some of
Deagle.
these smoke lineups are getting fruit. They're going to get very fruity with no skyboxes. My God.
We call these smokes Vitality smokes for a reason.
Ah.
They love these. And with a huge success as well, it seems.
We call these L block because
Yeah.
it creates an L.
That makes sense.
But
I would love to call
Vitality,
it that instead.
Vitality works.
And
Yeah, but not
Zymu's
if you come
still
from
going
a different team.
Yeah, he's lost his life on that one. Big
Well.
round here as, well, trading blows. Madden's still at the back of that site, and he is being stubborn about it. Diha catches that main player. Dupree down! Oh, breaks the neck of Apex.
This duo of Diha and Madden have been on point.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to win it. You have to win your duel against one of them if you want to win a round now.
Spinks' turn at a clutch here. Found the first, 2 to find, plenty of time. Bomb not too far away, but has not a great understanding of where both of these players are, but it also appears ENCE don't know exactly where Spinks has gotten off to during all of this. I said plenty of time. Well, now it's 15, and he will have to make a move.
Do they know where the bomb at least went down? Because, oh no, okay, it's over. They heard it, and also the guy's under, so yeah, he doesn't even have time.
Yeah, they barely had time to plant there. Would have had to have started planting in the open regardless. So a bit of a mismanagement of time right there. And this game also has an extra bit of sauce on it, right? Like every time that like ENCE gets to go up against Vitality, knowing that Spinks left them, right, to head over to these. And now you've got the replacement. You got the new boy toy in. You brought in Nerds. It's like, well, we've just found another version of you.
Yeah.
So let's go. Right. This is why for ENCE, I imagine there's more on the line in this matchup than just progressing further in the tournament. Because there is ego in that, right? You have to think about how good ENCE were when they had Spinks. They were bloody good.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point I hadn't considered. But
Spinks and Nerds is from the same country as well, right?
Yeah.
So they are probably friends from back home.
Dude,
and,
we learned from the last time we had the Flames on that they all hang out together, all of the Israeli players.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Like in person, just hanging out. And so, yeah, they're probably very familiar with each other.
Zywa's gone glass cannon here, so this is telling of a change of approach from Vitality. Right? When you have an orb like this, is the plan to allow it to search?
What is the chance they're going to boost on ramp?
Pretty high.
He's already staring at the floor.
No, I was just thinking, like, if you buy a glass cannon orb, that's because you have a very specific idea about the orb, right? And this was the only thing I could come up with. But yeah, Snappy loves this angle, actually.
Oh, safe from the first flash and gets good chip damage and a frag. That was the AWPer. ENCE are really closing this gap now. Vitality, you can see they're feeling the pressure by trying to whip out the AWP for an opening.
They have the ramp space, though. They could try and execute down here towards lower, get the smoke towards Decon, get a molly in towards the window side, but plenty of bodies here to fight.
Yeah, good angle as well. You can see Snappy's fallen back into a
good
potent
setup.
angle.
There's a gap, right? He can see. I think he can see. Yeah.
Oh, Hoaxy, he can see, and deletes at least one. Magisk around, he seems very cautious of dark.
This is awkward, Snappy.
Oh, not so
bad.
awkward for him now.
Spinks just needs to do some damage here, or save. Looks like... Well, I don't know right now, but 15 seconds. It's very unlikely he does a whole lot of damage here on the trail of Nerds.
It's one kill.
Well, he has the 1700 in the bank, so he could save. And it would be fine. Like, they would not have an awkward buy. Ooh, even now with the orbits, even better.
As long as he doesn't get hunted here, I don't think there's enough time. Snappy coming up the ramp, but silently about this. He will know where the AWP was. And that is now going to be 12 rounds for ENCE. So it's just a 2-round game. Considering how good this is looking, you look at the spree of rounds that has come on through in the last 8. Only 1 for Vitality. They had the pistol with the conversions. And now they're up a creek without the paddle as far as the gun rounds are concerned. Now, Hooksy, what do you think Vitality should call?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I used to love that.
But
you know?
I think one thing that is really underrated for IGLs and that I struggle with as well sometimes is that you can see the rounds are not like... They're pretty close, all the rounds.
Yeah.
So it's not like necessarily the call that is the wrong thing to do. And it's sometimes hard if you lose with a specific strat to go back to the same strat because you lost, right?
Sure.
But sometimes you have to look deeper than that and think like, okay, was it actually because of the call or because we didn't play the after plant right or like hit our shots or whatever it could be. So, but what they should call with a buy like this, it's pretty easy, right? They have the AWP and pistol, so obviously that the AWP will work. And I would hope that if this was m0NESY, that he would have an idea in mind himself of what he wanted to do.
Present you an option for an opening. So, okay.
And that's when that kind of group think hive mind gets to really kick into
But
gear.
what tends to happen after that is then the in-game leader's job is to call the rest of the pieces into place for whatever the orb wanted to do, right? So Apex is looking like he wants to try and assist ZywOo to set him up here. So they have smoke wall down towards Yard, searching over the top. So there's a standard smoke wall we've seen them throw. Oh my giddy aunt.
I think that also depends a lot on what AWPer you have. For example, I have Monacy, he's young, he's not that experienced, so he will be happy with just having his own idea. Where a guy like Shiro or a guy like Simple, I could imagine, would control the whole thing. At least, like, and especially if you're a guy like Cadian, because he has to do both. So, yeah.
It's like a luxury, but also a whole lot of extra work.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think they have... The round is kind of awkward already, right? Because they have to give out secrets.
Dia kind of ruined it for ZywOo.
Yeah, but that as well. But they also have to give out secrets, so now the CTs cannot feel completely safe. That helps.
That will actually remedy a lot of problems. They know where the bomb is.
It's such an interesting take, though, right? Having the AWP, like, this isn't the first time we've seen him do this, and especially considering the type of buy, right? For him to be that far forward, this is just going to be swept under the rug here from ENCE now. But having the AWPer play that type of position when there's smoke walls, you know that players are going to be transitioning back through lobby, but maybe they're just sending a lot of players outside, so you could catch someone lingering, and Sampai's can hold that on his own. Doesn't need a whole lot of help in that position with the AWP. And it looks like it'll be a save. So Vitality have been trying to put everybody at home to sleep the last few, but ENCE are doing their best to keep us awake, because it's on to Spinks yet again.
But these rounds, I hate them so much. When you're the CT, and you know the Ts have a saved AWP and pistols. Like, it's like...
Oh, was that after time?
I think it was.
Oh, must have been right on the money there. He's got 5.5, so he must have died like on 0 point something.
Yeah.
Damn.
That could have been a real nasty one. Like, he would have
It was
not
not
got...
after time, right?
No, he'd have not had 3,400.
That was so close.
So lucky.
I would love to, like... I don't even know how we'd work that out. We'd just have to slow the timer right down, wouldn't we? We'd have to look at the ticks.
Yeah.
In this tick
There it is.
society.
Damn,
right.
Wow, like,
That's
it's in the decimals.
He's
It's in
really
the
lucky there, ZywOo. He would have been screwed otherwise.
Yeah, he'd have had like, what, 2K or something? Brutal. But he gets away with it, so let's see how this one goes. No fancy smokes out of ENCE.
No, but what was the point of that? Like, they used the smoke to extinguish and...
Didn't go.
Didn't go.
No, but it didn't really pay off as well, right?
Yeah.
They still have 2 smokes now. Pretty normal, I think, at this point in the round.
You got 2 down lower already. Oops.
Was to be?
No, drop everything. Drop your guns, take off your clothes, the keys. We'll take it all. But are they actually going to hit top off of this?
Looks like it.
Well, they're starting to transition back from radio now. What is... That's a different lineup for the backside molly. Why is he opting to do it
No, I
from
think
there?
he's trying to molly the rafters over a hunt.
Yeah, you bang on.
Yeah, and they've got the kills. Spinks, you said he had to show up, Chad, and it's a double into the top site for Vitality to break their silence.
Yeah. Losing to an inner hit as ENCE. That feels bad.
Ironic, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I obviously I've played against Vitality a few times and I'm playing inner, so I know how brutal their inner hit is as well. They have insane flashes, so it is not the easiest task, and I actually don't know how much Nerds played inner in his old team, but yeah, if you're new to playing inner, at least that's rough.
You just saw 2 flash assists on those 2 on the way in.
But that right there, a topside execute like that, where the entry fragger was Jax getting assisted in, that Dupree did a good job finding that opening. That was something that we... Ooh, okay. Nerds found the first. This is to battle here to go the full 30. Apex is going to drop on down. Dihar taking a lot of damage in the back. Apex with 1. The double up can't convert.
Oh, puts him in a real tough position. I think he thought he had it.
Yeah.
And instead, they're really now in jeopardy. I mean, if you can find Snappy, you do have a post plan you could establish, but Spink's so low, heading decon, he seems like he's going to be a free frag. ZywOo could be set up for the trade, depending on his position. Right now, it's very safe.
This is a good position, really good position.
What do you call this one?
The box outside.
He's in that box, the corner of the site, the box.
I started naming things real weird stuff. Like in topside, that single box behind the silos, we call that mushroom. because it didn't exist, and then one day they changed Nuke and it did. I was like, well, what's a weird name? Mushroom.
Just popped up out of nowhere, like
it's
a mushroom.
Oh, it's even better when you come up with a new strat or a new thing and you have to come up with a new name. We have so much at this point. Like, we have just a Nuke. We have Crazy Frog. We have Goofy.
Okay.
Goofy, Crazy Frog. I like that.
Right.
I want to try and work out what Crazy Frog is next time we're watching G2.
I will give you a hint. You have to look at the CT side.
Okay, thank you. A fun project for us all. Yep. Last round of regulation. Let's see if we go any further. Already Sun Pius on notice. He gets tagged up. He's going to be shot up.
Nice shot.
It's Dupree, long range.
Now take space CT out. You kill the orb. You know that you can just swing and take duels, and you know there's probably only one guy.
Well,
I guess we can also just go under, and that's fine as well.
But the rotation point right now for them down to B is Snappy from ramp or trying to go down vent, which isn't being watched. The vent is also not broken just yet, so there will be that sound cue. Oh, Snappy saw something there. Caught one ramp.
That's some good cover.
That's a good spray as well. Vitality,
You have to be a hero now.
careful. Gotta be brave. And the Flames do catch him. It looks like they've done enough to finish this one here. Only Nerds.
Wouldn't
Trapped
that
in
be
the
a
vent.
good story, though?
Oh, the new kid.
New kid on the block.
Forces
Pulling
overtime.
up 1v5.
Screwed.
There's no way. There is no way out of this one.
Throw
Spotted
him in the van.
Spotted him. And there you have it. Vitality, they are going to be happy with that one. There is no doubt in my mind that feels extra special, especially for Spinks playing against his old boys. And of course, Vitality were doubted by many a mind. When you saw these names on paper, ENCE looking exciting with new look Nerds. But that was ENCE's pick, and it goes the way of Vitality.
I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me.
I don't need your drugs in my village. I got royal blood in my system. I come from a line of kings. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. My stream of consciousness, conscious, I'm always on it. All of my 3 eyes walking wide open, just like a cyclops, you know it. I am what I am, and that's everything you not. So when you bringing Timbs in my temple, you better rip them off. Holy, you step in my presence, it's all ground, homie. Made of the lessons I learned and those who came before me. My life a R-rated movie, YouTube PG-13. Smash at the box office, baby, you straight to DVD. I really do have the keys, y'all boys still copping rentals. Ask me what I do for a living, my motivation mental. And we do it all for the fame, glory, and precious metals. Top of the stats and a fat back end for speaking on instrumental. Please catch up if you sneeze, I could bless you if you need something special. You should squeeze in my schedule. I'm a king, I'm a legend in my field, a professional. I got things I can sell you for the cheese or the cheddar, but I don't need your drugs in my village. I got royal blood in my system. I come from a line of kings. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. I don't need your drugs in my village. I got royal blood in my system. I come from a line of kings. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. chosen one. Yeah, follow my lead, promise I'm taking them on to the land. Couple of ops, some can beat it, but that's where they stand. Did it with these, never gonna lose and I'm winning again. Give me my ring, champion teams, I back to back, back to back.
Making magic when they need it most.
We go the full 30 rounds on this first round, but it's Vitality to bring home their opponent's map pick. Now, a 13-5 to a 16-14 finish doesn't sound easy. You know what? You would be right, but we have one gentleman down here on the sofa that was not breaking a sweat. He was not nervous. He was so confident the whole way through. And you know what? It is an Apex. It's not Dupree. He's not French. Neither is this man. But Maniac, you were confident.
Draw me like one of your French girls.
Or one of your French boys.
Yes, indeed. You said didn't break a sweat? That's a lie.
Oh, yeah,
I was
no.
very
I'm
tense.
telling Porkish, yeah.
That is why I am now officially lounging. I've been using a whole lot of calories watching this game. And you know what? Kudos to Apex for figuring out the mystery towards the end, because we all thought this was going into a wall.
Yeah, T-side, you prefaced it, Matthew, perfectly. Not been Vitality's strong point. You were more worried rather about the overpass and nuke, but yeah, managed to put the pieces of the puzzle together at the end, I guess.
Yeah, and for that, again, commending them for crafting 3 different solutions, because that's what they did. They had to craft actual solutions, because ENCE really did put up a good fight on their defense. We saw Sampayas with a couple of annoying aggressive moves with the AWP ramp. We saw Diha having some multi-kills, and you could see that there were some head scratch happening in the French, Danish, Israeli camp, but still, they figured it out. They had that very well intricate outside execute where they went under heaven. They had the secret down with the ZywOo +1. They had a couple of ways to find their way into the victory, and that makes me happy.
It's impressive stuff.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is.
You know what's even more impressive, Jackie, right? I'm gonna, let's throw ourselves back to the first half. We end off the first half. There's only one player on Vitality with over 100 ADR. Who is it?
I don't know. Who was it?
I have a guess. There's only 5 you could choose from.
You have 20% chance to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I
And
hate
maybe
being
even
wrong.
more.
It really bugs me. Hang on. Let me think. Was it Apex?
It was indeed Apex.
Hey, okay,
You
that's
know,
good. I was right.
You wouldn't think typically. You'd think ZywOo, considering, he was an absolute beast throughout the duration of that map. But actually, Apex putting in the legwork in that first half, I don't know whether that's something that we desire, but if it's happening, hey, I'm not going to ask it to stop.
Listen, I think on Nuke, specifically, we want it to happen. And this was a conversation that I even had with Dan on a couple of occasions, saying, you are now playing outside. You need to be more selfish. You need to care a little bit less about the team. You need to care a little bit less about the grand scheme of things. Focus on your crosshair. Ask for a couple of flashes. Put yourself in a good position. Too often we've seen Apex be a liability on the CT side because he was running around. Here, that's not the case. He's in secret. He's waiting for ZywOo to flash for him to peak. And that's why he needs to be. He's playing a position where he needs to have impact. And I think he did that in this game.
Speaking of ZywOo, let's bring up our Air Force aim high because, there is kind of only one man that we can award this to for the duration of that map. We are hyping up Apex, but of course, ZywOo was really putting in the legwork here. He was off to a hot start. Obviously, struggled throughout the duration of the cosmetic comeback, I guess, from ENCE. But the fact that he can close it out and still look confident, that's good coming from ZywOo.
Oh, yeah. It's also the opening duels is always a good stat to sort of gauge it off as well. 7 for 3 is pretty damn tasty. That's a nice way to get yourself into the course of the game, open up those rounds, and it pays dividends massively for Vitality in the grand scheme of things. It's just crazy that it was such a tight affair. Like, the fact that that game is so close really always leaves you going, but what if? But what if?
I feel like we're being unreasonable about what we ask from ZywOo, but with the start that he had on that first half, and even the very beginning of the T-side, we see a couple of these highlights right here. I don't think he should end up on that stat line. I think he had everything needed to be a 30+. You see, there's too many rounds, and maybe we're spoiled brats, and we want too much from the stars, and that's what it is, and none of us are ever satisfied with what we have in life. Maybe that's what it is. But when you have someone of this caliber in your team, and you see Vitality hit their heads against the wall a couple of times, a side of me is thinking, when is the ZywOo round happening? When is he going to just unlock a situation, helping Apex out? And this wasn't really the case in that closing for Vitality, and so I just like to be annoying. That's just.
I think it's an okay thing to demand, particularly in this context, because I'm just thinking back to the last time they played ENCE. It was, elimination from the Rio Major, and we were looking at it going, surely Zawu, surely he has the caliber to be playing above the level of some pairs, but it was actually some pairs to go super lights out in that, and this one, he struggled to get his feet off the ground.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a fair statement, right? But he still had his little moments, and he's one of those players that, for me, again, it feels like you have to feed the hot hand. You've got to get him in early, warm him up, then he turns into an Inferno the longer the series goes on. So maybe you fall on deaf ears somewhat in the first map. That might not be the worst thing for map 2.
Which is going to be Overpass, which don't start to sweat, Matthew, just yet.
I'm
now in
out
2023. Forget about that NIP game back at the last major. That's not going to happen again, surely?
I don't think it's going to happen.
No, surely
not. But I still feel like a whole lot rides on the first few rounds. For Vitality specifically, they're going to be starting on the T side. That's common sense at that point. And if ENCE can run away with it, have a good pistol round, confirm, put Vitality in the bin 0-4, 0-5 lead, that's where I get a little scared. Because this is where, as an IGL for Apex and as a team for Vitality, you have to dig a little deeper in how you find rounds. You have to put more effort, more thinking into it. And I wish Vitality don't find themselves in that situation. I wish they can just ride a very comfortable wave here on Maltese coast and have a good time.
Do you want to do a She Loves Me Not with the petals of that rose
I
to
don't
see
wanna,
what the outcome
I
is
don't
going to
want
be?
to break this rose. It's
It's not
beautiful.
real also. Sorry to break the illusion. But don't do that again, Matthew.
You
Man,
just
anywhere.
ruined the illusion for me. I thought it was real.
I mean, the illusion of the reality that we are in is going to be Overpass. Is this going to a third, though? Obviously, Vitality did manage to take ENCE's pick. This is Vitality's pick coming into things. But that T-side start, I feel like, that is an alarming kind of sign for Vitality that when we know their aggressive side hasn't been their forte as of late.
No, yeah, it's a fickle mistress at the best of times, right? Like T-side overpass is literally a pain in the over arse. It's just not fun. It really can just be awful to contend with. So I think it's an uphill battle from the get-go.
Do we ask the Magic?
Look at this.
Going for the Magic.
This is the Vitality fan right here, right now. That's how we resort to. We have to go to an actual.
Give me a B fact, Jackie. Also,
did you know that bees communicate through dance? That's how they translate location to one another. So if you see a bee wiggling, that's him communicating.
Maybe I'm a bee after all.
broken.
Then. Just communicating through dance.
Yeah, it's all about the
bee
wiggle.
all
bees
along.
have 5 eyes.
They do, actually.
And
yeah.
did you know this is broken?
No, is it actually broken? Do you want me to give it a
hearing,
really
go to break,
hard
go to break.
shake?
But yeah, go on.
Hang on.
If we can
Here we go.
Is Vitality going to win in 2?
That's a corner. That's a corner.
Just make up an answer at that point.
Says looks likely.
Great.
There you go.
Magic 8 Ball says yes.
Ignore
but
what the
you know
Magic 8 Ball actually
Send
says. No, none of that.
Keep that a little bit zipped. But yeah, we are going to be going to Overpass. It is going to be the pick of Vitality coming into things. They did manage to steal away the pick of ENCE, which was Nuke, and potentially have a chance to do it in 2. We're going to see how it goes after this break.
Making magic when they need it most. City of Rio de Janeiro. Oh, is that what I saw? Nonsense!
He's still gonna go for it.
It's so easy, you be
be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. I remember back in apartments, humble beginnings, what I start with. I'm still humble if you checking out my carton. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. Harvest all the planet, seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted, faith just couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it. Face it, this year ain't even go the way we want it. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he get clean it up with Charmin. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching God's plan like a show from Hulu. Who's who? Gon' see it as soon as the snow moves. We roll through, cause all y'all together like pork stew. I can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, by the still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know that he worthy. He coming with the beef with the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got a sword, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the goal. You can only take it home. Where I'm from, it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone. He said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough. But his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts. And my praise it go nuts. I can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation.
Making magic when they need it most. Are you ready for Overpass? Is the question I'm asking Hooksy and Chatty B. We've got ourselves a TriCast equipped to bring you ENCE Vitality playoffs. It's the quarterfinals of EPL Season 17, and already Vitality have impressed as they managed to take ENCE's nuke pick away from them. We find ourselves on Overpass, not a map you particularly play in your officials.
Nope.
But I'm sure you're going to have plenty of insight.
I know he likes it.
I love it. It's the best map in the pool by far.
Sell it to me then.
Yeah, over the course of this map.
This is the best map in the pool.
It is because there's so much map control and I'm a map control freak. And that's why. Maybe I understand why other people don't like it, but it's just everything I like and more. So it makes sense for me, but...
It is a nightmare to play in your pugs, that's for sure. But that is a very different world. And we get a bit of an all-in here, as all 5 members are heading towards that B-bomb site for Vitality. And Madden, he's going to get a cruel... What? Well, never mind. He's actually got 2 and got it away, and Snappy comes driving by for another. They've completely rumbled this Vitality pistol, and the headshots keep coming. Madden, he was alone on the B-bomb site, and he leaves with 3, make it 4. Ooh. Stunning headshots from the Montenegrin.
All right, Hooksy, I found it. I Googled it. That's how much money I've spent.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at mine.
I worked out how to get there. So that's how much money I've spent on Steam.
Boom.
That was the level of conversation we were having, guys, in between the break. How much money have we spent on Steam? Turns out a lot. More than you should. No, actually, spend what you can. Spend what you're happy with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
Just like Vitality, who have spent what they're happy with, 5 P250s.
I haven't seen a 5 P250 buy in years, Chad.
Since about 2013.
Yeah.
14, maybe.
Since Sponge versus Fred for Tyson, yeah?
Keep saying it. Every time you say that, Maniac just winces. He just, his body just tightens up.
Yeah. Every morning they look at each other and it's like, who's going to talk about it first?
Most of the days we don't talk about it at all. It's usually other people bringing it up.
I'm sorry,
It's got to
I
that
was
point now
joking.
where you don't have to mention it.
Yeah, exactly. It's past that level. He doesn't even have to bring it up anymore.
Well, we're both coming back for CS2.
Man, I'd love to see that rematch. Get all the boys back.
Well, I saw Maniac make a tweet the other day. Someone asked the question because he said he's bringing Titan back, and he was like, "Oh, to lose to Sponge again." I was like, "No, we're teaming up." So,
damn.
Not bad.
Well, I learned that it was Smiths that actually threw the first jump throw window smoke.
Damn.
Thanks to Mahone.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice video from Mahone. He does some great content. doesn't he?
Really great content. Shout out to him. Worth checking if you
Shout
haven't
out
seen it
to
already.
all the nerds on YouTube. Nardout, Mahone. There's a bunch of others. I love them all.
Saves you a lot of time, doesn't it?
It saves me time, but it's also just, I don't know. It's so good for everyone. Like also like casual players to know like different nades that you use to take map control and stuff like this. So you can expect a bit more from your teammates in pucks.
That's true. I noticed when you like when I play Face It now, most of the players have a very good grasp of not only what they need to do to find the kills, but how to manufacture those kills, how to block map control, understanding the basics of like a default, right? It does get a little bit difficult with the language barrier. That tends to be my only gripe. Other than that, though, I think the caliber of Counter-Strike player at the moment across the board is quite high. Just to note, Sampaio's got so many kills with the MP9. He could have upgraded into an AWP, but has opted to start here with an M4.
Yeah. Oh, this is always tough because on one hand you want the AWP, right? But on the other hand, even with an AWP here, instead of like one of the SMGs, you're still kind of in a disadvantage, right? So are you willing to gamble that and put everything on table, or are you just taking like the plain bonus round and then you still have a like decent buy next to it also?
But in a bonus round, you'd expect a bit more variance in the play here, right? So of course they've taken sewer control. We can see that Snappy's position, but they haven't really like comboed up these SMGs. They're not doing an aggressive push for information. Are they just hoping they can win out fights head to head?
I think they just like on overpass, as I said, like there's so much map control and usually it's like slow rounds. So just getting this sewers control is basically the best you can do besides gambling, and that's unlucky.
That was a gamble, right?
That
From
was a
Snappy, he
gamble.
took a risk that nobody would come through the door.
Yeah.
That's a big frag back. That's an AK and
MP7.
From an MP7.
Hooksy's buying that in his next game, I guarantee you that.
Watch.
boys.
I had my period
space.
after I saw Chris J doing it back in the day.
Simple still buys it all the time. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
And this could hinge on Spinks because he's alone now. A beautiful combination of frags from ENCE has put them into a bit of a scary 1v3. Not anymore.
Damn.
But already now it's scary, right?
What? Because you just won the bonus.
You won the bonus round. Look at their money. It is out of control already. And they have another round now to build up on that. So you can look at, after buying, you can look at like between 6 and 10k for the ENCE players if they get this clean.
Would it be like crazy to have a couple of SMGs when you've... Oh, they have.
Yeah, Snappy just opted in with one. I was just looking through the chain of buying right there. So Sampai's got the M4. Snappy's bought into an MP9. I think Snappy's going to be aggressive here and try and farm up, right? There is some upgrades to worry about. There's head armor on 2 players, Kevlar on another 2, and some upgraded pistols for everybody.
If I'm Sunpayus this round, I would have had the AWP though. Because I think it's not bad to have against pistols on a map like this when there's so many long distance duels.
Yeah, okay.
That SMG didn't get very far.
Nope.
At least he didn't give him an M4.
The bright side. The silver lining of every cloud.
Going to be an interesting duo. Like, I think Nerds is a rifler to play the A bathrooms position. He can be quite autonomous. Like, I watch him in a lot of positions, like ancient middle, being aggressive, and I'm sure Hooksy knows all about that. You know, he can be a nuisance though, right? He was doing this on Endpoint as well. When we were watching him, he was aggressive mid on ancient and stuff. He's a plucky rifler. He's good for 2. One of those safe pair of hands we talk about.
Yeah. Well, they said that he's in like a aggressive lurk, but not really a lurk, in the sense that he can take some initiative when he sees fit. So far, so good. Nade from Sampaius looks destined for glory, and more of that to spray down Apex, a team kill, and this one ends sour
with 4 alive.
Vitality.
As I said, look at the money now. Sunpayus 12k.
We're 4 rounds in.
Surely now he gets the AWP. There we go. He bought himself the AWP. He treated himself. He thought, all right, we're 4-0 up. I'll get out the big green. Why not? If ENCE win this, it's going to go all the way. But this is the question. Let's ask it right now. You at home in Twitch chat or YouTube chat, your chat of your choice. And Hooksy, you're obviously involved in this. Will ENCE win Overpass?
I'm going to open up the chat and see what people are saying.
And say no.
Okay.
Because I've seen what Vitality can do on their CT side. And they don't need a lot of rounds on T.
All right. So we'll set them a bar of, what, about 3 or 4?
I think if Vitality gets 4 rounds, they got it in the bag.
Okay, 4 rounds and it's in the bag.
Yeah.
All right. Nerds is dead. And so is Vitality's hopes. What? Both go down to the spray. And he still lives on, fights on.
But this is what he does, right? I was about to say it before when we talked about him. One thing is, like, he's an aggressive rifler, but he has the aim to bail himself out of bad situations a lot. And this is a good example of it, right? It was a good and common off angle, at least, like, when I played the map. And, yeah, but it didn't look like 2 kills, right? So
there's a big gap here, right, Hooksy?
Where's no one? What?
No, he's not. The gap's gone.
He knows. He's aware. Lots of communication here in the studio. Shadow spotted. Sampaio's just watching that jiggle. And still has the cover. It's Diha that facilitates, and a clean close. Ladies and gentlemen.
Alive again.
Like, how many kills have Vitality got total here? Don't forget there was a team kill.
Yeah, the -1 on Apex is looking real gritty right now.
Well,
4, Alex.
4 kills total and 5 rounds.
Should we do the maths?
I don't want to.
That's less than a kill per round. Unless you include the TK.
Yeah, but do you actually include that as a kill, or
No,
do
well,
you,
it
like,
depends.
take it away?
There's some semantics out there, Hooksy.
It's 3 or 5. I guess.
Yeah, okay, I see what you've done here. I see what you've done here. Well, either way, it's not enough to win a round.
That's true.
Maths. Magisk looks like he's a bit mad
But they
now.
really buy the AK, the hero AK here. Like, that feels like to win a round, right? Because, like, even buying an AK here, what would that do, like, to the damage?
Yeah, right? There's so much money. You're not whittling them down. You're not keeping it close.
Statistically, your percentage, your chance of winning a round where you have 1 hero AK as opposed to just pistols, it goes up by something like 20-25%.
Yeah, that's like, of course, if that's what the goal is to win the round, then it makes sense. But I just feel like most of the time people buy it to make
to punish
create
economy.
damage.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was not a lot of damage.
Well, I suspect in the next round of play, the Wu will have his AWP, so we'll see a completely different round from Vitality coming into play. But they do have to put a leash on Nerds. He can't just be upper bathrooms, in Connector, wherever he wants. They have to be able to contain him.
Will he, though? Because first of all, Saivu doesn't play a lot of orb on the T side.
Okay.
And second of all, he has 2200 right now without a bomb plant. That's not a
touch
lot
and
of
go.
money for an orb.
And they're in. Nice little blind spot. And the flashes were good. The frag is not. Didn't clear their corners. And it's only 1.
That's no bomb plant.
No bomb plant.
But he got a
and
kill.
got a kill.
He got a kill. So he got 5.9.
He can have it.
But not a lot of util.
Nope. But I really don't. I don't
Here
know.
we go. Strap in. It's time for Zonic to do some speed rap.
I'm looking. All right. We have him here too. So let me look at Saw then. What's Saw doing? He's pacing. Saw's got a bit of a pace back and forth to him. Right now he's between Madden and Snappy.
But what do you say if you're Saw besides good job?
He is not saying anything. He said something. 3
Guys,
words.
if you win this map, I'll buy you some steaks.
Oh, yeah?
That's what he probably said.
Oh, he said this one, it's going to be on Natu.
Yeah. And if you win the next map, I'll make it Wagyu.
Ooh. Okay.
See, that's how I'd coach. Just incentives.
Zaru hasn't bought yet, Hooksy.
Oh.
There it is.
He wins.
He bought an AK. Come on, Zaiwu, man.
And Magisk is stuck on a Galil.
And Apex is stuck on -1. Poor guy.
Yeah, that sucks.
Like, every time you press scoreboard and your score starts with a negative, an actual minus on the scoreboard, no one has
But it's an
happy with.
interesting way to...
Oh, nuts. He's doing it. And Sampaio is facilitating it.
But you see
They
what he
don't
did
know.
there?
What?
Now he cannot be James Bond, 007. That's a smart way to get around it, you know?
Calculated. And so is the headshot. Look at
Yeah,
this,
but
though.
no,
Look
it's
at
not
this. And that's a product of Sampaio's coming with him.
You know what
No
I
one
don't
saw it.
understand about this round either? And I know it's turning into a mid-round 3v3. Vitality double extinguished.
Where?
They
on the way out.
They extinguished T-Stairs and they extinguished Playground.
Interesting.
That's like 2 smokes gone within the first 15 seconds of the round.
Yeah, I hope did Magisk use his smoke on B as well? Because then, or whoever's B, I guess that's Spinks. Because if he did that as well, that's 3 smokes gone for nothing. Or like, of course it's not for nothing.
Well,
but
you're a map control geek, right? You can't do much when you've got 0 smoke.
That's tough. That's definitely tough. And usually the underground guy uses a smoke as well because people blow up the door. At least that was back in my day.
Which was about a year ago when he was playing
Not
Copenhagen
even
Flames.
a year ago. Actually, the play they did in Underground with the AWP peeking and then having a rifle with him and then pushing is something that Roy and Nicolas love to do. So, yeah, maybe if you watch a Fnatic game, you will see it. Who knows?
Ooh, some pious. Third time's the charm. Takes down Dupree, extends their advantage. Now with 20 seconds, they do want that plant, but there is Snappy on a fading short smoke and a quick tap. ZywOo is doing ZywOo things.
Oh,
he doesn't need the AWP to make it work. He's got cover from Spinks, a safe plant from short side, and now this post plant gets very interesting. They have a smoke, they have a kit, but they have to get through ZywOo and Spinks.
This is the first round.
Oh wait, he's walking up.
Sure.
ZywOo, is he going to consider this?
Snappy's behind him.
Oh, he's so ready. He's so quick. And it's up to Madden for the close. Where does he think he might be? Spinks looking at the plant side. He might have a good idea. Yeah, gets the info alive. Kick in. Going to get swung on. Spinks is spotted. Time is sensitive. Madden goes for the Hail Mary. He had a shot.
Where was
had
Spinks
a very
going,
good
though?
shot.
I got scared for a second.
Oh, Spinks could see the defuse from there, right?
Yeah, easily.
So,
Easily.
yeah, taking a little bit wide, trying to close down the distance there, but Vitality will get there first. Now, they need, I guess, 2 more of those consecutive, and that's without taking into consideration the saves that are probably going to start to trump up for ENCE if they lose these rounds. But this all worked out in the end, and with some ZywOo impact, a great shot right here onto some pies up in the heavens. Bang! See you later.
What do you think the odds is of ZywOo winning that duel? If he did it like 100 times. I feel like he would still win it like 70 times or something.
No, because it's ZywOo. Yeah.
It's so stupid.
It must be
nice. Fun.
Yeah. Imagine just to live in their shoes just for one day, like a ZywOo or an Eco or a Simple. And everything just hits.
Ooh, that hits.
That must also be fun.
Yeah, guys, I've given us the advantage.
That was what Na'Vi were doing a lot the other day, right? They were doing electronic, and I made a video of it. I put it on Twitter, but they were like lining up nades at the grate here, and they were punishing next. They were just like lobbing these nades through that were landing right here when he was on the jiggle with the smoke, right? And they bopped him like twice.
And then you spray after it as well, and
exactly.
you just have no time to respond.
There's like small things like that.
I like that angle. Very effective for the first, but not much of options for retreat. Some damage back, but seems like Vitality might be finding this second consecutive.
Safe. It's not worth it.
They're halfway there now. I wanted 4 rounds, now they surely have 2. So, let's see.
What kind of music do you listen to?
Me, I listen to everything.
Yeah.
Literally everything. I listen to rap, rock, drum and bass.
What gets you in like a fragging mood? What are you listening to before like a semi-final on the main stage?
Whatever Edward is putting on when we are in the show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He decides the music, doesn't he?
Sports psychologist.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't call him that.
No, he doesn't.
He has like a special title that
It's holistic
till this
health
day.
coach.
What is it? It's something with like mind, body,
esports,
medicine practitioner. Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds
you
correct.
Did well. You did very well.
Yeah. I've thought about it a million times nowadays.
Yeah, on his Twitter, he says, pro esports mind body medicine practitioner.
You did so well.
There you
and
go.
you said you can only remember smoke, Souksy.
But
You're proving yourself wrong.
This was the Tim's time or something I had to remember it, so at some point it had to work.
He's got 15k followers on Twitter. Edward's starting to
farming.
get a bit of clout, mate.
Yeah.
Look at that cover picture though. Cover build. That was
your
Danish.
boys.
Nice.
Yeah, you cannot believe.
I actually could. It looks like we lost.
Yeah, there's disbelief on everyone's face right here.
It's real.
And joy.
Yeah.
And then the pyro goes off and the confetti starts to fall and then reality starts to set in. Like, oh my God, we did it.
Actually, that took way longer than
Did it?
just for the confetti to come.
When was the breakthrough? When did you kind of go, holy schmoly, we just won?
I don't even know. It still didn't happen, I think.
No?
All right. Well, we're still. I know it was yesterday after he lost.
Yeah.
I went and spoke to him, Justin and Swanee. He had a couple choice words for me. You can't believe what he said to me. I can't repeat it on air.
What do you mean?
He told me.
No.
Can you believe it, Alex? Can you
Chat.
believe he said that?
To your face?
To my face.
Eye to eye?
Yeah.
Man to man?
With Justin standing right next to me. I felt so
and Justin
emasculated.
didn't step in?
He just had to bow. Lord Hooksy.
Yeah, that's true. Like, why? I mean, no one is brave enough to question the Giga Chat.
That's true.
Oh, whatever, dude.
This is quick this time. Magisk and Dupree, they're not scared of their fast advance, despite Nert's last time being on this angle, and Magisk is going to be very diligent on his clears.
Look how much respect they have now. There's no like aggressive push from the CTs. ENCE are just playing like a very default round of overpass here.
You just had to win 2 in a row to get that respect.
Precisely.
They definitely switched their gameplay towards B, having success 2 times on B, right? And here again, it looks like with the short control and 5 guys towards B already.
They just change rifles?
So he can spam.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, and then Madden spams. Interesting.
Oh, flash. They're going.
Yeah, Magisk got a freebie. Oh, no, he doesn't. Madden, the bodyguard. It's Dupree for the double. Can't close.
Really well done.
And just like that, handling. A full Vitality committing to B.
Not bad.
Yeah, the flashes right there. Snappy gets so much done from that jail position. Good job up on the grate right there, mowing them down as they come through the monster tunnel, able to pivot here. And look, imagine if that came seconds earlier as these two are dropping guns to each other. Like, imagine. You would be furious.
This round will be so key for the half as well, in terms of money for Vitality. Now they are throwing everything in there, right? Yeah. So if they don't win this one, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and that kill Madden got saved Snappy's life, where he then got 2 frags more, and he was full blind when he got it. Nice from Spinks. Straight into Snappy. That was another opening move straight out of Spinks' playbook. And he'll just walk away with it. Very happy with it. You can see they're going into that default spread, looking for any Nerts. Deep behind enemy lines. He's gone. Madden plays a very strong game here towards the monster position.
It's a nice one to get back there as well. Draw this into a 4-on-4 with still over 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. Curious to see what type of execute Vitality go for this time round. Sampius has rotated over 3 on B. Bomb coming back on ZywOo. Looks like it will be another B finish here. And Nerds feels pretty comfy on A. He still has a smoke and a molly, so he can just jump spot and then use either of those to bail himself out.
But it's going to be tough on B. They have no nades at all on B right now.
The trade game. Madden's just rotated away. This is a problem.
I think that flash has got them a little nervous, but Sampius, he's holding his own, hits the first, and it's the ZywOo alone in a clutch with time no less. Strap in, folks. See how far Mathieu Herbeau can go. Clearing corners and dead.
Something in the last 2 rounds, Hooksy, I felt like Vitality had a lot of util when they were hitting these sites.
Yeah, I think they just want to go for the explosiveness, and that's basically it. Like, sometimes when you know that the opponent has a lot of nades, you expect them to use that advantage, right? But, for example, this round now that we go into now, ENCE will know, okay, it's a kind of a light buy, they would not have the same amount of nades, so now they will be more ready in the early stage of the round, right?
So prepared for the explode.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you kind of just, it's a trade-off. Like, do you want to kind of waste that advantage of having nades to get the surprise factor?
Well, Vitality tend to do that a lot, right? I think like Apex is one of those callers who are happy to do that. These contact plays that have nades and they walk up and they just like catch you with a weird timing.
Yeah.
You can see their setups change as well. Like this, Nerds wanted to show early presence underpass. He's confirmed his Tech-9's there. He's actually fallen back into the site now. After confirmation of nothing kind of as a group. Early towards Banana, it's cooled off.
Oh, and look, they're not feeling too much pressure over towards B at all. And look at the call from Snappy. They've rotated so many of their pieces back to fortify A. Snappy's staying in heaven right now, but he can immediately just run up their stairs and be there. So this is a passive, like to retake B setup essentially, hedging towards the A fight. And well, with 2 smokes and a molly, there's not too many options available for Vitality. A smoke bank, smoke drop down, maybe do a lurk smoke front sight instead. It's not great options.
Oh,
that's a good start.
Yeah,
Somebody's only died 2 times and Nerds only 1. What the hell?
They have not been feeling too threatened as this round seems to match that trend. ZywOo gets nothing done with the AK-47.
It's interesting. I'm just having a look here in the rounds that have been won, as Magis, no more from you. Okay, that was a little bit naughty. Of the rounds that have been won, ENCE have not had to defuse any of those rounds, right? And the most amount of casualties they've taken in any round is only 2. So that's showing you in the rounds that they're winning. It's been pretty straightforward, right? They haven't had too many dramas there. And I imagine that lines up quite nicely with the opening frags. Let me take a little bit of a gander.
Yeah, I see where you're going for this.
Yeah, so pretty limited opening kills coming in for Vitality throughout. We've got a total of 4 over the course of this map so far. But I imagine in Overpass, it's hard as a T to find opening picks unless you're getting overextended on. Because the CTs have so many different ways to like jiggle for information, then fall back to a different line that suits them.
Yeah, I believe that I at least remember 2 of them being on Snappy, right? One when he was on the railing, short, and then one where Spinks ran up and peeked behind the molly. So I guess there's 2 ways to get it, but it's not easy on this map to get it early at least.
Speaking of peeking behind the molly, is that one of the changes in Counter-Strike 2 that you're happy with? Seeing the incandescence of the flame, it's not a shader setting required anymore?
Black smoke
That
anymore.
is definitely not a bad change. I like it a lot. I think in terms of visuals, with stuff like this, it's definitely good.
And when you booted her up, when you were running around last night, does it still feel like the game that you're paid to play? Does it still feel like Counter-Strike?
Yeah, for sure.
You're not like, what is this game? What am I playing?
It's definitely not. It's not as big of a change of when we, for example, went from 1.6 to go or from Source to go.
Right, it's more like
for
polish.
now. We are still in the beta. It's early days, so we don't know where we'll go. But no, I'm generally positive about it. But, yeah.
Skeptical about some things, but positive overall.
As long as we don't talk about smokes, we're good.
All right.
That might be a conversation for not in the middle of a quarterfinal.
Probably not.
Probably not. Let's see what's going on here. Nerds has got the info off his jump.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, how many other safe ways? You can think about a whole bunch of them. The fact that he could be that far away, sure, someone could hit an absolute crazy banger over one tap, or Zywo could be that with an AWP, sure. But the likelihood very slim. Stockpiling these smokes, and Apex is still on -1, but we won't talk about it. No one talk about it. No one mention it.
I feel bad for the guy.
Oh,
that was round 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, or 3.
Or 3.
Because he picked up an MP9 and he killed his teammate at long with it.
Yes, right, okay.
Zywo now operating with a scout.
So this round should be over, right?
Yeah, because he
has
has
positions already.
Well, I thought you meant because Zywo's scout.
No, I mean mostly because they pushed T-spawn and they have shotgun. They literally have everything. How are you supposed to win?
Well, you could have Apex get 4 kills. There's one of them.
He's on the board.
Back to the 0.
Technically, he isn't.
Technically. He's going to lose Zywo right in the back with the bomb. Okay, yeah. And Sunfires will hit the first. So, ENCE's defense, definitely deserving some props here. They get themselves up to 10. They are locking it down. And I mean, Hooksy summarizing that round as having everything. As Vitality had full 5v5, still no map control and no deception.
Yeah,
successful.
I'm looking at the ADR right now. Like, we already know this because we've discussed the lack of kills, right? When games like this happen, I love to like add them all together and then go by the amount of rounds and average out the total kills that they're getting per round. You look at the ADR here. The highest ADR on anybody is Spinks with 54. Right? And you're 12 rounds deep into the game. Going into round 13 now, you're back down to a hodgepodge buy of some pistols. Apex has got his signature in-game leader, Scout.
Yeah, Sunpayus is basically equal to like 3 Vitality players right now, right?
Yeah.
In terms of ADR, so it's not easy, that's for sure.
Diha's kept up the good form from map number 1, and he's still popping off. Madden's still contributing here in a big way. Like, and Nerds hasn't had an awful lot to do over towards A. They haven't tested him too much. They're not going to test him again. Another opening pick. Apex falls. Apex needs to get a kill in this half. Like, we know he has one technically. It just needs to not read 0. Yeah. Yeah, I know when I said he was on the board, I guess now he's off the board, right? So there's no board right now.
I guess.
Dupree trying to keep us from getting bored. It's a cracker.
Now, wouldn't this be the type of round to win?
Yeah, I mean, knowing Counter-Strike, it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility. But actually, no, that's talking about Counter-Strike. We're talking about ENCE right now, and not ones to give these over easy. Has to be taken by force. Flashbangs lined up. Let's see if Dupree can play upon the fade.
He's going in with the only
Flash covered. Sunpius defends a very blind Diha. He's been chipped a little away, but still hits the spray. And one back. They can maybe plant. They know. Oh, that's a filthy shot to hit. Major's just trying to get across for a safe plant. Now Zywo's working his magic.
He don't have time for this.
Oh, he sees it. No, he doesn't. 9 seconds, dude. Gotta die.
Yeah, Spy's coming through this, 100%. Yep, there he is. Peekaboo, gonna take him down. Zywo gone. 11 on the board for ENCE right now, and Hooksy set 4 rounds if Vitality wanted to have this one in the bag. Currently sitting at 2. They need to get the final 2 rounds here going into halftime. I don't know if they want to chance. We know they can turn it around, but
you know, when I said that Vitality is probably the favorite to win this map, I didn't expect Sunpayus to drop his orb to pick up an AK because they have so much money.
Yeah, that is a sign that things are going very well.
They have.
Well, that's been flowing since the early game, right? We were keeping tabs of this since
round 3.
Yeah, they've just been running away with this.
Yep.
That's the beauty of having a start like they did on CT's side.
Look at this, 3 T-smokes out in the first 20 seconds of the round. 1 door, 1 A extinguished, 1 pipe extinguished into sewer.
So this is a fun development from when I played the map. We always used to only nade the jump spot for short.
Right.
But now people are starting to nade a bit further back because everyone is spamming the door through this wood thing. So that's a small little thing.
Yeah,
that changed for
well
sure.
Placed nade, well timed. Oh, significant damage dealt to 2.
M4's licking their chops. There's another B exploit with Util again.
Yeah, see how far it gets them. Already, Dupree takes the first engagement and not successful. However, Vitality, 2 frags in the feed. D has stubborn.
And one of them was Apex. He is actually on the board.
Yes, indeed. 1, not good enough. Needs to find some more. Apex and Zywoo.
Now it's your time.
Yeah, needs a good spray. Does deliver another. It's now up to 1. The Woo. Some Pius brought low.
Yeah.
And from behind Nertz, yeah, he must have seen him, did he? No. Some Pius trying to bait as Nertz crawls through and dead. And so 4 becomes a pipe dream, and they're getting loud about that.
And you would now, because that's 12. It's likely a 12-3 half here, if not even better. It could be 13-2. You'd be getting, of course, loud about that, because before we were speaking about 11-4, 10-5, whatever, right? Okay, still a very winnable game. But as soon as you're now in the 12-3 or 13-2 driver's seat, you flick on over the T side, you win the pistol round. Let's close this one up. Let's shut shop. We're going to map number 3, baby.
Vertigo, by the way.
Ooh, okay.
I know some things on Vertigo.
All right.
Some things.
I learned some things yesterday, that's for sure.
Vitality have a 100% win rate, and I'm looking at the games. It was against OG and Greyhound recently at their group stage.
2 top-tier opponents. It's another Biga.
This time, Madden might not have a frag.
Not a full commit, though.
Just a look.
Around. Yeah.
Just a glance. Just a hello, who's home?
Anybody home? Oh, yeah. Plenty of you.
Ooh.
Wait.
Snappy is in an insane position.
Does very well to take down Dupree, but unable to get anything more.
Are they just going to allow Zywoo to take some space on A here? Have a look. He's on his own over towards the party area right now. Nertz is his nemesis, who's actually going to pass him here as he continues to trundle down long. So this will be some interesting timings that are going to open up. If Apex tries to come back, Nertz might cut him off, but don't even worry about that. Sampius has taken down Magisk in the meantime. And this one's going to get a bit fruity here. Zywoo about to find himself towards the precipice of the A site. Madden is rotating back, and well, we have the standoff in B in the meantime.
What was that smoke about?
I feel like that was a horrible way of trying to like fake that he smoked Monster and having an off.
Right.
I think.
Oh, it's led to Diha's death. Maybe Spinks can get them back in, but Sunpius is not missing a shot. 25-2.
But what is this?
If Apex goes up connected, he dies to Nertz, they lose the bomb, the round's over. He has to go B. But right now, Apex is calling the round because Zywoo would be searching B otherwise.
Yeah, he sees Zywoo's there, but he doesn't know.
Pack it up. 13-2.
Yep. Nothing you can do now as Zywoo. You have to start running and hoping for the best. But
yeah, what is he doing?
Well, can't just dance at this point, right? Get some confidence, bring it home in the second half somehow.
And it's even like the best play here is just not give him anything, make you feel helpless.
Yeah, I think this is the best play. Just throw the ball in the air, make some fireworks.
Show the world your frustrations right now, because you, on your map choice, are down in a massive hole. 13-2, the resurgence of ENCE on map number 2. We're going to a break, and we're coming back real quick. Don't go anywhere.
walking lick. Private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip. Something you don't wanna miss. Diamonds dance like a disco ball. Excuse my wrist, it like to show off. No condiments, too much sauce. This is regular, do this often. Doing 100 on the interstate. In the fold, doing figure eights. Fly to Paris for a dinner date. Buying cribs, no real estate. Louis Gucci, Fendi groupies. I'm in jacuzzis, making movies. This new Benz, my old hoopty. That's your girl, why she choose me? I don't blame her, I won't name her. She was friendly for a stranger. They gon' pay me for these favors. No small moves, it's all major. I'm a walking lick. Having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics. Something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick. Private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip. Something you don't wanna miss.
Yeah, look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit up Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Yeah, deal, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, I just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. I'm a visionist, yeah, you can't picture this, yeah. Ain't no way you cannot work me, boy, I live for this. Yeah, sipping essential, that's the essentials, I'm influential. Yeah, straight fundamental, that's fundamental, on instrumentals. Yeah, speed of the tempo, yeah, we got potential. Shoot a movie like I'm Denzel, running my route to the end zone. And they sticking to find me, man, you know where to find me. I'm trying to get me a Grammy so I can dedicate it to my granny. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit up Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Deal, be my source, Christian.
Making magic when they need it most.
"13. Unlucky for some, but I would hazard a guess not for ENCE, as they find themselves up with a mammoth lead on Vitality's pick. Sure, Vitality, you can win Nuke, but can you win Overpass? I'm not so sure. Neither is Hooksy and Chatty B. Sponge joining us to break it all down, and Vertigo is waiting. It could be quite quickly heading over to that third map. It's up to Vitality's defense, and here comes the caster cliche. Actually, Hooksy, would you mind telling them the pistol's important? I don't want to do it anymore.
It is going to be really important.
Thank you.
I was just looking at the number of Sunpay's ADR.
Yeah.
Literally
Wow.
150 or something like that. Like, what?
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, and I think his KD as well of like 8.3, pretty good too.
Not bad.
25 and 3. The
So,
Spaniard.
do we have to do the fun thing of calculating if he has more kills than Vitality combined?
You're better at maths than I am. Can you do the numbers
12,
quick?
17, 19, 26, almost.
Oh.
They could finish the game that way here if they finish this one in a 16-2 fashion here. Just 3 more rounds to get there. An interesting pistol opening. They had to do pretty aggressive, looking for info. He's dropped back to site now. It's a 4-man B lean from Vitality with Magisk in the heavens and Apex ants in his pants, of course, starting to have a little bit of a glance. The flashes from Magisk here, I don't know what they're going to assist with now. He's about to be smoked off.
Yeah, and Apex does get the info. And it's Zywoo that gets a bullet straight between the eyes. It comes too easy and straight up the tunnel.
Oh, I feel like that setup was mainly for a rush or a faster play, but when it was so slow, basically a team flash, and it's all just falling apart. Just 2 to find. Dupree and Magisk here, and both of them out of the play.
Oof.
This is a quick game. This is a very quick game of Counter-Strike right here.
Is it safe to assume, Hooksy, that losing a stomp like this, it always hurts, but losing one on your map pick when you took your opponent's map pick, does that start getting in your head? Like, well, we thought this was our best chance, and now we're getting reamed out.
Well, that depends on what map you pick, because like a map like Overpass is so favored towards the CTs, so sometimes it just goes this way, you know, like where nothing just works and it's tough already, and then Let's say they picked a map like Inferno that is more equal, then it would hurt really bad to get stumped like this, but...
Right. And we
yeah.
saw how this game started, right? You know, like the way in which the bonus round was converted and the fact that they didn't have any deaths in the first like 5 rounds meant that it was an uphill struggle.
Yeah, also, obviously, it depends on how you feel about the fit map.
Yes.
If that's like kind of up in the air and you don't feel so good on it, it feels even worse. But if you feel like that could be like another map that you could have picked,
you can hype your boys up and say, "Hey, we got Virgo still." Right.
I hate this decision Vitality had to make. Right. Either way, I hated it. It was eco, and then try and run it back to 15-15 from being down 15-2, or force by now on the CT side of overpass, and you don't even have a scout.
Yeah.
You don't even have a scout.
They could have had a scout. But...
True. They opted to not have a scout.
Yeah.
Get a scout, please. Just
Especially
one.
on this map.
You tag. You get any tags. It make everyone's life infinitely easier.
Those deagles just start aiming for the belly buttons.
Oh, this is a play.
Actually.
Oh, Apex is in a good position right now. If he keeps going, imagine if he keeps going. But still, it's fine.
It works.
If he keeps pushing the bombs down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. But that would be too much to ask.
But this will force them into B most likely because they've lost all the A territory. We're at 50 seconds. It's unlikely they try and take that back. This next fight is a big one, and Dupree's going to convert. The next action is on Madden here, who's trying to find this gap back towards A. And he has found a big hole here.
Also, Sunpayus is still alive. That's like 3 players right now.
And he has that Aegis. And Spinks, what a shot onto Madden there. That's the chance done and dusted. It might just be a save for these final 2.
Sheesh.
Please tell me we have a replay from his point of view, because that looked so insane. Like, how is he ready?
Ooh, let's see if they can get a clean one. That would make a big difference. All those rifles. Can scoop them up. A nice AK-47, licking their chops for that one, as Sunpius is anticipating a push from Dupree. He's not going to give it to them just yet.
Yeah, and even just keeping the armor on the CT side is really nice here into the next round for the buy. So keeping all 5 alive, you definitely see the rifles come out now. On the other side of things, they're going to force buy back, obviously. I don't think ENCE should take a save with a saved AK and a MAC-10. You may as well purchase behind it with loss bonus only being 1,400. But the fact that Apex just gets across, we saw that snappy timing. Wow, a split second earlier, he catches both of them. Wow.
That was a sick shot.
And yeah, I mean, you know, Vitality have overcome.
Come on now.
No, we talked about the pistol being really important,
okay.
but it's actually sometimes better to win the second round, right? Because the loss bonus after the pistol is even worse. So you could make an argument it's actually better, but
I'm down. I'm down.
But this is where it's shaky, right? This round is infinitely. This round is as important as the previous. If they win this one now, then ENCE are going to have to take an eco.
You could make an argument that every round is important when you have 4 teams.
True.
3. So
that is very true indeed. They're walking on thin ice right now, Vitality.
Crawling, definitely, on that thin ice. And they are preparing a little. Spinks and Zywoo getting themselves set up. Dupree's calling it very quiet towards Monster right now. Like, I think you'd expect to see a rotate quite quickly, but yeah, they've called it clear now. It's too late.
Steps.
He's on his way.
Everything you have to delay right now, so you can get more people up on A.
Yeah. The Cloud9 smoke would have been nice. And ooh, Spinks
Double
gets
up.
2 on the long side. ENCE are going to be forced right back to spawn. A nice one from Snappy and a second for good measure. But there's the close. Quad kill out of Spinks. Got to start heating up into this one.
So ENCE actually have to work for this one a little bit at least.
Yeah.
It could have been over if they just didn't lose that second round, but for some reason you just always do. When you're up this big, you just can't close it out easily.
It was Nafany. We had him on the couches, and we were asking like, "What happened to Mirage? Because you had like an 11-4 T side."
2.5 lead.
And he was like, "Yeah, because 11 rounds is too much." And we were like, "Why?" He was like, "Well, you know, people start already thinking they've won."
Okay, all right.
There's just something in the psychology. You need that. You know, like you don't get your homework done until the deadline.
Yeah, Nafany's a funny lad.
Needs the pressure.
Yeah, I like him. We're bowling buddies now.
Yeah.
Bowling buddies.
He called me the best in the world on your podcast, or like on the HLTV podcast.
Yeah,
I like the guy.
Yeah. we played your bowling video today.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was played between map 1 and map 2 of the Cloud9 series.
It was received well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pro bowler.
It was fun as well.
You got the strike between your legs, mate.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
Not bad.
When we went across, I was like, okay, so you're going to go bowling with G2 and Cloud9. I was like, okay. I thought it was just part of the lobby content that I've been doing. And that, no, it's its own thing. I was like, okay, I have Rush with me and I have Harry with me. Let's now turn ourselves into caricatures of ourselves and play some characters.
Yeah.
And have a whole bit of fun with it.
Tell me someone said, hey, Nico, let's go bowling. Anyone
I think
do that?
was at the start of the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it played like a little audio bite.
Good.
But like Nico won the individual thing. We had there was a clown that was doing balloons inside the bowling alley that we had make a crown and give. I ran down the road and bought these Maltese plates that are souvenirs, and they were what we were playing for.
Well, you have to have a prize.
Yeah. I hope Hooksy kept his.
I think I actually gave it to Cloud9 because they don't have so many trophies.
Oh, that's kind of you.
Yeah.
Generous man.
Sweet.
Also because they had 3 players on our team and we only had me and Justin, so...
Majority rules.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Get to see a little bit of a standoff between Spinks and D in towards the underpass. And it's all solved by a bottle of flame.
Look at that.
Yeah, he's considering it, isn't he? Already in prime position to spring into action. Youch.
Looks like they're taking a page out of Vitality's strat book here with the short pop or something, right?
Yeah, looks
Lining
like
up for it.
More than enough util for it.
Here we go.
Go down. Dupree, 1 into Nertz, a second from the Dane. Delivers when they need him most. Spinks again finds himself a multi-kill, and it puts Madden so blind, just staring at his screen, squinting as Apex comes on in for the close.
I can tell you there's tenacity there. I'd take an ear cup off and listen to that situation. Like Apex, even with that final kill call and the flashes, the intensity there, the nice, there was a bit of a roar, it was a bit visceral. So now that they're starting to work up in similar fashion as ENCE did with the economy, this is where it gets a little bit dicey. It's still very early. ENCE have a lot of cracks, but games can get out of control really quickly. Right? Like they have now a partial buy with Tech9s, and I like this because they can keep the pressure on, but they need to get a few more kills. Right? You need to be getting them down in these like real scrimmy 2v2 scenarios. Bring them into the mud.
Yeah, drag them down there with you. Nice bit of control. Snappy always happy to see no resistance for their take.
Already looks like a re-hit on B again with the bump. And people going towards short again. But basically, 3 players on B and a fast rotate already. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, feels like Groundhog Day for Dupree. Does he get the double again? Not sure. Brought low.
Well, that's more than enough, isn't it?
We have the exact same situation again with 5 alive again now. The money is just getting out of control. I know it doesn't mean as much now because ENCE have 14. So, but basically for the rest of the half, Vitality will have money. Or for the rest of the game,
For however long it goes.
Yeah.
We'll see.
They
So
are
long
not
as they're...
going to lack anything. They will have an AWP always. Full utility. And in the meantime, ENCE, in my opinion, bought too much this round. Like,
okay.
They are going to have... They have between 1,200 and 700. And usually you leave around 15, 1,700 around that. So
definitely won't be a Sunpius AWP here. What's that about? Like, I feel like having the AWP is... You can post the AWP up on the T side in the default, and you can have one whole area of the map, like long, for example. I know it's not used an awful lot, but if the AWP goes out there and he can get control and he's looking for the jump spots, or you're parking up in bathrooms, like, doesn't that limit the amount of movements the CTs can go for?
Yeah, I guess. Like, it all depends on what you have planned for the round as well. Like, if you want to go straight into a B hit like they did before,
you don't need
the AWP is only good for the after plan, right?
True. Oh. That's actually really...
Wait,
yeah, they didn't kill him. They actually avoided
That's
him.
smart.
Yeah.
Okay,
really playing the financial game on both sides of the server here, right? They're playing for themselves and against ENCE here. So that right there is one where Diho is going to be, I guess, very upset with that because they can only buy in with a smoke and a molly now behind the Tech9 with armor.
There's some believers over on the fan cams. You can join them and you can talk to them as well. Usually quite nice people.
Is that Zywoo's brother?
Oh, that would be a
No,
really
can someone
good
let me know? Is that Zywoo's brother in the bottom? I don't even... Zywoo does have a brother, right?
Yeah, we watched the Gucci Gaming.
But because
Gucci
Zywoo, when he used to play at home, when they were in the online area, you remember the amount of times there was that brick wall next to that? It was
him.
exposed brick, and that was exposed brick right there.
Okay. I was about to call you Dr. Zeus. He doesn't solve mysteries.
No, but he can rhyme.
No. Okay, Sherlock.
Apparently, all of north of France is like that.
Yeah?
That's what I was just told in my headset.
That's
So
what-
it could be anybody from France who's a Vitality fan. I think there's a few of them out there.
Yeah, they love an exposed brick in northern France. That's what
Okay.
I've been saying.
Fair enough.
Let's
Look at
go.
the run boost.
Diha gets into the
Ooh.
Tech 9 as a
Is that on
product of not
purpose?
dying.
I think so. Look
That's
premeditated.
insane.
Look how quick he gets. Set
Oh,
up.
not quick enough, though.
Not quick enough. And watch Diha get the kill onto Zaiwu and feel much better about dying after time.
This guy doesn't get caught off guard. That's just not a thing Cyber does. Like,
It's not part of
he
his
is ready for everything.
vocabulary.
He's staying around, though. He obviously has Spinks and Apex both over towards A with him. Spinks is actually doubled up here, so a bit of a buddy-buddy system right now as ENCE are in a...
But I guess you can hold
I don't mind
multi-craft.
it.
That's cool.
Yeah, this is a good setup. for
Especially
sure.
if you're Zaiwu.
Yeah.
And you're going to hit multiple shots from this position.
And
This
some
is very
Pirates and
turtled.
Madden might walk across, you know? We'll see.
Well, the only time this gets really awkward is if the rifle gets contact first and he dies, because then you're kind of... Well, it's fine when you hit the shots. But if he didn't, then Cyber would be in an awkward position, I would say. So
Yeah.
But
Now,
now it's tough.
I'm very intrigued. Like, Spinks knows he can go walkabouts. And Sampias is heading back towards that bomb. We might have a
he has
collision
everything.
course here. Is he going to be considering it? Very much so. Snappy trying to take space. Magic's unawares, but adjusts
Wow,
quickly.
he had no idea.
Oh, Spinks, yeah, he comes to life for that one, but Sampias puts him straight back to the grave. Zaiwu, still on that shelf. Delivers the frag.
It's a new take on Elf on the Shelf.
The Woo on the shelf.
Doesn't sound as catchy.
No, it
We
doesn't.
might need Dr. Zeus for that one. Right, here we go. Now we're cooking. 14-8, just a 6-round game. And I know that sounds crazy, but in this spree of rounds here, we are talking a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills. 5 kills in the total of the 6-round spread that Vitality have gotten. ENCE not putting up a fight. This is the same conversation on the other half.
It's like map 1 on steroids.
Yeah.
What we're doing right now, it's like, what was it, 13-2? 14-2.
You still love overpass?
I love it. It's the best.
Who's getting map control?
Well, I wouldn't play it the way they play.
Wow, this time Zaiwu doesn't have any help, but he's gone there anyway. Yeah, changed his mind.
I like this call, though, from Vitality. I like the way Yanko pointed this out to us. It's like, you can't be strong everywhere, and well, what are you most likely to be susceptible to early with a lighter buy? A B-rush, right? Just straight through monster with some pops or up short, something bit through connected quick. But they are just going to take their time and spread out here, ENCE.
Maybe as a product of that similar conclusion. No point going early. There'll be 4 people there. We have to show something somewhere else. And about the time that they arrive toilets is the same time Spinks arrives on A. Zaiwu, you say he doesn't get caught out, Hooksy, but there is a small world where... Never mind. Diha down, running him down, still hits every shot. And he's alive.
Told you.
Yeah, all right. You win this one.
Sampias 27 kills. Where did he end the half?
Oh, it was 20-something.
Yeah,
25
right? Oh, it was
when I
25
made
because you add them
the
all
calculation.
up. Yeah. So we only got 2 kills this half. That's one of the things as well. This is what I don't really like about CS ever. Because back in the day, when you would swap sides, your score would reset.
Yeah.
So you would know where you were having impact, right? Like these days, obviously, your score is just accumulative over the entire match. But right now, we're going to have to manually keep track of how many kills these players are getting in the second half because it's so bolstered by the first half performance.
But then again, back in the day, you got kills for planting the bomb. So...
Shut up, Hooksy. How do you think I was at the top of the scoreboard ever?
Well, because I was the same guy. I was actually a frag on Source. I was really good at Source.
Think about it. Back then, mate, everybody wanted to plant the bomb. Back then,
yeah,
nobody was leaving the bomb in spawn.
True. Yeah, we're definitely rewarded for it.
You were not leaving the bomb, and you were not complaining when you had to plant the bomb.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if Simple
somebody
would
from
be...
my team is complaining a lot about that. You know who you are.
Oh, yeah.
Now we see a bit more of an intense timeout. ENCE have called it.
Are we camping right now?
Intense. Nice.
All right, if I tell you to bring this back and 2-0 this, I'm going to give it the sauce. Just
Well,
going to get the sauce,
mate,
the beans, the ravioli, the spaghetti.
If
None
over
of that
the
in
course
Italy.
of bloody... Nice reference. If, oh, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, if Vitality over the course of... When was this one? The 12th of March. So over the course of 11 days... they get 2
mental comebacks.
Mental 14-1 and 13-2 comebacks. That would be crazy.
Start calling the comeback kids.
Yeah. I mean, they did it on Anubis against FaZe. Can you do it on Overpass against ENCE?
One way here from Nerds.
They also gave one away, right? Against Liquid on Overpass.
That's true.
So
Shame, monsieur. So still, it's 2-1.
Oh, this is
If
scary.
they get this one. Oh, nice. Nerds nearly gets
so
both.
close.
He got the bullets on him.
But Snappy's going to try now as well. Maybe it is enough here. He's opened an avenue, opened a gap, peppered away Snappy now.
But that's the kind of place you need, right? If you're struggling on the T side, your star players to step up and go in, do a play like that, get 2 kills, then it gets
convert.
a whole lot easier as an ideal, I can tell you.
But even though we only got 1, this feels like the first time we found ourselves in this situation in the second half of play, where we're now in a 4v4 with heaps of time left on the clock. So how are Vitality going to maneuver around here? dupreeh and Apex on B, ZywOo floating across here.
Yeah, it seems
Another
like
B hit, though.
they're going for an info play short.
I don't love it.
No, because it leads to a potential disastrous situation where you don't
I hate it.
see any of them cross.
But what do you do when you don't have a smoke on B side left?
Retake?
Yeah, but do you really want to retake B with that little amount of utility? I feel like,
Oh, wow. I mean, it's a big frag from Apex, but they really need to hope dupreeh does not get Molotov'd out of position.
some
know he's
good
there.
flashes as well.
Mollied,
Ooh.
burnt to 20. Bomb can go down. Apex, the hard duel, Diha wins it out, finds him.
Look at this Madden push. This is huge.
Really tucked in. They're not going to be ready to clear that.
That
Diha's
was
just
a shot and a half.
on the woo. And so 15 might be ENCE's first gun round here on the T side, their second T round. I say, as Spinks delivers one, knows he's got another one in his sight. Snappy's there, and that Madden position will not convert. Does track him on the drop down.
Ahead of him, though.
dupreeh, can you clutch? The answer is yes, he can! Okay, a sigh of relief from Dan Mattisclair, because Vitality have once again bested ENCE. 8 in a row, lads.
That right there, it feels like the first touch and go round we've had in a very, very long time.
That's kind of heartbreaking, honestly, that they don't win that situation. With the guy pushed up into kind of CT and...
That was Madden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got the kill, like, dropping down on Spinks with the spam
that
through.
got kind of sketchy already.
But you bang on, it wasn't planted for him, so it becomes so awkward. It's like, well, if he sits to defuse, I'd lose. If I don't try and peek and take the fight, it's over regardless. So he had to take that fight. Didn't really have too many choices.
Yeah, but from dupreeh's perspective, when you're so low and you know it's not planted for him, you know, his flowchart is also really kooky. Like, what is the best play there? What, you know, am I holding it and hoping he's expecting something? I don't know.
That double from Spinks is massive. The fact he even gets delivered the second is crazy, right? Because the player who's tucked up over in Graffiti, ABC, whatever you want to call it, right, you feel like he can see that Heaven walkout. So if that player was in the cubby, I don't know. Are they exposed if they get on the railing? If Spinks jumped on the... but then he'd be open to Madden.
I don't think so.
I guess
he could have been hiding, but then again, that's easy to say in hindsight, right?
Yeah, true.
But I think that Madden, when he watches this round again, he will be mad. dupreeh had 22 HP, and dupreeh got the kill by killing him in the body, like hitting him in the body. So it was not even an insta headshot or anything. That
you
will
had
feel
time,
bad.
you could argue, yeah.
Yeah. Now that was also the last timeout for ENCE. So if this doesn't go well, you don't have a lot of time to think.
No.
And maybe you will have to use, you know, an eco round as the, I don't know, existence timeout or whatever you want to call it. I guess that was the guy who did it first, right?
You're good at it, bro. You're really good at it. I mean, you know, if the in-game meter ever stops working out for you, you've got definitely got a career ahead of you. Oh,
CS2 commentator?
Yeah, maybe CS3.
Yeah, get some years in you, mate. dupreeh should have a kill here. On the
Should.
Blind down. Great stuff from dupreeh. Really activating here. Up to 16 kills now.
You see, Nico, even though you know the position of your enemy, you can still get a flash.
Ah, this was to do with the boost on Inferno.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even though you know.
You want to guarantee the round, especially when the score is 14-10.
It's not everybody that can just swing and insta headshot everyone. We need a bit of time sometimes.
Some of us need some help.
Yeah. It's okay to ask for help.
It is. Life lessons with Hoogsy. And ZywOo, not going to be caught out. I'm going to stop assuming it's possible.
Yeah.
That's my fault. That is my fault.
You know, back in the days when SK was winning everything and Fallen was really good?
Yeah.
It was the exact same feeling I had. Fallen could not get caught off guard.
And if he did, he'd still hit 2. You know?
Yeah, of course.
This might get dicey here.
It is.
Spinks and ZywOo both being peppered. This kill from Senpai could be
huge.
huge.
He saw the flash.
Oh, two in the feed.
That's the two big dogs.
Yeah, this gets awkward. Oh, and another from Diha. They will get the bomb down. Can Magus do anything with Dupree? It's the ex-Astralis duo. Partners in crime trying to stop 15. And it's damn, Sun Pyres gets away with 1.
And he doesn't have a smoke.
Snappy's got 9. They're so low.
He's got time, though.
Come on, Magus.
Not that much time.
Yeah, Snappy, the first, very clean on that, but he's got 2 more from toilet side. Okay, I thought he got it, the X-ray toggle.
Playing with us.
Yeah, no time for this one. They've got it. 15 to be locked on in. It's the frag onto Magus to confirm it, and that feels good. Breaking your silence. It feels like a long old time since that pistol round. That was the last time we saw ENCE with a win.
Yeah, Dupree is definitely not the guy to blame for this round because obviously the whole round started by them losing all the control on A.
Yeah.
But he's going to be mad when he watches that. Like 1 HP left on Sun Pyres and he kind of had the kill.
Yeah, I think it gets that kill. It's still going to be a hard retake. They were low, right? But then it isolates the fact you no longer have to worry about long. Like, it takes away a couple of options there. But as well, it was really interesting to see both ZywOo and Spinx both get peppered without any response. You could see they were so boxed in, they had nowhere they could move.
Oh, so this is a smart little thing. Like, I think when I played Overpass, at least nobody dropped the molly for the guy in underground. But here, Dyha got the molly dropped, so it kind of looks like an underground default with this, the 2 mollies in underground, right? That's maybe a little tell. I don't know if people are used to this or not. I don't play the map.
Look at Nerds. That is a lovely opener.
That's
and
the game
Dupree
right there.
probably kicking himself.
What a nerd.
A T already crossing into it.
Oh,
now he's
noisy
gotten away. Okay. Actually, ZywOo's managed to punish.
ZywOo's been pretty quiet this map, though. Only 11 kills. If he activates now and helps him get across the line, this would be the round to do it in. Last round got, well, I don't want to say caught off guard, but he definitely died without a frag. Lots of smoke deployed here. Madden is going to risk this, just walking through with the flash. Here they come.
Flashes are in. Snappy eats the first and is put to bed by ZywOo. Doesn't pull the trigger. He should have the help of Magus, but may not be necessary. With just Sun Pyres and Dyha, they get peppered a little through the boards, but the 2 of them having a go. Oh, Magus nearly had them both in the single spray.
Remember, damage isn't huge, but they have started, considering only 1 more round, right? If you can save this AK, you give yourself something to work with in the next. It's not going to be max loss bonus, only the 2,900. Spinx is actually coming up the ladder, flying here for this chase.
So how many B-pumps did we see so far?
5 or 6?
5? Something like that?
Yeah.
And everything was through short. And every single time, a guy from this headshot position, ramp or whatever you want to call it, got 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah.
So if you have an idea in mind at home about like doing a B-pop, figure out how to counter that position because that's the one.
Yeah, we saw Dupree do it twice, like a double or 1. I think
They were doing it a lot on the NCT side as well.
Vitality had a molly for it in their pistol, so maybe that would be something you should throw on your B-pop because that position just seems to ruin everything always.
Let's see if they can get it done here.
An AK in play. Madden trying to be the hero.
It does feel nice for one regard for ENCE is the fact that to close this game, you practically have max loss bonus the entire time. So you always have something. Very infrequent, you're going to see them needing a Glock eco, right? So they're always going to be somewhat threatening. And I like the fact they're going back to knock on the door of A. This is where they found the success for their 15th. They're going to try again, and this time a little bit pacier and with more numbers.
Yeah, also the fact you said on B, you typically start. Oh, no, here we go.
Oh, no.
He got caught off guard.
He did, and it's
happened.
Already dangerous.
They have the orb.
And now you can give the orb to a guy who has 30 kills.
And do you think Spinx is ready for Nerds at this late in the round?
He could be, but it doesn't look like it.
Nerds has done it.
Oh! Spinx will just get it across the line. And a second for good measure. Can Madden double up? He does! Both fall. And ENCE can feel it. They can practically taste it. Vertigo is only 1 click away. Magisk left. Too many. Too many.
It's not planted for them, really. It's planted Chuck. He can maybe do something?
They'll double peek. They'll panic a little. Oh,
okay.
Never mind. There it is. We're off to a third. This quarterfinal's really heating up. ENCE respond in kind, and both teams trade each other's map picks. It does leave us to go to the distance. Vertigo required, and we'll be right back and breaking it down.
like knowledge and pack. No worries at all. Last night had it all. Today we gon' ball. Sorta like, say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look amazing. Better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look amazing. Better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Part of me, I'm here to live it. Side of me, a lot to give here. People want it that bad here. Before they have a pot to piss here. Mattress on the floor, Balenciaga's on their feet. They just keep up with the Joneses. But the Jones ain't trying to keep. They try to break you, so just fall in line. We know the world is ours, but we gotta say it's mine. Gotta hunt for your own or you'll get left behind. Since the last will be first, then it's our time to shine. This little light of mine. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look amazing. Better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look amazing. Better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it.
Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
Making magic when they need it most.
Now, what if I told you Vitality got 2 rounds on their T side? What if I told you, Jackie, that that was Vitality's pick? And what if I told you that we're not living in the upside down? This is actually the reality. We are going to a third after Vitality spectacularly lose their map pick.
I'd say you're right. I'd say you're right. And I'd say that we are definitely the right way round.
Yeah, no, this is the only way that we should be doing this segment because Vitality disappoint after losing out their own map pick of Overpass. That does leave us on the doorstep of Vertigo, and that does leave me trying, as I might, to get back to reality because we do have that third map. Oh, this is very, very uncomfortable.
Yes, this is what I wanted.
Matthew, you didn't join us, and I wonder why. Do you see, some logic in the madness of this Vitality pick, or is it just madness? Is that what we're experiencing?
There comes an age where you don't want to put your body under such strain, past 30 plus. I can't do an upside down the way you did it. But this was very graceful of you both. Way more graceful than what Vitality did in Overpass.
Yeah, sad.
I'm suffering from success, just like DJ Khaled. I told you, T-side Overpass. Suffering from success.
I mean, everything that you said and everything that you said was right.
Yeah.
So why didn't Vitality see this coming?
That's a very good question, actually.
Yeah.
Probably we should be the coaching staff. No, listen, I'm sure they had some grand ideas on how things could probably go, but this was the scenario that we were talking about. This was the fear that we had. A great start from ENCE was 6-7 rounds in a row until Vitality finally break the streak. At that point in time, Sunpius is already completely on fire. Incredible start to his CT side. And Vitality just don't have the depth to fight back. And sure, there is a valiant F1 on the CT side, but you didn't leave yourself enough space. There's just no wiggle room.
No, there's not at all. And I think highlighting on that with the Sunpius facts as well, right? He had 25 frags at the end of the first half.
That's insane.
Guy just went absolutely nuclear into the second half. By the end of it, he had 2 more frags. That's sort of the period we were looking at. There was a slow burn in the second half, but you can't fault him for the CT side.
Would you have said that Vitality did have any hope coming into that second half then? Because, yeah, they did manage to string it together, but or are we just calling that cosmetic? Because I don't think we can forgive them for that first half, really.
Listen, yes, cosmetic, of course. We've seen, and I mean, Vitality can say firsthand that comebacks happen. In Katowice, we unfortunately had to witness Liquid pull it all the way back against Vitality.
Yeah, that weren't pretty.
It's not that it cannot happen, but it's just at this level, when you're 13-2 down, and then ENCE relatively quickly got to 14. I've always said 13 is the number that psychologically don't mean much. Like 13-4, 13-5, to 6 to 7, you can come back. 14 is, even mentally, is 1 round away from overtime. You're 1 round away from not being able to win in regulation, and just ENCE had too much in the bag already.
Yeah, let's dissect a bit of ENCE's CT side then, I guess. In terms of what they were bolstering on that defense, do you think it was just Vitality not coming in with enough planned, having, lackluster, setups and executes coming onto the sites, or was it a case of ENCE maybe being a bit proactive with that CT side as well?
It kind of felt like Vitality were doing the classic that is T-side overpass. You're trying multiple different strats. You exhaust through your playbook. You feel like you're doing everything, but nothing is quite working. And the CTs just get into a habit of bullying you. They're going for the proactive plays, and if you're always hitting those AWP shots, it makes it a million times easier, right?
True. Yeah, that is very true. And ZywOo kind of wasn't really to be seen on that map. I feel like Spinks was kind of one of the main reasons in that second half they managed to do something.
You're absolutely right, and we have to mention it. We have to be honest and really say that it was an issue with ZywOo in this map.
Yeah.
And it's not the first time that I see him struggle on the T side, specifically on overpass, and I fear that it carried around to the CT half, and then sure, that is the problem when you tell me, is there a comeback possible? Yes, but then ZywOo cannot miss a couple of shots with the AWP when they're executing onto your site. And this is the wiggle room that you do not have anymore. You don't have this free get out of jail card. The 5v3 that Vitality lose to ENCE is ZywOo and Spinks together on the A side. The last round is once again ZywOo getting caught off guard. So, of course, these 2 kills are not the only reason why they lose the game. But once you have 14 against you, you cannot miss. And he did. I think he let his team down a little bit, but it would be silly to say it's only him. But sure, he was problematic in this game.
You had a chicken on your shoulder. He's fallen off.
Oh,
I don't want to
no.
alarm you. What's he saying about Vertigo? I don't know. You want to check in with the chicken?
What do you think about Vertigo? Really? You think so? He thinks Vitality's going to lose.
Yeah. Lose. Oh, I thought you were going to say Vitality's going to win. I guess it's not you
Does
speaking.
that chicken look hopeful to you?
Nah, he's not.
Is that a
saying
hopeful
much, is he?
chicken?
Yeah.
That is a doubtful chicken.
It's just kind of nothing going on in there, is there? It's a very small head, so it must be a very small brain. So maybe small
Is that how it
souls.
works?
I don't know. Do you agree with the chicken? Is Vitality losing this next one?
You know what? Honestly, I'm feeling like at this point, ENCE, they've done enough in the first map to show signs of confidence. Second map, you finally got a win. Third map, would they really go the distance just to let it slip? I don't think they're the sort of team for that.
I don't think Snappy's the sort of leader that
No.
would let that happen either. And I think this is where we have to look at the bit of a difference between Apex and Snappy. I feel like sometimes the emotions and the pressure can get to Vitality. You were speaking about it sort of in the pre-game segment, Matthew. When the pressure is on them, that's when we see them crumble a lot of the time. The pressure's not. I feel like, they can make things work.
Yeah, and I think Snappy might be a little bit more crafty in terms of like finding a solution when he has to. Probably also a consequence of like his trajectory as a leader and how he had to work with different pieces all over the place. I think he's quite good at figuring that out. I also wanted to point out that we've seen ENCE on Vertigo already at this event, and this was a relatively high-level performance we've seen, right? They gave the boot to G2 on Vertigo as well.
That's very
which,
true.
again, as I'd like to mention, this was in a stop in space continuum time. That game never happened because we were all looking at Source 2, but it is a fact. That's when ENCE kicked out G2. That was on Vertigo. Nurse was really great as I lose my flower. This is looking big for Vitality. It gets me a little worried.
Yeah, I like the Nerds conversation though, because I don't feel like we've had to see him show up in the same way that we saw him showing up against G2. Interestingly, that was the first time that he'd ever faced pretty much any of the G2 players other than Hooksy in an official game. And he said in the post-match interview, he was saying, Vitality he regards as a way easier opponent than G2.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting as well, because we didn't really talk about Nerds too much, but he is a big staple of this team already for me. I think he's got a ton of firepower. He's a great talent. He's this young, funny guy that's energetic, confident, and cocky. And being cocky on the server is great. It means you get to see these juicy plays, and I think Vertigo is the map for him to really display that.
Give me a number, Jackie. How many kills is Nerds going to get in this last map?
Nerds is going to finish on 24 frags.
I absolutely
Where
love
is that coming
You heard
from?
it here first. Matthew's making some notes.
I'm just having some fun. I'm going to try to do some subliminal communications with the Vitality fan. So on one hand, we have, of course, Vitality, and then we have ZywOo, please. Well, this is me now.
You know what? I think we can go to a break from that because I'm not sure what is going on here. And I'm not sure, honestly, quite what's going on with Vitality in the 7. But they do have one more chance of redemption. It does come down to the 3rd and final decider. That is going to be Vertigo. And so Vitality, we know what Matthew's hoping for.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Go find me a snow bunny. Ask if this cold world's making her nose runny. She melted. I wear a cape that is velvet. Couldn't see it, she felt it. See it all like I'm Elvis. Move my hips like I'm Elvis. I don't pitch it, I sell it. Couldn't picture me jealous. Turning fans into zealots. Tuning in when I tell it. There were 15 people at the gig saying, oh my God, what fun this is. Did it all, did it right, did it big. Yeah, buddy, we were loving it. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all night. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all night. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. Highly gifted, my jacket's thrifted. Watch me get a pattern shifted, just acting different. Living in my minutes, I'm catalytic. That's why they love to jack the style like it's on a Civic. I will never pull the strings like an oligarch. I do my dance at the club with the lonely hearts. Watching all these little men try and be Bonapartes and make the rest of us deal with their broken parts. Despite evil, I like people. Put your hands in the air if you're bipedal. Yeah, if life is a film, give me 5 sequels. Trying to pull my thread through the plot like a fine needle. All of these lines equal proof that I live alone. Got the benefit of time to deliver flows. Eating creamy peanut butter, buddy, I lick the bowl. Brings my soul body into the physical. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all night. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all night. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah.
I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a rollie. P139, that's the word.
Making magic when they need it most.
Hands in. 3, 2, 1. Commentary! The teams are getting excited. We're getting excited. It's Machine and Hooksy joining me for this one here. Quarterfinal number 2 of day number 4. Day number
72.
Day number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 17 playoffs. It's the quarterfinals, baby!
I love it. Let's stay there. Let's stay there for this whole game. Vitality ends. It's one single map to separate them, and who will advance to the semi-finals of ESL Pro League Season 17.
To play Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, that's
A
hype
big
as well.
matchup.
A matchup that I'm very interested to see.
It's a false start, everybody.
And the admins were too excited. Actually, no, I'm telling a lie. It was actually just a little bit of that classic
FPS bug.
log address.
I thought we were getting that as well.
Maybe they just want us to go to day 4. Who knows?
Yeah.
We are almost there.
We're not far away.
And it is the 23rd day of March. There's a fun fact for you, while we're stating the obvious.
It's Harry and Rush's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh, and they're going to be in the same place.
Yeah.
That's good.
That'll be nice for them. Okay. Well,
Rushley, how many years of his 20s has he got
it's
left?
really hard to tell how old Rush is.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
He could be 40.
Maybe.
Or he could be 25.
Yeah, but I think we count Rush's age in dog years.
Okay. Not this again.
Sorry, Huxley. We
There's
should
so many jokes here that he doesn't get.
We should.
No, I just started to think about how old he actually is. Yeah, it's so hard to
Could
tell.
you guess? Could you guess?
No, I don't want to guess.
I was about to look for his HLTV
I think he's
profile.
30.
Yeah, the big 3-0.
I think he's, well, I don't know if he's turning 30, but I think he's around 30.
Okay.
Rushley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is he on Liquipedia?
Maybe.
He should have a
He has to
Liquipedia
be.
page. Yeah, okay. Born in 93.
Hey, same.
He is going to be 30 this year.
Oh, it's
He's
a big
turning
one.
30 tomorrow.
It's a big one. Oh.
And nobody knows.
Damn.
Yeah.
How?
We need to do something about that.
Nobody knows his age.
Well,
Rush
how?
wouldn't know my age. I talk to the guy every day.
I don't even
To be
trust
fair,
this page.
dudes have this habit of being friends with someone, and just you can still you get asked questions like, you know, do you know anything about like his relationship? What's he be doing? Like, where did he go on holiday? And we don't talk about any of
No.
that shit. Like,
We just want to play games,
yeah,
man.
it's
Like,
mad.
yeah.
It's mad. Like, but you spent like 12 hours together. Yeah, but
What'd you talk about?
I don't know.
Well, we had fun.
Yeah, we had fun. Not much. Probably mostly just call outs, actually. That's how we bond. That's how we communicate. And
Is Zywu doing what I think he's doing? Zywu's doing what I think he's doing, everyone.
the Molly.
He's going to do what I think he's doing.
Oh, no.
It's the mid split.
It's fine. It's legal. It's
Yeah.
Volvo legal.
No, I'm just mad because last time we tried to do it, Monacy failed it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
that sucks.
Let's see if Zywood can deliver.
He didn't fail it.
He did fail it.
Snappy had a decision to make there. And he does chip a little bit away. He actually catches the head of Apex, just rounding the corner. And now Madden alone on B. He's handled a couple of shots, hasn't found the head, and now Aqua forced to find a fresh mag. Slow it down for a second, but Zywu just runs him down.
Oh, that's the bomb.
Hold on. That is the bomb, and that isn't quite the headshot.
Loudest roar yet.
Yeah.
All right, happy with that one. They couldn't believe that Zywu landed that molly. And they pick up the pistol here.
Okay. Well, they only need 15 more of those, Chad.
Now, Hooksy, I don't want to do this to you again, but yesterday you did lose to ENCE on this map.
Yes.
And we won the T-pistol. And yes, we lost the second round.
So do you want to run us through a couple of factors here of what made ENCE's Vertigo so good?
Well, I think that was mostly their T side because they got 10 rounds on their T side, and then we made a little bit of a comeback on our T side. But yeah, they're really good at fighting A, and CT, and it's unpredictable. Sometimes they have the AWP there, sometimes they have Snappy and Madden, and yeah.
Okay, I want to ask you this. So at the moment, like there's conversations, especially with the M4 changes and things being a little bit more costly. Some maps starting to lean a little bit more T-sided. And you just said you thought the majority of their hard work was done on the T side.
Yeah.
Are you surprised seeing them pick the CT here after winning the knife?
I think that's a tough conversation because for some weird reason, it just feels better to pick CT.
Right?
I don't know why. Because, you know, like, for example, on Anubis as well, a lot of people knew that it was mostly T-sided, but still the first few times...
What a shot!
The first few times people still picked CT, and I don't know why, but it just feels good to do it.
Feeling.
Yeah.
Those intangibles that make such a big part of Counter-Strike. Wow, his feet do not touch the ground, at least not with his heart still beating.
This
as the
one's going to
nade
be
lands.
risky.
And it's still threatening, very threatening. They will not have a chance to plant before those smokes fade. And now it's going to be a question of when. When will they be able to get that one down? There's 3 CTs close
But Apex
to
has a
them.
molly, that helps a lot.
Oh, it forces him in! They hit them all! It's happening! Magic gets all 3 on the spray! He pulls out the parachute and saves them.
Just don't let go. Hold on tight right there to that Galil just unloading.
Whoa, oh, he really liked that. Zonic like actually had like a second shiver. That felt so good. Look at this, a 3K spray.
This guy has been known for his spray control for a long time, especially with the M4, but apparently Galil as well.
Yeah, man.
I mean, he had 2 bullets left in there.
Madden cannot believe it on the other side.
He really bailed out Apex in that one because he mollied AC, and in my opinion, he should expect them to swing on that molly because, of course, there was one AC, right? But he just started planting, and that almost threw it all away.
Really? Yeah.
We're into the craziness already, gentlemen, of what is ENCE, because Madden has been given this silenced M4 from Snappy. They force bought in, right? On the CT side, force buying in 2 consecutive rounds, that's traditionally a no-no. Not by Snappy's rule of thumb.
This is also very risky to buy. Actually, they have a few extra loss bonuses, so it's okay. They will still be okay. But generally, if you get broken as CT, you have to leave a bit of money nowadays when people they don't buy a silencer anymore, right?
Right.
It's very expensive, so.
So we're gonna molly again? Yeah, he is. Just did it again.
Now they have a smoke.
They're up and over. Oh, they get the info. No kills. Dia empty-handed. It's Sun Pius that clears out mid.
Round over, right? Full B side.
Oh, yeah. What? Nerds is happening. Apex leaping down the stairs to feed him another. And Sun Pius can finish the round right here. It's working.
Though.
Wait, he could have fallen back, right? They don't know he's here.
Okay, Madden does. That is a recovery.
What a wild round.
This is already a brawl.
What an insane Vitality maneuver there. But so he was there. Was it Nerds? Someone had pushed forward in B stairs, right?
Yeah.
B lobby. So they wanted to flush him out because if you don't deal with him, then you have to worry about B stairs and the players coming over through Heaven and CT spawn. Yeah. So they had to deal with him, understandably so. But they were dropping out of the tree like bloody drop bears here, mate. Like, you check this out. They're just flying on down there for that fight. I didn't think they knew Zoa was across, but apparently they did. And this one is gonna give us a real bit of heat here today.
But that's well played by Nerds. That's a decision you have to take. Wow.
What?
What is going on here? I'm gonna get another one of the courtesy of Matt.
But that's a T-smoke on the ramp. They didn't throw any ramp smoke. They literally, well, there was a flash, but it's basically a dry push into ramp with an MP9.
Yep.
Went very well.
That's an ideal move, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, you should do a couple more of those, mate. You get those liberties.
Yeah, but I play towards B, so that's a problem.
That's right. You and JKS, the mid-B combo.
Yeah. But yeah, what I wanted to say, since this round became a little bit boring at least, is that last round that was really well played by Nerds, because that's the decision you have to take in that scenario. You know they're splitting from window and B, and you have to commit to something. And these things happen everywhere in CS. Like, this is a good example. Also, if you go against an apps pop on Inferno, then you have to instantly you have to take the decision: do we want to fight for mid, or do we want to fight for apps?
Right.
And the same goes for even, now you can only play test Dust 2. So, for example, Dust 2, B sides, if they're splitting B, you have to fight for tunnels or you have to fight for middle.
Right.
And it happens everywhere in CS. But that was really good by Nerds because that basically won the round. He got 2 kills and they knew they had to deal with him, right? So
I have a bit of a thought here. If Madden and Snappy, and I know for some Pies it's going to be spawn-based for where he's going to take the AWP for different peaks, right? That is going to facilitate different fights he can go for. But if they can play forward and aggressive on this A ramp with just Madden and Snappy, that's going to free up the B and mid fights a whole lot more for ENCE, right? Like, I feel like this is the type of map, if you are starting 1-1-3, which is probably the most traditional way most people in FACEIT would play this map. 1B, 1 mid, 3 towards A ramp for the lockdown with your rotating player. But I always find, like, if a team wants to take B lobby early on the T side, you throw that lurk smoke, you have a flash through, you get the molly in towards wood, you've got control. So if you can have more players to fight these areas of the map, like mid and... Oh, this should be fine. No
it's fine.
They're playing, like, I don't want to say scrimmy from ENCE, but they're definitely playing like, hey, after we just won that last map, we kind of think we're better than them individually with some of the fights they're taking here.
Yeah, they want to get in their face for sure.
That's a very rare knife. Spinks with the flex. 1v3 would be a even greater flex, but I mean, he's heading towards what will soon be occupied by D-Hamp. Man, it is a turret.
He does have a smoke, but he doesn't know where the CTs are, right?
Yeah, it depends. If he does go B, it's a pretty solid one-on-one. There's a window of opportunity here, and he knows where he is. Can he close that gap? Can he find that jewel? Yeah, exactly. And especially with 1 HP. Not happening. No, it secures it.
Not bad.
Something.
Okay, let's see what happens now. Sampaius has to his name 7k. I want to check his spawn here. Middle of the pack spawn. Doesn't have a good B spawn, so likely just to see him go over towards the A side of the map. We know this is a map where ZywOo, as the AWPer for Vitality, doesn't really rock the AWP a whole lot either. So it's going to be curious to see what the complexion looks like when we flip over to the other side. And Apex off to another bit of a rough start here. It'd be great to get him on the board a little bit earlier than what happened over there on Overpass. I wouldn't say that was the reason they lost by any means, but it just sucks for an in-game leader to not be able to feel the game. You were talking about that during map 1 and Nuke, that Snappy was kind of iced out and Apex was feeling it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough when you... Or it can be tough, especially for some people. Like, I'm getting used to now not getting kills at all, so I just have to be able to call when I don't get kills. But yeah, I think in general it's just easier if you feel it individually as well. So, but yeah, I don't know if it's so much spawn-based as you maybe would think than it is with the AWP.
That came through nicely. They get 2 on the defense.
This is what they do.
And this time... Oh, I thought he had a second on him. Madden trades.
I don't know if it's that spawn-based. I think it's more of a game plan kind of thing.
Okay.
Because I saw, like, obviously I anti-started ENCE, and in one game they had Snappy and Sunpayus towards A the whole half, and in another game Sunpayus was A once.
Okay.
And obviously that's hard to figure out. Like, what do you go up against then?
What's the tell?
Yeah, and also when you look at Vitality, it's completely different. Like, as you said, ZywOo doesn't play AWP that much on this map on the CT side, or even in general at all. And so yeah, I don't know. You
just don't know what to expect.
It's kind of hard against ENCE to know. You have to play a few rounds to figure out, okay, where is Madden and Sunpayus playing, and then you kind of know what you're going up against after that.
This is a powerful angle D has managed to get himself into. Like, that is some... Thinking man's Counter-Strike. He anticipates, gives up the sight, and actually holds for the clear. Really switched on stuff, and a happy ENCE right now, exchanging fist bumps as they're 4 rounds to the good.
Yeah, and 4 on the trot here as well, as we do see the first timeout from Vitality called to Zonic. He's been very impassioned this entire time and continuing to be so right now to try and rally the troops here. They do not have enough for a full buy. They can half invest max loss bonus into the next round to play. So plenty of money here to try and keep this one somewhat threatening. And you don't want to allow these ENCE boys to have many more rounds where they're having a lot of players survive. We discussed that heavily on Overpass. The last spread for Vitality has actually been all right. You know, 2 to 3 kills in a lot of these rounds. If they can keep that up with a lighter buy now, that's great, right? I don't think going into a round like this you're expecting to win, but you would love to try and take a couple kills, get the bomb down. Plant's always nice. We like extra money.
It is.
Deagles are fun?
Yeah, but this tells me that it would be a slower approach. If it was Tech9s, we might get something a little bit more like bang in your face. This should just be Deagles searching.
Buying down to
How's that for searching? Straight out of the smoke, into the head, Nert's dead. An immediate rotation forced. Sampaius with an elevated clear. Magis walks a step too far, he'll be a dead man. As actually missing the shot, Sampaius gives Magisk another chance.
They could have gone for a B exec there, but understanding how quick these rotations can be, they are just going to chill out for a moment's time.
So far, so good. I haven't seen Sunpayus too much towards A. Last round, he was short, but he was the 3rd guy on A. So if they're playing 2 on A, I think it will be Snappy and Madden this game. Which means you will see Sunpayus way more towards middle. So, yeah, I don't hope for Vitality they have a game plan of going mid. Because Sunpayus is not to be messed with right now.
Yeah, he's on form. It's working out well for them here.
What an interesting gap they've manifested.
Yeah, 1 CT smoke, 1 T smoke, and a dead Sphinx. Well handled. Diha, in the absence of Nertz, does all of the heavy lifting. He does eat 1. Nice, well-placed bullet between the eyes from ZywOo. Any more where that came from? It doesn't seem like Sampaius is going to allow him a chance. Nice off angle and an opportunity. Slips by the wayside. Snappy will convert. ENCE feeling the vibes at an all-time high. As again, they get a 5th round consecutive, but with 3 alive as well.
So you mentioned Dupree buying down to $1,000 in that previous round, right? So when you see now that he has 4.4, he's obviously not going to have full util.
Nope.
So do you think that was a discussion they had before they went into that buy, or he just overpurchased?
No, I think it's. I just think that he knows that he can deal with his spot without having full utility. So unless they have something very specific in mind, of course he can go for like a little if that's the case. But yeah, like often you can get around with like. I can't even remember where Dupree is playing on this map. I think he's the. No, I can't even remember where he's playing on this
map.
map.
That's all right, man. I got my
another
cheat sheet
timeout
right
straight
here.
away.
No, this is well, it was a technical to begin with. We might need to. Okay, interesting. This one was called by an admin, the timeout. It wasn't called by either of the teams. It may have happened that the timeout they called before, maybe his mic wasn't working or something along those lines.
That's a fair assumption.
I would like to get that investigated if we could from production.
Yeah, definitely. But when we were watching the initial timeout they called, Zonic started talking and then immediately was they all turned around and were looking at him as he messed with his cable.
Okay.
So I think that's a very...
Production just confirmed he got an extra 20 seconds because of an issue with the previous timeout.
Okay, great. Wow, there we go. Mystery solved.
And handled quite fairly, I imagine.
Yeah, it's nice to see quick problem solving from the admin team. Snappy just throwing a couple of speculative bullets with that AK-47 equipped. And I don't blame them for keeping it on Snappy as well, as he's at the top of the scoreboard for the boys right now. And a crucial component, as Hoopsy's outlined, of this A defense.
I do love it with all the in-game leaders though. Like every in-game leader can have one of those like pop-off like 25, 30 kill games.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. Like Carrigan can do it, Hooksy right here can do it, and you know Snappy can definitely do it. We always talk about a Snappy game with 30.
It's usually a bad sign if I have that, because that means the rest of the guys are not killing them.
Sometimes it can be both. You know, what
Not
if you're
often.
killing everybody and you're still winning?
Not often, I will say. But
still yet to see a frag out of Apex. It's going to start feeling worse and worse, considering it was a slow one on overpass and a slow peak converted with the Deegs. And pious extra points for style.
it's the second time he goes for that peek on short with the AWP, so...
Yeah. The second time he's converted it.
Yeah.
See if he's got any more in the tank. This is quite a forward position. Going to try and disrupt as they round the corner. Oh, ran out of bullets, Madden. Dead,
no.
Dupree delivers. And Vitality have the sight. It's fallen apart for ENCE on this one. Is there any hope on a retake? Deher up and over. Spotted and sprayed. Does maintain. Dupree with a double.
Yeah, if you guys remember the tweet that CSGO came out with this whole thing of like, it takes whatever it was, like 1 minute to understand, but 1,000 years to master and stuff like this. I feel like you could make a tweet about how little has to go wrong for, you know, everything to crumble.
Sure.
One more bullet for Matt. He kills Magisk, then Sunpa uses staying on his angle. For sure he hits the shot, and it's an easy round for ENCE. Now, one bullet basically decided that, okay, now Vitality has a way better half.
I mean, isn't that why that's why it's so fun to see it played at the highest level?
That's why we love it.
It's the minutia, right? It's those tiny little details here that the difference makers.
And here, Hooksy, I'm about to put on my, you know, crazy theory hat. Is that what you're talking about there is why I like to say Counter-Strike is human. Because, just like humans, there is all those impossible to predict butterfly effects of your actions, you know? And in Counter-Strike, you've got that, but in a perfect competitive environment to the extent where humans get greedy sometimes. Humans make mistakes sometimes. You know, all of the elements of a human, the human condition are on display in Counter-Strike. Apex has found its first, and it's a big one.
Sometimes humans do things that can't be explained. Like that spray through the smoke didn't make any sense. What was this line? Like, nobody is there. Why are you spamming there, Apex?
Because people do that sometimes.
Well, that's his first kill, and maybe his most important kill. That's a second. Zonic is getting loud after every frag here.
Yeah, he's worried, or trying to motivate his boys. This is a problem.
Sonic is an experienced guy, right? And if you see your IGL have 0 kills and now he got 2, you better hype him up.
Right.
So I think that has
Nerds, please kill him.
What, you're letting him in? And Apex has just killed A. I don't understand.
I hate this
especially because Major's just got another frag. Deher was not informed.
Just leave.
Wait. Now he gets them both. Maybe there's a conversation to be had. He could justify it right now. Deher biting through his fingernails as Nerds looks to redeem himself. An incredibly easy to criticize trigger discipline, but it may not matter because Nerds is doing the impossible. A 1v4. down to a one-on-one. He's still got 35 seconds, and he's being a masterful mind gamer. He drops the smoke, assuming that Apex will assume. And he's smoked on top of it now. Nuts. It's the perfect angle. It's the perfect angle. What a clutch!
Snappy's out of his chair right now.
That
He loves that one.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Nuts.
dearie me.
Announces his
Never doubt
presence.
him again.
He just sold his team down the river, or so we thought.
Yeah, but it's the river of sticks and it's Vitality sent. Look at this one again. He let Magis walk into the site and kill his teammate, but it doesn't matter with a shot like that on the woo.
That is massive.
Holy red beans and ravioli.
Look at this.
That's so frustrating as well for Apex, right? He had no kills before this round, then he pulls out a free K.
Oh.
And they still don't win the round.
Bro, and especially because you know what you were saying, Chad, that vibe around ENCE's play, that they've told each other, like, we're better individually.
Yeah.
Nerds has just kind of proven it to all of them. Like, yeah, we are. Watch this.
Just 1-on-4.
Holy schmoly.
I'll be honest here. The buy that ENCE have right now is not something I would be hugely envious of. Right? You just have the high of him winning this 1-on-4 on your screen right here, and it feels damn good to get 6. But
if this doesn't tell Valve that they need to do something with the Femis, I don't know what does. Come on.
Everybody opted here with an MP9.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Ooh, I'm still screwing my head back on.
This is the spiciest map in this series by far already.
Already, yeah, exactly. We're in round 10. Oh, okay. Well, fortunately, I think they've done us a favor, a courtesy, in slowing this one down.
That's the type of rounds that Spinks would have won for ENCE before.
You're right. That's a good example.
True.
Yep.
So can Spinks, you know, make a little payback here for Vitality maybe?
Yeah, let's see
Would
how
not
far
be
he
bad.
gets. Not from where he's currently positioned, I'll tell you that much. And Apex is going to be the one to go looking. They're going to be throwing some
Madness in a
spawn
really
kill.
good position, and now they're gambling towards B, so... Uh-oh.
Alert. And delivers again. Run down. Good 1-2-3. Trades it quick. It's Zywoo with the double. And already, Madden, he's trying to flank, but look at the angle. Magic's never going to let that one go.
How are you meant to deal with that? Like, considering how much they had covered right there, and Spinks was still lurking through middle after throwing that deep smoke for them to execute in towards that B site.
I swear, Magic is the kind of guy I play against on Face It. What a nerd, dude. What an angle to hold.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, there's
holding
1,000
the flank
ways.
from there. I've never even seen a guy do that before, I think.
Just the tip of his head spotted on the round of the corner. Very nice. I mean, Sampayas gets to keep hold of his AWP. I say that. It looks like Spinks is going to go look in a little.
This is the one I hate, Hooksy, when people are standing here
That's
watching the
angle.
people.
Yeah.
I hate
But
this.
at least I cleared that one.
Yeah, fair enough. It's this is not expected at all. It's like, oh yeah, just crouching, just chilling, having a good time. Well, they can really break ENCE here, right? Like that round right there is huge. We like that was from a streak of 5. They lose. They lose 1. They bounce back up with a 1-on-4, and now their cash is in the trash.
Yeah.
Sampaya's holding on to the AWP, sure, but the rest of the half is so rocky for them financially.
It's going to be interesting to see if ENCE buys down to 0 here. Because if you don't leave money now, your next buy will be tough as well.
So what you're saying is better to just have something in both.
Yeah, like if you don't leave a bit of money here, your next buy, you will see if they lose this round. The next buy for ENCE will be without too many nades and without an AWP or anything.
It's going to work out.
They went all in, so now it's just up to...
Uh-oh. Damn. That was the only M4.
Yep.
Ah.
Now there's an AWP to deal with, though.
Yeah, maybe it's just a question of like, if Snappy gets 2, we might look at it. If he doesn't, we might save.
Good defensive smoke here.
He buys some time. He's going to have a next fight with Apex, and if he does take that headshot, in-game leader action. Straight onto the head of Apex. Sampayas is here, so they are going to give it a go.
He didn't get the AK. Still on the ground.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, but
Avoids the
smokes are
wallbang.
starting to fade now.
Oh, they have none left.
Vitality going wide. There's an opportunity for Snappy with that AK. Does not find lethality. Now Sampayas will go ahead and maintain that AWP.
I wonder if they try and hunt him here. I know that they don't have the best finances either, but you remove that AWP, then you remove all of your problems of the next round. That AWP is the only issue next round.
Not only in the next round, but the next weapon round as well.
True.
You know you don't go up against an AWP, right? So that will enable Cyber if he wants the AWP. But then again, they were not really in a position to hunt. So if they had a guy lurking on B side, I'm sure they will go for a hunt. But here, it is a bit more tough.
Yeah, Dupree went looking, investigating into the elevator room for sure, but that's about it. They haven't stepped too much further than that. And that will be that. It's going to be a one-round game right now, 6-5 in favor of ENCE. This is map number 3. And again, in case you just joined us, the context of tonight's matchup, the winner of this will be going into the semi-final to take on none other than Cloud9. This is the lower half of the bracket. The upper side of things, well, we still have Heroic versus Na'Vi. And when I say lower and upper, I mean like the way it actually looks when you look at it. There is no lower or upper bracket in the playoffs. It's single elimination. Tomorrow we have Heroic. That's why we have Hooksy here. Tomorrow we have Fords versus FaZe and Heroic versus Na'Vi, our two matchups, both bangers.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I still have like Caden in his head saying like Na'Vi's a really tough opponent for us, but they did best them most recently.
The Na'Vi have looked very beatable in recent history.
And Heroic looks better and better.
Sick.
Yeah.
Your boy Yabby.
Yeah.
Yabby the killer.
I like to call him Snabby Yabby. It's very snappy. Like kind of like this this in-game leader who's trying to call around with just a Spanish sniper.
It's really hard on a map like this to AWP, especially on the CT side, right? Like, how are you meant to zone out any frags? Like, what you look for an opening, sure, and then at that point, if they don't come your way, they throw these lurk smokes. What do you do?
Yeah, it's a lot about be aggression, right? And you saw some players already use short a lot, and I think that's a good position for the AWP. Also, aggressive mid setups could be the way, but now they have to react, and it's kind of panicky.
Dead.
Relax, cool your jets. Now the bomb's committed. Good tag onto Snappy. It's only pistols.
Gotta get that back.
Ooh, nice. Finished off. Bomb retrieval. Magus just charges in. And on the rotate, look at that angle. Look. Oh dear, Sunpius is here, and he could hit another one.
I was sure the round was over, but
maybe not. I mean, all Sunpius has to do is beat out Zaiwu. Magisk is so low. Deagle could have done it, but Magisk too good. Far too good. He is heating up now.
So we ended up in the situation I talked about.
Yeah.
Look at the money on ENCE when you get the chance.
It's
horrible.
Snappy has 3.9 to start the round.
3.9.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of utility they have.
Yeah, they got nothing. They're no kid.
They have head armor on one guy. That is what it is. But that guy shouldn't have bought head armor.
Right.
Because he doesn't have a smoke now.
Yeah, he could have facilitated a little bit of extra utility.
They have one molly
here.
on a map like Vertigo.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here.
What are you supposed to do? No kits.
If Vitality do what they did on Overpass and just go for an explosion without using any of their utility, maybe it won't matter.
Then it's fine. But
ifs
and buts. With candy and nuts, we'd all have a very Merry Christmas.
Yeah, turns out there's a timeout. And this one was called by Saw, but it does mean Zonic can maybe sit there and go, hey lads, I really like you to see you using your nades before we all commit to the site.
Yeah, we pay a lot of money for these grenades. I would like it if we could use them. We need to justify buying them.
Or he probably just said in Danish, hey, Magisk, I'm going to need you to keep doing that, mate. Actually,
15's good.
15's great.
Better.
20 would be nice.
Yeah. Okay, well, how do you open with lack of U2? You can't even block accordingly across the map. Imagine being the B defender on Vertigo and not being able to molly the stairs or the entrance if you were threatened at all.
Or playing this position that he's playing right now without a smoke.
Yeah.
That gets mollied like 9 out of 10 times.
I was going to say put a percentage on it. All right, 90%. Yeah. All right.
Using that U2.
Oh, they are playing slow. It's... Jesus Christ.
It's going to come down to some very unfavorable duels.
Or Snappy pushing.
Snappy pushing, yeah. There's some wall bangs.
I like this angle he's tucked into. I think this is a good one and done spot. And if
he likes as well.
If you only get one player, there, right, you can move away. But if lots come, good luck, Snappy.
So ready and raring to go. Zywa will catch him. And Apex does, with the help of his team, do dispatch of another. Forced in. Wow, some pious, considered aggression, and, well, it could have been right. Nerds has gone into it. A well lined up incendiary to delay that plant. Dupree could be caught by the spread, and he does.
Sorry, what?
Just didn't expect it, didn't see it, didn't hear it. Something has rumbled Dupree, and now it's actually ENCE with the advantage. This has all gone horribly wrong.
That's a nice reaction. Double muddy.
Now what do you do?
Now you shoot them in the face.
Spinks delivers at least with some damage. It's Zywoo on the rifle, drops out to wield the AK-47. Look, needs just those 2 tabs.
Oh,
Gets
get
around
away.
the corner. That's awkward now.
Remember, no kit.
No kit.
Oh. What's
Pop
this?
flash for short. Pop flash for short, but they're already behind it. Spinks is going to die. He's not going to be ready for this. Oh, perfect. Beautiful.
I think Vitality deserved that round a lot. I really like the call. They threw some utility in the start to kind of trade utility. Then they knew there was no AWP, so they went for the retake on A. And they know they're not going up against an AWP, so they have the advantage. And also, what is there to stop them from going on site after? Nothing. No nades. And also, if they get the bomb down, no kit.
And they're really feeling it right now. These reactions, again, are relating this to FaZe, who seem very intense in their matchup. Same situation from Vitality now, really bringing that energy required.
Now I'm starting to get annoyed. They overbought again. Snappy, 1100. Dusha, or Duha, whatever, 1200. You're not going to have everything you need. And these rounds, like...
You just had a close one as well, like 2-on-2,
yeah,
where you had not, like, limited resources. Sometimes the difference makers could be that extra couple of hundred.
Yeah, like how many times haven't you seen a guy, if he had a kit, he would win the round?
Yeah.
That happens a million times in a day in CS, I think. So, like, yeah.
I've told you a gajillion times not to exaggerate.
Oh, they heard the
They're
burning.
hearing all of that.
Yeah, definitely heard that. But they still find a close towards B here. Like, yeah, here comes the util. This should deal with these pesky pistols. Apex with another 2 kills. Just one man to find.
Mad.
Yeah, well. The mid lurker likes to get the mop and bucket out, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be that.
But still, after all this, and I sound a bit salty, it's still a decent half for both teams. Like, 6 rounds is nothing you can come back from, and even if you get the 7th round, it's fine. And also, Vitality, I'm sure they're happy with like 8 or 9 or whatever they will get. So, yeah, not bad. I think from both. Not about the score, at least.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, with this whole... Like, because if we take a little... Nice kill. See what Mori can get here. But if we take a look at where this kind of turned, right?
Yeah.
That Nerds 1v4 sticks out like a sore thumb. And that's because the follow-up round, remember how many MP9s were in play.
Right.
And I'm not saying that if he had killed that player initially, that they would have won the round. They could have very much lost that round, right? But just to know that his team got sold down the river, he clutched the round, looked like the hero, but they've been screwed financially ever since. Some of that is their own doing. Some of that isn't their own doing.
Right.
It's kind of left the tail end of this half just completely miserable for ENCE.
Well, I don't think Nerds did any mistake that round. He probably communicated that he's letting the guy go, and Dusha probably overpeaked, and then at the same time, on A, Apex had a timing, and that's obviously not his fault as well. So I think he played it really well, but at the end of the day, it's a blessing and a curse to win a round with one guy alive on CT when you don't have, you know, buffer in terms of money. So.
Oh!
What an awkward timing.
No, we could have died as well. Oh, Spinks, slow down. I told a lie.
Uh-oh, it's his teammate again.
And it's Dihan again to pay the prize. What's actually catch up. Well, this isn't going to be much fun for the final round of play, as we discussed. ENCE have fallen over.
Nerds is alive. He has kit.
It's true. He's got a kit and a smoke.
He killed 4 people before. Hello.
See if we can...
Wow. Teamwork's great here.
Yeah.
Good comms from Vitality. It's flowing. This one's going. That's going to be 9-6 at the half. Vitality, they recover from overpass. They shake off the cobwebs. They come into Vertigo looking strong. And just one more half to determine who's going to be taking on Cloud9 in our semi-finals. Or BRB.
the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. I don't need your drugs in my village. I got royal blood in my system. I come from a line of kings. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one.
I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bomb. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bomb. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone.
Don't need no caption, no, we live in
Making magic when they need it most. So we're all trying the new Dupree hand warm-up. Hooksy, you need to try this one, actually.
Are you going the right way? Was he going clockwise, counterclockwise?
He was changing. It was going between the both. I can feel like the centrifugal forces is pulling blood into the tip of my finger so I can click heads faster.
This was it, right?
It's like, you know, when you spin a bucket, the liquid gets towards the end of the bucket.
You're doing it wrong. You have to do it up here.
Hey.
All right,
a comedian as well. You can't have everything, Hooksy. You can't be an in-game leader and be funny and be able to do color commentary on the first day on the job.
Second,
excuse me. Yeah. Excuse me.
We used him before.
We did.
We got him out of bed.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Actually third then.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So then you're a seasoned vet at this point.
Watch this nade. I reckon over 100 damage. Nope. I've changed my mind. I'd like to rescind the statement, and it's, wow, 10.
Just remove the 0. That was easy.
Yeah. And looking to remove the 0s and the 1s in this game of pixels is Madden. Walking on in upon the utils. Iwu is the first. Whoa! Headshot straight into Apex. He'll be mad about that. Flash of white and then straight to black. He's dead and already a double. One back from Spinks. He's good. And oh, that was clean. Straight onto the head of D here and nearly found another. It's good from Zaiwu. Oh, he's good. So good, but Sunpius should have the clutch. Only Dupree and straight to the body.
This game is so back and forth. It's every round.
You talked about it, like already 8 rounds into the start of Virgo, you said this one feels different, and it stayed that way. It has. I mean, to be fair, to recap, if anyone just joined us, by the way, I neglected to mention Dupree distracting me with his wiggly finger, but I wanted to mention it was 7 of the last 8 rounds of play of that first half going the way of Team Vitality, really recovering the whole state of affairs, and now ENCE are looking to change the pace on that T side. They get to dictate a little more of how the game starts.
So already obvious to me that Zaiwu wants the orb, which is not normal on this map. We talked about it in the first half, that he doesn't play the orb a lot on CT, but apparently he is going to this time.
Yeah, he tends to play like, he loves that angle.
Yeah, I think we call that the Zywoo angle, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, that angle.
That angle.
Yeah, Zywoo's looking towards the angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, where
It's
is
like
it?
the-
Let me
the
find it.
glade.
I'll fly over there. He likes to sit like here.
With the AW.
Ah, yes.
And he just lives there.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's used the D to great success, in fact, as ENCE.
Maybe more than great success. 3v5.
Yeah, so Apex connected, and Apex connects again onto Madden. This has felt a little too easy.
Way too easy.
This is a bit of a shame for the game if it goes this way, because then, you know, I was actually looking forward to this game just being fully tied up 9-9 and it's going to be really intense, but now Vitality can kind of run away with it.
Unless.
But Diha would really need to pull up his socks here.
He can. He is crazy.
Oh, screaming! Hunting! Solved! And the reason they're cheering, Hooksy, is because it's the same conclusion you had just there. It's like, oh, we can actually run away with this now.
But you know what
people
ENCE are
with
going to do?
1400.
ENCE are obviously going to force buy.
Of course.
That's not a question, right? But that situation could have been a little bit tidier if the bomb had gone down and then Vitality had won, right? I know that wasn't how they panned out, but then you'd have this more tug of war that Hooksy's talking about because they get the bonus with that type of plant. Sure, they'd lose the round, but maybe it was a 2-on-2 or something like that and not so many players survive. They don't get 2 AKs into the next round. 2 AKs.
Animated. He is so animated. All right, I feel like we need extra polygons if we were trying to animate Dan Madders-Clare.
Ooh, snappy.
Yeah, hold on. He's got a little toasty on the toes, and this full investment already, you kind of tuck your tongue as you find yourselves respecting the util with heavy damage.
What do you do now with 3 flashes?
Throw them.
Yeah, but like...
Yeah.
Where? I don't know.
Somewhere.
Off
They're
the map?
re-clearing ramp.
Hello.
Oh, and the flash ain't bad, but they'll have vision for the first as Magus getting run down. A good shot out of Diha. Now they get a bit nervous. Not Apex, though, and that costs him his life. A rifle down.
That was just so unnecessary to do, I feel like.
Still a bit of a brawl here. That nade, not bad. Chip damage to plenty.
Still no smoke to work with, so you just have to take the long duels. That's some good flashes, though.
Yeah, safe from Spinks, though. And a clean one out of Zywoo. Can't
goes
stop the
down.
plant.
Yeah, happy with that.
Kind of massive. And that would have been a nice kill. Spinks lets it go. Diha delivers.
That's
he got
3
them
kills from
into
him.
this. And 3 out of Diha. It's all been him, but now it's up to Snappy and Nerds to finish his hard work.
No smoke for the bomb either. They chose to use it on the ramp instead.
Nerds is going to use that smoke.
Yep.
Dupree should have this one. Oh.
What?
Why did
better of it?
No one's picked the bomb?
Okay, now sure. Oh, he's
It's
got
over.
it.
That's it.
Snappy wins the 1v2 with a single Tech 9 bullet.
He got put down to 12 HP initially to a Molotov
That's
pushing
right.
up short at
Holy
the start
moly.
of the round.
I cannot explain.
What?
How are they winning this round? They have 3 flashes, no map control. They didn't even have ramp. Nothing. And I don't know. Okay, that
Good
fight
shot.
I can understand. But then this. Did he think there was a smoke in yellow or something? Like, that's so hard to explain, I feel like.
Yeah, well, it's going to have horrible ramifications. He was dancing out of his seat in the previous, but now look at this.
And the same story goes now for Vitality. They got fully broken and they buy down to 0. And
You were talking about Zywoo wanting an all.
well, that was before
Game plan's changed.
Oh, he has 700 still, so maybe he can still afford it. But still buying down this much. If they lose the round, lose the next one,
They'll tie it up.
the next buy does not look good either. So
Getting ropey. I like this on B though. Look how far forward Spinks and Dupree are,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, this is a setup that I think Liquid like to use at least. I remember Nitro being at that spot that Spinks is in. And it's really hard to clear because you have to clear the box and you have to clear on top and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, chances are it's one and done.
That's
It's a meat grinder in a way.
Yeah, and that's the bait. That's the switch. That's the flash. And they get both without a single blemish on the record. Diha nearly tracks for a third, but yeah, this one is set already in motion. ENCE just need to finish it. Go for the slam dunk.
Good position.
Yeah, I like the bait. That's if they commit. Look at that. Snappy immediately puts a leash on him. And it's Diha unleashed onto 2. ZywOo now known. They've identified his position and can maneuver that bomb safely into the site.
Need to sing the praises of Diha here. He's not going to grab the kill onto ZywOo right now, but these last 2 rounds in a row have set ENCE up for what can be the comeback on the T half, right?
That's 7 kills in 2 rounds.
Crazy. Like that level of impact between those 2 rounds, winning the Force Buy back, and that was with the Tech 9 kills, and now shattering Vitality's Force Buy. Essentially, that's 3 rounds because Diha has put Vitality down to full eco, practically. So that's massive. This guy on your screen right here, who had 5 kills in the first half, has now had 7 kills in 2 rounds to set up the red carpet.
And just as it looked like, you know, Vitality, by winning that second round Force, had kind of taken control of the game. It's Diha that has given ENCE a whole lot more to be proud of and to be celebrating. The smiles on their faces, trying to motivate him.
I love the emotions
and
of this
there's
game.
so much of it. You know, it's funny because every time we talk to him, he's like, yeah, I'm really making progress. I'm controlling my emotions. And I'm like, yeah, man, yeah, like, kind of.
There's no way he actually says that.
He does.
He's
go on.
Let's do a triple boost, shall we?
That's a special kind of copium, I feel like.
He's huffing a very special brand.
Yeah. Oh, unless something goes completely wrong here, which like 5 USPs surely, or 4 under Deagle. But
again, just keep going, Diha.
I know I talk about it a lot, but you will see next round. They will have not even nearly enough for utility and stuff like
Hooksy, I need to say that I love that you're here because the fact that I've only been commentating for, what, 2.5, 3 years now, but people already get fed up of me talking about the economy. But the economy, to me, is the hugest part of the game because it determines the type of gun rounds that you are available to have, which then determines how competitive you can be.
It's the tools on your tool belt.
This Spanish guy, all he does is talk about the money, man. Why is he always just talking about the money?
Yeah, but it is just, I don't know.
Yeah, but you say it. Hooksy's a genius, man!
Okay, now you just sound like a salty old man.
I am a salty old man.
It's been genuine.
No glass cannon.
Here we are. Okay, actually, one thing I didn't consider is everyone on Vitality apparently plays Silencer. What the hell?
Well, will they have a diffuse kit though, Hooksy? That's the real question.
No, and they don't have mollies either. Even playing with Silencer.
So they're still up struggle street here. This is still going to be quite difficult for them to...
Okay, this I don't... Yeah, but no smoke.
Hey, come on, man. You can't have everything.
Like, at least in this iteration of CS, I think smoke is the most important nade out of them all. I would never prioritize anything over smoke.
Okay,
unless I have
fair
a
enough.
very specific play in mind, but that didn't look like it at all, so...
What about in Counter-Strike 2?
Well, smokes doesn't mean anything in Counter-Strike 2. I just need an AG and I'm good.
Madden's actually got a lot of room here. I don't think he's being expected or detected. And Apex goes on down that head like a watermelon. Big opener. Madden and Diha. The two who are getting it done on...
This is going to be tough for Dupree soon.
Because we just saw that there was a kill on the other side of the map as you've established a very forward behind enemy lines play.
This is what I think is one of the biggest issues of playing passive B as a CT, is allowing them to... Because you don't just worry about the stairs, you worry about the rail boost, you worry about the wood boost, and if they slip past, like, Dupree's done.
Unless...
At least he gets the info, but they have lost the sight.
They just, have to save, because their loss bonus is so bad still that it's just not worth it.
Yeah, and
so
$50 in their back
and
pocket.
if you're ENCE now, I damn hope you're going to hunt like maniacs.
Well, they have 2 Galils and a Mac 10, so they may as well send at least those individuals out here looking for something.
For sure, but I think right now, they haven't really... Or maybe they're starting to understand that they're saving, but still, like in a 4 vs 5, you're a bit more cautious because, you know, 1 kill can swing everything.
Lull them back in. We've started to refer to that as like going fishing on the CT side. So you're in these positions that you're probably not going to go for the retake, but if a kill comes your way, then you know, you're definitely going to reel it in.
Yeah, you know how we talked about every time we say we want to save on my team, we win the round? That's what happens. We stay and we linger around, like, and we wait for them to make a mistake. If they do it, sure, we can go for it. If not, you know, we'll just save, it's fine.
Oh, Snappy got a free upgrade.
A little M4 instead.
That's not bad.
Cheers.
I'm really worried about Vitality right now.
Yeah, it's also because I think ENCE is so comfortable on this map that they will not run out of ideas, I think. I think Snappy feels good on this map and, yeah.
The last time I remember, like, ENCE in Pro League, and this is definitely not the last time ENCE played Vertigo in Pro League, but it was against FaZe when we were doing the season from Dusseldorf, and FaZe let it go through into the best of 5.
I remember that one.
And ENCE picked it, and FaZe actually won the map, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
I seem to remember it backfiring. I could be wrong.
It probably did.
I just remember, yeah, like it was something that sounded good in theory, and then...
No, they did win it.
Yeah?
They won it 16-11. It was the first map.
Oh, okay. It wasn't that.
And that's why we were blown away. I was like, wow, FaZe are playing Vertigo.
They're doing it. See if Dupree can handle this one.
Oh, you're burning.
Yep, actually he can.
Homing. That's a bit of a mistake to boost and volley that position at the same time.
Bit of a miscomm. Intentions will
That's a
change.
source
This
to
is
smoke.
about to be crazy. They're 3-man pushing A ramp.
Yeah.
Well,
and
2
Madden
now, but
is gonna hit the shot with his Galil.
That's impressive. That you actually are that ready for something like that.
Because they would have heard Apex running away back up short from where Madden was crossing the bridge.
And they want to go through it?
You kind of have to. You don't have any space here.
Yeah, but I mean, let's give it the smoke fade, not going completely blind.
I feel they're forced into a B finish here.
Yeah, with the time being so low, they kind of have to. Would have been nice if you had some extra money as CT to block them now, huh? That would have been great.
I'm starting to get a feel for what it's like to be on a team with you. I'm starting to get the vibe.
It's
like,
horrible.
I get it. I get it. They don't get
It's
easier
fine.
than that. Spinks has a field day as he takes all 3 out of the round, and it's up against his old boys where he posts a nice and juicy triple.
They don't need nades. What am I talking about?
Why block them when you can shoot them?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's your in-game leader brain coming in.
Yeah.
Guys, we'll just stall them for as long as possible. And Nico's like, well, actually, boss, if we just peek
That's
him and
not fun.
shoot him, you know, that could be something cool.
You'll be back in home.
Yeah.
No time.
Even quicker. We made the game quick.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about all this map control and utility. Headshot strategy.
No, actually, it's fine. These guys are really good at dragging out the game. Right now, we are into day 4. Actually,
Day
in
4!
this
We've made it. Congratulations, everybody. Give yourself a round of applause. You've all been staying up after midnight waiting for Counter-Strike 2 anyway, so probably most of you just waking up. But this is it. The game has turned into that tussle, that brawl. We're locked 11-11. Make a wish as we do turn down to the home stretch now. What are the changes going to be here for either side?
And equal economy for both sides, pretty much. So
double nades.
This is not going to be easy.
Oh, sure.
For
Puts
anyone.
Mid push.
Pixels on 10 HP. Double mid push. They're trying all the tricks, aren't they?
Spinks AWPing on this map. That's what he used to do when he was in ENCE with Hades. He used to AWP more Hades, didn't do a whole lot of AWPing on Vertigo either, if I remember rightly.
Astute observation, sir.
It's such an odd A-hold here that Vitality have, right? Like there's a lot of space available.
He's making a lot of noise. I could imagine they will start pushing mid real soon.
Oh, they're actually dropping
Or
back.
falling back. Yeah, but it's a reaction for sure to what they heard. Because now they know that mid is not a threat anymore, and it will not be for the rest of the round. So now we can go and stack somewhere. But I would have liked to see a push instead, so you can actually get a flank and...
Yeah, we could even do one each. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
But take a look at how far down the ramp ENCE still are with 40 seconds on the clock. They've had this space for a long time. They just haven't known about it.
Yeah.
This is what you were talking about, Chad. But now there's extra numbers here. Spinks is re-cleared. They'll have 2 towards short for this. A flash for a clear. Zai will get a little scared. 30 seconds. This is going to be a full brawl.
No nades on Vitality at
Apex
all.
the AWPer. Dropped it by virtue of the HP, but Zai will put to 0. And they're going back. They're going back.
Oh, no.
Dupree.
Oh,
That's
okay.
such a huge kill.
Surely
That
he
is
knows.
the
Now
round-
he knows.
Go safe.
There's only
The
10
round is over.
seconds, guys.
Go safe.
There's 10 seconds.
They're running into him.
Oh.
Do they even have time?
But this is
6?
tough.
5?
Oh, bombs
Apex
down, bombs
does
down,
it.
bombs down.
Okay.
I know it doesn't feel good to go on safe when you're in a man advantage, but now you just threw away half your guns.
Yeah, well, okay.
I guess they had the money for it, so they kind of forced a fight and pressured Vitality's economy, I guess.
But it was a weird seesaw, right? Like the B player, normally when you're going to do that, should be more entrenched, should be further up if you're going to rotate back, right? What was it that they didn't like here?
I think it was this crucial smoke on short. That
it just meant they were all going to be coming up through ramp and crane.
It just felt so I don't know, it feels so bad to run up and you just know we will come from one angle, all of us. And also, I think they had the idea that they were just stacked. So, yeah.
Yeah, and that smoke might not have been there if you hadn't have made noise in mid and they'd known it was clear. Oh, Counter-Strike. No. What a crazy game that we call home.
Well, this here might be a bit of a tipping point against ENCE if they lose this next round of play, right? It's going to be 2,400 loss bonus into the next round. That is going to be enough money for most of them to get out the AK. Snappy would be the biggest omission in that department. But at this point, but it's more the type of rounds that they've lost in back-to-back fashion.
Yeah.
Right? So it's going to be a bit more of a sinking feeling because they've been desperate late round scenarios, right?
Apex is really not deterred with this aggressive push, and Madden just puts it in his spine.
What? You know, a lot of people talk about Arts and the way he plays the game is like a blessing and a curse for Furia. I feel like Apex somehow dodges all that talk about him because he's the exact same, especially on CT side.
Well, we thought he had reeled it in a bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see now, like, he is all the way down in their face instantly, and he's been wild for a while. I'm actually, now that I think more about it, I'm actually surprised that people don't talk more about it. But yeah, as I said, like, it's a blessing and a curse. Sometimes he's basically winning the round with all the information he's getting and aggressive kills, but yeah.
They're coming.
It's a big gamble from Vitality, though.
They'll be in the right place.
But I think that they will send Sunpayus to search, right, on A before they commit to something. That would be the play. Yeah, he's walking up and he's not seeing anything. They're not committing before.
Yeah, it's diligent stuff.
Yep.
I think Zywoo's going to cheat back over.
Yeah, but is this just to stem the bleeding and make sure Sampayas can't push too far for a hunt here, or is he actually going to try and fight? I might want to fight now.
Yeah, it might be quite promising. I mean, this was a 3v5!
Come on now!
And Zywoo's got them both! Okay, don't want to contest the plant, but he can take them all down! Zywoo! Quad kill! And Vitality alive and kicking!
These two back-to-back rounds for ENCE. The late rotates.
That is really heartbreaking.
But that was like the...
Look at Sampayas.
That was the right call, was it not?
I think he knows that he was too slow to get up and get the control. If he was 5 seconds faster, he would have been all the way up in connector, and Zywoo could not pull off that play at all. But you can see he's here. He's on short.
And he was the third death. You know, if you're the if you were the guy that was there the whole time, you'd expect
I did this exact thing against ENCE when we played, and I took the space and I was all the way up heaven before my teammates came back. And in that way, they have to deal with me and my teammates would have space.
Right.
But here, it's like, he gets the first kill on the bomb.
Yeah, right? So
everything goes to panic.
They're swinging crane, right? They're swinging crane side when Sampayas came up through short, didn't he? Yeah. So when you think about that, like, man. And now that's 3 rounds in a row that have kind of had a real similar feeling to them.
But it's unlucky because the theory was actually good behind it. Like, you're in a 5 versus 3, you can send a guy to get information and you can live with him dying as well.
Oh, you're 5 versus 3. Don't say that again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yikes. It was bad, but 5 versus 3 makes it even worse.
But it's midnight and it's the third map and it's quarterfinals. You know, this is where those plays will linger in your brain for days.
But also just once again credit to Zywoo for just hitting the shot so cleanly. Like,
no wonder.
No chance.
It's no wonder Apex always kisses him on the top of the head. No. You know, it's just like he had to watch that whole round after he gave up that death.
Yeah.
And Zywoo bails him out.
Are you always extra happy if your team pulls back around where you did a crucial mistake at the start, right?
You're telling me, Hooksy. You're telling me. That's most of my days in the office, to be honest. Let's see.
Keeping it simple. They're just going to exec.
Okay. But that means Zywoo gets to just farm headshots. Why is it so easy for this man to hit every shot? And he takes another 4. 8 kills, 2 rounds, and he may not be done. He may not be done. He's just awoken. He's put on his red cape, and he's a superhero.
Oh, my God.
Zywoo aces him up to 14.
I said they were going to execute. They had you two to execute. They just swung. They just swung.
Bro, I hope he will suck in CS2.
Oh,
That's just so unfair.
I think this is the game.
I think it is.
Look at him after. That's what I mean when I said... You remember I said on Nuke, sometimes it just feels like he's immortal. How is he not dead? He's sitting there using 3 seconds.
You see that nod from Zonic, just like, yeah, you know what you did. You know what you did.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Oh dear.
He's looking now. He's feeling it. He's like, I want to get my team straight to the semi-finals. Cloud9, I'm coming for you.
Shiro versus Cyber might be the hottest matchup in CS.
Two of the biggest performers throughout the group stage as well. Those two were absolute
But something
animals.
happens to this guy when it's EPL as well. I remember last time as well, he has... What was it?
Like P250 on Mirage, was that?
No, but he had this 1.5 rating after the group stage or some crazy stuff like that.
He decides not to extinguish and evades the nades instead.
Red!
and
That's how
now
you do
dead.
them. Okay, thank you.
3 nades and a molly.
That's all it takes. Now it could be the end of the road for the Vitality run. Unless Magis can do...
Saibu impression.
Yeah, a 1v2. Nice
Molly
nade.
as well.
Oh, finishes the job! One bullet!
That's the one bullet again.
One single bullet, the difference. It came down to that.
Look at him as well. That's so frustrating. That would have been 15 locked and loaded on the board. That was ENCE cobbling anything they could have got their hands onto.
Oh, dude, they had peanuts.
He is changing to M4A for sure after
At
this
the range as well. Let's see his health. Watch this in the 1v1.
Do you think the nerf actually made the difference?
I don't know about the specifics of the range, but it's not far off because it was that kind of distance.
Like, that's so crazy.
Deary me. Okay. Well, another timeout now. There's no nod to the head from Zonic here. It's a bit more of a calm, cool, and collected position right now to get them across the line with 2 more, but this is getting stressful.
Yeah,
Can we take a timeout?
Oh, geez.
Look at Dupree's situation right now as well. He's been able to buy in with Silence Den 4, but again, a little bit light on. He only had 3.7, so he's actually had to have been dropped utility. I think Apex has gifted him a smoke, but he won't have a molly. Spinks doesn't have either of those 2 key pieces of utility here as well. So we've just gone touch and go once more.
And it's funny to see,
SMGs.
if you see the scoreboard right now at home, if you look to the side of your screen, look at the difference in the kills. On the left, you have Cyber with 31 and Apex with 10. There's a huge difference. On ENCE, it's literally between 16 and 18 for everyone.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly an embodiment of how ENCE and Vitality have found some of their greatest successes.
So if you ever get tired of hearing about people hyping up Cyber, this is why. He's winning alone, in a way. Like, how many kills did he have in, like, 2 rounds? 9 or something?
Well, in this half, we can identify Diha early with his impact to bring ENCE back into this game, and then Zywoo to steal it away once more.
Oh, big one.
This
big
is
one.
fast.
Big test for Dupree. Can he get anything done? Snappy doesn't think so. Look at that! No! A double in the back! Your rifles mean nothing! Madden's positioning is better, and
Look
it was
at
with
the
a
loss
Mac
bonus.
10.
The loss bonus as well, 1900. They have to hold on to these 2 rifles. They can't give these over, but their hunt is already on. Madden removes Spinks. It's just Zywoo.
Oh, this is a proper crazy gamer counter
If
for
I'm
the semi-final
I'm going
spot.
for the round. With how he's playing right now, just run into the side.
Yeah, he just has to hit 4 headshots. And
Dink.
Damn.
Insta headshot.
Insta headshot.
But this is the problem. They have to eco now. They have to take the save. They have to tie things up 14-14. We are going the distance here this evening.
Apex has the option to go for an AWP for Cyber, but how he's playing with the rifle right now, I think I wouldn't care about an AWP at all.
Now, when we did see the AWP on the CT side, it was in the hands of Spinks as
Yeah,
well.
that's
So
true.
we haven't
Spinks
seen.
would like it.
Oh dear! And look at what the buy is going to be in the next round, right? So it's 2,400 now. Zyro has 1.7. He has a deagle. I guess we can't say he overbought because it's Zyro. Watch this.
No, but you know he will get a kill and then he's back to the usual amount.
Madden's been warded off the corner.
B's open right now, completely open. It's going to be interesting to see how they want to investigate this after the smoke starts to fade. Information over towards A now. Apex Zywoo going to be crawling out short. Now just going to Dupree coming to help from Crane, and as they push on down, they understand that nobody is home here. It's going to be too little too late as the BXQ is being primed and ready. Mid flashes from Nerds as well, going to facilitate all of this, but as we can see, they're in.
Solid execute from ENCE, even if they were there, I think.
Yeah, they would have run over them.
Yeah.
That mid flash, that cut, like there's nothing you can do about that as a B defender.
Oh,
hey,
hello.
That's some cash.
Knife
Oh,
him.
are you going for the knife?
Oh,
I think he was scared.
He couldn't get it in the angle, yeah.
That's sometimes it's a bit weird in this game, but yeah.
I heard it's been fixed in Counter-Strike too. So.
Yeah?
No, I made that up. I made that up completely.
Surprisingly, it wasn't the first thing we tested. Was
can we knifing
people at the
wedged in
side?
a corner? Yeah, we had some bigger fish to fry at the time. But now that AWP conversation gets even tidier here because Apex with this AK.
This AK is so important just for nades and kit and stuff like this.
Protect the VIP.
That's another gun.
Get another one.
Could be. Could be.
But ENCE has nothing to lose. They have enough money for the last 2 rounds, I think.
Just a couple of extra kills. We will see.
The AWP is in the hands of ZywOo somehow.
Okay. All right, let's see how this one ends up here. And is Apex going to hold on to the AK, or is he going to give that one to Spinks? Looks like he's going to be wielding.
What do you think? Is that ZywOo's call that he wants the AWP, or is that someone else telling him we need the AWP?
I think it's probably ZywOo's call he wants the AWP, because he's been doing it with the rifles throughout. This adds another tool for him to look for picks here, right? Gives him something a little bit different to work with.
No, I was just thinking like he's feeling it so much with the rifle.
Didn't fight the first and fired off a shot. Snappy was spotted out. Snappy flashed, he smoked. And
it's pretty direct here from ENCE.
If they go...
Oh, they're just going. And he did miss the shot. It's up to Apex, who delivers a great frag. 1.5. High flash.
Can we get some of those AGs on the side real fast?
Too late.
Too late.
Too late, yeah.
Okay. Or a
Yeah,
wallback. Through a box and a smoke, actually.
But they have smokes. Speaking of smokes, 3 of them. One for the round. They can get on the bomb, short if they want. Molly for sandbags. This retake is on.
Flash from Nerds is the most important part of this whole afterplant retake, for sure.
And he's giving it to
Snappy said now.
Let me do that. You go kill, boy.
That flash is not the best.
Trying to molly the bomb.
Yeah, but they surely have a smoke.
They have another one.
They have a smoke. They have a smoke. 2 there. Oh, a good fight.
ZywOo has to defuse. He has to
Needing it.
And
On the defuse. Nerds gets the double. Can he find
Oh!
Not another one from Nerds! Unbelievable! Spinks down! Nerds! A god among men!
What's up? Giladi! Giladi! Hello, Giladi!
What was that?
Oh my god.
The other one is pure random.
Running and spraying.
Just moving.
What? Ah!
And by the way, Snappy killing Spinks then proceeds to just scream, Lotan, something, something, Lotan, something, something. He wants him to remember that one.
Oh, boy.
He wants him to remember that one. You left us for greener pastures, and now those boys from ENCE have pulled up their socks to try and finish in regulation. They could do it right here. They can ruin Vitality's dreams of a deep run at EPL Season 17 with one more round of Counter-Strike.
What a game this one has been here. We've got the distance today. Nuke, we kicked off. We had a 16-14. That was Vitality taking ENCE's pick. We went over to Overpass. ENCE looked amazing on their CT side. 13-2. They closed at 16-11. And now, round 30, Vertigo. Winner takes on Cloud9.
Incredible.
You know, I said it was a brawl, but I didn't expect this. This is actually...
Wait, whoa,
so
Apex.
the clash is bad. Oh.
He pushed on in. Jumps into Snappy.
He's going to sit and watch now for 1:30.
I feel bad for Apex. That was actually a decent play, but the flash was just not good.
ZywOo,
You better make up for it, ZywOo.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to him. This could be it. This could be it.
Nice
Magisk delivers. ZywOo, one. Dead now. And the bomb will go down. That's got to be it.
No kids.
How are they supposed to get back into this one? Some chip damage onto some Pius, but ENCE in the final round of regulation look to secure the semi-finals. It's Vitality, tooth and nail, but ENCE have got it in the bag if they can just convert. The kit lies on Apex.
That ran out short with the only
Oh, that hurts even more. An agonizing, painful final round of a long series all the way into the early hours, but ENCE happy with that one. Incredible scenes. Nerds really has announced his presence. An even kill spread from all 5 on that ENCE side. Diha with heroics. Snappy, loud and proud, and quite the opposite. Frustration, fury. You're only angry at yourself, and that's the worst person to be angry at. Oh, man.
Absolutely crushed here on the Vitality side of things. You thought they had enough in it. You thought they had control of this game, especially when ZywOo showed up in massive form towards the tail end of that CT side, just round after round. But it's the new boy, it's Nerds, with impact throughout this series. D-High in the second half coming alive as well, really bringing them back in this T half.
And it's only love. It's
Those
only
2
love.
rounds from MOUZ.
Yeah.
Massive impact.
wow.
That's impact.
Like everyone in ENCE who was part of the process of finding him and getting that ink on the paper is just right now feeling that sudden a wash of satisfaction. I'm sure Snappy is going to tell us all about it with Freya.
Man, I'm sure he will indeed. First of all, huge congratulations, Snappy. That series truly went down to the wire. I've got to go back to round 29. You guys have got the plan. Vitality trying to defuse Nerds goes absolutely nuts, and we saw your reaction. Can you walk me through those final moments in that penultimate round?
To be honest, the only thing I remember was I was scared I wasn't going to kill him with the Glock. But, I mean, I think it was just... well, I think we started overthinking a bit. I think we lost 2 rounds where we had entries, and then we became a bit too smart, I would say, when we should have stuck to the simple stuff. But in the end, we got the win, and that's all that matters. I think on Nuke, I was so annoyed at myself because I threw the match for us. Essentially, I couldn't kill anyone on T, but I'm just happy we pulled through.
Let's go back to Overpass as well. Were you expecting to be able to counter Vitality's T side so well?
Well, not necessarily. We actually expected to get a way better T side, obviously, but our overpass has been fucking good in Prague. So we're not scared to play overpass anymore, which is very nice to be able to go into multiple maps without knowing you've lost on before the match even starts. Right?
Watch out for future ENCE opponents. That next one will be Cloud9, and I'm just thinking back to Katowice. They're the team that knocked you out in the play-ins. Are you hungry to get revenge?
Yeah, we are. It's essentially our practice partners, so I think we have a very good idea of how they play, and they also have a good idea of how we play, so it will be a fun match.
Snappy, huge congratulations. I'm going to let you go off, celebrate with the team, prepare for that game that's coming up very shortly. Yeah, congratulations. I'm going to head on back over to the couches because I do believe that, Jackie, we've got a very special drink, and there is some lore behind it, which might not be so apt now, but we're going to do it anyway. So can you explain?
Yeah, we've got the Bee's Knees here, which is a drink from the Prohibition era. Effectively, because they were making bathtub-based alcohol, it didn't really taste great, but it was bloody strong. So the way they got around that is by using honey, of course, from bees. So that's what you've got here, Chad. Have you had a sip?
Is this for me?
Yeah, get in there.
There was one for Alex as well, but he's still over there. No, he's peaced out. He might come back.
He just dipped out that door. He might come back.
It's fine. Yeah,
so wait, is this alcohol or not alcohol?
It is. It's a double.
Gin, honey, lemon.
Oh, okay.
It's very tasty.
Okay.
We were out having pizza when somebody said bee's knees, and we went, "What is the etymology of that phrase?"
Because we were like, well, they don't actually have knees, do they? And then I looked into it and found out the lore about this from the Prohibition era, and we decided, you know what, Vitality, let's work it in.
It's refreshing, right?
Yeah, I was thinking, what did we talk? And then I was like, the bees. Never forget about the bees. Without the bees, it's all over.
And it's over for Vitality. Very apt.
Yeah,
they are extinct.
I was going to say this is all fascinating about this drink is coming from, but can we just talk about the madness that just happened?
Yeah. Where do you want to start? Round one.
No, I don't think I want to start with round one. I am completely flabbergasted by how ENCE closed this game.
Yeah, right.
Because it seemed like everything lined up for Vitality, and when I mean everything, I mean ZywOo. That is exactly what I mean. The way he popped off when they won round number 13 and 14 for them with these 9 kills that you mentioned, I thought this is it. He's broken ENCE's back.
Yeah.
Everyone in Vitality is believing. They're all looking at him like, oh my God, the Messiah is back. We're going to win this. And somehow ENCE pull it back. And the atmosphere, you were right here. You were casting this game, of course, very focused on what was happening. The atmosphere, we had the camp of the 2 different supporters, right? The ENCE and the Vitality. Everything just flipped and switched over a few rounds.
It was insane.
It was euphoria for Vitality. ENCE were a little bit nervous, and then suddenly everything changed in like 5 minutes. Everybody just felt like the game was going away, and it was crazy. It was a moment in Counter-Strike, really.
It is absolutely insane. I mean, I think Apex is going to be watching back the last round of that and just going, why did I push that? Like, you could just...
To be fair,
you can't blame just him.
The flash was missed.
True.
To be fair, I'm going to give him that.
That's the thing. Like, in this game, there was a couple of moments with the way, like, this is it. And Hooksy mentioned it in the cast. Like, you live or you die by these type of plays. And he referenced it was similar to something like what Art does, right? It works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, well, you leave your team screwed in a lot of situations there, right? But this is the way that he leads the team. And if you, I don't even think that you can just like isolate those opening deaths as a reason they lost the game,
of
right?
course not, definitely not.
But definitely in the dying stages, that is what he's going to remember,
Yeah.
right? And that's the thing. Like a lot of the other bits and bobs won't stick out to them in the same way. I think Diha as well in the early game on the T side, he was a big part of them coming back with that 4-spy win.
Yeah.
Because it felt like it should have been over, right? Once Vitality won that pistol round, right? It felt like it should have been done and dusted from that point.
The fact that Vitality
Wait, they won
got
the Force.
90 rounds.
They won the
as
Force
well.
with an eagle, yeah.
Like, that was a really good T side from Vitality. And
Oh,
that
yeah.
was what we were criticizing from them basically throughout the entire duration of the series. Come on, Vertigo, looks way better. I thought that was the path for them to close it.
You're right, and I would like to add to that they were actually able to mentally survive Nurse's 1v4.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
thought
True.
that would put them down in the dirt. Considering how the second map went down, then you're suddenly trying to claw your way back on the third map. You lose that 1v4, which, by the way, he plays beautifully.
Yeah.
Because throughout the clutch, you guys even reacted. We thought he'd missed his opportunity. He'd missed his window. And I'm sure in the back of his mind, he knows, damn, like my teammate is dead because of me. I haven't pulled the trigger. And still he closed the 1v4 and Vitality bounced back and have a good T side. The job was done.
That third
the mission
shot
was
on Zywu
accomplished.
was beautiful, right? So I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
the first two, that was like the double up, and then the third when he spins to take Zywu coming back around from
Could have been
beast
game defining.
right? Like there was so many crazy moments in that matchup, and I think like even the series as a whole, 16-14 on Nuke, great. Overpass, if we had gone a little bit deeper with the comeback, could have also maybe been a bit of a banger right there, but
Yeah.
it was obviously very one-sided halves here on the CT side. But then Vertigo gave us everything we were looking for. That's got to be one of the better games we've had so far at Pro League, at least in how it all came to a close.
I love how Snappy said that they'd actually been doing really well on Overpass in terms of the practice as well. I kind of wish that we had the opportunity, obviously it's super late here in
Yeah.
Malta, to actually check in with Vitality and kind of think about the logic of that Overpass pick, because we were kind of saying, oh, maybe it's because ENCE don't have such great statistics on there. Maybe that's why they're
Sampaius was
leaving
a
Vertigo
beast.
as a third.
Incredible.
It was insane. Like the fact that you could see Sampaius popping off, and then Nertz, did he hit the 24, Jackie?
23, he was one off,
But then he got 2 assists, so we're just going to add that up
yeah,
and say
sure.
it's a kill.
So I was
24
right.
bang
I
on.
did call
Yeah.
the 23.
Yeah, 23 and a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Almost there.
ENCE have a tendency to find these players. Like there's something in the recruitment
yeah,
process.
yeah,
yeah.
When you
It's
think about the
called
fact that they
endpoint.
had Spinks, endpoint. They had Spinks, like obviously taken away from Vitality, and now they have Nerds, and here they've got some Pies from Movistar Riders. Like the couple of decisions that have been made in the past few months paying off hugely.
And this is a big potential turning point for ENCE, because ever since the start of last year, like those first 6 months, they haven't been the same team, right? They obviously had Spinks poached. Then they decided they wanted to get rid of Hades. They made those two changes almost simultaneously. They came out of the break, and they haven't really been themselves since, right? Sampaius, obviously, we saw what he brought to Movistar Riders, but Valde wasn't it. And they identified that he wasn't it over those last 6 months. And now they brought in Nertz, who's an X-Factor player, right?
Absolutely.
You can see that in his playstyle, and they need that. But not only did they have that today, they had Diha and they had Madden playing fantastic with the rifles, right? On Nuke, they were looking very, very solid. They were also looking pretty good on Overpass as well in patches. So you're seeing a bit of everything out of ENCE now. And if this is them returning to competitive top-tier Counter-Strike, this is great. It kind of just now sets us up for an ENCE Cloud9 game, which, look, Cloud9 are the favorites in that match, right? How can you not say that?
I
right?
know. But it's also not like Cloud9 have been beyond any flaw.
Yeah, in the group stage, they were unstoppable.
Yeah,
I mean,
they could
even
bleed.
the first map here from Cloud9 wasn't exactly beautiful. You could see they had a couple of moments where they were flustered.
Mirage
we talked with
well.
Nafani and Groove, and he said on the first map we were tense. We had nerves. We didn't play our game, and yeah, I mean, look, we have Nafani next to us, and he's talking about how complicated it is to transfer from internet to LAN, and I'm like, this has been 2 years. Like, you know, you guys should get to a point where you get comfortable with it. But the truth is, they are not to that point quite yet. So I don't think the game is done at all. I think ENCE have a say.
Speaking a lot about these individuals, so let's check in with our DHL MVP. You guys at home know the drill by now. Use your Twitch channel points to get your votes confirmed in and verified for our DHL MVP. We've got 5 potential candidates from this best of 3 series to be choosing from. This could be quite a complicated one though when we're thinking about it, because on both sides of the equation, obviously there were some big names. Sponge, Hooksy put it quite well. The fact that you look at the kill distribution on the side of ENCE, pretty equal on this final map, and then was basically just the ZywOo show on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I think here for me, I guess if I looked at Vertigo, I'd put it on D-Hub, because the 2 rounds that he had of impact in that second half, the force buy with the Tech 9 and then the follow-up when they were on force buy and he mows down, I think it was 4 other players again, set them up for a 3-round haul and kind of brought them back to life in that game. Sure, they still had to close it out as a team, but you heard from Snappy you spoke to Snappy in that interview when having a conversation about it, right? They were complicating things a little bit too much, right? Too much rotating around the map right there. I think when they did keep it simple, stupid, that's when some of their players did their absolute best work. So yeah, I don't know. All I could think about when we had that little trailer for this MVP vote coming through, I could just see like all the skins. I was like, well, they're going to have to redo all of that for Counter-Strike 2, aren't they? You know, we're going to have to redo that.
Thinking about the real problems.
Yeah, we can't.
It's a blessed problem to have, though. It's an okay problem to have.
Mashu Jackie, think about this in 3, 2, 1. Who are you voting for? Out of the options, we've got Madden, ZywOo, Spinks, Sampayas, and Diha.
I think Diha is a good shout.
Who?
Diha.
Diha. Okay, 2 votes for Diha.
Yeah, you know what? I think Diha does probably
Polish
deserve
pride.
it.
That's not like you, Jackie.
There we go.
You're not like you to follow the trends, but
no, I know. I mean, I would say
we went with
let
a
the
bit
man
like
have his
more of like
opinion. He doesn't have
we're more of like an
sorry.
underdoggy type individual, right? We didn't go ZywOo. We could have copped out. We went D-Hub.
You got to support the little guy.
Yeah.
I am a little bit frustrated about ZywOo's demise, though. Now that I think of it,
Well, it's not his
It's just hitting me. It's
Yeah.
just hitting me that he's not going to be playing in
Is it the
tournament
team's
anymore, and
demise?
I'm a
Yeah.
little bit sad about it.
Oh my God, they're not going to win this next season VPL. They're
And
not
he's
going to
not
have
going to win
2
this
in the Intel
MVP
Grand
and all of
Slam.
that.
They're not going to.
And I think it was put aptly by Hooksy, who said something about like Shiro versus ZywOo could be something incredible to see, and I have to admit, I would have liked to see that.
So we can take this back to the ESL office now.
Yeah, that bit of history.
Damn.
We only brought it out just to show that they won last time.
Oh my God, imagine
Just to
if
show
we got
us that
them
it
to do
can
it again.
happen.
Yeah.
They didn't all sign.
A reminder.
They got a bit confused. I was doing the post-match winners interview. They didn't realize, they thought they were signing the camera and they felt really bad about it.
The signature that
Like
is
legit.
missing
Well, like
from
they
here
thought
is
they
the
were
most
They
damaging
thought
the
they
lens.
were
signature.
actually damaging the lens.
There's
Wow.
no ZywOo
No.
signature.
What was that?
There's no ZywOo signature.
There is no ZywOo signature.
It doesn't
in
surprise
there.
me that he wouldn't sign that. You know,
They
in
were
his
nervous.
mind,
They
in
were
his
nervous.
mindset, you know.
They've also not really left much room.
No.
True.
You know? Selfish signatures.
What an apt metaphor for Vitality that ZywOo doesn't get to sign when they win.
Wow. Okay.
We saw the warning sign. The red flags were there.
They were right
We
there in
shouldn't
front
have
of our
swum in
eyes.
that
We
sea.
should have seen it coming.
And they did. And now they're eliminated. Man, single elimination is brutal.
That's
I've
the
only
But I
just
like the way it is.
realised
I like the way it is.
Yeah.
It's fine for me.
That's what I like about us having this playoff format like this. Single elimination, 16 teams, and we've had upsets throughout in almost every round. Like
Every
team beating
stage, yeah.
Liquid, right? Like that, right? That was a huge upset. G2 losing their matchup. That was a big upset as well.
Against ENCE.
Right?
They're gonna do it again.
And then ENCE now beating Vitality. They're continuing on this run.
I like that.
Tomorrow we still have games where like Fours has upset potential over FaZe. I think there's upset potential
How
there.
much? Give me a number, percentage. What are you saying?
If they played 10 times, I reckon Fours could win 1.5.
Why? So you're giving them 15% chance?
They could win 2 times, 20% chance.
20% chance. Okay, I was gonna say
20% chance, but it's happening on a Friday.
You're just finding a fancy way to say 20%.
But it's
chance.
happening on a Friday, right? And
So
it's
is
the
it,
F bracket.
So F's
Friday.
in the chat.
Yeah, but FaZe starts with F
for-
too, so equally advantaged by the Friday F.
And the disadvantage in the Fs.
Well, someone's going to get F tomorrow.
It's true.
Definitely.
I
And on
don't
that
think I'm
note-
doing that game. I'm doing Heroic Na'Vi, so no.
Well, you can
extra
come in
F
early
there.
if you want.
Yeah,
Let's have a good
screw it,
time.
I'll
So I'll be
both.
there.
I
Yeah.
came in early yesterday for no reason. I decided that I
Just because it's good to be here.
love being around
Good
all of you.
vibes, yeah.
And
Love
getting the bee's knees.
It's the
It is
business
the good
talking.
business,
There you go.
right?
It's the business
Excellent.
talking.
It's like an alcoholic lemonade.
Didn't realize
with a
we were
little bit
making
of
Is that
sweetness.
not the principle of a cocktail?
Yeah,
An
kind of
alcoholic
actually.
lemonade.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's lemon, honey, gin.
There you go.
And
You can
tears.
put orange juice in it if you like. I would put a bit of ginger in it. I don't know.
Ooh, add a little bit of heat.
Do you
bit of
fancy
spice.
yourself a
Yeah,
barista,
honey lemon
a
ginger was
cocktail
like a staple of
expert?
my household growing up. Like whenever you had signs of a cold, mum was like, honey lemon ginger.
Business.
That's it. Yeah.
Had to call you out of business
And I
immediately.
was 7.
Oh, damn.
Anyway, I think we can look at the bracket now. One moment. We're having some technical issues.
Psych.
That's all right.
Psych.
Sometimes the graphics machine dies.
We can maybe
that's
talk
fine.
about the graph.
We
You talked
can
about
talk about the
Navi
bracket.
Heroic.
I did.
Then there is Forza FaZe.
Let's talk about Navi Hero because we did touch upon Forza FaZe.
You're the boss.
Forza 20% chance.
Well, Na'Vi
against
Heroic
Jazz.
is actually a pretty interesting matchup.
I'm excited for this one.
I do agree because on one hand, I don't think Heroic have looked as convincing as they have in the late stage of 2022, or even Katowice for that matter. Like the group stage, they make it through, but like a bunch of games, 16-14, 16-14, had to sweat towards the very end. And somehow, Na'Vi, I mean, I know you're looking at the Katowice result and it's pretty clear cut, but I feel like you can never put Na'Vi to bed. Like you can never just say, you can never walk into a game and say, nah, there's no chance for Na'Vi. So moving on.
Yeah, true.
I'm just curious to see how the veto wants to play out here as well, because Heroic picked Mirage in that veto and Na'Vi picked Inferno. So I wonder if anything changes here. We know there'll be no Anubis in the mix. We know there'll be no Vertigo. That's not going to change. Will Na'Vi's first choice change? I don't, like, would they want to try an over? I don't know. Maybe
I think Inferno isn't a certainty anymore.
No, but that's the problem. They don't exactly have a map that they can pick and they know they will win because they've put so much effort and time and emphasis on Inferno. It necessarily hasn't really paid off. Electronic said in an interview that Overpass is not exactly the best team, which kind of caught me off guard because I thought that was the fail-safe. So it's not the case either. I don't know that they have much wiggle room. I think Inferno is probably the go-to.
I'm curious if Heroic go into Mirage again, because now the Mirage CT setup for Na'Vi makes a whole lot more sense. MPL's B, right? They've got Perfecto short, Electronic connector, simple window, and Bit over towards A. And Bit was on a tear on over towards A when we saw him play Mirage the other day. So that's going to be an interesting one to keep track of here. But you have to remember as well, Heroic coming in cold, like what we saw today from Cloud9 and Vitality, right? They both came in cold to today's matches. They haven't played any playoffs matches up to this point by virtue of the format.
To play devil's advocate, does that matter for Heroic? I don't think it does, because I think they're pretty well oiled.
Yeah,
I think out of all the teams that are making it or starting that far in the bracket, I don't think it matters so much for Heroic.
Yeah.
But I might be totally wrong.
Well, I guess when you have like Cadian and probably like yelling at you every day, making you feel like you're in a tournament environment.
Every day is a quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Any practice.
When you get out of bed, you're playing a playoffs match with Cadian.
Yeah.
There's been, look, the high intensity, that was something we noticed from Vitality, something we noticed from FaZe. Obviously, ENCE were bringing that energy as well. Like that intensity level here in this environment, it feels so different. This reminds me, and I'm sure we've all experienced this at some point, but I look at Matthew because I know him and I are the old codgers around here. Yeah. But you remember going to like local LAN cafes, and it was that type of environment where like it's quiet, right? Like people are playing, but the only yelling you hear is from the players. Everyone else is standing behind, right? And
every now and then, like,
right? Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the environment it feels like we have going on here. It's like we have a LAN cafe with the best Counter-Strike players in the world.
Dude, that's like the Snappy pop-off. Literally felt like you were back at like a UK
Yeah.
LAN.
Yeah,
Because it was like,
yeah.
dude, he's giving it, but you could feel the energy and everyone else is just letting it soak in, enjoying it. It's like, this is crazy. Like,
and it's so silent that there's no way the other team doesn't hear it.
No,
like,
yeah,
I guarantee
exactly.
you, if you shit talk, if you trash talk your opponent, that's it. It just pierces through the air.
They
know
didn't
it's
hear
right
it,
there.
Matthew. They felt it.
It's like,
They felt the burn.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 2 more teams going to be feeling the burn. Forza versus FaZe, Heroic versus Na'Vi.
Great
as
matches.
we were just reiterating.
Fantastic
Yeah, man,
matches.
this is a great Friday. Fun fact for Friday, it's going to be banging.
oh yeah, that will bang. Listen, I had FaZe as a favorite against Forza, and I've had so many people tell me like, why do you hate Forza? And I'm like, how is that? Like, how is that the scale?
Why do you hate
How is that the
Number one
scale?
Forza hater, maniac.
How is that possible? Like that I say FaZe's favorite. How does that translate to you hate Forza? Absolutely not. This was fantastic what they did.
Forza did really well, but like we've
Of
literally
course.
seen
FaZe
a
are one of the
series
best teams in
sample
the world.
size
Like,
of
please,
3
FaZe are playing here to win
Yeah.
the Grand Slam. What are we talking about?
Extra incentive goes a long way.
I guess. So, point being, I don't hate Forza. I think Forza is amazing, but FaZe is cut above. For
And
my
FaZe
money.
could do it here. Isn't that exciting? FaZe could win the Grand
$1
Slam.
million in the LAN cafe.
on Sunday.
Yeah.
That's a dream.
And I heard that they'll share with all of us.
Oh, nice.
Is that a fact
Yeah.
now?
All
No.
Betty
I'm
Jones.
making notes.
Is
'cause,
Tris making up for the fact that he shot us in the head like, I don't know,
Yeah, I
50
think he
times?
said. I think he said for each person he shot in the head, he'll give them 10 grand. I think
Wow,
that's what
Yanko's a
Tris said.
millionaire.
Yeah, Yanko's going to do well from this.
Yeah. I've got at least 2.
Okay.
What will I spend it on?
You did have one
I don't
literally
know.
like stuck in your hair. Like it was
Literally,
rough.
hit me in the head so hard.
Yeah.
I slumped down on the
Well,
sofa.
why don't while
so-
he's playing tomorrow against Fours, we all just sit there and shoot him live.
Love
See how
that.
he looks.
Yeah,
League
so
Ops-
give him a
League
taste
Ops
of
might
his
have
own
something to
medicine.
say, but,
yeah, well, I don't know, competitive integrity,
Oh yeah.
whatever.
Wow.
That
Yeah.
old thing.
Yeah, that old thing. Let's forget about that. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Thank you so much for the Bee's Knees inspiration, Jackie. It
No
was
worries. I hope
wonderful.
everyone
Even though the
enjoyed.
bees are dead, Vitality are out. ENCE do live on though, but that's not going to be going down tomorrow. We've got 2 more great quarterfinals that are going to be. We're back same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you join us.
hungover from Source 2, man. What do you want? I just like to say trade because this is an improvement. Where if you're, I can understand Cloud9 for Mirage because that is actually the normie map. That's one where they did have good success. Like yes, they lost quite strong. That team tried with the crowd and
You didn't have like any favorites like on that side, right? But now considering that from your bracket we
Making magic when they need it most. He can still sing it. He can sing it. Oh no, MOUZ, they've done it. Rocked. Absolutely rocked. Balls on steel.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Jusqu'à l'infini, ils sont pas prêts, je vais les matrixer. Je défonce tout, pourtant j'ai batterie faible. D'où tu me regardes, moi je suis pas quitté. Pour sympathiser, ça sera pas de sitôt. Je compte les devises, je compte les papiers. Marche tardive dans le quartier. Désolé bébé, je dois partir, je suis focus. J'ai promis de ne plus m'éparpiller. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main.